Chapter 1. Eastern Dreams, Western Realities. Abigail Montgomery folded her last silk shirtwaist with trembling fingers, smoothing the fabric before nestling it among the tissue paper lining her weathered leather trunk. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows of her bedchamber, catching dust motes that danced in the emptiness where furniture had once stood. The grand Montgomery home on Beacon Hill, once filled with elegant furnishings and the pleasant hum of society gatherings, now echoed with hollow footsteps and whispered goodbyes. A floorboard creaked in the hallway, and Abigail glanced up to see her mother leaning heavily against the doorframe, her once robust figure now frail beneath her dressing gown. "Mama, you shouldn't be up," Abigail scolded gently, rushing to support her mother's elbow. "Dr. Harrington was quite firm about your bed rest." Elizabeth Montgomery's smile was wan but determined as she allowed her daughter to guide her to the single remaining chair in the room. "I'll not bid my only daughter farewell from a sickbed, Abigail Jane." "Some proprieties must be observed, even in reduced circumstances." The pride in her voice brought a lump to Abigail's throat. "It is nothing reduced about your spirit, Mama," Abigail said, kneeling before her mother. The fine carpet that had once cushioned the floor was gone, sold weeks ago to pay the butcher's bill. Her knees pressed against the hard wood, a foretaste of the hardships to come. Elizabeth's fingers, once bedecked with rings, now bare save her wedding band, brushed a stray curl from Abigail's forehead. "I still believe your father would have recovered everything, given time," her voice faltered. 3 months gone, and I still expect to hear his footfall on the stairs. Abigail squeezed her mother's hand. Father's sudden passing from apoplexy had been followed swiftly by the revelation of mounting debts, failed investments, and the collapse of the shipping company that had sustained 3 generations of Montgomerys. The past months had been a blur of creditors, auctions, and painful farewells to the life they had known. "I needn't go, Mama," Abigail whispered, though they both knew it was an empty offer. "Mrs. Whitcomb would still have me as companion, and—" "Nonsense." Elizabeth straightened her shoulders, summoning the dignified bearing that had once commanded the finest drawing rooms in Boston. "A companion's position is no future for a girl of 22. This teaching post in Wyoming offers real independence, a proper salary." Her voice softened. "Your father would be proud of your courage, child." A tear slipped down Abigail's cheek before she could catch it. "But to leave you when you're unwell—" "I'll have Martha to look after me, and your father's cousin has offered her spare room until I'm stronger." Elizabeth's gaze wandered to the window, where the familiar spires of Boston rose against the morning sky. "Besides, this town holds too many memories now. Perhaps in time I might even join you in this Timber Creek of yours." They both recognized the gentle falsehood. Elizabeth Montgomery would never be well enough for such a journey, nor could they afford 2 passages west. "Now," Elizabeth said, reaching into her pocket, "I have something for you." She withdrew a small velvet pouch, its once rich nap worn thin with age. "Open it." Abigail untied the drawstring and tipped the contents into her palm. A cameo brooch of ivory and gold gleamed against her skin, the delicate profile of a woman carved with extraordinary detail. "Grandmother's cameo?" she breathed. "The only piece I couldn't bear to sell." Elizabeth closed Abigail's fingers around it. 4 generations of Montgomery women have worn it, each passing it to her daughter. It survived wars, ocean crossings, and now it will journey west with you. "Mama, I can't." "You must." Elizabeth's tone brooked no argument. "I merely as a keepsake, though it is precious beyond price. Should you face true hardship, it would fetch enough to bring you home." Her fingers tightened around Abigail's. "Promise me you'll keep it safe." "I promise," Abigail whispered, pinning the brooch carefully to the inside of her traveling coat, next to her heart. A knock at the front door echoed through the nearly empty house, followed by the shuffling steps of Martha, their last remaining servant, answering it. "His promise and ours," Elizabeth said. "He's prompt, at least." Abigail suppressed the flicker of resentment that arose at the mention of her father's former business partner. James Caldwell had emerged from the company's collapse with his own fortune intact, while the Montgomerys had lost everything. His offer to manage the sale of their last assets and arrange Abigail's journey west was practical necessity rather than kindness. Martha appeared in the doorway, her lined face solemn. "Mr. Caldwell is here, Miss Abigail. Says the carriage for the station will arrive within the hour." "Thank you, Martha." Abigail rose, brushing dust from her skirts, her second-best traveling outfit, the finest having been sold. "Please show him to the parlor. I'll be down presently." When Martha had gone, Abigail turned back to her mother, suddenly desperate to memorize every detail of her face, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the streak of silver in her dark hair, the gentle curve of her smile. "Oh, Mama," she whispered, her composure cracking at last. Elizabeth opened her arms, and Abigail fell into them as she had as a child, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender water. "Listen to me, Abigail," her mother murmured against her hair. "You come from stronger stock than you know. Your grandmother crossed an ocean alone to marry a man she'd never met. Your great-grandmother helped your grandfather build a business empire from a single ship. That strength flows in your veins." Abigail nodded against her mother's shoulder, drawing a shuddering breath. "The West will be hard," Elizabeth continued. "But you've a fine mind, capable hands, and a faithful heart. Those will serve you better than all the silk dresses and calling cards in Boston." "I'll write by every post," Abigail promised, straightening and wiping her eyes. "And once I've established myself, I'll send money for your care." "I know you will." Elizabeth touched the spot where the cameo lay hidden. "Now, finish your packing. A lady never keeps a gentleman waiting, even one as trying as James Caldwell." Abigail closed her trunk with trembling hands, hearing the decisive click of the latch as a final punctuation to her Boston life. Martha helped her don her traveling coat and gloves before escorting her downstairs. Mr. Caldwell stood examining the empty spaces on the wall where paintings had once hung, his tall figure silhouetted against the watery spring sunlight. He turned at her entrance, offering a bow that managed to be both correct and condescending. "Ms. Montgomery, I trust you are prepared for departure?" "I am, Mr. Caldwell." Abigail kept her voice steady, determined not to show weakness before this man who had profited from her father's downfall. He withdrew an envelope from his coat. "The final proceeds from the sale of your father's library. I've taken the liberty of purchasing your train tickets and arranging a modest allowance for incidentals during your journey." His tone suggested she should be grateful for his management. "Thank you," Abigail said, accepting the envelope without examining its contents. There would be time enough on the train to discover how little remained of her family's fortune. "I've also written ahead to the mayor of Timber Creek, confirming your acceptance of the teaching position. The town is quite primitive, I understand, but growing with the expansion of the railroad." He paused, studying her with a mixture of pity and doubt. "I confess, I wonder if a young woman of your upbringing is suited to such rustic conditions." Abigail lifted her chin. "The daughter of Jacob Montgomery can adapt to any circumstance, Mr. Caldwell. My father taught me that much, at least." Something like respect flickered briefly in his eyes. "Indeed. Well, I've done what I could to fulfill my obligation to your father's memory. The carriage should arrive momentarily." The next half hour passed in a blur, Marta bringing down her trunk, her mother insisting on standing in the doorway despite her weakness, the rattle of carriage wheels on cobblestones. Then Abigail found herself on the front step of the house where she had been born, her gloved hand clasping her mother's one last time. "Remember who you are," Elizabeth whispered fiercely. "A Montgomery bent by circumstance, perhaps, but never broken." "I'll make you proud, Mama," Abigail promised, the words catching in her throat. "I'll come back for you." Then she was in the carriage, watching her mother's figure grow smaller through the window, Martha's supportive arm around her waist. Mr. Caldwell sat opposite, mercifully silent as Abigail pressed her handkerchief to her lips, willing the tears not to fall until Boston was behind her. The rhythmic clatter of iron wheels against track had become the heartbeat of Abigail's new existence. 3 days into her westward journey, she sat by the window of the passenger car, watching America transform before her eyes. Gone were the crowded eastern cities with their brick buildings and church spires. Even the tamed farmlands of Ohio and Indiana had given way to something wilder, more elemental. The Azomir Prairie stretched to the horizon, an ocean of grass rippling in the spring breeze, punctuated by the occasional farmhouse standing defiant against the vastness. Abigail smoothed the creased paper in her lap, her contract with the Timber Creek Town Council, promising a salary of $40 per month, plus room and board to educate the town's children. She had read it so often the words had begun to blur, yet each reading brought a fresh wave of nervous anticipation. Never in her life had she been more than 20 miles from Boston. "You'll wear that paper thin before you reach Wyoming territory, child," came a raspy voice from the seat across the aisle. Abigail glanced up to meet the sharp blue eyes of Mrs. Hollister, a widow traveling to Cheyenne to live with her son's family. The older woman had appointed herself Abigail's unofficial guardian since Denver, her forthright manner initially startling, but increasingly welcome as the journey progressed. "I suppose I'm half convinced it might vanish if I don't check it regularly," Abigail admitted with a small smile. "Like waking from a dream to find oneself still in bed," Mrs. Hollister snorted, her work-worn hands never pausing in their knitting. "Nothing dreamlike about where you're headed, Miss Montgomery. Wyoming's been a territory less than 5 years. Folks out there are too busy staying alive to bother with Eastern niceties." Abigail tucked the contract back into her reticule. "You make it sound rather savage, Mrs. Hollister." "Not savage. Real." The older woman's needles clicked steadily. "The land's got no patience for pretense or weakness. It'll strip you down to what matters. Can you work? Can you endure? Can you adapt? Those fancy embroidery stitches your mama taught you won't count for much, but if you can mend a torn shirt or stitch a wound, you'll earn respect." Abigail's fingers instinctively touched the cameo beneath her traveling dress. She had sold or left behind nearly everything familiar. Yet here she was, carrying generations of Montgomery pride westward like a hidden talisman. "Tell me about the women," she asked, eager to divert the conversation from her own inadequacies. "Are they very different from ladies in the East?" Mrs. Hollister's weathered face creased in thought. "Different as spring water from tea. Most came west following husbands or fathers, had no choice in the matter. They birth babies in sod houses with no doctor for 50 miles, plant gardens in soil hard as iron, keep house with whatever they can fashion or grow." Her expression softened slightly. "But there's a freedom to it. No one cares if your hem is muddy or your grammar perfect. A woman who can shoot straight and keep accounts is worth more than one who plays piano and paints watercolors." Abigail gazed out at the endless horizon, trying to imagine herself in such a world. "And the men, are they gentlemanly?" The older woman's laughter held more warning than humor. "Some are, some aren't, just like anywhere. But even the decent ones aren't like your Boston bozo. They've been shaped by hard country and harder choices." She leaned forward, her voice lowering. "A word of advice, Miss Montgomery? Don't mistake frontier directness for impropriety. But don't mistake rough manners for harmlessness either. Keep your wits sharp and your standards high." "I intend to," Abigail assured her, though uncertainty curled in her stomach. How did one maintain proper standards in a place where the very rules of society were rewritten? The train whistle shrieked as they approached a small station, little more than a water tower and a clapboard building with peeling paint. Outside, men in dusty clothes and broad-brimmed hats waited on the platform beside crates and mail sacks. "We're stopping for 20 minutes, the conductor called as he passed through the car. "Those continuing westward may stretch their legs, but don't wander." Mrs. Hollister rose with surprising agility for her years. "I'm for a cup of tea if they have it. Care to join me, Miss Montgomery?" "Thank you, but I think I'll remain here," Abigail smiled, already reaching for the small leather journal in her traveling case. "I promised Mama I'd record my observations faithfully." When the older woman had gone, Abigail uncapped her pen and opened to a fresh page, dating it April 17th, 1873. For a moment she hesitated, the blank paper as intimidating as the unfamiliar landscape outside. Then she began to write, her neat penmanship filling the page with thoughts she dared not speak aloud. The further west we travel, the more I feel myself diminishing against the vastness of this country. How strange that as buildings grow scarcer and civilization thinner, the sky seems to expand until one feels both insignificant and somehow more present than ever before. I wonder if this is how the first explorers felt, venturing into unmapped wilderness, terrified yet exhilarated by the sheer possibility of it all. Mrs. Hollister speaks of the West as a place that strips away pretense. Perhaps that is what both frightens and calls to me. In Boston, I was always Jacob Montgomery's daughter, defined by family, position, and the careful performance of societal expectations. Who might I become when all those anchors are gone? I am determined to succeed in Timber Creek, not merely for Mama's sake, but because I begin to glimpse something I never expected to find in this journey. The chance to discover my own capabilities, unconstrained by either privilege or the new limitations of our reduced circumstances. Yet I cannot pretend courage I do not feel. Each mile carries me further from everything familiar. What awaits in Wyoming territory? Will I find my place among people whose lives have been so different from my own? Can I truly become a teacher worthy of their children's minds and hearts when my own education, however fine, prepared me for drawing rooms rather than schoolrooms? She paused, pen hovering above the paper. Outside, a man lifted a small child onto his shoulders, pointing at the train with evident excitement. The child's gleeful expression needed no translation, regardless of distance. Some joys, at least, were universal. Father always said that education was the great equalizer, the one gift that, once given, could never be taken away. Perhaps that truth will bridge the chasm between my world and theirs. I must believe it possible, or this journey is folly indeed. Tomorrow we cross into Wyoming territory. Whatever awaits me there, I am resolved to face it with the dignity Mama would expect and the courage Father always believed I possessed, whether I recognized it in myself or not. Abigail closed the journal as passengers began returning to the car. Mrs. Hollister settled across from her with a contented sigh, smelling faintly of peppermint tea. "Wrote your fears away, did you?" she asked shrewdly. "Some of them," Abigail admitted, "though I expect the Terra Cra will provide ample material for new ones." The older woman's eyes crinkled. "That's the spirit, girl. Honest fear keeps you alert. It's only when you start pretending you're not afraid that the real danger begins." The whistle blew again, and with a lurch and squeal of metal against metal, the train continued its westward journey. Abigail settled back against the worn velvet seat, one hand resting protectively over her grandmother's cameo, the other still holding her journal. She had left behind the security of everything familiar, yet she carried with her something no circumstance could strip away: the heritage of Montgomery women who had faced their own journeys into the unknown. As the prairie sunset painted the sky in hues no Boston artist could capture, Abigail allowed herself a fragile smile. Tomorrow, Wyoming territory. The day after, her new life would begin. Timber Creek announced itself with little ceremony, a weathered sign, letters faded by sun and wind, marking the boundary of what could generously be called a town. The stagecoach lurched over the final miles of rutted road, each jolt sending a fresh wave of dust through the open windows and into Abigail's already parched throat. 6 days of travel had left her bonnet askew, her navy traveling suit creased beyond salvation, and her patience worn as thin as the handkerchief she'd been using to shield her face from the relentless Wyoming dust. As the coach rattled down what appeared to be Timber Creek's main street, indeed, perhaps its only proper street, Abigail pressed her gloved hands against the window, taking inventory of her new home. A single row of false-fronted buildings, their wooden facades bleached silver gray by harsh elements, faced another similar row across a wide, unpaved thoroughfare. Horses stood tethered at hitching posts, switching their tails against persistent flies. Men in dusty work clothes and broad-brimmed hats moved with purpose, while a few women in calico dresses and sunbonnets paused in their errands to observe the arriving stage. The coach jolted to a stop before a building marked General Mercantile, throwing Abigail forward against the seat opposite. She steadied herself with as much dignity as she could muster and attempted to pat her hair into some semblance of order. Her final letter had indicated her arrival date. Surely someone would be expecting her. "Timber Creek, last stop," the driver called, already throwing bags down from the roof with more efficiency than care. Abigail gathered her reticule and stepped gingerly to the door, mindful of the treacherous height between the carriage floor and the ground below. Before she could navigate this final challenge, a sun-weathered hand appeared in her line of vision. "Allow me, miss. These stage steps are mighty uncertain for a lady's footing." Abigail accepted the assistance with a grateful smile, finding herself face to face with a stout man of perhaps 60, his kindly face nearly hidden behind an impressive gray beard. Beside him stood a woman of similar age, her plump face shining with perspiration and expectation beneath a modest bonnet. "Miss Montgomery, I presume?" the man inquired, releasing her hand to remove his hat. "Ezra Wilson, mayor of Timber Creek, at your service, and this is my wife, Martha." "How do you do?" Abigail responded automatically, the practiced social graces of Boston feeling strangely formal in this dusty "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Martha Wilson stepped forward, taking both of Abigail's hands in her work-roughened ones. "Land's sakes, child, you must be exhausted. 6 days from Boston? I can scarcely imagine it, and in this heat, too." Her genuine warmth cut through Abigail's fatigue. "We've been counting the days till your arrival." Abigail managed a sincere smile despite her exhaustion. "I'm very grateful for the welcome, Mrs. Wilson. I confess the journey was somewhat more arduous than I anticipated. Call me Martha, dear. We don't stand on ceremony in Timber Creek." She gestured toward the coach driver who was hauling Abigail's trunk down. "Ezra, see to Miss Montgomery's trunk, won't you? The poor girl's dead on her feet." As Mayor Wilson hurried to supervise the unloading, Martha linked her arm through Abigail's. "Let me show you to Miss Hattie's millinery shop. She's prepared a room for you upstairs. Not grand, mind you, but clean and private. Once you've freshened up, you can join us for supper, and we'll get you properly acquainted with our little town." Abigail found herself guided down the boardwalk, intensely aware of curious glances from passers-by. Her tailored traveling suit, even dusty and worn from travel, marked her as unmistakably Eastern among the practical calico and homespun surrounding her. "You must forgive our staring," Martha said softly, following her gaze. "It's been nearly 2 years since we've had a new face in town, especially one so refined. The children are beside themselves with excitement to meet their new teacher." "How many students might I expect?" Abigail asked, grateful for a practical topic to focus on. 26 at present," Martha replied, carefully guiding her around a loose board in the walkway. "GM ages 5 to 16, though the older boys often miss school during planting and harvest. And of course, the ranch children can only attend when weather permits travel." Mayor Wilson caught up to them, slightly winded from directing the trunk's transport. "Miss Montgomery, you cannot know what your acceptance of our position means to this town. Since our last teacher departed, eloped with a cattle buyer, most unseemly, our children have had no proper education." "The nearest school is in Cheyenne," Martha added. "Nearly 50 miles. Impossible for most families." "I'm eager to begin," Abigail assured them, though the thought of 26 students of wildly varying ages and backgrounds sent a flutter of anxiety through her stomach. Her own education at Miss Pembroke's Seminary for Young Ladies had hardly prepared her for such a challenge. They paused before a modest storefront with millinery and dressmaking painted in faded letters across the window. A bell tinkled cheerfully as Martha pushed open the door, releasing the scent of fabric, starch, and lavender sachets into the afternoon air. "Hattie, your boarder has arrived," Martha called. A slender woman with silver-streaked brown hair emerged from behind a curtain, pins tucked between her lips and measuring tape draped around her neck. Removing the pins with practiced efficiency, she broke into a wide smile. "Miss Montgomery, welcome, welcome. I'm Harriet Simmons, Hattie to everyone in these parts." She gestured to the narrow staircase at the rear of the shop. "Your room's all prepared. It's not what you're accustomed to, I expect, but..." "I'm sure it will be perfectly adequate, Miss Simmons," Abigail interrupted with genuine warmth. "Ran once again," Amy Hinyard. Any room with a proper bed will seem luxurious. A commotion outside drew their attention. Male voices raised in sharp commands, followed by the nervous whinnying of horses. Through the shop window, Abigail glimpsed several riders pulling to a stop, their mounts kicking up clouds of dust. "Ah, that'll be the Hayes outfit," Mayor Wilson observed, moving to the window. They'd come to town for supplies once a month or so. Abigail joined him at the window, curious about these newcomers. 5 riders had dismounted before the general store across the street, their movements speaking of long comfort in the saddle. 4 were clearly ranch hands, dressed in practical work clothes and carrying themselves with the loose-limbed ease of men who spent their days on horseback. But it was the 5th man who caught and held her attention. Taller than the others by several inches, he stood with an unmistakable air of authority, giving quiet instructions that sent the others hurrying to various tasks. His broad shoulders strained against a faded blue shirt, and even from a distance, Abigail could discern the weathered planes of his face beneath the shadow of his hat brim. Unlike his men, who moved with casual friendliness among the townspeople, he maintained a certain aloofness, his posture suggesting a man accustomed to standing apart. "That's Colton Hayes," Martha explained, noting Abigail's interest. "Owns the largest cattle spread in the county. Started with nothing 10 years ago, they say, and now runs 3,000 head. A fair man in business, though not one for social niceties. His sister and her husband settled the ranch originally," Mayor Wilson added, when they both passed. "Influenza took them 3 winters back. He came to raise their children and took over the operation. Built it to twice its size since then." "The children," Abigail began. "Emma and Michael," Martha nodded. 10 and 8 now. Sweet children, though running a bit wild these days. They'll be among your students when weather permits their attendance." As they watched, a young boy of perhaps 12 dashed from the mercantile's doorway, colliding headlong with Colton Hayes in his haste. The impact sent the boy stumbling backward, a small package flying from his hands to land in the dust. Even from across the street, Abigail could see Hayes's expression harden. He said something to the boy, who hung his head briefly before squaring his shoulders and offering what appeared to be a defiant response. Hayes's reply was too low to hear, but the set of his jaw suggested little patience. "Should someone intervene?" Abigail asked, concerned. "Billy Matthews can hold his own," Mayor Wilson assured her. "High-spirited lad, but no harm in him. Hayes isn't one to mistreat a child, just expects proper respect." As if sensing their observation, Colton Hayes glanced toward the millinery shop window. For a brief, disconcerting moment, his gaze seemed to lock with Abigail's across the distance. She found herself unable to look away from eyes that, even at this distance, conveyed a startling intensity. Then he turned deliberately away, gesturing for his men to complete their business. "Perhaps we should see to Miss Montgomery's room now," Martha suggested, gently steering Abigail toward the stairs. "The men will bring your trunk up shortly." Hattie led them up the narrow staircase to a small but scrupulously clean room beneath the eaves. A narrow iron bedstead stood against one wall, covered with a colorful patchwork quilt. A washstand with basin and pitcher occupied one corner, while a small writing desk and chair sat beneath the room's single window, which overlooked the main street. "The necessary is out back," Hattie explained apologetically. "But I've put a chamber pot in the cupboard for nighttime. We take our meals together downstairs, though you're welcome to arrange your own if you prefer privacy." "This will suit me perfectly," Captain Abigail assured her, touched by the obvious efforts to make the room welcoming. A small vase of wildflowers graced the writing desk, and the linens smelled of sunshine and lavender. "The schoolhouse is just 2 streets over," Mayor Wilson said. "We thought perhaps you might like tomorrow to settle in and begin classes the following day. Martha can show you the building in the morning." "That would be ideal," Abigail agreed, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of her situation. 24 hours from now, she would be responsible for the education of 26 frontier children, with nothing but her Eastern schooling and determination to guide her. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs heralded the arrival of her trunk. Mayor Wilson directed its placement at the foot of the bed, then cleared his throat awkwardly. "We'll leave you to refresh yourself, Miss Montgomery. Martha will call for you at 6 for supper if that suits." "That's very kind, thank you," Abigail replied, summoning a smile despite her fatigue. When they had gone, she sank onto the edge of the bed, the reality of her situation washing over her in a wave that threatened to become tears. 6 days ago, she had stood on her mother's doorstep in Boston, surrounded by everything familiar. Now, she sat in a tiny room above a millinery shop in a town that barely deserved the name, 1,000 miles from home. The distant sounds of Timber Creek filtered through her open window. Men's voices, the whinny of horses, a woman calling a child to supper. So different from the genteel hum of Beacon Hill, yet curiously comforting in its evidence of life continuing regardless of her inner turmoil. With determination, Abigail rose and moved to her trunk. The lock turned with a familiar click, and she lifted the lid to reveal her carefully packed possessions, the few remnants of her former life deemed practical enough for frontier living. Beneath a layer of tissue paper lay her Bible, its leather cover worn smooth by generations of Montgomery hands. She traced the gold-embossed letters on its cover, remembering her father reading from it each evening, his deep voice giving weight and meaning to ancient words. Opening it, she found the familiar inscription on the flyleaf. "To my daughter Abigail, may God's wisdom guide your path. With deepest love, Father." Christmas 1870. Beneath the Bible lay her teaching materials, McGuffey readers salvaged from her father's library, a primer, slate pencils, and a geography text published before Wyoming was even a territory. Not much with which to build the education of 26 children, but it would have to suffice until proper materials could be ordered. Abigail moved to the window, gazing down at the unfamiliar street below. The Hayes men were mounting their horses, preparing to depart. Colton Hayes swung into the saddle with fluid grace, gathering his reins as he issued final instructions to his men. As the group turned to leave, his gaze lifted once more to the millinery shop window. This time, Abigail was certain he saw her. For a suspended moment, their eyes met across the distance. An Eastern lady and a Western rancher, as different as the worlds they inhabited. Then his expression hardened, almost imperceptibly, and with a touch of his hat brim that might have been mockery or mere acknowledgement, he wheeled his horse and led his men out of town at a steady lope, leaving only dust in their wake. Abigail remained at the window long after they had disappeared, watching the lengthening shadows creep across Timber Creek's main street as the sun sank toward distant mountains. Tomorrow would be new challenges, new faces, the beginning of her life as a frontier teacher. She smoothed her travel-worn skirts, straightened her shoulders, and turned to unpack the tools of her new trade. Whatever Timber Creek held for her, whatever that unsettling Mr. Hayes might think of another Eastern greenhorn, Abigail Montgomery was determined to prove herself equal to the challenge. The schoolhouse stood at the edge of town, a plain clapboard building distinguished from a barn only by its modest bell tower and the uneven row of desks visible through its windows. Abigail paused on the threshold, clutching her books and the small handbell Martha Wilson had presented her with that morning. Beyond the door, the murmur of childish voices, some high and excited, others deeper, with the first changes of adolescence, rose and fell like waves against a shore. "Lord, grant me wisdom and patience," she whispered, drawing a deep breath before squaring her shoulders and pushing open the door. The cacophony ceased abruptly as 26 pairs of eyes turned to assess the stranger in their midst. Abigail forced her nervousness into the background, offering a confident smile as she moved to the teacher's desk at the front of the room. "Good morning," she said, pleased that her voice emerged steady and clear. "I am Miss Montgomery, your new teacher." For a long moment silence reigned. The children stared unabashedly, taking in every detail of her appearance, from her neatly pinned hair to her high-necked shirtwaist and modest skirt. Abigail returned their scrutiny with equal interest, noting the range of ages and apparent backgrounds. The town children were easily identifiable by their relatively clean clothing and combed hair, though even they lacked the polished appearance of Boston school children. The ranch children presented a wilder aspect. Sun-browned faces, clothes that spoke more of practicality than fashion, and a certain wariness in their expressions that suggested unfamiliarity with town ways. In the back row sat a girl of perhaps 10 and a boy who appeared slightly younger, their resemblance marking them as siblings despite their different coloring. The girl's auburn hair was caught back in a practical braid, while the boy's darker locks curled untamed around a face that managed to appear both angelic and mischievous simultaneously. Something in their proud bearing and self-containment triggered a memory of Mayor Wilson's words. Hazy's sister's children, Emma and Michael. Before we begin, Abigail continued into the stretching silence, I should like to know each of you. We'll start at the front row and work our way back. Please stand and tell me your name and age. The process revealed exactly what Martha had warned her to expect, a bewildering range of ages, backgrounds, and educational experiences. 5-year-old Sally Andrews had never held a slate pencil. 16-year-old Thomas Green could cipher complex sums but had never read a work of literature. 12-year-old Mary Wilson, the mayor's granddaughter, recited poetry with confidence but couldn't locate Europe on a map. When it came to the Hayes children, Emma rose with natural grace, her green eyes meeting Abigail's directly. Emma Hayes, 10 years old, miss. Her diction was surprisingly refined for a child raised on a remote ranch. I've read through the fourth McGuffey reader and can recite the presidents through Lincoln. Before Abigail could respond, Michael jumped to his feet beside his sister. Michael Hayes, 8 next month. I can read better than Billy Matthews, even though he's 10, and I can calculate the price of 50 head of cattle at $20 each in my head. Keith, Abigail with a challenging stare. Uncle Colton says most book learning is useless compared to practical knowledge. A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the classroom. Abigail met the boy's gaze steadily, recognizing the bravado that often masked uncertainty. Your uncle is entitled to his opinion, Michael. However, in this classroom, we will pursue knowledge in all its forms, practical and theoretical. Please be seated. The morning proceeded with assessment recitations and simple exercises designed to gauge each child's abilities. By noon, Abigail's head throbbed with the effort of managing so many different levels simultaneously, but she maintained her composed exterior as she dismissed them for the midday meal. We will reconvene in 1 hour, she announced, raising her voice over the immediate scramble for freedom. Those who wish may return to their homes for dinner, others may eat their packed meals in the schoolyard. Remember that you represent Timber Creek School, even during your leisure time. As the children scattered, Abigail sank onto her chair, massaging her temples. The morning had revealed challenges beyond what she'd anticipated. Not merely the varied educational backgrounds that she had expected, but the distinctly Western attitude that regarded book learning with suspicion, as if too much education might render a child unfit for practical frontier life. Billy Matthews had openly questioned why he needed to read poetry when he was destined to work his father's smithy. Thomas Green had respectfully but firmly informed her that he would be absent during spring roundup regardless of school requirements. And though Emma Hayes had shown both ability and interest, her brother's resistance was evident in every reluctant answer. A gentle knock at the open door interrupted her reflections. Martha Wilson stood on the threshold, a covered basket over her arm. I thought you might appreciate some dinner, Miss Montgomery, she said, entering and placing the basket on the desk. First days are always taxing, and Hattie mentioned you were too nervous for breakfast. That's most thoughtful, Mrs. Wilson. Martha, Abigail corrected herself, lifting the cloth to discover fresh bread, sliced ham, and a jar of preserved peaches. I confess, I hadn't considered my own needs in the preparations. Martha settled onto one of the student benches, smoothing her apron. How did the morning proceed? I see the building remained standing and no children fled screaming into the hills, which I count as success? Despite her fatigue, Abigail laughed. The structure survived intact, yes. As for the children's education, I've discovered a rather diverse range of knowledge and attitudes. That's to be expected, Martha nodded. Some of these children have never had formal schooling. Others have had 3 different teachers in as many years, each with their own methods. It's not merely the educational gaps, Abigail admitted, accepting a cup of cool well water. There's a certain resistance to learning that has no immediate practical application, particularly among the boys. Martha's eyes crinkled with understanding. You've encountered our Western pragmatism, Miss Montgomery. Life is hard here, and survival demands practical skills first. Poetry and history seem luxuries when a boy knows he'll be expected to run a ranch or work a trade as soon as he's able. But surely education broadens opportunities rather than limiting them, Abigail pressed. A boy who can read well and cipher might manage a business instead of merely working in one. A girl who understands geography and history might what? Martha interrupted gently. Find herself better qualified to raise children in a sod house 50 miles from the nearest neighbor? Don't misunderstand me. I value education deeply. But you must understand that for many of these families, sending a child to school represents a significant sacrifice of needed labor. They want to see practical returns. Abigail considered this perspective, so different from Boston's reverence for classical education. Then perhaps I must demonstrate that all knowledge has practical application, she mused. Even poetry can teach precision of language, useful in business agreements. Now you're thinking like a frontier teacher, Martha approved, rising to depart. Remember, it took years to build this town from wilderness. You cannot transform its attitudes in a single morning. When the children returned for the afternoon session, Abigail altered her approach slightly. Rather than separating subjects into discrete categories, as her own teachers had done, she integrated practical applications into each lesson. Arithmetic problems featured cattle tallies and supply calculations. Reading exercises included passages about Western exploration and settlement. By the final hour, even Michael Hayes was grudgingly engaged in a geography lesson that incorporated the cattle trails to Kansas railheads. As she dismissed the class for the day, a sense of cautious accomplishment warmed Abigail's chest. 26 children had arrived as strangers. 26 departed with at least a foundational assessment complete and a plan for tomorrow's instruction. Not triumph, perhaps, but a beginning. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the street as Abigail walked back toward the millinery shop, her arms laden with books and slates to be reviewed before morning. The day's exertions had left her both physically exhausted and mentally invigorated in a way her Boston life never had. Here, every small victory was earned through her own resourcefulness rather than bestowed by privilege of position. As she passed the town's modest bank, raised voices drew her attention. 2 men stood on the boardwalk before the building, their postures radiating tension even from a distance. With a start, Abigail recognized the broader figure as Colton Hayes. His antagonist was a slender man in Eastern business attire, his tailored suit and polished boots marking him as distinctly out of place as Abigail herself had felt upon arrival. The terms were clear from the beginning, Hayes, the well-dressed man was saying, his voice carrying in the still afternoon air. I've already extended the deadline twice as a personal favor. A favor that earned you 12% interest, Holloway, Hayes responded, his deep voice controlled but threaded with steel. The herd's coming in strong this spring. After the drive might be too late, the man called Holloway interrupted. The railroad surveyors are due next month. If you'll just consider my offer for the north section. That land's not for sale at any price, Hayes cut him off flatly. It's Emma and Michael's inheritance, and I won't have it parceled off to the highest bidder. Holloway's laugh held little humor. Admirable sentiment, but sentiment doesn't pay banknotes. Think about it, Colton. For the children's sake, he tipped his hat and descended the bank steps, passing within a few feet of Abigail. Up close, she could see he was perhaps 40, his handsome features arranged in an expression of calculated affability that didn't reach his eyes. He nodded politely as he passed, his gaze assessing her with swift efficiency before moving on. Abigail continued walking, keeping her eyes forward despite her awareness of Colton Hayes still standing before the bank. She had nearly drawn even with him when his voice stopped her. Miss Montgomery, isn't it? Surprised, she turned to find him regarding her with the same inscrutable expression she'd glimpsed from her window. Up close, he was even more imposing. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a face that might have been handsome if not for the hardness around his mouth and the wariness in his gray eyes. Yes, Mr. Hayes, she acknowledged with a slight nod. Good afternoon. I understand you've taken my niece and nephew under your instruction. It wasn't quite a question, yet demanded response. Yes, Emma and Michael attended school today. They're both bright children with considerable potential. Something flickered in his expression. Pride, perhaps, or skepticism? Emma's always had a head for books. Gets it from her mother. He shifted his weight, hat in hand, seemingly uncomfortable with casual conversation. Michael's more practical-minded. Like his uncle? Abigail suggested before she could reconsider the familiarity. His eyes narrowed slightly. Education has its place, Miss Montgomery. But out here, a man's judged by what he can do, not what he's read. I would suggest that reading enhances doing, Mr. Hayes. Abigail met his gaze steadily, despite the disparity in their heights. Some tools see more use than others on the frontier, he countered, settling his hat back on his head. Good day, Miss Montgomery. I trust you'll find Timber Creek educational. The faint emphasis on the final word might have been mockery, but before Abigail could respond, he strode away toward the livery stable, his long legs covering the distance with efficiency rather than haste. Don't mind Mr. Hayes, a friendly voice interjected. Is gruff as a bear with a sore paw, but solid as the mountains when trouble comes. Abigail turned to find a plump, gray-haired woman watching her from the doorway of the general store. Her apron was dusted with flour, and her round face creased with laugh lines that spoke of a generally cheerful disposition. Mrs. Whitaker, the woman introduced herself, extending a work-roughened hand. Please, I ran the mercantile with my son. You must be our new schoolmistress. The children have been talking of nothing else all week. Abigail Montgomery, she replied, shifting her books to accept the handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you. Come in, Mrs. Whitaker urged, gesturing toward the store's interior. You look done in, and I've just made fresh coffee. Besides, you'll be needing supplies for your schoolroom, I expect. The general store's dim interior offered welcome respite from the afternoon sun. Rows of shelves displayed an eclectic array of goods, everything from nails to fabric, sugar to saddle soap. The scent of coffee mingled with leather, tobacco, and the sharp tang of pickle barrels near the counter. Sit yourself down, Mrs. Whitaker insisted, indicating a chair near the pot-bellied stove. Teaching's thirsty work, especially with 20-odd youngsters testing your mettle. Abigail gratefully accepted the proffered seat and the steaming cup placed in her hands. The children were actually quite manageable. It's the educational disparities that present the greater challenge. Mrs. Whitaker nodded sagely, lowering herself onto a nearby crate. That's frontier schooling for you. Some of them had proper teaching back east before their families came west. Others have never seen the inside of a schoolhouse. The Matthews boy can barely write his name, but he can calculate the cost of horseshoes faster than my Albert can write the figures down. I noticed you speaking with Mr. Hayes, she continued, her tone carefully casual. He's not one for socializing, generally. It was hardly a social exchange, Abigail demurred. He merely inquired about his niece and nephew's schooling. Those children are his whole world, Mrs. Whitaker observed. Their mother, his sister, was the gentlest soul God ever created. Married James Parker and came west when this was barely more than an Indian trading post. Built that ranch from nothing but hard work and hope, she sighed deeply. When influenza took both her and James 3 winters back, Colton came out from Denver where he'd been working cattle. Didn't hesitate a moment, just stepped into raising those children and running a ranch he'd never set foot on before. Abigail sipped her coffee, absorbing this glimpse into the taciturn rancher's history. That speaks to considerable character. He's a good man at heart, Mrs. Whitaker agreed. Just carries a heavy load of responsibility and doesn't suffer fools or time wasters. She leaned forward conspiratorially. Between us, I think he's lonely, though he'd die before admitting it. Keeps to himself except for business in town. Never attends socials or church gatherings, though he sees the children have proper instruction in Scripture. And the man he was arguing with? Abigail inquired, her curiosity overcoming propriety. Mr. Holloway, I believe he called him. Mrs. Whitaker's expression sobered. Victor Holloway. Fancies himself the coming man in these parts. Has money from family back east and isn't shy about letting folks know it. Owns the bank now and 6 businesses between here and Cheyenne. She lowered her voice further. Word is, he's buying land along the expected railroad route, hoping to sell at a profit when they start building in earnest. She straightened, brushing flour from her apron. Let's listen to me gossiping when you're tired from your day. Let me show you the school supplies we carry. The town council's authorized a modest budget for essential materials. As Mrs. Whitaker led her through the store, pointing out slates, primers, and chalk, Abigail found her thoughts returning to the curious tension she'd witnessed between Colton Hayes and Victor Holloway, and to the children caught between their uncle's stern protectiveness and whatever designs the banker had on their inheritance. Boston society had taught her to navigate complex social waters, to discern currents of alliance and animosity beneath polite surfaces. Perhaps those skills would prove as practical in Timber Creek as they had on Beacon Hill, if in entirely different circumstances. By the time she departed the mercantile, arms laden with promised school supplies to be delivered tomorrow, the afternoon was fading toward evening. The street had quieted, most townspeople having returned home for supper. In the distance, the mountains stood purple against the sunset sky, their ancient permanence a stark contrast to the raw newness of the settlement in their shadow. Abigail paused on the boardwalk, suddenly struck by the vastness surrounding this tiny outpost of civilization. In Boston, humanity had long since tamed the landscape. Here, nature merely tolerated the human presence, capable of reclaiming the town should its inhabitants falter in their determination. The thought should have frightened her. Instead, she found it strangely exhilarating. This sense of helping build something that must be actively defended rather than merely maintained. The children in her classroom, with their varied backgrounds and abilities, represented Timber Creek's future. What she taught them, how she shaped their understanding, would influence not merely individual lives, but the character of the community they would inherit. As she continued toward the millinery shop and her waiting supper, Abigail squared her shoulders with fresh resolve. Whatever challenges awaited, whether resistant students, suspicious parents, or enigmatic ranchers with guarded eyes, she would meet them with Montgomery determination. Timber Creek might test her mettle, but it would not find her wanting. Chapter 2. When Fire Changes Fate. 2 Sundays had passed since Abigail's arrival in Timber Creek, each marking the steady rhythm of her growing familiarity with frontier life. The church bell pealed across the morning stillness, its bronze voice summoning the faithful from homesteads and town dwellings alike. Abigail smoothed the skirts of her best remaining dress, a deep blue poplin with modest white collar that she'd carefully pressed the evening before, and checked her reflection in the small mirror above her washstand. The Wyoming sun had already kissed her complexion with a faint golden hue, softening the pallor that had marked her as an Easterner upon arrival. "Ms. Montgomery, are you ready?" Hattie Simmons called from the foot of the stairs. "Reverend Porter is particular about punctuality, especially from newcomers." "Coming, Miss Simmons," Abigail replied, securing her grandmother's cameo at her throat before donning her straw bonnet. The simple church attire was a far cry from the elaborate Sunday ensembles she'd worn on Beacon Hill, yet she found herself oddly unbothered by the transformation. 2 weeks of Wyoming dust and practical concerns had shifted her priorities faster than she would have thought possible. Timber Creek's church stood at the eastern edge of town, a white-painted structure with a modest steeple that caught the morning light. Wagons and buckboards already lined the adjacent clearing, while saddled horses dozed at the hitching posts. Families streamed toward the open doors, their Sunday finery distinct from weekday attire, though still humble by Eastern standards. "Miss Montgomery?" Sally Andrews, one of Abigail's youngest pupils, broke free from her parents to skip ahead, her copper ringlets bouncing. "Did you bring your Bible? Papa says you read better than anyone, even Reverend Porter." "Sally," Mrs. Andrews scolded, catching up to her daughter with an apologetic smile, "you mustn't speak so about the Reverend." "It's quite all right," Abigail assured her, taking Sally's outstretched hand. "And yes, I did bring my Bible, though I'm certain Reverend Porter's readings are far more inspiring than mine could ever be." The church interior welcomed them with the scent of beeswax candles and freshly swept floorboards. Unlike Boston's grand churches with their ornate stained glass and velvet cushions, this house of worship offered only simplicity and sincerity, qualities Abigail had come to appreciate in Timber Creek's residence. Martha Wilson waved from midway down the center aisle, patting the empty space beside her. "We saved you a seat, Miss Montgomery. Can't have our school teacher standing at the back like a stranger." Abigail made her way to the offered place, nodding greetings to parents of her pupils. 2 weeks had transformed her from unknown outsider to a recognized member of the community, her position as teacher granting her immediate standing despite her youth and Eastern background. As she settled beside Martha, a flash of auburn caught her eye. Emma Hayes sat 3 rows ahead, her hair neatly braided and tied with a ribbon that matched her calico dress. Beside her, Michael fidgeted in an ill-fitting jacket, his collar clearly uncomfortable against his sun-browned neck. A gray-haired woman Abigail recognized as the Hayes housekeeper sat at Michael's other side, occasionally placing a restraining hand on his knee when his squirming grew too pronounced. "Mrs. Perkins brings the children each Sunday," Martha whispered, following Abigail's gaze. "Has done since their parents passed, even before Colton Hayes came to raise them." "Mr. Hayes doesn't attend?" Abigail murmured as the first chords of the pump organ signaled the service's beginning. Martha shook her head. "Not since he came to these parts. Some say he blames the Almighty for taking his sister so young." Further conversation ceased as Reverend Porter took his place at the pulpit, a tall, lean man with the weathered features of one who had spent decades in the frontier sun. His voice carried the refined cadence of formal theological training, suggesting education far beyond what his rustic surroundings might indicate. The service proceeded with familiar elements, hymns sung with more enthusiasm than precision, scripture readings, prayers for rain to nourish spring plantings, and for protection against the coming season's inevitable wildfires. Here, prayers focused on immediate concerns of survival and community, rather than abstract theological points or social appearances. When the sermon concluded, Reverend Porter cleared his throat for the weekly announcements. "The Ladies' Aid Society will meet Tuesday at Mrs. Wilson's to prepare bandages for the new doctor expected next month. All willing hands are welcome." He shuffled his notes before continuing. "And I must again call for assistance with the children's Bible lessons. Mrs. Green has been taken ill and cannot continue her duties for some weeks. If any among you feels called to this service." "Miss Montgomery would be perfect," Sally Andrews piped up from several pews back, her clear voice carrying in the momentary silence. "She tells the best stories." A ripple of amused murmurs swept through the congregation. Abigail felt heat rising to her cheeks as all eyes turned toward her expectantly. Reverend Porter's expression brightened. "Indeed, Miss Montgomery, might you consider lending your talents to this endeavor? The children meet during the sermon portion each Sunday." Put on the spot, Abigail nevertheless found herself nodding. "I would be honored to assist, Reverend, though I must confess my experience is limited to classroom teaching rather than spiritual instruction." "A willing heart counts for more than experience," he assured her. "Perhaps you might remain after the benediction to discuss the particulars?" When the service concluded, the congregation lingered in the churchyard, exchanging news and extending dinner invitations as was their Sunday custom. Abigail found herself surrounded by parents, offering thanks for her work with their children and by the children themselves, excited that their teacher would now lead Bible lessons as well. "You've quite won them over," Reverend Porter observed when he joined her beneath the shade of a cottonwood tree. "Remarkable, considering the resistance most Eastern teachers face in frontier communities." "The children are eager to learn," Abigail replied, "once they understand how knowledge serves practical purposes. I'm still adapting my methods to their needs." The Reverend's eyes crinkled with approval. "Genius, the true key to survival out here. Many newcomers break because they cannot bend." He handed her a worn leather Bible. "Mrs. Green's teaching materials. The lessons are simple. Bible stories, a few memorized verses, and practical applications of Christian principles. I trust you'll make them your own." As they discussed the particulars, Abigail noticed Emma Hayes hovering nearby, clearly wishing to approach but hesitant to interrupt. When the Reverend excused himself, Abigail beckoned the girl forward. "Hello, Emma. You look lovely today. That ribbon suits you perfectly." Emma's cheeks colored with pleasure. "Thank you, Miss Montgomery. Mrs. Perkins helped me braid my hair. She says a lady should always look her best on the Lord's Day, no matter how far from civilization she might be." The girl's diction continued to surprise Abigail, a refinement that spoke of careful upbringing despite frontier circumstances. "Your mother taught you well," she observed gently. Something flickered in Emma's green eyes, grief still raw despite the passage of years. "She did. Mama loved pretty things. She brought her books and piano all the way from St. Louis when she married Papa. Uncle Colton keeps them safe for me at the ranch." Michael materialized at his sister's side, his jacket already discarded despite Mrs. Perkins' visible disapproval from several yards away. "Are you really going to teach Bible lessons, Miss Montgomery? Will you tell about David and Goliath? That's my favorite." "I suspect we'll cover many stories, including that one," Abigail assured him, touched by his enthusiasm after the resistance he'd shown in the schoolroom. "Perhaps you can help me, since you clearly know the stories well." The boy straightened with importance. "Uncle Colton reads the Bible to us every Sunday evening, even though he won't come to church. He knows all the stories, especially the ones about warriors and kings." "Your uncle reads to you from the Bible?" Abigail couldn't keep the surprise from her voice, the image at odds with the stern, pragmatic rancher she'd encountered. Emma nodded solemnly. "It was Mama's favorite book. Uncle Colton says a person doesn't need a church building to honor promises, and he promised Mama we'd be raised knowing Scripture." "Excellent. He'll knows lots of verses by heart," Michael added proudly. "Sometimes, when we're writing fence lines, he'll recite whole chapters, says it passes the time and exercises the mind." This glimpse of Colton Hayes' scripture-quoting, promise-keeping guardian contradicted Abigail's initial impression of the man who had dismissed her as just another Eastern greenhorn. Before she could inquire further, Mrs. Perkins approached, reminding the children that the ranch foreman was waiting with the wagon. "Will we see you tomorrow at school, Miss Montgomery?" Emma asked as Mrs. Perkins herded them toward the waiting conveyance. "Of course," Abigail replied. "We're starting geography this week. Maps of the territories and states. Perhaps you can help your classmates locate Wyoming." As the children departed, Martha Wilson appeared at Abigail's side, a knowing smile playing about her lips. "You've made quite an impression on the Hayes children. Not an easy feat, considering their uncle's influence." "They're bright and eager beneath their reserve," Abigail said, watching as the ranch wagon pulled away, though Michael seems to quote his uncle's skepticism about book learning. "Colton Hayes is a complex man," Martha observed. "Dismisses education publicly while ensuring his own charges receive the best available. Claims no use for religion while teaching the children scripture." She linked her arm through Abigail's as they walked toward town. "Men like that, they've seen hard things that make them build walls, but the walls never quite close completely." The remainder of Sunday passed pleasantly in a dinner at the Wilsons' comfortable home, followed by a quiet evening reviewing the Bible lessons for the coming week. As twilight softened Timber Creek's utilitarian structures to purple shadows, Abigail sat by her window, penning a letter to her mother by lamplight. "Dearest Mama, you would scarcely recognize your daughter after merely 2 weeks on the frontier. My hands have roughened from chalk dust and washboard alike, my complexion has darkened beneath the Wyoming sun, and I find myself considering the practical merits of calico over poplin in a way that would scandalize Miss Pembroke Seminary entirely. Yet these exterior changes reflect a deeper transformation I scarcely anticipated. The very challenges that might once have overwhelmed me now invigorate my days with purpose. My 26 pupils, so diverse in background and ability, have become the focus of my every waking thought. Timber Creek itself has welcomed me with a generosity of spirit that defies Eastern reserve. I've been invited to more suppers than I could possibly attend, received gifts of home-preserved fruits and fresh-baked bread, and today accepted responsibility for the children's Sunday Bible lessons as well. There are mysteries here as well, individuals whose complexities intrigue while puzzling me. In particular, a rancher named Colton Hayes, uncle and guardian to two of my brightest pupils, presents contradictions I cannot reconcile. Outwardly dismissive of education and religion, yet privately ensuring his charges receive both. A man of few words, most of them brusque, yet apparently given to reciting scripture during long days of ranch work. Abigail paused, surprised to find she'd devoted an entire paragraph to the enigmatic Mr. Hayes. With a small frown, she continued on safer topics, the development of her teaching methods, the spring wildflowers beginning to dot the prairie, the plans for a town social at month's end. As she signed with love and sealed the envelope, she realized with a start that she'd written nothing of homesickness or hardship, the expected themes of such correspondence. Instead, her letter brimmed with the quiet satisfaction of finding purpose in unexpected circumstances. 2 weeks had transformed Timber Creek from alien territory to something approaching home, a transformation as surprising as it was genuine. As she prepared for bed, the unfamiliar night sounds of the prairie no longer seemed threatening, but rather a natural accompaniment to her evening prayers. The acrid smell reached Abigail before the sounds did, sharp and chemical, jerking her from deep sleep with primal urgency. For a disoriented moment, she thought herself back in Boston, dreaming of her father's pipe tobacco. Then a distant shout cut through the night, followed by another, and the smell intensified, no longer merely unpleasant, but threatening. Smoke. Abigail sat bolt upright, her nightgown tangled around her legs. Ember light flickered against her window glass, too bright and unsteady for dawn. Throwing aside her quilt, she rushed to the window, her bare feet cold against the wooden floorboards. What she saw stole her breath more effectively than any smoke. Flames leapt from the roof of a building down the street, painting the night sky in lurid oranges and reds. Even as she watched, the fire spread with terrifying speed, catching at the dry wooden shingles of the adjacent structure. "The schoolhouse," she whispered, recognizing the modest bell tower now silhouetted against the inferno, and beside it, with only a narrow alley between, Hattie's millinery shop. Her home. The realization galvanized her. Abigail grabbed her robe, thrust her feet into her boots without bothering with stockings, and snatched up her grandmother's cameo from the bedside table. As she fumbled with the brooch, her gaze fell upon her father's Bible and the leather satchel containing her class records, attendance sheets, assessment notes, the letter from her mother that had arrived just yesterday. Shouts from below drove her to action. Stuffing the cameo into her pocket, she seized the Bible and satchel, then flung open her door. Smoke already curled up the stairwell, though the flames seemed concentrated at the far end of the building, closest to the schoolhouse. "Miss Simmons?" she called, coughing as the acrid air invaded her lungs. "Hattie! Here, child!" The milliner appeared at the bottom of the stairs, her silver-streaked hair in a braid down her back, a shawl clutched around her nightdress. "Come quickly. The whole block could go if the wind shifts." Abigail descended the stairs as swiftly as she dared, one hand gripping the railing, the other pressing her robe across her mouth and nose. Outside, the night air felt blessedly cool after the smothering interior, though smoke still swirled around them. The street had transformed into a scene of controlled chaos. Men raced back and forth, forming a bucket brigade from the town well to the burning buildings. Women bundled children and valuables to safety, while older boys drove nervous horses from nearby stables and hitching posts. Mayor Wilson stood in the center of it all, shouting directions with the authoritative boom that had served him through decades of frontier emergencies. "Get another line to the millinery shop. The wind's shifting," he commanded. "Someone, wake Doc Stevens. We'll need his kitchen for the injured." Hattie clutched Abigail's arm, her fingers digging in with surprising strength. "My shop," she whispered, watching as flames began to lick at the shared wall between the schoolhouse and her establishment. "Everything I have. Miss Montgomery?" Martha Wilson hurried toward them, her face streaked with soot. "Thank heavens you're safe." When we realized how quickly it was spreading, she broke off, noticing Abigail's burden for the first time. "Child, you brought books? In a fire?" Before Abigail could respond, a tremendous crash echoed from the schoolhouse as a section of roof collapsed inward, sending a geyser of sparks spiraling into the night sky. The sight pierced her with unexpected grief. 2 weeks of careful work, of relationships built and trust established, threatened by elemental destruction. "The school records," she said, half to herself. "The primers and readers. We have no replacements." A sudden clarity seized her. The records in her satchel covered only attendance and basic assessments. The detailed progress notes for each child, carefully stored in the teacher's desk. Those were irreplaceable. Without them, she would be starting from nothing, unable to tailor instruction to each child's needs as she'd promised. The thought propelled her forward before caution could intervene. "I must get the student files," she called to Martha over her shoulder, already moving toward the schoolhouse. "They're in the desk drawer." "Abigail, no," Martha cried, but her voice was lost in the general tumult. The heat intensified as Abigail approached the burning building, singeing her exposed skin and drying her eyes until they stung. Men working the bucket brigade shot her incredulous glances, but were too occupied with their desperate work to stop her. The schoolhouse door stood partially open, either left that way by whoever had discovered the fire or forced open by would-be rescuers. Abigail hesitated on the threshold, rational fear warring with determination. Through the doorway, she could see the interior was not yet fully engulfed. The flames concentrated mainly in the rear of the single room and along the roof. Her desk stood just inside, perhaps 15 feet from where she stood. If she moved quickly... Drawing her robe across her face, she ducked inside. The heat struck like a physical blow, and the smoke clawed at her throat despite her makeshift protection. Keeping low, she moved toward the desk, eyes fixed on her goal despite the hellish scene surrounding her. Overhead, timbers groaned ominously as fire weakened their integrity. At the desk, Abigail yanked open the drawer with shaking hands, relief washing through her as she located the leather folder containing her student records. She seized it, adding it to the items already clutched against her chest, then turned back toward the door. In those few seconds, the situation had deteriorated dramatically. A wall of flames now separated her from the exit, fed by the fresh air flowing through the open door. The smoke had thickened to an almost solid presence, reducing visibility to mere feet. Abigail dropped to her knees, seeking clearer air near the floor, and began to crawl toward where she thought the door must be. The heat seared her lungs with each desperate breath. Her eyes streamed tears that evaporated almost instantly in the infernal temperature. Disoriented by smoke and terror, she felt her determination wavering as survival instincts screamed for retreat. But retreat to where? The flames surrounded her now, hungry tongues licking at the floorboards and walls on all sides. "Father in heaven, help me," she whispered, clutching her precious burden as she inched forward. If these were her final moments, at least they had come in service to the work she'd been called to do. A section of burning timber crashed to the floor mere feet away, showering her with sparks that burned tiny holes in her robe and nightgown. Abigail cried out, rolling to extinguish any flames that might have caught in the fabric, and in doing so, lost her tenuous sense of direction entirely. "Here," a deep voice commanded from somewhere beyond the smoke. "Follow my voice." Hope surged through her. Abigail crawled toward the sound, heedless now of anything but the promise of rescue. A darker shadow materialized in the gray haze, a man's silhouette backlit by flames. "Take my hand," the voice ordered. Abigail reached out, surprised when strong fingers closed not around her extended hand, but her upper arm, hauling her bodily toward the door with bruising force. Fresh air hit her smoke-raw throat like knife blades as she emerged into the night, half dragged by her rescuer. She stumbled, legs weak from terror and oxygen deprivation, but the iron grip on her arm did not release until they had reached a safe distance from the burning building. Only then did her rescuer spin her around to face him, his features thrown into harsh relief by the firelight. Colton Hayes' expression might have been carved from granite, all hard angles and unyielding planes, but his eyes blazed with an emotion that belied his rigid control. Soot streaked his tanned skin, and his shirt collar was singed where sparks had landed. He had clearly been part of the bucket brigade before his impromptu rescue mission. "Have you lost your mind?" he demanded, the words emerging with deadly quiet despite the chaos surrounding them. Running into a burning building for what? Papers? His gaze dropped to the items still clutched against her chest with white-knuckled intensity. Abigail drew herself up despite her smoke-induced trembling. "Student records," she managed, her voice a painful rasp. "Irreplaceable." "Irreplaceable?" Hayes repeated, disbelief hardening his features further. "Books and papers, Miss Montgomery. Replaceable with time and effort." His hands closed around her shoulders, not gently. A human life is what cannot be replaced. Something in his tone, raw beneath the anger, penetrated her adrenaline-fueled haze. This was not merely the outrage of a practical man faced with impractical behavior. This was deeper, more personal, as if her actions had awakened some private grief. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the inadequacy of the words burning worse than her smoke-seared throat. Hayes stared down at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. Then his hands fell away from her shoulders and he stepped back as if remembering himself. "Your concern for your students does you credit," he said finally, the words clipped but lacking their earlier heat. "But there are other ways to serve them than martyrdom, Miss Montgomery." Before she could respond, Martha Wilson appeared at her side, draping a blanket around her shoulders and exclaiming over her singed hair and reddened skin. Hayes backed away, his tall figure soon lost among the crowd of townspeople still battling the blaze. "What possessed you, child?" Martha scolded, leading Abigail toward a wagon where other women were tending the injured. "No school records are worth your life." "I wasn't thinking clearly," Abigail admitted, her gaze drawn back to the burning schoolhouse despite herself. "Everything I've worked for can be rebuilt," Martha interrupted firmly. "Buildings, books, even records. But we've only one Abigail Montgomery, and we mean to keep her." As Martha guided her to a seat on the wagon bed, Abigail caught sight of Colton Hayes once more. He had rejoined the bucket brigade, passing water with the same efficient strength he'd employed in her rescue. Unlike the other men, who called encouragement and even jests to one another despite the dire circumstances, he worked in focused silence, his expression closed against any emotion. Only once did he glance in her direction, his eyes meeting hers across the firelit chaos with an intensity that sent a different kind of heat flooding her system. In that brief connection, Abigail glimpsed something beyond the anger and pragmatism he'd displayed earlier, something that might have been respect or concern, or perhaps merely the reflection of flames that still consumed all they had built. Then he turned away, and she lost sight of him as Dr. Stevens arrived to examine her burned hands and smoke-irritated lungs. By the time dawn broke over Timber Creek, casting its pale light on the smoldering ruins of schoolhouse and millinery shop alike, Colton Hayes had departed with his ranch hands, leaving no message and no indication of when or if his niece and nephew might return to school. Abigail sat on a crate before the mercantile, a borrowed shawl around her shoulders, watching as the townspeople sifted through the debris for anything salvageable. Her rescued Bible lay in her lap, its leather cover smoke-stained but intact, while the precious student records rested beside her, small victories against the night's devastation. "You'll stay with us until other arrangements can be made," Martha Wilson declared, broking no argument as she pressed a cup of strong tea into Abigail's hands. "The council will meet this afternoon to discuss rebuilding." "Rebuilding?" Abigail echoed, her voice still raw from smoke. "How long might that take?" Martha's weathered face creased with sympathy. "Months, likely. Timber must be hauled from the sawmill 30 miles south. The town treasury is lean after the winter." The implications sank in slowly. Months without a school. Months without the salary she depended upon, and that her mother depended upon her sending east. Months without the purpose that had carried her through the challenges of frontier adaptation. As if reading her thoughts, Martha squeezed her shoulder. "We'll find a way, child. Timber Creek takes care of its own, and you're one of us now, whether you've been here 2 weeks or 2 decades. Abigail nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat that owed nothing to smoke inhalation. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating both destruction and the determined community already planning renewal, She found herself remembering Colton Hayes' words. There are other ways to serve them than martyrdom. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps the fire that had destroyed her school had also burned away some illusion that her path here would be straightforward or predictable. She opened her father's Bible, finding comfort in the familiar words marked by generations of Montgomery hands. Whatever came next, however long rebuilding might take, she would face it with the same courage that had carried her into the burning building. Morning revealed what darkness had partially concealed: the full extent of the devastation wrought by a few hours of unchecked flame. Abigail stood among the gathered townspeople, Martha Wilson's borrowed shawl pulled tight around her shoulders against the dawn chill, as they surveyed the blackened skeleton of the schoolhouse. Only the bell tower remained partially intact, its bronze occupant now lying cracked and silent amid the charred timbers below. Beside it, Hattie's millinery shop had fared marginally better, its stone foundation and partial walls suggesting that rebuilding might salvage something of the structure, unlike the school, which would require starting anew from bare ground. The acrid scent of wet ash hung in the air, mingling with the earthy smell of spring soil newly exposed by the clearing efforts already underway. Men with shovels and pickaxes moved through the debris, occasionally calling out when they discovered some small item that had survived the conflagration. "The good Lord was watching over us," Mayor Wilson declared, his usually booming voice subdued by fatigue and smoke exposure from the night's efforts. Had the wind been from the south instead of the east, we might have lost half the town. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembled residents. "What of rebuilding, Ezra?" called Jacob Matthews from the crowd. "The schoolhouse was just getting properly established. My Billy was finally showing interest in his letter." Mayor Wilson tugged at his beard, exchanging glances with the other town council members who stood nearby. "That's what we've gathered to discuss, friends. The situation is—" He hesitated, searching for a diplomatic phrase. "Somewhat challenging." "Speak plain, Ezra," urged Hattie Simmons, who, despite losing her business and home, appeared remarkably composed in a borrowed dress that hung loose on her slender frame. "We're all grown folks here. How bad is it?" The mayor sighed, shoulders slumping beneath his soot-stained coat. The town treasury held funds for normal maintenance of the schoolhouse, but nothing approaching what full reconstruction will require. We'd need lumber hauled from Anderson's mill near Cheyenne, and his prices have risen with the railroad expansion. He gestured toward the charred remains. "Plus furnishings, books, supplies. It's a considerable sum." "How considerable?" pressed Daniel Green, whose position as the town's most prosperous merchant made him de facto treasurer of many community projects. "Based on last year's costs for the church addition," Mayor Wilson replied slowly, "I'd estimate no less than $800 for a modest structure similar to what we lost. Perhaps $1,000 for something more substantial." A low whistle escaped Jacob Matthews. "That's steep, Ezra, even with everyone contributing what they can." "And a time frame?" Mrs. Andrews inquired, her arm protectively around young Sally's shoulders. "How long before our children can resume their education?" The council members exchanged uncomfortable glances before Mayor Wilson answered. 3 months at minimum, assuming the funds can be raised promptly. The sawmill is backed up with railroad orders. Then construction itself—" He shook his head. "I'd not want to promise completion before autumn." The implications settled over the gathering like the ash that still occasionally drifted down from smoldering timbers. Months without a school meant months of educational progress lost for the children, particularly devastating after they had just begun to embrace learning under Abigail's guidance. As the discussion continued, suggestions for fundraising, debates about temporary locations, concerns about securing a teacher for the eventual reopening, Abigail stood silent, the full weight of her situation slowly sinking in. Not only was the schoolhouse gone, but her residence above the millinery shop as well. "Miss Montgomery," Martha Wilson murmured, appearing at her side with a steaming cup of coffee, "you look pale as a ghost. Come sit before you collapse." Abigail allowed herself to be guided to an overturned crate, accepting the coffee with hands that still bore the angry red marks of minor burns from the previous night's ordeal. "I confess I hadn't fully considered all the implications until this moment," she admitted softly. "I seem to find myself at loose ends." Martha's weathered face creased with concern. "You know you're welcome in our home for as long as needed. Ezra and I have the spare room since our Sarah married and moved to Denver." "You're very kind," Abigail murmured, "but I couldn't impose indefinitely, and without my teaching position—" She broke off, unwilling to voice the financial concerns that suddenly loomed so large. "God provides, child," Martha assured her, though her eyes held a practical worry that belied her confident words. "The right path will present itself. Ms. Montgomery's immediate situation isn't the only concern," Mayor Wilson was saying to the assembled townspeople. "We've a duty to ensure the children's education continues in some fashion during rebuilding. Perhaps rotating lessons in our homes?" "With respect, Mayor Wilson," Thomas Green's father interrupted, "most of us lack the learning to instruct beyond basic ciphering and Bible reading. That's why we hired a proper teacher in the first place." "And the older boys will be needed for planting and eventually roundup," added Jacob Matthews. "Half-day lessons might be all that's practical until the new schoolhouse is complete." As the debate continued, Mrs. Whitaker pushed through the crowd to reach Abigail, her round face flushed with purpose. "There you are, my dear. I've been thinking about your predicament. My Albert's old room above the store stands empty since he built his cabin last fall. It's yours if you want it. Not fancy, mind you, and the ceiling slopes something fierce on the west side, but it's dry and private." Hope flickered in Abigail's chest. "Miss Whitaker, that's extraordinarily generous." "Now, don't go thanking me too quick," the older woman cautioned, settling her substantial form beside Abigail on an adjacent crate that creaked ominously beneath her weight. "It's temporary at best. Come summer, my sister from Ohio visits with her 3 girls, and they'll need the space." She patted Abigail's hand. "But it would give you a few weeks to find your bearings, at least." "I'm grateful for even temporary sanctuary," Abigail assured her, though the matter of employment remains. She gazed toward the schoolhouse ruins, where several men were now measuring the foundation with knotted rope. Perhaps there are families who would welcome a governess or tutor for individual instruction until the school reopens. Mrs. Whitaker's expression suggested limited faith in this solution, but she nodded encouragingly. "You might inquire at the Hendersons. They've 5 children and notions of gentility from their days back east." The conversation halted as a new commotion drew their attention to the edge of the gathering. 5 riders approached from the North Road, the lead figure instantly recognizable despite the distance. Colton Hayes sat tall in the saddle, his broad-shouldered frame distinguished by the same commanding presence Abigail had noted at their previous encounters. Behind him rode 4 men, including one whose weathered features and gray-streaked beard marked him as considerably older than the others. The foreman, Abigail guessed, based on the deference the younger hands showed him. An odd hush fell over the townspeople as the riders dismounted and secured their horses to a nearby hitching post. Hayes's arrival in daylight carried a sense of deliberate purpose that sparked immediate curiosity. He rarely appeared in Timber Creek except for essential supplies or banking, and never lingered for social calls. Mayor Wilson stepped forward to greet him, hand extended. "Colton, didn't expect to see you back so soon after last night's efforts. We're obliged for your help with the bucket brigade." Hayes clasped the offered hand briefly, his expression giving away nothing as he surveyed the destruction. "Appears I'm not too late for the assessment." His voice carried easily across the gathering without seeming raised, the natural projection of a man accustomed to being heard across open rangeland. "The council meeting to discuss rebuilding, has it happened yet?" "We were just getting to that," Mayor Wilson replied, gesturing toward where the council members stood in loose formation near the schoolhouse foundation. "Though I'm afraid the news isn't promising. Treasuries lean after winter expenditures, and lumber costs have near doubled since the church addition last fall." Hayes nodded, unsurprised. "Anderson's sawmill has more orders than he can fill with the railroad expansion." He turned toward the gray-bearded man at his side. "Josiah, tell them what we found this morning." The foreman cleared his throat, clearly unused to addressing such a gathering. We were checking the Northridge property line at first light and came across a stand of lodgepole pines brought down in that windstorm last month. Good straight timber, most of it already seasoning on the ground. Mr. Hayes figures, there's enough for the school's frame and most of the walls if you have men willing to help with the cutting and hauling. A murmur rippled through the crowd, surprise mingled with cautious hope. For a rancher to offer timber from his own land represented a significant contribution, particularly one whose reputation suggested minimal interest in town affairs beyond what directly affected his business. Mayor Wilson's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. That's mighty generous, Colton. The lumber alone would have been our largest expense. Hayes shrugged, the gesture dismissive despite the magnitude of his offer. Makes practical sense. The settlement needs a school, and waiting on Anderson's mill means months of delay. His gaze swept the gathering, pausing briefly when it reached Abigail before moving on. I've teams that can haul the logs once they're cut and trimmed. Josiah here knows proper timber and can direct the work if you've men to spare. The mayor turned to the council members, who nodded their enthusiastic approval. We accept with deepest gratitude, Colton. This changes everything. With the lumber provided, we might manage the remaining costs through donations and perhaps a social or auction. The conversation turned to logistics: how many men would be needed, when hauling could begin, where the timber would be stored until ready for construction. Abigail remained seated on her crate, observing Colton Hayes with renewed curiosity. There was nothing performative about his offer. If anything, he seemed uncomfortable with the attention it drew. Yet the contribution represented substantial value, both in the timber itself and the use of his team's and men's expertise. Mrs. Whitaker leaned closer, her voice pitched low beneath the general discussion. There's a side to Colton Hayes folks don't often see, she observed. His sister, the children's mother, was a great believer in education, taught at the school herself for a time before she married, despite having means enough not to work. Some say he honors her memory through such gestures, though he'd never admit to sentiment being his motivation. Before Abigail could respond, Hayes broke away from the main group and began walking directly toward where she sat with Mrs. Whitaker. His expression remained unreadable, though something in his posture suggested purposeful intention rather than casual conversation. Mayor Wilson followed a few steps behind, exchanging glances with Mrs. Whitaker that contained some meaning Abigail couldn't decipher. She rose as they approached, unconsciously straightening her borrowed shawl and smoothing her rumpled skirts, an instinctive reversion to Boston social training despite her disheveled state and the informal setting. Up close, Hayes looked as though he hadn't slept since the fire. Shadows underscored his gray eyes and a day's stubble darkened his jaw. Yet he moved with the same contained energy she'd noted before, like a man who measured and directed his strength rather than merely possessing it. Miss Montgomery, he greeted her with a slight inclination of his head. I trust Dr. Stevens found no lasting damage from your adventure last night. The hesitation before adventure suggested he'd substituted a more diplomatic word for his actual assessment of her action. Abigail lifted her chin, refusing to be cowed by the implied criticism. Only minor burns and some residual coughing, she replied evenly. Nothing that won't heal with time. Your timely intervention prevented worse outcomes. Something flickered in his eyes. Acknowledgement, perhaps? Or the memory of that charged moment when he'd pulled her from the flames. Good, he said simply. Then, with a glance toward Mayor Wilson that suggested they had discussed this matter previously, I understand you find yourself at loose ends with the school's destruction. The blunt assessment of her situation might have seemed unkind from another speaker, but from Hayes it was merely characteristic directness. That's an accurate summary, Abigail acknowledged. Though Mrs. Whitaker has kindly offered temporary lodging until more permanent arrangements can be made. Hayes nodded, a brief motion that conveyed neither approval nor its opposite. Mayor Wilson and I have been discussing an alternative solution that might serve multiple needs simultaneously. If you're amenable, I'd like to propose it. Mayor Wilson stepped forward, his manner suggesting he'd been delegated the role of primary spokesman, perhaps because Hayes's brusque communication style was deemed unsuitable for delicate negotiations. Miss Montgomery, what Colton means to say is that we've been considering how best to address both your situation and the continuing educational needs of our children during the rebuilding period. I'm listening, Abigail said, curious, despite the wariness that any proposition involving Colton Hayes naturally inspired. The man's intensity was unsettling even in casual interaction. The notion of a formal arrangement with him seemed fraught with unpredictable complications. Mayor Wilson tugged at his beard, a habit Abigail had observed emerged when he was choosing his words with particular care. You've met Colton's niece and nephew, Emma and Michael. Bright children, though in need of consistent guidance since their parents' passing. They've shown considerable aptitude in the classroom, Abigail agreed, wondering where this preamble was leading. Emma, particularly, has an advanced understanding of literature for her age. Catherine, my sister, read to them from infancy, Hayes interjected, the rare personal detail offered matter-of-factly rather than with sentimental emphasis. She believed education was the greatest advantage she could give them, living so far from established settlements. Mayor Wilson nodded encouragingly. The thing is, Ms. Montgomery, with the school's destruction, all of Timber Creek's children face educational disruption. But for those on outlying ranches, the situation is especially concerning. The Hayes children traveled nearly an hour each way to attend your classes, with only scattered, partial instruction available in town during rebuilding. Their education would suffer disproportionately, contrition dawning, along with any other ranch children who managed regular attendance despite the distance. Precisely, the mayor confirmed. Which brings us to Colton's proposition. Hayes stepped forward, apparently deciding the moment for diplomatic intermediaries had passed. I'm prepared to offer you a position as governess and teacher to Emma and Michael at the ranch, he stated without preamble, room, board, and a salary equivalent to what the town council provided. The arrangement would continue until the schoolhouse is rebuilt, at which point you could resume your regular teaching duties if you wished. Abigail blinked, momentarily speechless at the unexpected offer. Of all possible solutions to her predicament, relocating to the isolated Hayes Ranch to instruct 2 children had never crossed her mind. That's most generous, she managed finally. Though, presumably, this would mean the other students would still lack formal instruction during rebuilding. Not necessarily, Mayor Wilson interjected. We've discussed that aspect as well. Colton has agreed that neighboring ranch children could join lessons at Hayes Ranch, provided their parents arrange transportation. And select town children whose parents can manage the distance, Hayes added. 5 or 6 additional pupils beyond Emma and Michael would be manageable, given the ranch's size and resources. Abigail's mind raced, considering implications both practical and personal. The offer would solve her immediate problems of lodging and employment while allowing her to continue teaching, albeit on a reduced scale. Yet the prospect of living at the Hayes Ranch under the daily scrutiny of its enigmatic owner raised concerns that had nothing to do with practical considerations. Would I have autonomy in planning lessons and managing the classroom? He inquired, buying time to process her tumultuous thoughts. I've established certain methods that seem effective with the children. Within reason, Hayes allowed, his expression suggesting he anticipated negotiation on this point. I expect adherence to certain standards of discipline and practical focus. Emma and Michael have specific educational needs related to eventually managing the ranch and its affairs. The qualification hardly surprised Abigail, given their previous exchanges regarding education's practical applications and living arrangements. I would require some private space for preparation and personal time. The ranch house has a guest wing, unused since my sister's passing, Hayes replied. You would have a bedroom, sitting room, and private entrance. Meals are taken communally in the main dining room, though arrangements could be made for occasional privacy if required. The detailed response suggested he had given considerable thought to the logistics, not a hastily conceived proposition, but one developed with careful attention to potential concerns. This thoroughness reminded Abigail that beneath Hayes's brusque exterior, lay a methodical mind, evidenced in how he had built his ranching operation from modest beginnings to its current prosperity. Still, the isolation gave her pause. Timber Creek, small as it was, had provided community and connection during her transition to frontier life. The Hayes Ranch lay miles from town, surrounded by thousands of acres of rangeland with only occasional neighboring homesteads. The prospect of such seclusion, particularly under the authority of a man whose demeanor remained so impenetrable, triggered instinctive hesitation. "I appreciate the offer," she said carefully, "and recognize its practical merits for all concerned. However, such a significant change requires some reflection. Might I have a brief period to consider before giving my answer?" Something that might have been approval flickered across Hayes's face, perhaps respect for her unwillingness to make hasty decisions. "Of course, the matter needn't be settled immediately." He glanced toward the sun's position, mentally calculating time as ranchers habitually did. "Business with the bank this afternoon, and will return to the ranch before dusk. Should you reach a decision by then, you can send word with Josiah, who will remain in town to discuss timber hauling with the council." With a brief nod that encompassed both Abigail and the mare, he turned and strode toward the bank building at the far end of the street, his long strides covering ground with the efficient purpose that seemed to characterize all his movements. Mayor Wilson watched him go, then turned to Abigail with an apologetic smile. "He's not one for excessive conversation, our Colton, but the offer is genuine and, frankly, solves several problems at once. The council would consider it a service to the community if you accepted, though, of course, we understand the arrangement presents certain challenges." "It's a generous proposal," Abigail acknowledged, "and practical in many respects. I simply need to consider all aspects before committing to such a significant change." "Naturally, my dear. Take whatever time you need. Well, until Colton's departure this afternoon, at any rate." With a sympathetic pat of her hand, he excused himself to rejoin the council members, who had moved to the mercantile porch to continue their planning session away from the smoky ruins. As the mayor departed, Mrs. Whitaker, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, rose from her crate with a soft grunt of effort. "Walk with me to the store, Miss Montgomery. I could use help inventorying what supplies we might contribute to the school rebuilding." Abigail recognized the pretext for what it was, an opportunity for private conversation, but appreciated the older woman's discretion. Together they walked slowly up the street, away from the gossiping clusters still gathered near the burned buildings. "You're thinking it's too isolated," Mrs. Whitaker observed once they were beyond earshot of others. "A young woman alone at a remote ranch with a man of Colton Hayes' intimidating reputation as her employer?" Abigail felt heat rise to her cheeks at having her private concerns so accurately named. "The practical arrangement seems sound," she admitted. "It's just that Colton Hayes is a forceful personality who makes few concessions to social niceties, and the thought of being under his authority day and night gives you pause," Mrs. Whitaker finished, her direct manner rivaling Hayes's own. "Perfectly understandable, my dear. Any sensible woman would hesitate." She paused at the mercantile's steps, turning to face Abigail fully. "But let me tell you something about Colton Hayes that might ease your mind. When his sister and her husband fell ill with influenza, he rode 60 miles through a blizzard to fetch the doctor from Cheyenne, arrived half frozen himself, then turned right around with the doctor behind him on a fresh horse. Too late to save them, as it turned out, but he tried beyond what most men would have attempted." The image struck Abigail forcefully, the taciturn rancher battling elemental fury on a desperate mission of mercy. It aligned with the man who had pulled her from the burning schoolhouse, yet contrasted sharply with his dismissive attitude toward book learning and social refinements. "When those children found themselves orphaned," Mrs. Whitaker continued, "Colton could have sent them to relatives back east. His sister's husband had family in St. Louis with means and position. Instead, he gave up his own established life in Denver to come run a ranch he knew nothing about because Catherine had asked him, should anything happen, to keep her children on the land she loved." She took Abigail's hand between her flour-dusted palms. "I'm not saying the man's a saint, Miss Montgomery. He's stubborn as a mule, speaks his mind too bluntly for most folks' comfort, and has forgotten more about holding grudges than most people ever learn. But his word is iron, his principles unshakable, and under that forbidding exterior beats a heart capable of deepest loyalty. You'd be safer under his roof than in any fine Boston home. That I promise you. Abigail absorbed this assessment, recognizing its essential truth despite her limited acquaintance with the man in question. Something in Hayes's manner, the controlled strength, the uncompromising directness, spoke of bedrock integrity, whatever his other shortcomings might be. "I appreciate your candor," she said finally. "The practical advantages of the arrangement are clear, but I wonder if Mr. Hayes and I might find ourselves at constant odds regarding educational philosophies. He's made no secret of his skepticism toward aspects of learning I consider essential." Mrs. Whitaker's eyes crinkled with sudden amusement. "Child, if I may speak plainly, that ranch has lacked a feminine counterbalance since Catherine's passing. The children adore their uncle, but they need more than his narrow practicality to develop fully. He knows this, though he'd never admit it outright." Her expression grew serious again. "When the Lord closes one door, he often opens another. Sometimes the new door leads to places we'd never have chosen for ourselves, yet prove to contain exactly what we need." The simple wisdom resonated with Abigail's own spiritual understanding. Her journey to Wyoming territory had itself been born of necessity rather than choice, yet had already brought unexpected fulfillment despite its challenges. Perhaps this new path, unanticipated as it was, might contain similar hidden purpose. "I'll give Mr. Hayes's offer serious consideration," she promised, "and I'll pray for guidance in the decision." "Can't do better than that," Mrs. Whitaker approved. "Now come help an old woman count blankets for the rebuilding crew. Nothing clears the mind like useful work." As they entered the mercantile, Abigail found her thoughts returning to the complex man who had extended this unexpected lifeline. Colton Hayes remained an enigma. The pragmatic rancher who quoted scripture on the trail, the education skeptic who valued his niece and nephew's learning enough to open his home to a teacher, the solitary figure who had ridden through a blizzard on a mission of mercy. One day to decide whether to place herself under the authority of such a man in an isolated setting far from the community she'd just begun to call home. One day to choose between safe familiarity and unknown possibility. Abigail traced the outline of her grandmother's cameo through the fabric of her borrowed dress. Montgomery women had faced difficult choices throughout generations, choosing courage over comfort when circumstances demanded. Perhaps this was merely her turn to do the same. "Mrs. Whitaker," she said suddenly, her decision crystallizing even as she spoke, "I believe I'll need paper and ink before Mr. Hayes completes his business at the bank. There are terms I wish to propose before accepting his offer." The older woman's smile held equal parts approval and maternal concern. "That's the spirit, child. Enter with your eyes open and your boundaries clear." She reached beneath the counter for writing materials. "Just remember, beneath all that granite exterior is a man who keeps his promises, even at personal cost. Whatever terms you agree upon, you can trust they'll be honored." As Abigail accepted the proffered paper, an unexpected sense of rightness settled over her. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with potential conflicts and challenges. Yet something deeper than logic whispered that this unexpected door might lead to exactly where she needed to go. Not merely for her own welfare, but for two children caught between grief and possibility. And perhaps even for their stern guardian, whose own needs might extend beyond what his pride would allow him to acknowledge. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across Timber Creek's main street as Abigail walked toward the eastern edge of town, her borrowed shawl fluttering in the spring breeze. She'd spent the morning drafting terms for her potential arrangement with Colton Hayes. Reasonable conditions regarding teaching methods, personal time, and the scope of her authority with the children. The document now rested in her reticule, neatly penned and ready for presentation should she decide to accept his offer. Yet certainty eluded her. With each step away from the bustle of rebuilding preparations, Abigail sought the clarity that solitude sometimes provided. Beyond the last weathered buildings, a gentle rise offered views of both the settlement behind and the vast prairie before her, stretching toward distant foothills that shimmered in the afternoon heat. She settled on a sun-warmed boulder, spreading her skirts carefully around her. From this vantage, Timber Creek appeared almost toy-like, a fragile collection of human endeavor dwarfed by the immensity of sky and grassland. 2 weeks ago, she had arrived a stranger, viewing these crude structures with trepidation. Now, improbably, she felt a sense of belonging, of purpose, discovered amid circumstances she would never have chosen for herself. And yet again, she faced unanticipated disruption. The charred remains of the schoolhouse were clearly visible even from this distance, a black scar on the town's modest face. Smoke still rose occasionally from the deepest parts of the debris, ghostly reminders of what had been lost. With a small sigh, Abigail withdrew paper, pen, and portable inkwell from her reticule. Her weekly letter to her mother could no longer contain the cheerful assurances and carefully edited accounts of frontier success she had previously crafted. The time for complete honesty had arrived, however painful the revelation might prove. "My dearest Mamma," she began, her pen scratching softly against the paper. "I write with news that will doubtless cause you concern, though I hasten to assure you that I myself am unharmed. Last night, fire claimed both the schoolhouse where I taught and the millinery shop where I lodged. Through God's mercy and the town's swift response, no lives were lost. But I find myself facing circumstances I could not have anticipated even yesterday. The town's resources for rebuilding are limited, and the process will require months rather than weeks. During this period, both my teaching position and my living quarters must necessarily be reorganized. I confess that my first impulse was dismay, even despair, at this sudden reversal of fortune. The salary I had promised to send for your care now seems uncertain, and the future I had begun to envision here has altered irrevocably." Abigail paused, watching a hawk circle lazily overhead, riding invisible currents with effortless grace. How to explain the proposition that now lay before her? How to convey the complexity of her feelings about relocating to the Hayes Ranch without causing her mother needless worry? Yet, even in adversity, Providence continues to guide my path in unexpected ways. I have received an offer of employment that would resolve both my immediate concerns, a position as governess to 2 children on a nearby cattle ranch with accommodations and salary comparable to my teaching post. The arrangement would continue until the schoolhouse is rebuilt, after which I might return to my original position if I so desire. The children in question, Emma and Michael Hayes, are among my brightest pupils, orphaned several years ago and now raised by their uncle Mr. Colton Hayes, who owns one of the largest ranches in the territory. He is a man of few words and stern demeanor, yet has shown integrity and practical kindness during our limited acquaintance, including rescuing me from the burning schoolhouse when I foolishly entered to salvage student records. She hesitated again, considering how to characterize Colton Hayes without prompting either undue concern or misunderstanding. Her mother would read between the lines with maternal acuity, discerning what remained unwritten as clearly as what appeared on the page. Mr. Hayes is respected in the community, though he maintains a certain distance from town affairs that some interpret as aloofness. His devotion to his niece and nephew is evident, as is his determination to provide them advantages despite frontier limitations. We have disagreed on educational philosophies. He values practical knowledge above what he terms book learning, yet he seeks proper instruction for the children nonetheless. The ranch lies some distance from town, which would mean considerable isolation compared to my current circumstances. Yet the arrangement would allow me to continue teaching not only the Hayes children, but several others from neighboring properties who otherwise would receive no formal education during the rebuilding period. There is purpose in this work, Mama, and perhaps meaning in the particular challenges it presents. Abigail set down her pen, flexing fingers cramped from writing. The essential facts were there, presented as honestly as possible without causing unnecessary distress. Yet the deeper truth remained unexpressed. Her confusion about this abrupt change in direction, her uncertainty about living under the authority of a man whose very presence unsettled her in ways both admirable and discomfiting. With a small sigh, she continued writing. I have not yet given Mr. Hayes my decision, though circumstances necessitate a prompt response. I find myself at a crossroads reminiscent of that long-ago moment when I first agreed to journey west, a choice born of necessity, yet carrying possibilities I cannot fully foresee. I seek wisdom beyond my own, trusting that the same providence that has guided me thus far will illuminate the path ahead. Please do not concern yourself unduly about my welfare. The people of Timber Creek have shown remarkable kindness during this crisis, offering temporary lodging and assistance until permanent arrangements can be made. Whatever my decision regarding the Hayes position, I am not abandoned or without resources. I shall write again when my situation is resolved, with a proper address for your reply. Until then, know that you remain in my daily prayers, as I trust I remain in yours. With deepest love and devotion, your Abigail. She blotted the ink carefully and folded the letter, slipping it back into her reticule to be posted before day's end. The writing had clarified some aspects of her situation, yet the fundamental decision remained unmade. Rising from her bolder seat, Abigail turned back toward town, her steps drawing her inevitably toward the burned schoolhouse. Activity there had diminished as afternoon progressed, most townspeople returning to regular duties after the morning's assessment. A few men still worked among the debris, salvaging nails and hardware that might be reused in reconstruction. Abigail approached the blackened foundation, careful to avoid obstructing the workers' efforts. Heat still radiated from the deepest parts of the ruin, a reminder of fire's lingering presence even after flames subsided. The acrid smell of wet ash mingled with the earthy scent of newly exposed soil, creating an oddly primordial atmosphere. Destruction and renewal intertwined. Near what had been the schoolhouse steps, she noticed a small object half buried in ashes. Kneeling carefully to avoid soiling her borrowed dress, she brushed aside debris to reveal a slate pencil, its surface blackened but otherwise intact. Such a simple tool, just chalk and wood, yet it represented everything she had tried to build here. Knowledge transferred, minds awakened, futures expanded through learning's transformative power. Ms. Montgomery. Billy Matthews looked up from where he'd been digging through debris nearby, his young face streaked with soot. In his hands he clutched a charred primer, its pages fused together in a solid mass. I've been looking for anything that might be saved for the new school. Found this, but it's ruined. Abigail smiled gently at the boy who just days ago had questioned why poetry mattered to a future blacksmith. That's very thoughtful of you, Billy. New books can be ordered, but your effort to salvage what remains speaks to your character. The boy shuffled awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with praise. Pa says the ranch fellow, Mr. Hayes, offered you a job teaching out at his place. That true? Emmett has made an offer, yes, Abigail acknowledged, surprised by how quickly news traveled in the small community. I haven't yet decided whether to accept. Billy frowned, scuffing his boot against the scorched earth. If you go, will you still teach us town kids? Ma says it's too far for daily trips, but maybe sometimes? The question carried weight beyond its simple phrasing. The first indication Abigail had received that her departure might represent a loss to the community rather than merely a practical solution to her own predicament. Mr. Hayes has agreed that children from town might join lessons at the ranch when transportation can be arranged, she explained. It wouldn't be daily instruction for most, but perhaps once or twice weekly for those able to make the journey. I could ride out, Billy offered with sudden enthusiasm. Got my own pony now. Pa says I'm old enough to manage the distance if weather's fair. Abigail felt a catch in her throat at the boy's eagerness. 2 weeks ago, he had been among her most resistant pupils, openly skeptical of book learning. Now he contemplated a significant journey to continue his education. Something had shifted in their brief acquaintance. Some spark had been kindled that even fire's destruction couldn't fully extinguish. You've quite a gift for mathematics, Billy, she said softly. It would be a shame to interrupt your progress. She glanced toward the charred timber that had once formed the schoolhouse bell tower. Whatever arrangements are made, I promise your education won't be forgotten. The boy nodded, apparently satisfied with this assurance, and returned to his salvage efforts with renewed purpose. Abigail watched him for a moment, her decision crystallizing not through logical deliberation, but through the simple recognition of continuing responsibility. These children in town and on outlying ranches needed what she could provide. The location and circumstances might change, but the essential purpose remained constant. "Thought I might find you here," came a familiar voice behind her. "Some of us are drawn to the scene of disaster, seeking meaning in ashes." Mrs. Whitaker approached, slightly winded from the uphill walk from her store. She carried a basket over one arm and a small package wrapped in cloth under the other. Despite her bulk, she moved with the practical efficiency that characterized frontier women, conserving energy without sacrificing purpose. Abigail gestured vaguely toward the ruins, unable to articulate precisely what had drawn her back to this place of destruction. "Remembering, I suppose, and considering possibilities." Mrs. Whitaker settled herself on a relatively clean section of foundation stone, arranging her skirts with practiced economy. "Crossroads moments," she observed sagely. "Life offers plenty, but some stand out as particularly significant." She patted the space beside her in invitation. "Care to share your deliberations with an old woman who's faced a few such moments herself?" Abigail accepted the offered seat, grateful for the older woman's unpretentious wisdom. "I've drafted terms for Mr. Hayes, should I accept his offer," she admitted. "Reasonable conditions regarding teaching methods and personal autonomy. Yet I find myself hesitating at the threshold of decision." "Because the ranch represents isolation from the community you've just begun to know," Mrs. Whitaker suggested. "And because Colton Hayes himself presents a challenge you're not certain you're equipped to manage." The accuracy of the assessment brought a rueful smile to Abigail's lips. "Am I so transparent?" "No more than I was at your age, facing similar uncertainties." Mrs. Whitaker unwrapped the cloth-covered package, revealing a leather-bound Bible, its cover worn smooth by years of handling. "Did I ever tell you how I came to be in Timber Creek?" Abigail shook her head, curious about the woman who had shown her such consistent kindness since her arrival. "I was 36, a spinster schoolteacher in Ohio with modest prospects and comfortable routines," Mrs. Whitaker began, her eyes taking on the distant focus of memory. "Then influenza swept through our town, took my parents within a week of each other, leaving me alone in the family home with nothing to keep me there but habit and fear of change." She traced the embossed lettering on the Bible's cover with work-roughened fingers. "The same month, my former student Henry Whitaker wrote from Wyoming territory, where he'd established a mercantile business in a settlement so new it barely had a name. His wife had died in childbirth, leaving him with an infant son and a business he could scarcely manage alone. He needed help, a housekeeper, a business partner, eventually a wife if compatibility developed." Abigail's eyes widened at the forthright account. "He proposed marriage by letter to his former teacher?" Mrs. Whitaker chuckled, the sound rich with remembered amusement. "Not precisely. He proposed a practical arrangement between two people in difficult circumstances, with marriage as a possibility rather than a certainty. Said he respected my intelligence and capability, remembered my lessons on adaptation and resilience." Her expression softened with memory. "Said if I was half as sensible about westward expansion as I'd been about algebra, I'd recognize the opportunity he was offering." "And you accepted?" Abigail prompted, when the older woman fell silent. "Not immediately." Mrs. Whitaker's eyes twinkled. "I wrote back with terms and conditions. Proper living arrangements until or unless marriage occurred, a partnership share in the business from the beginning, and freedom to establish a school once the settlement grew large enough to support one." She patted the Bible in her lap. "I prayed over that decision for weeks, seeking clarity beyond my own limited understanding. Then I found this passage." She opened the Bible to a page marked with a faded ribbon, handing it to Abigail with careful reverence. Isaiah 43, verse 19. Abigail read aloud, the familiar words taking on new resonance in present circumstances. "Behold, I will do a new thing, now it shall spring forth, shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. In the wilderness, Mrs. Whitaker echoed softly. That's what frightened me most. Not the physical journey west, but the unknown path my life would take if I accepted. I'd built such careful walls around my existence, protecting myself from disappointment and change. Henry's letter represented everything uncertain, everything beyond my control. She gazed toward the distant mountains, now gilded with late afternoon light, yet something in those words spoke directly to my situation. A new thing, not merely a different version of what I'd known before, but something truly transformative, something I couldn't fully envision from where I stood. Abigail's fingers traced the verses, feeling the slight indentation where a pencil had underlined the passage with particular emphasis. You came west. I came west, Mrs. Whitaker confirmed. Packed my parents' Bible, my teaching certificates, and precious little else. Arrived in this godforsaken place during the worst spring floods in territorial memory. Found Henry Whitaker to be stubborn, opinionated, and utterly without social graces. Her eyes crinkled with remembered affection. Also honest, devoted to his son, and possessed of a quiet faith that sustained him through hardships that would have broken lesser men. You married him? Abigail guessed, recognizing the tender quality that entered the older woman's voice when she mentioned her late husband. 6 months after my arrival, Mrs. Whitaker nodded. Not from desperation or practicality, but because, in working beside him daily, I discovered qualities worth building a life around. We had 22 years together before his heart gave out. Years filled with struggle and joy in equal measure. She gestured toward the town spread below them. Watched this settlement grow from a handful of structures to what you see today. Raised Albert to manhood. Established the first school in our living quarters behind the store until a proper building could be constructed. She reclaimed the Bible gently from Abigail's hands. I've marked other passages over the years, words that illuminated particularly difficult crossroads. Verses about faith tested by fire, about strength made perfect in weakness, about trusting beyond what human wisdom can discern. Her weathered fingers smoothed the well-worn cover. This Bible has been my companion through every uncertainty, every grief, every joy unexpected and undeserved. With a decisiveness that momentarily startled Abigail, Mrs. Whitaker extended the precious volume. I want you to have it. Mrs. Whitaker, I couldn't possibly. Abigail began, recognizing the significance of the offering. This is your family Bible, your history. And now it will become part of yours, the older woman interrupted firmly. My Albert has his father's Bible. This one has served its purpose in my journey. Perhaps now it's meant to guide yours. Her expression brooked no argument. I've sensed since your arrival that God has particular purpose for you here, Ms. Montgomery, not merely as a teacher of letters and numbers, but as a presence bringing grace to places that have forgotten its necessity. Abigail accepted the Bible with trembling hands, overwhelmed by both the gift itself and the weight of expectation it represented. I don't know that I'm equal to such a calling. None of us are, child. That's rather the point. Mrs. Whitaker's practical tone returned, leavening the moment's solemnity. We simply take the next indicated step, trusting that strength will be provided for whatever challenges it brings. She rose from her stone seat, adjusting her shawl against the cooling afternoon air. Now, have you made your decision regarding Mr. Hayes' offer, or do you require additional divine intervention? The blunt question, delivered with such characteristic directness, startled a laugh from Abigail despite her emotional state. I believe clarity has been granted, she admitted, rising to stand beside her mentor. Though I confess some trepidation remains. As it should, Mrs. Whitaker nodded approvingly. Only fools charge forward without counting costs, but courage isn't the absence of fear, Miss Montgomery, merely the determination to proceed despite it. She gestured toward the town below, where lamplight had begun to glow in windows as dusk approached. I believe you'll find Colton Hayes still at the bank, finalizing arrangements for timber hauling. His foreman mentioned they'd depart within the hour. Abigail clutched the Bible to her chest, drawing strength from its solid presence and all it represented. Not merely Scripture's wisdom, but the lived example of the woman who had treasured it through her own wilderness journey. "You've given me far more than a book," she said softly. "I'll strive to be worthy of your faith in me." Pish. Mrs. Whitaker dismissed the solemnity with a wave of her hand, though her eyes betrayed deeper emotion. "I've simply recognized quality when I see it, a skill developed through years of sorting merchandise. Now off with you before Colton Hayes departs without hearing your terms. That man respects decisiveness, almost as much as he values honesty." As they walked together toward town, Abigail felt a strange sense of providence settling over her decision. Not the elimination of all uncertainty, but rather a quiet conviction that this unexpected path contained purpose beyond her immediate understanding. The burned schoolhouse behind them represented not merely destruction, but possibility. The Hayes Ranch ahead offered not merely employment, but opportunity for growth she could scarcely envision from her present vantage. "Way in the wilderness," she murmured, the words taking root in her heart as they had in Mrs. Whitaker's decades earlier. Whatever challenges awaited at the ranch, whatever complexities her interaction with Colton Hayes might entail, she would face them with the same courage that had carried her west from Boston's familiar comforts. By the time they reached the bank building, where Hayes and his foreman stood discussing final arrangements with Mayor Wilson, Abigail's steps had acquired fresh purpose. The document in her reticule no longer represented hesitant conditions, but rather a clear-eyed assessment of necessary boundaries. The Bible in her hands no longer felt like an undeserved gift, but rather a tangible reminder of faith's sustaining power through life's inevitable transition. As Colton Hayes turned at their approach, his expression betraying momentary surprise before settling into its habitual inscrutability, Abigail lifted her chin and met his gaze directly. "Mr. Hayes," she began, her voice steady despite her racing heart, "I've considered your generous offer and am prepared to accept, with a few reasonable terms I've outlined for your consideration." Something flickered in his gray eyes. Approval, perhaps, or simple acknowledgement of her direct approach. He extended his hand for the document she withdrew from her reticule, scanning its contents with swift efficiency before returning his gaze to her face. "These terms are acceptable," he stated after a moment's consideration, the brevity of his response belied by the careful attention he'd clearly given her request. "Josiah will bring the wagon for you tomorrow at first light. Pack only what's necessary for immediate needs. Larger items can follow when convenient." Abigail nodded, recognizing that the decision, once made, admitted no gradual implementation. Like so many frontier changes, it would come swiftly and completely, requiring immediate adaptation rather than leisurely transition. "I'll be ready," she assured him, mentally cataloging the few possessions that had survived the fire. As Hayes mounted his horse a few minutes later, having concluded arrangements with the mayor regarding timber hauling, he paused to look down at Abigail once more. "Ms. Montgomery," he said, his deep voice pitched for her ears alone, "I recognize that this arrangement represents significant change for you. I give you my word that your position at the ranch will be respected, your authority with the children supported, and your personal boundaries honored." The unexpected reassurance, delivered without sentimentality, yet carrying undeniable sincerity, touched Abigail more deeply than effusive promises might have done. "Thank you, Mr. Hayes," she replied simply. "I look forward to continuing Emma and Michael's education in partnership with your guidance." He acknowledged her response with a brief nod, then wheeled his horse and rode from town without further ceremony, his foreman falling in behind him. Abigail watched their departure, the sinking sun casting their figures into stark silhouette against the golden western sky. "Well," Mrs. Whitaker said softly beside her, "you've chosen your path, Miss Montgomery. May it bring you to places beyond what either of us can presently imagine." Abigail clutched the older woman's Bible against her heart, feeling the weight of generations who had faced their own wilderness crossroads with similar mixtures of trepidation and determination. "Away in the wilderness," she repeated softly, "and rivers in the desert." Whatever awaited her at the Hayes Ranch, whatever challenges or opportunities this unexpected turn of events might bring, she would face them with the quiet conviction that providence guided her steps, even when the path itself remained hidden beyond the next rise. Chapter 3. Stepping into Wilderness. Dawn broke over Timber Creek in a wash of pale gold, painting the weathered buildings with gentle light that belied the momentous nature of the day for Abigail Montgomery. She stood in Mrs. Wilson's spare room, surveying the meager collection of possessions spread across the neatly made bed, all that remained of her Boston life and brief Timber Creek residence following the fire's devastation. Her fingers trailed over each item as she packed them into her solitary trunk: the smoke-stained Bible her father had given her, Mrs. Whitaker's treasured family Bible with its precious marginalia, 3 shirtwaists and 2 skirts borrowed from the women of Timber Creek, hastily altered to approximate her measurements, a nightgown and wrapper similarly donated, the leather folder containing student records rescued from the flames, and the small velvet pouch holding her grandmother's cameo, miraculously spared when she'd grabbed it instinctively before fleeing the burning millinery shop. So little to show for 22 years of life, yet each item carried meaning beyond its practical value, tokens of identity preserved when all else had been consumed by fire or left behind in Boston. Abigail folded each piece of clothing with methodical care, her movements deliberate despite the knowledge that Colton Hayes would arrive promptly at 7, expecting her ready for immediate departure. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Martha Wilson entered, carrying a small package wrapped in brown paper and string. "A few necessities for your journey," she explained, placing the bundle atop Abigail's nearly packed trunk. "Lavender soap, hairpins, a pot of salve for those burns on your hands. Small comforts, but important ones." "Mrs. Wilson, you've already been so generous," Abigail began, touched by the thoughtfulness. "Murda," the older woman corrected gently. "And nonsense. These are mere trifles compared to what you're undertaking for our community's children." She settled on the edge of the bed, watching as Abigail resumed her packing. "The Hayes Ranch is no Boston drawing room, my dear. Colton runs an efficient operation, but there's little softness to be found there since Catherine passed." "I don't require luxury," Abigail assured her, carefully wrapping her mother's last letter in a handkerchief before tucking it between layers of clothing. "Just the opportunity to continue teaching." Martha's weathered face creased with maternal concern. "It's not physical comforts that concern me. Colton Hayes is a good man at heart, honorable, fair-minded in his way, but he's not one for social niceties or gentle conversation. The isolation of ranch life has only heightened his natural reserve." She hesitated, clearly choosing her next words with care. "You'll need patience and fortitude, child, and perhaps a willingness to see beyond the gruff exterior he presents to the world." Before Abigail could respond, the clatter of wagon wheels on the street below announced an arrival. Martha rose and moved to the window, nodding once in confirmation. "He's early. That's Colton for you. Punctuality is next to godliness in his estimation." She turned back to Abigail with a bracing smile. "Come, let's have Ezra bring down your trunk. Half the town has gathered to see you off." Indeed, as Abigail descended the stairs a few minutes later, she was startled to discover what appeared to be most of Timber Creek's residents assembled before the Wilson home. Women clutched small packages, children shifted impatiently in their Sunday best, men stood with hats in hand, their expressions a mixture of respect and concern. In their midst waited a sturdy wagon, its bed partially filled with supplies, sacks of flour and sugar, crates marked as containing household goods, a barrel she presumed held nails or other building materials for the upcoming construction. Beside the wagon stood Colton Hayes, his tall figure as unyielding as ironwood against the morning sky. He wore the same practical attire she'd observed during their previous encounters: sturdy trousers, faded blue shirt, leather vest, and broad-brimmed hat that shadowed his features. Unlike the townspeople's Sunday attire, his clothing spoke of functionality rather than ceremony, as if this day represented merely another task in an endless progression of responsibilities rather than a significant transition. Yet something in his posture, a certain tension in his shoulders perhaps, or the careful way he stood slightly apart from the gathered residents, suggested awareness of the occasion's import, if not its emotional dimensions. He acknowledged her appearance with a brief nod, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts as Mayor Wilson stepped forward to lead an impromptu farewell ceremony. "Ms. Montgomery," the mayor began, his voice carrying the formal cadence he reserved for significant town functions, "we've gathered to express our gratitude for your willingness to undertake this arrangement. Your dedication to our children's education, even in these trying circumstances, speaks to your character and commitment." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembled townspeople. Abigail felt heat rise to her cheeks, uncomfortable with such public attention, yet moved by the genuine sentiment it represented. "While we count the days until our schoolhouse can be rebuilt," the mayor continued, "we rest easier knowing our children's minds remain in capable hands." He gestured to the gathered residents. "Some tokens of our appreciation, if you'll permit." One by one, Timber Creek citizens stepped forward, offering small gifts accompanied by words of encouragement or gratitude. Mrs. Andrews presented a jar of wild strawberry preserves, harvested last summer for when you crave something sweet. Mr. Green contributed a leather-bound journal and bottle of good ink to record your experiences until you return to us. Billy Matthews shuffled forward with obvious embarrassment to deliver a small wooden box his father had crafted, suitable for holding pencils and chalk. Most touching were the children, each approaching with solemn dignity to offer handmade cards or small treasures. A perfect pine cone, a smooth river stone, a carefully pressed wildflower, physical reminders of the bonds formed during their brief time together in the classroom. "We'll visit when Pa can spare the wagon," Sally Andrews promised, topper curls bouncing as she nodded emphatic assurance. "And we'll practice our letters every day until then." By the time the procession ended, Abigail's arms overflowed with tokens, too numerous to pack in her already full trunk. Mayor Wilson, anticipating this dilemma, produced a sturdy basket lined with clean straw. "For your treasures," he explained with a kindly smile. Colton's agreed to find space among his supplies. Throughout this ceremony, Hayes had remained by the wagon, his expression inscrutable as he observed the proceedings with the detached interest of one watching an unfamiliar ritual. Only when the final gift had been presented did he step forward, his voice pitched to carry just far enough to address the gathering without unnecessary volume. "The journey to the ranch takes 4 hours in good conditions," he stated, his tone matter-of-fact rather than impatient. "We should depart within the quarter hour to arrive before midday meal." His practical observation broke the emotional spell that had settled over the gathering. Men nodded agreement, women hastened to offer final embraces and whispered encouragements to Abigail. Children stepped back, suddenly shy again in Hayes's commanding presence. As Mayor Wilson directed the loading of her trunk and the basket of gifts, Mrs. Whitaker appeared at Abigail's side, her round face flushed with exertion from hurrying to join the farewell gathering. "Nearly missed you," she panted, pressing a small paper-wrapped package into Abigail's hands. Tea with a touch of chamomile helped settle the nerves on trying days. "And this?" She pressed a folded slip of paper alongside the tea. "A verse that came to mind this morning while praying for your journey. Read it when you need reminding of what lies beneath the surface." Before Abigail could thank her, Mrs. Whitaker drew her into a swift, fierce embrace. "Remember what I told you about Colton Hayes?" she murmured against Abigail's ear, too softly for others to hear. "The rough exterior protects what remains of his heart after too many losses. Patience and clear boundaries will serve you better than either timidity or confrontation." She released Abigail with a final pat of her substantial hands. "God placed you on this path for purposes we may not yet discern. Trust the journey, even when the destination remains unclear." "Miss Montgomery!" Colton Hayes's voice, neither raised nor particularly gentle, nonetheless commanded immediate attention. He stood beside the wagon, one hand extended to assist her boarding. "If you're ready." Abigail took a deep breath, summoning composure as she turned toward the conveyance that would carry her away from her first tenuous sense of belonging since leaving Boston. Hayes' expression remained unreadable, though something in his stance suggested discomfort with the emotional display surrounding her departure. "I'm ready, Mr. Hayes," she responded, with quiet dignity, accepting his assistance to mount the high wagon seat. His hand felt exactly as she'd anticipated, calloused from ranch work, strong without being crushing, impersonally courteous in its brief contact with her gloved fingers. He released her the moment she gained her seat, as if anxious to reestablish proper distance between them. As he rounded the wagon to take his place beside her, Abigail turned for a final look at the assembled townspeople, these frontier neighbors who had so quickly become her community. Martha Wilson brushed away a tear while maintaining a brave smile. Mayor Wilson raised his hand in formal farewell. Mrs. Whitaker nodded once, a gesture conveying both blessing and expectation. The children waved with enthusiastic vigor, some calling promises to visit at first opportunity. Hayes settled beside her, gathering the reins with practiced ease. "Hold tight," he advised, his only acknowledgement that her life was about to change irrevocably once again. With a light flick of leather against the horses' backs, he set the wagon in motion, wheels creaking against the packed earth of Timber Creek's main street. Abigail maintained her composure as they passed the charred remains of the schoolhouse, the general store where Mrs. Whitaker now stood in the doorway, the small church where she had volunteered for children's Bible lessons mere days ago. Only when they crested the rise at the edge of town did she permit herself one backward glance at the settlement now receding behind them. From this vantage, Timber Creek appeared much as it had on her arrival, a fragile collection of human endeavor perched on the immense prairie's edge. Yet, in the brief span of her residence, it had transformed from alien territory to something approaching home. Now she journeyed toward new uncertainty, guided by a man who remained as much enigma as employer. As the wagon turned northward onto the rutted trail that would lead them to the Hayes Ranch, Abigail squared her shoulders beneath her borrowed shawl. Whatever challenges awaited, she would face them with the same courage that had carried her from Boston to Wyoming territory. This was merely another threshold to cross in a journey that had already demanded more adaptation than she'd believed herself capable of managing. Beside her, Colton Hayes kept his gaze fixed on the trail ahead, his profile etched against the morning sky with the same unyielding lines as the distant mountains they now faced. Whatever thoughts occupied him remained as carefully guarded as everything else about the man who would, for the foreseeable future, be her employer, her host, and her primary connection to the wider world beyond his isolated ranch. The wagon creaked steadily northward, wooden wheels finding familiar ruts in the trail that stretched before them like a pale ribbon across the rolling grassland. An hour had passed since their departure from Timber Creek, an hour of silence broken only by the rhythmic jingle of harness, the occasional snort of the sturdy draft horses, and the constant background whisper of spring breeze through prairie grass. Beside Abigail, Colton Hayes maintained the same composed silence with which they had begun the journey, his hands steady on the reins, his attention seemingly focused on the trail and distant landmarks, visible only to one intimately familiar with this territory. The space between them on the wagon seat, perhaps 18 inches of sun-warmed wood, might have been 18 miles for all the connection it bridged. The initial discomfort of such prolonged silence had gradually given way to a strange fascination for Abigail. In Boston society, such extended quiet between traveling companions would have been considered unconscionably rude. Here on the open prairie, it seemed somehow appropriate, a human acknowledgement of the vast landscape's own wordless eloquence. Still, as the sun climbed higher, and the last familiar features of Timber Creek's surroundings fell behind them, she found herself longing for some conversational thread to anchor her in this sea of unfamiliar terrain. "The spring grass is quite remarkable," she observed at last, selecting a neutral topic unlikely to provoke either offense or particularly personal response. "I've never seen such vibrant shades of green." Hayes glanced briefly toward the sea of new growth surrounding them, nodding once in acknowledgement. "Good moisture this year. Makes for strong cattle and full hay barns come winter." His response, though brief, lacked the dismissive quality she had half expected. Encouraged, Abigail continued, "Mrs. Wilson mentioned that your ranch runs several thousand head of cattle. That represents quite an achievement in such a relatively short time." A corner of his mouth tightened, not quite a smile, but perhaps acknowledgement of the observation. 3,800 at last count. Should break 4,000 after spring calving. He adjusted his grip on the reins as the wagon navigated a section of trail rutted by winter runoff. Catherine and James, my sister and her husband, started with 40 head and determination. The rest came through work and fair weather. Abigail nodded, sensing that even this minimal information represented more personal disclosure than Hayes typically offered casual acquaintances. Your niece and nephew speak of their parents with great affection. They must have been remarkable people. Something shifted in Hayes's expression, a brief softening around his eyes, quickly suppressed. They were. Catherine had more book learning than was strictly practical out here, but she balanced it with common sense. James could read weather and cattle better than any man I've known. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Influenza takes the strong alongside the weak. No logic to it. The statement, delivered without self-pity yet carrying unmistakable grief beneath its factual surface, offered Abigail her first genuine glimpse beyond the man's carefully maintained reserve. She allowed a moment of respectful silence before responding. I lost my father to sudden illness as well, she offered quietly. There's a particular cruelty in having no opportunity for proper farewells. Hayes glanced toward her, genuine surprise briefly visible in his gray eyes, as if he hadn't expected such direct understanding of his experience. Your father's passing, that was brought you west? In a manner of speaking, Abigail acknowledged, weighing how much of her own circumstances to reveal. His death exposed financial difficulties that required adaptation on my family's part. My mother remains in Boston, in fragile health. My teaching position here represented opportunity to support us both. She hadn't intended the statement as a challenge, yet something in Hayes's posture suggested he recognized the unspoken concern beneath her words. That her arrangement at his ranch must provide the same financial support her school position had promised. The salary we agreed upon will be paid monthly, he stated, correctly interpreting her unstated worry. You'll have opportunity to post letters and funds to your mother whenever supply wagons travel between the ranch and town, usually twice monthly, weather permitting. Thank you, Abigail responded, genuinely grateful for both his understanding and practical solution. That would ease my greatest concern. They lapsed into silence once more, though it felt less strained than before, a conversational pause, rather than an unbridgeable divide. The wagon crested a gentle rise, revealing a vast expanse of grassland stretching toward distant hills. Here and there, dark shapes dotted the landscape, cattle grazing in scattered groups, occasionally visible through the rippling grass. Hayes land begins at that cottonwood stand, Colton remarked after several minutes, indicating a line of trees marking what appeared to be a creek bed, perhaps a mile distant. Property runs 18 miles north to the foothills, 12 miles east along Wolf Creek, and west to that ridgeline. He pointed toward a rocky outcropping just visible on the horizon. Abigail followed his gesture, trying to comprehend the scale of the operation he described. The ranch territories around Boston had been measured in acres, their boundaries marked by neat stone walls or hedgerows. Here, property lines followed natural features in a landscape so vast that conventional measurements seemed inadequate to capture its immensity. It's difficult to fathom, she admitted. The sheer scope of it. Something almost resembling amusement flickered in Hayes's expression. Eastern sensibilities, he observed, though the statement carried no particular criticism. Takes time to adjust to Western scale. Catherine said it took her full year before she stopped feeling that the sky might swallow her whole. A casual reference to his sister, offered without the tightness that had accompanied his earlier mention of her, suggested something Abigail hadn't previously considered, that Hayes might find it easier to share memories of his lost sibling with someone who hadn't known her in life. Perhaps her status as outsider created space for recollection unburdened by others' expectations or grief. Emma has her mother's facility with language, Abigail noted, offering an opening should he wish to pursue the connection. Her vocabulary and expression surpass many children years older. Hayes nodded, his gaze remaining on the trail ahead even as something in his posture softened slightly. Catherine read to both children from infancy. poetry, history, scripture, insisted they speak properly even before they could manage full sentences. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Used to scold me for using trail language around them. Said they'd absorb vocabulary like sponges at that age. And she wouldn't have them sounding like drovers before they could write their names. The image stirred Colton Hayes being taken to task by his educated sister for inappropriate language around her children. Brought a smile to Abigail's lips. She sounds like a formidable woman. She was, he agreed. The simple past tense carrying volumes of unspoken grief and acceptance. Gentle as morning light with the children, but iron beneath the surface when her mind was set. You'd have understood each other, I expect. The observation, offered without particular inflection, nonetheless represented the first personal assessment he directed toward Abigail herself, an acknowledgement of qualities he'd observed beyond her professional capacity as teacher. Before she could formulate a response, he straightened slightly in his seat, his attention drawn to something in the distance. There, he said quietly, reining the horses to a gentle stop beside a small rise overlooking a sheltered hollow below. Worth pausing for? Abigail followed his gaze to where a family of deer grazed in the protection of the shallow depression. A doe with twin fawns whose spotted coats still carried the markings of early youth. Unaware of human observation, they moved with delicate precision through new grass, the young ones occasionally executing small, experimental bounds that seemed prompted by sheer joy in the spring morning. Hayes made no move to continue their journey, content to observe the scene in silence. Abigail matched his stillness, recognizing the moment as something precious, not merely the natural tableau below, but the shared appreciation of it between two people who had, until this moment, found little common ground. They were born during the last snow, Hayes remarked softly, his voice pitched low to avoid startling the wildlife. Spotted them 3 weeks back while checking fence lines. Didn't think they'd survive the late frost, but that doe's a experienced mother. 3rd season I've seen her in this territory. The observation revealed something Abigail wouldn't have suspected. That beneath his practical exterior, Colton Hayes possessed not merely awareness of the natural world, but genuine connection to it. He watched these deer not as potential sustenance or threats to his grazing land, but as individuals whose lives he had observed over time with attentive interest. "They're beautiful," she whispered, unwilling to break the spell of the moment with louder speech. So delicate, yet perfectly adapted to this environment. Hayes nodded, something in his expression softening as he watched the fawns investigate a cluster of early wildflowers. For several minutes they sat in companionable silence, the shared appreciation of natural beauty creating connection where words had previously failed. When at last the deer moved on, disappearing into a stand of brush beyond the hollow, Hayes gathered the reins once more. Yet Abigail sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere between them, not dramatic transformation, but rather the first tentative bridge across the chasm of their differences. They had found, however briefly, common ground in appreciation of something beyond themselves. As the wagon resumed its journey northward, the terrain began to change subtly. Flat prairie gave way to increasingly varied topography. Gentle hills, occasional rock formations, more frequent stands of cottonwood and willow marking the courses of seasonal streams. In the distance, the foothills rose with greater definition, their lower slopes darkened by what appeared to be substantial pine forests. Wolf Creek, Hayes explained as they approached a watercourse wider and more substantial than those they had previously crossed. Northern boundary of the original homestead claim. Main ranch buildings are just beyond that rise. He nodded toward a hillside perhaps a mile distant. Good water year-round, timber for building, natural shelter for stock in winter. He handled the team with practiced ease as they navigated the creek crossing, the wagon dipping into the stream bed where smooth stones created a natural ford. Water splashed around the wheels, sunlight fracturing into diamond patterns across its surface. On the opposite bank, the trail climbed more steeply than before, cutting across the hillside in a series of switchbacks that spoke of careful engineering to accommodate heavily laden wagons. As they crested the final rise, Hayes drew the team to a halt, allowing Abigail her first unobstructed view of what would be her home for the coming months. Below them stretched a small valley, its contours cradling a collection of structures arranged with obvious attention to both practical function and natural protection from harsh weather. The main house stood at the complex's center, a substantial two-story dwelling built of squared logs and local stone, its proportions suggesting both permanence and prosperity without ostentation. A wide porch wrapped around three sides, providing shade and outdoor living space for summer months. Nearby stood a large barn, several smaller outbuildings, corrals, and what appeared to be bunkhouses for ranch hands. Beyond these central structures, fenced pastures extended toward sheltering hills, while garden plots and fruit trees occupied the valley's most protected corner. The entire arrangement spoke of careful planning and years of steady development. Not wealth displayed for its own sake, but rather the accumulated fruits of sustained effort and practical vision. This was no crude frontier outpost, but a genuine home, established with intention of lasting generations. Catherine designed the house, Hayes remarked, observing Abigail's study of the scene below. Had James modify his original plans twice before she was satisfied with the layout. Said if she was to live this far from civilization, she'd have a proper home with space for books and music, not just shelter from weather. The statement, offered without prompting, suggested a significant shift from his earlier reticence. Perhaps crossing onto his own territory had eased something in him. Or perhaps their shared moment observing the deer had established some tentative foundation for communication. "It's beautiful," Abigail said with genuine admiration. "I hadn't expected something so established this far from town." Hayes nodded, accepting the compliment without particular pride. 8 years of building, expanding as the ranch prospered, Catherine believed in creating permanence even on the frontier. He gathered the reins once more, preparing for the final descent into the valley. "The children have been watching for our arrival since breakfast. Best not keep them waiting longer." As the wagon began its careful progress down the hillside trail, Abigail found herself studying her companion's profile with new awareness. The journey had revealed subtle complexities in Colton Hayes that her previous encounters hadn't suggested. Grief carried with dignity rather than bitterness. Appreciation for natural beauty alongside practical assessment of resources. And most surprisingly, willingness to share memories of his sister when the context invited such recollection. He remained largely inscrutable, his thoughts and feelings guarded behind the reserve that seemed as natural to him as breathing. Yet in these brief glimpses beyond that carefully maintained facade, Abigail sensed depths that contradicted her initial impression of a man concerned solely with practical matters to the exclusion of more refined sensibilities. As they approached the ranch headquarters, movement near the main house confirmed Hayes's prediction. Two small figures raced onto the porch, their excitement visible even at this distance. Emma's auburn hair caught the midday sun like burnished copper, while Michael's darker coloring marked him as his father's son. Behind them emerged a gray-haired woman Abigail recognized as Mrs. Perkins, the housekeeper who had accompanied the children to church. Abigail straightened her borrowed shawl and smoothed her travel-rumpled skirts, suddenly anxious to make a favorable impression in this new setting. Beside her, Hayes's posture shifted subtly as well. A slight squaring of shoulders, a barely perceptible softening around his mouth as he observed the children's excitement. "Welcome to the Hayes Ranch, Miss Montgomery," he said, the words carrying a formality that suggested he was unaccustomed to entertaining guests, particularly female ones. "I expect the children will have 1,000 questions before you've had chance to catch your breath." For the first time since their departure from Timber Creek, a hint of genuine warmth entered his voice. Not directed toward Abigail herself, perhaps, but present nonetheless in the anticipation of reuniting with his charges. In that moment, she glimpsed what Mrs. Whitaker had tried to explain, that beneath Colton Hayes's forbidding exterior existed capacity for genuine care, however carefully he might guard its expression. As the wagon rolled into the ranch yard and the children rushed forward with welcoming shouts, Abigail took a deep breath, steadying herself for this new phase of her Wyoming journey. Whatever challenges awaited within the Hayes household, she would face them with the same adaptability that had carried her this far from Boston's familiar shore. Beside her, Colton Hayes set the brake and wrapped the reins with practiced efficiency, his movements economical, yet somehow gentled in proximity to the children, now dancing with impatience beside the wagon. Whatever complexity lay beneath his stern exterior, she had months ahead to discover its dimensions. Months in which they would, of necessity, forge some manner of working relationship for Emma and Michael's benefit. The wilderness journey had only just begun. The wagon rolled into the ranch yard with a final creak of wooden wheels against packed earth, the horses slowing to a stop before the imposing main house, as if guided by memory rather than Hayes's light touch on the reins. Up close, the dwelling revealed itself as even more substantial than it had appeared from the hillside. A harmonious blend of frontier practicality and unexpected refinement. The squared logs had been meticulously fitted, their golden brown surfaces weathered to a patina that spoke of quality materials designed to withstand decades of Wyoming's harsh elements. Stone chimneys anchored each end of the structure, promising warmth against winter storms, while the wraparound porch offered shelter from summer sun and spring rains alike. Carefully placed windows, larger and more numerous than typical frontier dwellings, suggested Catherine Hayes's insistence on natural light within. Curtains visible through the glass, actual fabric curtains, not the oilcloth or newspaper coverings common in more modest homesteads, hinted at feminine touches still maintained after the mistress's passing. Yet surrounding this impressive centerpiece, Abigail noted signs of slipping order that contrasted sharply with the house's inherent dignity. The kitchen garden, visible along one side, showed evidence of hasty spring planting without proper organization. Vegetable rows planted crookedly, with weeds already establishing themselves between young seedlings. Flower beds that had clearly once been tended with care now displayed a haphazard mixture of perennials struggling upward alongside encroaching grass. A shutter on an upstairs window hung at a precarious angle, apparently unnoticed or deemed unimportant by the ranch's current master. These small signs of neglect seemed especially jarring against the evident prosperity of the operations surrounding them. The barns and outbuildings stood solid and well-maintained. The corrals held quality stock. Coils of new fencing wire were stacked neatly beside a workshop. Everything related to the ranch's commercial operation appeared meticulously managed, while domestic details suffered visible neglect. Before Abigail could complete her assessment, the children who had been watching from the porch erupted into motion, racing toward the wagon with unchecked enthusiasm that suggested limited enforcement of decorous behavior since their mother's passing. "Uncle Colton, you've been gone forever," Michael called, reaching the wagon first despite his shorter legs. His dark hair curled wildly around a face smudged with what appeared to be a mixture of dirt and berry juice. "Did you bring peppermint sticks? You promised to ask at the mercantile." Emma followed more sedately, though her green eyes shone with similar excitement. Unlike her brother, she had made some attempt at presentable appearance. Her auburn hair neatly braided, her calico dress relatively clean despite a torn ruffle at the hem. "Welcome to the ranch, Miss Montgomery," she said with careful formality that echoed her mother's early teaching. "We've prepared the east bedroom for you, though. Mrs. Perkins said it needed a proper airing after being closed so long." Hayes descended from the wagon with fluid grace that belied his height, lifting Michael with one arm in a brief, rough embrace before setting him back on his feet. "Mind your manners, young man. Greeting Miss Montgomery comes before inquiring about sweets." Though his tone carried mild reproof, the corners of his mouth betrayed subtle softening as he regarded his nephew's unrepentant grin. "Sorry, Miss Montgomery," Michael offered without particular conviction before immediately returning to his primary concern. "Did you bring peppermint, though?" Abigail couldn't suppress her smile at the boy's transparent priorities. "As a matter of fact, I believe there might be some among the farewell gifts from Timber Creek. Once we've unloaded the wagon, perhaps we could look together." Satisfaction with this answer prompted Michael to offer belated assistance, extending his hand with unexpected gallantry as Hayes moved to help Abigail descend from the high wagon seat. She accepted the child's gesture, touched by the evidence that beneath his boisterous exterior lay vestiges of gentlemanly training. Hayes's hands at her waist provided necessary support as she navigated the awkward descent, their brief contact as impersonal as he could make it while still ensuring her safety. The moment her feet touched ground, he released her and stepped back, his expression once again assuming the neutral mask he seemed to prefer for adult interaction. "Josiah will see to your trunk," he stated, glancing toward the ranch foreman who approached from the direction of the barn. "Emma can show you to your quarters while I discuss supply matters with Mrs. Perkins." The foreman, who had accompanied Hayes to town following the fire, nodded a greeting as he reached the wagon. Up close, Josiah Walker's weathered face revealed the map of a life spent outdoors in harsh conditions. Deep creases fanning from eyes narrowed by decades of sun glare, skin burnished to leather by wind and weather. Despite his 60-odd years, he moved with the easy strength of a man accustomed to physical labor, his lean frame suggesting whipcord muscle rather than bulk. "Miss Montgomery," he acknowledged, removing his hat to reveal silver hair, still thick despite his age. "Hope the journey wasn't too taxing. Colton drives like the devil's on his heels, even with a lady aboard." "The pace was quite reasonable, Mr. Walker," Abigail assured him, appreciating both his courtesy and the momentary lightening of Hayes's expression at the gentle ribbing from his foreman. The brief exchange suggested a relationship extending beyond employer and employee to something approaching friendship, the first such connection she'd observed in Hayes's interactions with others. "Just Josiah, ma'am," the foreman corrected, replacing his hat with an easy motion. "We don't stand on ceremony much at the ranch, except the missus there." He nodded toward the gray-haired woman now descending the porch steps. "Mrs. Perkins insists on proper address, being civilized folk among us heathens." The housekeeper who approached appeared to be of similar vintage to Josiah, though her upright carriage and carefully maintained appearance suggested determination to maintain standards despite frontier challenges. Her gray hair was pinned in a tidy bun beneath a starched cap, her calico dress protected by a clean apron despite evidence of recent cooking in the flour dusting her sleeves. Yet beneath this proper exterior, Abigail noted signs of strain. Fatigue shadowing her eyes, tension in the set of her shoulders, and an almost palpable relief in her expression as she extended work-roughened hands in greeting. "Miss Montgomery, you're most welcome," Mrs. Perkins said, her voice carrying traces of southern gentility partially eroded by years in rougher surroundings. "The good Lord surely sent you to us in our hour of need. These children require a firm hand and proper instruction, which an old woman's failing energy can scarcely provide alongside household duties." Before Abigail could respond to this concerning assessment, Hayes interjected with uncharacteristic diplomacy. "Mrs. Perkins has managed admirably under difficult circumstances," he stated, his tone suggesting this observation was for the housekeeper's benefit rather than Abigail's. "The branch's expansions has placed increasing demands on everyone's time and attention." The older woman's expression softened at this rare acknowledgement of her efforts. "You're kind to say so, Mr. Hayes, but truth's truth. Since Mariah left to marry that freighter last fall, I've been struggling to maintain proper standards with only occasional help from Mrs. Johnson's girl." She turned back to Abigail with renewed energy. "But with a proper lady in residence again, particularly one with educational background, I've high hopes for restoring order to both household and children." This forthright assessment carried implications well beyond what Abigail had anticipated from her teaching arrangement. Before she could seek clarification, Emma stepped forward, claiming authority with the natural confidence of a girl raised to eventual mistress of household responsibilities. "I'll show Miss Montgomery to her room now," she announced, taking Abigail's hand with surprising warmth. "Uncle Colton said she's to have Mother's sitting room for teaching and the east bedroom in the guest wing." Mrs. Perkins nodded approval of this plan. "I've put fresh linens on the bed and laid a fire in case the room feels damp. Being closed too long," she fixed Michael with a meaningful stare as he attempted to investigate the wagon's contents unsupervised. "Young man, your arithmetic lessons await completion in the kitchen." Miss Montgomery will have quite enough to manage without beginning her duties with a backlog of unfinished work. The boy's expressive face reflected brief rebellion before resignation settled in its place. "Yes, ma'am," he sighed, casting a longing glance toward the basket containing Timber Creek's farewell gifts before trudging toward the house. "I'll bring your trunk directly, Miss Montgomery," Josiah offered, already moving to untie the ropes securing it. "The rest of the supplies can wait till after you're settled." As Emma led her toward the house, Abigail became aware of additional observers beyond their immediate group. Several ranch hands had paused in their work to watch her arrival from a respectful distance. Young men in dusty work clothes regarding her with the frank curiosity of those unaccustomed to new faces, particularly female ones. They nodded acknowledgement when they caught her glance, then returned to their tasks with the efficiency that characterized every aspect of the ranch's operation. The contrast between this well-ordered working environment and the domestic disarray became even more apparent as they climbed the porch steps and entered the main house. The entrance opened into a generous central hall with doors leading to various rooms and a substantial staircase rising to the second floor. Craftsmanship evident in the carved newel post and hardwood floor spoke of Colton Hayes' determination to create genuine civilization in frontier wilderness. A grandfather clock ticked sonorously against one wall, an astonishing luxury to transport overland, yet typical of the unexpected refinements Abigail had begun to notice throughout the property. Yet overlaying these quality fundamentals were unmistakable signs of a household struggling without proper direction. Boots had been discarded beside the door, rather than placed in what was clearly a designated boot rack. A boy's jacket hung haphazardly from the stair railing. A collection of spurs, leather scraps, and what appeared to be Michael's attempt at whittling cluttered a side table, obviously intended for more decorative purposes. Emma followed Abigail's gaze with an expression that mingled embarrassment and defensiveness. "Mrs. Perkins tries to keep things tidy," she offered quietly, "but Uncle Colton says functional matters more than appearances, and Michael follows his example rather than her instructions." The simple explanation revealed volumes about the household dynamics Abigail was entering, a motherless girl caught between feminine training and masculine practicality, a housekeeper whose authority had apparently diminished without the support of the original mistress, and a guardian focused on ranch operations to the exclusion of domestic refinements he clearly considered secondary. "I can understand both perspectives," Abigail replied diplomatically as Emma led her down a hallway extending from the central foyer. "Order serves function as well as appearance, but a working ranch naturally prioritizes efficiency." The girl's grateful glance suggested appreciation for this balanced assessment. "Mother always said a well-ordered home created space for both work and leisure to flourish properly," she confided. "Uncle Colton respected her views while she was alive. He just forgets sometimes now that she's gone." The poignant observation, delivered with the matter-of-fact acceptance children often bring to life's harshest realities, caught at Abigail's heart. Before she could formulate a response, they reached a door at the hallway's end, which Emma opened with a flourish suggesting pride in what lay beyond. "This is the guest wing," she explained as they entered a small sitting room furnished with unexpectedly fine pieces. "Mother designed it specially when the house was expanded 3 years ago. Said proper visitors shouldn't have to navigate children and ranch business just to find a moment's peace." The sitting room opened to a bedroom beyond, both spaces reflecting Colton Hayes' apparent determination to maintain civilized standards despite geographical isolation. The furnishings blended practical frontier pieces with several items of obvious Eastern manufacture. A walnut dresser with beveled mirror, a writing desk beside the bedroom window, a surprisingly comfortable-looking armchair upholstered in faded but good quality chintz. Watercolor landscapes in simple frames adorned walls otherwise unadorned, their subject matter suggesting the very Wyoming vistas visible through generous windows. "Mother painted those," Emma offered, noting Abigail's interest in the artwork. "She taught me a little before she died, but I haven't practiced much since. Uncle Colton says I have her eye for detail, though." as the girl continued her tour, pointing out the attached dressing room with its copper hip bath. "We bring hot water from the kitchen on bathing days, and the small fireplace where Mrs. Perkins had indeed laid a welcome fire." Abigail found herself repeatedly struck by the dichotomy between the thoughtful design of these spaces and their evident disuse in recent years. Fine furniture had been maintained but not cherished. Windows designed to capture magnificent views had accumulated grime that diminished their effect. Curtains hung slightly askew, as if adjusted by hands lacking feminine attention to detail. A light knock announced Josiah's arrival with her trunk, which he deposited near the bedroom door with a tip of his hat before discreetly withdrawing. Through the sitting room entrance, Abigail glimpsed Hayes in quiet conversation with Mrs. Perkins in the hallway beyond, his tall figure towering over the housekeeper's sturdy form, as they apparently discussed household matters requiring immediate attention. "The teaching room is through here," Emma continued, oblivious to Abigail's divided attention, as she opened a connecting door that led to a cheerful space clearly designed as a ladies' sitting room. Unlike the guest quarters, which showed signs of extended vacancy, this room retained subtle evidence of recent, if limited, use. A delicate escritoire stood beneath a window overlooking the distant mountains, its surface arranged with a blotter, inkwell, and neatly stacked correspondence materials. Nearby bookshelves held volumes ranging from practical household management to poetry and classical literature, their leather bindings showing the gentle wear of frequent handling rather than neglect. A small piano occupied one corner, its closed keyboard covers suggesting less recent use, while a comfortable settee and 2 reading chairs created a conversation area before a modest fireplace. "Mother taught us here before she died," Emma explained, her fingers trailing along the escritoire's edge with unconscious familiarity. "Uncle Colton said we could use her books and writing materials for our lessons, but the piano stays closed except on special occasions. He says the music makes him—" She hesitated, searching for the appropriate term. "Melancholy," I think he called it. A glimpse into Hayes's private grief, innocently revealed through his niece's candor, added another layer to Abigail's evolving understanding of the man who would be her employer for the coming months. Before she could explore this revelation further, Hayes himself appeared in the doorway, his expression resuming its customary reserve as he observed their exploration of his sister's domain. "I see Emma's showing you the arrangements," he stated, his tone neutral, though something in his posture suggested discomfort with their presence in this particular space. "This room can serve as your classroom, as we discussed. The children's bedrooms are upstairs, but all lessons can be conducted here." Emma glanced between the adults, intuitive enough to sense the subtle tension despite Hayes's controlled demeanor. "Shall I help Miss Montgomery unpack while you explain about meals and schedules, Uncle Colton?" she suggested with surprising tact for a 10-year-old. Hayes nodded brief approval of this proposal. "Go ahead, then find your brother. He's abandoned his arithmetic in favor of exploring the wagon contents with Josiah." As the girl departed with a final encouraging smile for Abigail, he turned his attention back to the immediate matters requiring discussion. "There are things we should clarify regarding your position here." As Emma's footsteps receded down the hallway, Hayes remained near the doorway, maintaining a careful distance that suggested physical boundaries were as important to him as the organizational ones he had come to establish. His posture conveyed the same controlled strength Abigail had observed throughout their acquaintance, not aggressive or deliberately intimidating, but rather containing potential energy like a coiled spring, ready for whatever challenges frontier life might unexpectedly present. "Your quarters are private," he began, without preamble, indicating the bedroom and sitting room with a brief gesture. "No one will enter without express invitation, except Mrs. Perkins for necessary cleaning and fire tending. The children know better than to intrude without permission." "Thank you," Abigail acknowledged, appreciating this immediate confirmation of personal boundaries. "I'll need some quiet hours for lesson preparation and correspondence." Hayes nodded once, accepting this as reasonable. "Regarding your duties," he continued, maintaining the direct, unembellished communication style that seemed natural to him, "primary responsibility is the children's education. Emma and Michael require 3 hours of formal instruction each morning, with additional guidance for independent study in the afternoons." He glanced toward the bookshelves. his expression momentarily softening before he continued. Catherine left detailed notes on their progress and aptitudes. Emma shows particular talent for literature and natural sciences. Michael excels in practical mathematics and geography. Both require continued instruction in proper penmanship, history, and basic Latin. The specificity of these educational requirements surprised Abigail, suggesting more detailed consideration than Hayes had previously indicated. "That's a comprehensive curriculum," she observed. "More extensive than most frontier children receive." Catherine believed education represented opportunity, he replied, the statement simple yet revealing genuine conviction beneath his matter-of-fact delivery. "The children will eventually manage significant ranch holdings and business interests. They require knowledge beyond basic literacy and ciphering." His gaze met hers directly, gray eyes assessing her reaction to these expectations. "You mentioned teaching methods in your conditions of employment. I have no objection to your professional approach, provided fundamental subjects receive proper attention." Catherine favored practical application over rote memorization. "I've found her judgment sound in most matters." Again, the reference to his sister carried unmistakable respect, suggesting Hayes valued her educational philosophy, despite his own apparently limited formal schooling. Before Abigail could respond, he continued with characteristic efficiency, addressing the next topic requiring clarification. "Regarding household matters," he said, shifting slightly to lean one shoulder against the door frame, the closest approximation to relaxed posture she had yet observed in him. "While teaching remains your primary duty, some oversight of domestic arrangements would be beneficial." The careful phrasing suggested this request extended beyond their formal agreement, prompting Abigail to maintain professional boundaries while acknowledging the household's evident need. "I'm willing to offer guidance where appropriate," she replied, choosing her words with equal care. "Though I wouldn't presume to override Mrs. Perkins's authority in areas where she has established procedures." Hayes's mouth quirked briefly at one corner. Not quite a smile, but acknowledgement of the diplomatic response. "Mrs. Perkins is an excellent cook and housekeeper, but she's stretched beyond reasonable capacity. The children's behavior has suffered without consistent feminine influence. Michael particularly requires firmer boundaries than she feels authorized to enforce." The tacit admission that his own guidance had proven insufficient in this area might have cost him considerable pride, Abigail realized, despite his matter-of-fact delivery. "I understand," she replied simply. "Children thrive with clear expectations consistently maintained." "Precisely." Hayes straightened from his casual pose, apparently satisfied that this potentially awkward topic had been addressed adequately. "Meals are taken communally in the dining room, breakfast at 6, dinner at noon, supper at 6 in the evening. Mrs. Perkins maintains a punctual kitchen. The manch operates on reliable schedules." "I appreciate knowing the household rhythms," Abigail said, mentally adjusting her expectations to accommodate earlier mealtimes than her Boston upbringing had accustomed her to. "Are there particular ranch activities or schedules I should be aware of that might affect teaching arrangements?" The question seemed to catch Hayes momentarily off guard, as if he hadn't expected her to consider how her responsibilities might integrate with the broader ranch operation. "Spring calving is underway," he replied after brief consideration. "Means early departures and late returns for the hands. Roundup begins in 3 weeks, which will take most men away from headquarters for several days. I ride out most mornings, but remain within reasonable distance should urgent matters arise." This practical information carried subtext Abigail interpreted clearly. She would be largely on her own with the children and household staff during working hours, with Hayes's authority present but not immediately accessible for minor concerns. The arrangement would require self-sufficiency and decisive judgment on her part, qualities her frontier experiences had begun to develop, but which would now face more consistent testing. "I should clarify one final matter," Hayes continued, his tone shifting subtly to indicate particular importance. "While I welcome your influence regarding the children's education and behavior, ultimate authority in all ranch matters remains mine alone. Decisions affecting property, personnel, or business operations aren't subject to consultation or debate." The statement, delivered without particular emphasis, yet carrying unmistakable weight, established clear limits to her role, regardless of whatever domestic authority she might exercise. Abigail recognized the declaration as essential to Hayes's understanding of proper order, not intended as criticism of her specifically, but rather as clarification of boundaries he considered fundamental. "I would expect nothing different, Mr. Hayes," she replied with equal directness. "Your ranch, your authority. However," she paused, knowing her next statement would establish her own non-negotiable boundaries. "In matters directly concerning the children's education and welfare, I must insist on professional respect for my judgment. I cannot fulfill my responsibilities effectively if my decisions in the schoolroom are routinely questioned or undermined." The assertion hung between them for a moment, neither combative nor apologetic, simply a clear delineation of the territory she required for successful execution of her duties. Hayes studied her with that penetrating gray gaze, his expression revealing nothing of his internal assessment. "Fair enough," he said finally, the simple acceptance carrying more weight for its brevity. "Your classroom, your authority, provided fundamental educational needs are met." The exchange had established the essential framework for their professional relationship: mutual recognition of separate domains requiring respect rather than interference. Not comfortable allies, perhaps, but rational adults capable of maintaining proper boundaries for the children's benefit. Hayes glanced toward the window, where late afternoon light had begun to soften toward evening. "You should have time to settle in before supper," he observed, already moving to depart. "Mrs. Perkins can provide hot water for washing if you require it. The children typically assist with table setting at 5:30. He hesitated briefly at the threshold, as if debating whether additional welcome or explanation might be expected. Finding no evident social script for this unusual circumstance, he defaulted to practical information. "Should you need anything before morning, Mrs. Perkins occupies rooms off the kitchen. I'll be in the study until late, reviewing cattle tallies from the South Range." With that rather abrupt conclusion, he departed, footsteps receding down the hallway with the same measured cadence that characterized all his movements. Neither hurried nor hesitant, simply purposeful. Abigail remained where she stood, absorbing the momentous shift her life had undergone in a single day's journey, from Timber Creek's familiar community to this remote ranch compound, from independent teacher to a role-blending education and domestic oversight, from casual acquaintance with Colton Hayes to daily navigation of his complex household dynamics. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall chimed the half-hour, its resonant tones carrying through the quiet house as a reminder that time continued its steady progression regardless of human transitions or uncertainties. With a small sigh that released tension she hadn't realized she'd been holding, Abigail turned her attention to the practical task of unpacking her meager possessions before the evening meal would require her presence among her new charges. The supper hour had passed more comfortably than Abigail had anticipated, thanks largely to the children's eager questions about Timber Creek and her journey to the ranch. Hayes had spoken little beyond necessary requests for dishes to be passed, though she had noted his attentive observation of her interactions with Emma and Michael. Mrs. Perkins had served excellent food with evident pride, clearly appreciating Abigail's genuine compliments on the venison roast and fresh-baked bread. Now, with evening shadows lengthening across the valley, Abigail stood at her bedroom window, watching distant pinpricks of lantern light marking the bunkhouse where ranch hands had retired after their day's labor. Her trunk stood open beside the bed, its contents distributed among drawers and wardrobe with careful organization that helped establish this unfamiliar space as temporarily her own. On the writing desk, she had arranged the few teaching materials salvaged from the schoolhouse fire, supplemented by Catherine Hayes's impressive collection from the adjoining sitting room. The combination would allow for more comprehensive instruction than she had initially expected, particularly given the quality of references available in subjects ranging from biology to classical history. The room itself had yielded subtle evidence of its creator's character as Abigail explored its features. Catherine Hayes had clearly valued both beauty and practicality, balancing aesthetic touches with frontier functionality in every detail. The walnut dresser featured hand-carved drawer pulls depicting local wildlife. An artistic flourish that nevertheless connected the fine furniture to its Western setting. The writing desk contained cleverly concealed compartments for storing correspondence materials, combining craftsmanship with efficient use of limited space. Even the room's placement within the house spoke to thoughtful design, close enough to the main living areas for convenient access, yet sufficiently removed to provide genuine privacy. As she continued her unpacking, Abigail had discovered a small daguerreotype in the writing desk's center drawer, a portrait of a woman whose features instantly identified her as Emma's mother. Colton Hayes had possessed the same auburn hair and direct gaze as her daughter, though her expression carried a gentle humor absent from her brother's severe countenance. Beside her stood a tall man with Michael's darker coloring, his arm placed protectively around his wife's shoulders while she held an infant that must have been Emma, as a newborn. The discovery had prompted both curiosity and discomfort. The portrait clearly predated the family's arrival in Wyoming, perhaps capturing their departure from more settled regions before establishing the ranch. Its presence in the guest room desk suggested either oversight during the removal of personal effects or, more likely, deliberate preservation of the previous mistress's presence throughout the home she had created. Abigail had carefully returned the image to its place, respecting both the privacy it represented and the significance it held for a household still shaped by its subject's influence. The small glimpse into the Hayes family's history added context to her understanding of the difficult dynamics she had entered. A brother honoring his sister's legacy while struggling to maintain her standards without her guiding presence. Children caught between memories of maternal nurturing and their uncle's more austere approach to guardianship. Movement in the yard below drew Abigail's attention back to the present moment. Colton Hayes had emerged from the house and now stood on the porch, his tall figure illuminated by lamplight spilling through open doors behind him. The children joined him moments later, Michael bounding with characteristic energy, while Emma moved with more measured grace beside her uncle. From her elevated vantage, Abigail observed an interaction markedly different from Hayes's controlled demeanor during supper. He crouched to Michael's level, listening with evident interest as the boy enthusiastically described or explained something, his small hands gesturing animatedly. When the child concluded his presentation, Hayes ruffled his dark hair with casual affection before turning similar attention to Emma's more reserved communication. The simple tableau revealed dimensions of Hayes's character carefully concealed in adult company. Genuine tenderness toward his charges, attentive interest in their childish concerns, and physical demonstrations of affection he never displayed in other contexts. This private interaction, unwittingly revealed to Abigail's observation, confirmed Miss Whitaker's assessment that beneath his forbidding exterior lay capacity for genuine warmth, however selectively expressed. As the small family group moved toward the far side of the yard, presumably for some evening ritual or chore involving the children before bedtime, Abigail turned from the window, thoughtful. She retrieved the journal Mr. Green had gifted her from Timber Creek, settling at the writing desk to record her impressions while they remained fresh. The familiar scratch of pen against paper provided comforting continuity amid all that had changed in her circumstances. April 19, 1873, Hayes Ranch. I write these words from surroundings I could scarcely have imagined when I left Boston mere weeks ago. Today's journey from Timber Creek to this remote cattle empire has transported me across more than mere physical distance. It represents transition from communal belonging to a position of peculiar isolation, neither family member nor typical employee, but occupying some undefined middle ground carrying elements of both. The ranch itself defies frontier expectations. Colton Hayes clearly brought considerable refinement to this wilderness outpost before her untimely passing. The main house blends practical elements with unexpected touches of genuine elegance. Substantial furniture, actual glass windows rather than oiled paper, even a piano whose silent keyboard suggests both former happiness and present grief. Yet overlaying these quality fundamentals are unmistakable signs of masculine indifference to domestic details, not squalor by any measure, but the gradual fraying of feminine standards no longer actively maintained. The children present similarly mixed impressions. Emma at 10 already demonstrates the poise and consideration that must have characterized her mother, though her occasional wistful glances suggest awareness of all that has been lost. Young Michael embodies contradictions, carefully taught manners surfacing unpredictably through typical boyish exuberance, his natural energy apparently constrained by neither consistent discipline nor adequate outlet under current arrangements. As for Colton Hayes himself, he remains an enigma wrapped in contradictions. Today's journey revealed unexpected dimensions beneath his taciturn exterior. He speaks of his sister with unmistakable respect and maintains her educational standards despite his own apparent skepticism regarding book learning. His affection for the children, though carefully modulated in public settings, emerges with genuine warmth in unguarded moments. Yet he maintains rigid boundaries with adults, particularly female ones, suggesting either natural reticence or deliberate emotional distance. My position here carries expectations beyond our formal agreement. The household clearly requires feminine organization beyond what Mrs. Perkins can manage alone. Hayes has essentially acknowledged this need without directly requesting intervention, a typically masculine approach to domestic matters, expecting intuitive understanding rather than explicit discussion. I must determine appropriate boundaries without either overstepping my authority or neglecting genuine needs affecting the children's welfare. The isolation presents both challenge and opportunity. Timber Creek's community had begun to provide welcome connection after Boston's loss. Here, miles from even that modest settlement, I find myself beyond easy reach of established social structures. Yet perhaps this very isolation may allow fresh perspective, chance to establish my abilities without preconceptions or limitations imposed by others' expectations. Abigail paused in her writing, pen hovering above the page as she considered more personal reflections. With characteristic honesty, she continued, I confess to moments of doubt regarding this decision. The responsibility is considerable. Not merely educational guidance, but apparently some measure of household management and maternal influence for children still processing profound loss. My preparation at Miss Pembroke Seminary scarcely addressed such comprehensive demands. Yet something in this situation calls to capabilities I had not recognized in myself before circumstances forced their development. Tomorrow begins the practical implementation of whatever role I am to establish here. I must approach this challenge with clear boundaries, yet genuine openness to these children's needs. Their uncle presents a more complex consideration, maintaining professional respect without either unnecessary conflict or inappropriate familiarity. The scripture Mrs. Whitaker marked before my departure seems particularly relevant tonight. I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. This ranch, for all its unexpected refinements, represents wilderness indeed. Not merely geographical isolation, but emotional landscape shaped by grief and adaptation to unwelcome change. What rivers might flow through such terrain remains to be discovered. Abigail closed the journal, securing its clasp before preparing for bed. The day's physical and emotional demands had left her genuinely weary, yet her mind continued processing all she had observed and experienced since leaving Timber Creek that morning. Kneeling beside the unfamiliar bed, she offered prayers holding more questions than certainties, for guidance in this unexpected role, for wisdom in establishing appropriate boundaries, for patience with both the children's needs and their uncle's reserve, for strength to meet responsibilities exceeding what she had initially anticipated. As she settled beneath crisp sheets smelling faintly of lavender from Mrs. Perkins's careful storage, Abigail found herself listening to the unfamiliar night sounds of the ranch. Distant lowing of cattle from nearby pastures, occasional nickering of horses in the corral, the rhythmic creaking of the windmill that supplied water to house and outbuildings, and beneath these human-adjacent sounds, the deeper voice of the prairie itself. Wind moving through spring grass, night birds calling across the valley, the vast breathing silence of open spaces surrounding the small island of civilization Hayes and his predecessors had established. So different from Boston's crowded neighborhoods or even Timber Creek's modest concentration of humanity. Here, nature maintained unmistakable primacy despite human endeavors to impose order on its expansiveness. The recognition carried both humbling perspective and unexpected comfort. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, they existed within context of something far greater and more enduring than individual concerns or temporary difficulties. With that thought settling into her consciousness, Abigail Montgomery drifted towards sleep on her first night at Hayes Ranch, her dreams gradually blending Boston memories, Timber Creek experiences, and new impressions into landscapes both familiar and unexplored. Wilderness territory in more sense than one, awaiting morning's light to reveal its true contours. Chapter 4. Finding Order in Chaos. Dawn arrived with gentle insistence at Hayes Ranch, pale fingers of light sliding beneath the curtains of Abigail's eastern window. She woke instantly, momentarily disoriented by unfamiliar surroundings, until memory reasserted itself. The journey from Timber Creek, arrival at the ranch, and all the complex dynamics she had begun to navigate in this new setting. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall chimed 5, its sonorous tones carrying clearly through the quiet house. Colton Hayes had mentioned breakfast at 6, which provided a full hour to explore her surroundings without the complicating presence of others. Abigail rose and dressed with efficient movement, selecting her sturdiest shirtwaist and skirt from the meager wardrobe she had unpacked the previous evening. A quick splash of water from the porcelain pitcher helped clear lingering drowsiness, though she noted the chill in the room where overnight embers had died to gray ash in the small grate. Soft-soled shoes allowed silent progress through the guest wing and into the main portion of the house, where dawn's strengthening light revealed details obscured during yesterday's brief tour. The central hallway displayed evidence of Catherine Hayes's refined taste, a Persian carpet runner softening the hardwood floor, several quality landscapes adorning paneled walls, even a delicate arrangement of dried prairie flowers in a crystal vase atop a small table. Yet masculine indifference had allowed dust to accumulate on these feminine touches. The flowers clearly months old, their colors faded to ghostly echoes of former vibrancy. The parlor beyond showed similar contrasts. Quality furnishings arranged for both comfort and conversation, bookshelves filled with well-bound volumes, a piano draped with protective cloth, all maintained but not actively enjoyed, as if preserved as memorial rather than living space. Abigail moved through these rooms with respectful quietness, absorbing impressions that would help her understand the household she had entered. More practical spaces beckoned beyond the formal areas. Following the scent of wood smoke and coffee, she located the kitchen at the rear of the house. A generous room, clearly designed as the working heart of the household. Here, the dichotomy between original design and current condition became most apparent. The space had been thoughtfully planned, with ample workspace, abundant storage, and modern conveniences rare in frontier homes. A cast iron range rather than open hearth, a dry sink with pump bringing water directly indoors, even glass-fronted cabinets for displaying better china. Yet current conditions reflected the haphazard management Mrs. Perkins had obliquely referenced. Breakfast preparations had apparently begun, with coffee bubbling on the range and biscuit dough half mixed in a large crockery bowl. But surrounding these immediate necessities sprawled evidence of ongoing disorder. Unwashed dishes from the previous evening stacked precariously beside the sink, open flour and sugar bins attracting tiny trails of ants. Unidentifiable foodstuffs in various stages of preparation or abandonment cluttering every available surface. Abigail surveyed this chaos with practiced assessment rather than judgment. The disorder spoke not of laziness, but rather of one person attempting responsibilities meant for several, forced to prioritize immediate needs over systematic management. Coffee had been prepared and bread started because breakfast could not be delayed. Yesterday's dishes remained unwashed because more urgent matters had claimed limited time and energy. Without hesitation, she rolled her sleeves above her elbows and began imposing order on the immediate environment. She located a clean apron hanging behind the door, the practical garment clearly belonging to Mrs. Perkins, but necessary for the task at hand. Dishes were gathered and sorted. Washing water was heated on the range. Surfaces were cleared and wiped with methodical efficiency. As she worked, Abigail noted the kitchen's underlying organizational logic. Now obscured by accumulated disorder, but originally designed with thoughtful efficiency. She had made substantial progress when the back door opened, admitting Mrs. Perkins with arms full of kindling and an expression of harried determination that shifted to stunned surprise at the scene before her. "Miss Montgomery," the housekeeper nearly dropped her burden in astonishment. "You shouldn't be. This isn't," she fumbled, for appropriate response to finding a genteel teacher performing menial kitchen work before dawn. "Good morning, Mrs. Perkins," Abigail greeted her with warm practicality, continuing to wipe down a now cleared work table. "I hope you don't mind my early exploration." The kitchen seemed a logical place to begin understanding household routine. Mrs. Perkins deposited her kindling beside the range, her expression shifting from surprise to wariness as she surveyed Abigail's reorganization efforts. "You've been quite thorough," she observed, unconsciously straightening her cap as if to reassert authority in her domain. "Though I assure you such tasks don't fall within your expected duties." Understanding the pride at stake, Abigail offered what the older woman needed most: recognition of her efforts rather than criticism of results. "I can see you've managed admirably, given the circumstances," she said, indicating the functional necessities maintained amid broader disorder. "Fresh coffee already prepared, biscuits underway before full dawn. That speaks to remarkable dedication." The simple acknowledgement visibly eased tension in the housekeeper's bearing. "It's not what it should be," she admitted, moving to check the coffee's progress. With Mariah gone and only Sally Johnson coming 3 mornings a week for laundry and heavier cleaning, well, one pair of hands can only manage so much. "Precisely why I thought some assistance might be welcome," Abigail responded, hanging the dishcloth to dry before rolling down her sleeves. "Not interference, Mrs. Perkins, but practical support in establishing routines that might ease everyone's burden." The older woman's expression softened further as she recognized the genuine respect underlying Abigail's approach. "Well, I won't pretend an extra pair of hands wouldn't be welcome, especially capable ones." She gestured toward the biscuit dough. "If you'd care to finish those while I start the bacon and eggs, we might actually have everything ready before Mr. Hayes appears. He's particular about punctuality, especially at breakfast." Working together in companionable efficiency, they completed morning preparations with time to spare. Abigail found herself appreciating Mrs. Perkins's evident cooking skills, apparent even in simple breakfast fare prepared under challenging conditions. The housekeeper clearly took pride in this aspect of her responsibilities, discussing menu planning and food storage with increasing animation as she recognized Abigail's genuine interest in practical knowledge. "Catherine, Mrs. Hayes and I developed seasonal menus that balanced available ingredients with variety," she explained while slicing bacon with practiced precision. She had quite progressive ideas about nutrition, especially for the children. Insisted on fresh vegetables from the kitchen garden, even in deepest winter, which meant considerable advance planning for proper storage. "An admirable approach," Abigail observed, arranging finished biscuits on a warming tray. "Perhaps we might review those menu plans together. With spring planting season upon us, decisions about the kitchen garden would seem particularly timely." Mrs. Perkins's expression brightened with genuine enthusiasm. "I've the notebooks in my quarters. Catherine's handwriting, all organized by season and occasion. Been following them as best I could, though some preparations require more time than I can manage alone." She hesitated, then added with careful diplomacy, "Mr. Hayes doesn't concern himself with such details so long as meals appear when expected and supplies remain within budgeted allowances." Their conversation paused at the sound of footsteps thundering down the back stairs, clearly children rather than adults, given the energetic tempo and occasional thump suggesting sliding or jumping rather than proper descent. Moments later, Michael burst into the kitchen, his dark hair still tousled from sleep, shirt partially untucked, and one suspender twisted behind his shoulder. "Mrs. Perkins! Billy Jenkins says their new calf has 2 different colored—" He skidded to a halt, suddenly registering Abigail's presence. His expression shifted from boyish enthusiasm to wary assessment as he recalled her new authority in the household. Emma appeared behind him, her appearance typically more composed than her brother's, though still reflecting hasty morning preparation. Her auburn braid had been plaited with unpracticed fingers, several strands already escaping its confines, while her dress, though clean, showed evidence of being donned without adult assistance. "Good morning, Miss Montgomery," she offered with careful politeness, subtly nudging her brother's shoulder in silent reminder of proper manners. "Morning," Michael mumbled, eyes darting between Abigail and Mrs. Perkins, as if gauging whether his exuberant entrance had already earned reprimand. Abigail recognized the testing implicit in this moment, not deliberate challenge, but rather the natural assessment children conduct when encountering new authority figures. Her response would establish expectations more effectively than any verbal instructions could accomplish. "Good morning, Emma." "Michael," she replied with warm composure, neither overlooking their dishevelment nor making it the focus of their interaction. "You're just in time to help carry dishes to the dining room. Emma, would you please take the biscuits? Michael, the preserves and butter seem most suitable for your assistance." The simple tasks, presented as expected contribution rather than disciplinary measure, offered safe ground for initial interaction. Emma accepted her assignment with characteristic conscientiousness, while Michael's hesitation lasted only moments before natural helpfulness overcame wariness. "Uncle Colton likes the blackberry best," he offered, carefully lifting the preserve jars. "He puts extra on the last biscuit when he thinks no one's looking." This small confidence, shared with unconscious trust, suggested openness to relationship despite the boy's initial reserve. Abigail accepted the insight with appropriate gravity, appreciating both the information itself and the willingness to provide it. "A valuable household detail not covered in formal introductions," she acknowledged with a conspiratorial smile. "Perhaps you might ensure the blackberry preserves are placed within his easy reach." Mrs. Perkins watched this exchange with knowing approval, her expression suggesting Abigail had navigated the morning's first challenge successfully. "The children usually help set the table," she explained, handing Emma silverware wrapped in a linen napkin. "Their mother established the practice early. Everyone contributes to household functioning, regardless of age or position." "An excellent principle," Abigail agreed, recognizing Colton Hayes' wisdom in building both practical skills and sense of belonging through such routines. "Shall we proceed to the dining room? I believe I hear Mr. Hayes in the front hall." Indeed, Colton Hayes' distinctive tread could be discerned approaching from the main portion of the house, measured, purposeful steps unlike the ranch hand's heavier boots or the children's more erratic movements. Something in the household atmosphere shifted, subtly, in anticipation of the master's appearance. Not fearful tension, but rather unconscious alignment, like compass needles responding to magnetic presence. He entered the dining room as they arranged the final breakfast items, having clearly been up for some time despite the early hour. His clothing, though practical for ranch work, showed careful attention to appearance. Clean shirt, precisely rolled sleeves, boots brushed free of mud. He paused briefly at the threshold, gray eyes taking in the scene with swift assessment. Children assisting with table preparation, Mrs. Perkins carrying and steaming coffee, Abigail arranging serving dishes with practiced ease. "Good morning," he offered with characteristic economy, moving to his place at the head of the substantial oak table. His gaze lingered momentarily on Abigail's involvement in breakfast preparations, though whether with approval or reservation remained unclear behind his habitually controlled expression. "Good morning, Uncle Colton," Emma responded, her natural grace evident as she completed the table arrangement. Ms. Montgomery helped with breakfast. "The kitchen looks much tidier already." Michael nodded vigorous agreement while sliding into his own chair. "And she didn't even scold about my suspenders or make me go back upstairs to fix them like Mrs. Perkins always does." Hayes' mouth twitched briefly at his nephew's candid assessment. "Perhaps Miss Montgomery is saving her educational standards for the classroom rather than breakfast table," he observed, unfolding his napkin with methodical precision, though personal presentation often reflects broader discipline worth cultivating. The mild observation, delivered without particular emphasis yet carrying clear expectations, demonstrated his own approach to guidance. Neither harsh criticism nor indulgent oversight, but rather ongoing reinforcement of standards he considered important. Abigail noted this parenting style with interest as she took her own place at the table's foot, directly opposite Hayes in the traditional position of household mistress. Mrs. Perkins completed the breakfast service with practiced efficiency before withdrawing to the kitchen, her role established by long custom as provider rather than participant in family meals. As she departed, Hayes bowed his head briefly, offering a concise grace that acknowledged divine provision without elaborate phraseology. The simple prayer completed, he began passing serving dishes with the same practical efficiency that characterized all his actions. "Josiah reports the north pasture fencing requires attention today," he remarked, serving himself eggs and bacon before passing the platter toward Michael. "I'll be riding out after breakfast to assess damage from yesterday's wind. Should return by midday unless complications arise." This information, though seemingly directed at no one in particular, established both his daily plan and expectations for household functioning in his absence. Abigail recognized the communication pattern from her observations of other frontier households. Practical information conveyed without unnecessary elaboration, operating instructions rather than social conversation. "Would this morning be suitable for establishing our classroom?" she inquired, maintaining the same practical tone while clarifying her own plans. The children mentioned their mother's sunroom might serve the purpose effectively. Hayes nodded once, buttering a biscuit with methodical attention. "That space was designed for their instruction. You'll find necessary furnishings already present, though some rearrangement may be required after months of limited use." "We could show Miss Montgomery after breakfast," Emma suggested, her expression brightening with evident enthusiasm for resuming formal lessons. "I've kept my slate and readers organized in Mother's secretary." "Might we have lessons outdoors sometimes?" Michael interjected, his natural energy clearly resistant to prolonged indoor confinement despite genuine intelligence. "Father used to measure fields with us and calculate acreage while walking the boundary." Hayes considered his nephew with unexpected attentiveness. Fork paused midway to his mouth. "Practical application," he observed, a hint of approval warming his typically neutral tone. "Your father believed in education with immediate purpose." "A balanced approach incorporates both traditional classroom learning and practical application," Abigail agreed, recognizing opportunity to establish common ground with Hayes regarding educational philosophy. "Perhaps you might suggest particular ranch operations where mathematical principles could be demonstrated in meaningful context." The question acknowledged his authority while inviting collaboration rather than competition regarding the children's education. Hayes seemed to recognize this implicit negotiation, studying her briefly before responding with cautious receptivity. "Spring calving provides natural opportunity for record keeping and basic statistics," he offered. "Emma already assists with maintaining the breeding ledger. Michael shows aptitude for calculating feed requirements based on herd size and composition. Excellent foundations for both arithmetic and scientific observation," Abigail acknowledged with genuine appreciation. "Classroom instruction can reinforce concepts already familiar through practical experience." This brief exchange, conducted with professional courtesy rather than personal warmth, nevertheless established important precedent for their ongoing interactions regarding the children's education. Hayes had demonstrated willingness to share his knowledge of their aptitudes and interests. Abigail had affirmed respect for existing educational approaches while suggesting subtle refinements. The children, observing this adult interaction with characteristic sensitivity, visibly relaxed in the absence of conflict between their primary authority figures. The remainder of breakfast proceeded with increasing comfort despite minimal conversation. Hayes ate with focused efficiency, his attention occasionally shifting to the window where early morning light revealed ranch hands already moving purposefully between outbuildings. The children, taking cues from both adults, maintained reasonable table manners while gradually testing boundaries with whispered observations and occasional nudges beneath the tablecloth. Abigail allowed these small infractions while establishing gentle limits on more disruptive behavior. A quiet Michael, when fidgeting became excessive, a subtle headshake when Emma began lecturing her brother rather than addressing him conversationally. Each minor correction was delivered with calm consistency rather than punitive emphasis, establishing expectations without unnecessary confrontation. Hayes observed these interactions with unobtrusive attention, his expression revealing nothing of his assessment. When he had finished eating, he folded his napkin with characteristic precision before addressing the children directly. "You'll assist Ms. Montgomery in establishing proper classroom arrangements this morning," he stated, the words framed as expectation rather than request. "Demonstrate the Montgomery respect for education your mother always commended in your behavior." This subtle reminder of their family heritage and maternal expectations carried more motivational weight than any threat of punishment could have achieved. Both children straightened perceptibly, natural resistance tempered by desire to honor standards clearly valued by both deceased parents and current guardian. "Yes, Uncle Colton," they responded in near unison, the automatic reply suggesting long-established pattern rather than mere rote compliance. Hayes nodded once, accepting their commitment without further elaboration. Rising from the table with fluid economy of movement, he directed his final comments to Abigail, his tone maintaining professional distance, while acknowledging her authority in the domain they had established as hers. The children's previous educational routine included morning lessons from 8 until 11, with additional reading or practical application in afternoon hours. You may adjust scheduling as professional judgment dictates, provided fundamental subjects receive appropriate attention. With that rather formal delegation of responsibility, he departed, pausing only to retrieve his hat and gloves from the hallway rack before the front door closed behind him with decisive finality. Through the dining room window, Abigail watched his tall figure stride toward the barn, ranch hands pausing in their work to receive brief instructions as he passed. In his absence, the household atmosphere shifted subtly. Not dramatic transformation, but rather slight relaxation of an unconscious tension his presence seemed to generate. Mrs. Perkins reappeared to clear breakfast dishes, her movements more relaxed than earlier, while the children's posture eased from their best behavior rigidity to more natural, childish energy. "Well then," Abigail said with warm practicality as she rose from the table, "shall we examine our prospective classroom? I'm most interested to see the space your mother designed for your education." The simple invitation, focusing on their mother's legacy rather than imposed requirements, struck precisely the right note. Emma's expression brightened with genuine enthusiasm, while Michael's reluctance visibly diminished in the face of this connection to cherished memory. "Mother's sunroom has the best light for reading," Emma confided, leading the way with newfound animation, "and windows that open to catch spring breezes when lessons seem particularly long." "She painted flowers on the window sills," Michael added unexpectedly, his natural ebullience emerging as tension continued dissipating. "Said even arithmetic went down easier with something pretty to rest your eyes upon between problems." These unsolicited glimpses into Catherine Hayes's educational approach provided valuable insight beyond the formal provisions her brother had outlined. She had clearly understood the need to balance structure with engagement, discipline with enjoyment. Wisdom Abigail determined to honor in her own approach to these children whose lives had already seen too much disruption. As they moved toward the sunroom that would become their classroom, Abigail reflected on the morning's lessons beyond academic content. Household dynamics had begun revealing themselves through these ordinary interactions. Hayes's controlled authority, balanced by genuine concern for the children's development. Mrs. Perkins's dedication despite overwhelming responsibilities. Emma's maturity shadowed by premature assumption of feminine duties. Michael's irrepressible energy constrained by grief and undefined expectations. Within this complex tapestry of relationships and unspoken histories, Abigail would need to find her own thread. Distinctive yet harmonious, assertive without disruption, supportive without surrendering necessary authority. The challenge seemed simultaneously daunting and strangely invigorating, calling upon capabilities she had only begun to recognize within herself during recent adversities. The first breakfast had established foundation for this development. gentle but firm boundaries with the children, respectful collaboration with Mrs. Perkins, professional courtesy with Hayes himself. Building upon this foundation would require consistent patience and thoughtful observation, qualities her frontier experiences had begun cultivating despite her genteel Boston upbringing. With the children chattering beside her with increasing animation, Abigail moved forward into the next challenge of establishing order amid the chaos of transition and loss that had shaped Hayes Ranch long before her arrival. The sunroom that would become their classroom occupied the southeast corner of the house, its generous windows capturing morning light, while a covered porch outside provided shade against afternoon heat. Catherine Hayes had clearly designed the space with both practical function and aesthetic pleasure in mind, qualities increasingly evident as Abigail surveyed what had once been a well-organized learning environment. Unlike the formal parlor with its careful preservation of feminine touches, this room showed signs of actual use, though haphazard rather than purposeful. A substantial table that might serve as shared desk occupied the center, its surface cluttered with curious assortment of items. Several books with paper markers protruding at odd angles, a slate with half-completed arithmetic problems, what appeared to be Michael's collection of interesting stones and feathers, and, most incongruously, a saddle needing minor repair, apparently deposited for attention and subsequently forgotten. Bookshelves lined the interior wall, their contents suggesting Catherine's comprehensive approach to education. Volumes ranging from basic primers to surprisingly advanced texts on natural sciences, history, and literature. A globe stood in one corner, its surface faded by sunlight but still functional, while a large slate board hung on the single windowless wall, mathematical formulas still visible in faded chalk. The room's current condition reflected both ongoing use and gradual disintegration of original organization, not abandoned, but lacking consistent purpose and maintenance. Evidence of Catherine's thoughtful design remained in clever storage cupboards, adjustable desk heights to accommodate growing children, even the carefully planned placement of windows to provide optimal light throughout the day. Mother called this our learning laboratory, Emma explained as they entered, her fingers trailing along the table's edge with unconscious familiarity. Said education wasn't just books and memorization, but observation and discovery. She let us bring interesting things from outside to examine, Michael added, indicating his collection of natural specimens. The rock there has tiny crystals inside if you hold it to the light just right, and the feather came from a bird even Uncle Colton couldn't identify. Abigail recognized the educational philosophy underlying these arrangements. Progressive ideas about experiential learning alongside traditional academic content. Unusual for frontier schooling, yet consistent with Catherine Hayes' evident intellectual background. The approach aligned well with Abigail's own developing teaching methods, which had already begun incorporating practical applications to engage Timber Creek's diverse student population. A thoughtful design for comprehensive learning, she observed, genuine appreciation in her voice as she surveyed the space. Though perhaps we might restore some organizational structure before beginning formal lessons? The gentle suggestion prompted expected responses. Emma's immediate agreement versus Michael's visible reluctance to abandon comfortable disorder. Rather than confronting this resistance directly, Abigail applied the strategic approach that experience had taught her worked most effectively with reluctant pupils. Yeah, I wonder where these fascinating specimens might be displayed to best advantage, she mused, examining Michael's collection with authentic interest. Proper scientific observation requires systematic arrangement, perhaps a special cabinet with labeled compartments? The suggestion transformed potential chore into meaningful project, engaging the boy's natural intelligence while respecting his interests. His expression shifted from wariness to consideration as he contemplated this elevating of his collection from mere accumulated objects to properly cataloged specimens. "Father helped me build a small case with divided sections," he offered tentatively. "It's in my room somewhere. Uncle Colton said it wasn't practical to spend time organizing rocks when fences needed mending. This glimpse into Hayes's pragmatic priorities contrasted with his sister's more balanced approach to childhood development. Not rejection of Michael's interests, but rather prioritization of immediately practical skills in a demanding environment where survival often depended on such choices. Understanding both perspectives allowed Abigail to formulate response-accommodating, legitimate needs each represent. Perhaps we might incorporate natural specimen classification into our science curriculum, she suggested. Proper identification, cataloging, and display represents valuable scientific methodology rather than mere recreation. Your uncle would surely recognize educational purpose in such structured approach. The compromise satisfied both Michael's desire for validation of his interests and respect for his uncle's emphasis on practical value. His natural enthusiasm began emerging as resistance diminished, suggesting approach to other necessary organization. The saddle should probably return to the tack room, he acknowledged with newfound cooperation. Uncle Colton likely forgot he left it here after showing me how to repair the stitching. Emma, who had been silently observing this negotiation with characteristic attentiveness, added support to developing momentum. We could move the extra chairs from the dining room for when other ranch children join lessons, and Mother's teaching materials are still in her secretary, all organized by subject and difficulty. With these initial suggestions establishing collaborative rather than imposed reorganization, transformation began with surprising efficiency. The children worked with increasing engagement as Abigail maintained balance between clear direction and respect for their knowledge of available resources and previous arrangements. Emma revealed natural organizational abilities beneath her quiet exterior, while Michael's resistance continued dissolving when tasks were framed as meaningful projects rather than mere cleaning. Mother kept attendance records in this ledger, Emma explained, retrieving a leather-bound volume from a previously unnoticed cabinet. She marked lessons completed, skills mastered, and areas needing additional attention for each subject. Abigail accepted the precisely maintained record with appropriate reverence, recognizing both its practical value and emotional significance. Catherine Hayes's handwriting filled the pages with meticulous documentation, not merely academic progress, but occasional personal observations about each child's developing interests and character. The final entries, dated just weeks before her death, included thoughtful assessments and future educational plans abruptly terminated by tragedy. Your mother maintained exceptionally thorough records, Abigail observed, careful to acknowledge Catherine's ongoing presence in their education rather than suggesting replacement. These will help me understand your previous progress and continue building upon foundations she established. Emma nodded, a complex mixture of emotions crossing her young face. Pride in her mother's recognized competence, grief at its premature loss, perhaps hope that education she had clearly valued would continue despite her absence. Mother said good teaching requires understanding each child's particular mind, that Emma learns through reading and reflection, while Michael needs movement and visible results. She sounds like a remarkably insightful teacher, Abigail responded, genuine respect in her voice for this woman whose influence continued shaping the household despite her physical absence. I'd appreciate your help identifying approaches she found particularly effective with each of you. This invitation to share expertise rather than merely receive instruction elevated the children's participation from simple obedience to meaningful collaboration. As they continued organizing the physical space, conversation flowed more naturally around educational topics. Subjects they had particularly enjoyed, methods that had engaged their interest, projects left incomplete when illness had disrupted their structured learning. Michael demonstrated unexpected animation when describing his mother's approach to mathematics through practical ranch applications, calculating hay requirements for winter feeding, measuring fence lines to determine materials needed, even analyzing weather patterns through systematic recording of temperature and precipitation. Emma spoke with quiet passion about literature beyond basic readers. Shakespeare's plays read aloud with assigned character parts, poetry committed to memory, then recited during evening gatherings, correspondence with her mother's Eastern relatives requiring proper composition and penmanship. As the sunroom gradually transformed from haphazard storage to functional classroom, physical order emerging from previous disarray, Abigail gained invaluable insight into both children's abilities and Colton Hayes' comprehensive educational philosophy. The woman had clearly understood that frontier circumstances required practical skills for survival, yet had maintained equally firm commitment to broader intellectual development that might prepare her children for opportunities beyond immediate surroundings. Mother kept special books in this cabinet, Emma explained, as they arranged the final elements of their reorganized classroom. She indicated a small bookcase with glass doors, its contents clearly selected with particular care, quality editions of classics alongside scientific texts more advanced than typical frontier schooling would include. She said these represented aspirational reading, materials we should grow into rather than immediately master. Abigail examined several volumes with appropriate appreciation. A leather-bound Shakespeare with gilt-edged pages, Audubon's illustrated bird guides, even Darwin's controversial Origin of Species, alongside theological texts suggesting Catherine had valued intellectual exploration rather than rigid doctrine. Such collection represented significant investment both financially and philosophically, particularly in isolated frontier circumstances where practical concerns might reasonably overshadow intellectual pursuits. Your mother maintained impressive educational standards, Abigail observed, replacing a volume of Wordsworth with careful respect for its both material and symbolic value. She clearly believed in preparing you for broader possibilities beyond immediate surroundings. Emma nodded, unexpected moisture brightening her green eyes despite controlled expression. She said education creates options, that knowing more about the world allows choosing one's place within it, rather than merely accepting circumstances as presented. This sentiment, clearly quoted directly from Catherine's teaching, revealed philosophical underpinnings more progressive than Abigail had anticipated finding in frontier Wyoming, particularly given Colton Hayes' apparent emphasis on practical skills and immediate necessity. Yet he had maintained his sister's educational materials intact, honored her academic expectations for the children, and ultimately sought qualified teacher rather than mere caretaker when circumstances required outside assistance. As Abigail contemplated these seeming contradictions, Michael approached with uncharacteristic hesitation, something clutched carefully in his small hands. "I found this behind Mother's desk," he said, extending a slender volume bound in faded blue cloth. "It's her teaching journal. She wrote in it every evening after lessons, things that worked well or needed improvement, ideas for future instruction." The boy's offering represented trust beyond mere cooperation with classroom organization, sharing private remnant of his mother's thoughts rather than merely her formal educational records. Abigail accepted the journal with appropriate solemnity, recognizing significant emotional milestone in their developing relationship. "This represents extraordinary assistance for continuing your education, as your mother would have wished," she said softly, acknowledging the gift's importance without overwhelming Michael with excessive sentiment that might embarrass his boyish dignity. "Would you both be comfortable with my reviewing her observations to better understand her approaches and expectations?" The question respected their authority over their mother's private thoughts, rather than assuming entitlement to such intimate material. Both children nodded, Michael with visible relief at her understanding, Emma with characteristic thoughtfulness suggesting deeper consideration of implications. "Mother would want our education to continue properly," Emma stated with quiet certainty. She always said learning was the one thing that couldn't be taken from a person once acquired, that even losing everything else, knowledge remains. The mature observation, clearly recalled from Catherine's teaching, struck Abigail with particular poignancy given recent events in her own life. Boston position and security lost, Timber Creek School destroyed by fire, yet her education indeed remaining as foundation for rebuilding in each new circumstance. This shared understanding, though unexpressed directly, created momentary connection transcending their different backgrounds and current positions. "Your mother sounds remarkably wise," Abigail responded simply, acknowledging the truth without burdening the children with her personal reflections. "I'll strive to honor her educational principles while adding whatever value my own training might contribute." As they completed final arrangements of their newly organized classroom, Abigail noted significant transformation beyond physical space. Subtle shift in the children's demeanor from initial resistance to cautious engagement, growing trust evidenced through sharing personal memories and materials, emerging respect for her authority balanced with continuing honor for their mother's influence. These relational developments represented more substantial foundation for effective teaching than any arrangement of furniture or materials could provide. "I believe we've created an excellent learning environment," she observed, surveying their morning's accomplishment with genuine satisfaction. "Shall we consider this afternoon's schedule, perhaps review of current progress before establishing tomorrow's formal lessons?" The suggestion maintained momentum while acknowledging natural limits to children's attention span after sustained organizational effort. Emma nodded agreement with characteristic conscientiousness, while Michael's response showed newfound willingness to participate despite natural resistance to confined academic work. "Could we include observation of spring calving in science lessons?" he proposed, testing boundaries of input into curriculum planning. "Billy Jenkins says twins were born yesterday in the North Pasture. Uncle Colton explained genetic principles determine such occurrences." The request revealed both authentic interest in natural sciences and subtle negotiation for including outdoor activities within formal education. Reasonable balance between academic requirements and boyhood energy. Abigail recognized importance opportunity to demonstrate flexibility without surrendering appropriate structure. "Observational science represents valuable methodology," she agreed, mentally cataloging ways to incorporate such activity within broader curriculum requirements. Perhaps journal documentation of developmental stages, anatomical observations, even mathematical tracking of frequency within the herd. Michael's expression brightened at this reframing of potential recreation as legitimate academic pursuit, while Emma demonstrated characteristic supportiveness toward her brother's interests, despite her own apparent preference for literature and formal academics. Their interaction suggested healthy sibling relationship beneath occasional friction, genuine affection balanced with normal childhood competition, mutual support despite different interests and aptitudes. As morning light shifted toward midday positions, illuminating their newly organized classroom with warming spring sunshine, Abigail experienced moments of unexpected optimism regarding challenges she had undertaken. Creating functional order within physical chaos had proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Establishing preliminary relationships with these complex children had yielded promising foundation for ongoing development. Even understanding Colton Hayes' educational legacy provided unexpected resource rather than intimidating standard. Impossible to maintain. Certainly substantial challenges remained, maintaining appropriate boundaries with Colton Hayes while developing necessary working relationship, balancing household responsibilities with primary educational duties, adapting Boston training to frontier circumstances without sacrificing essential standards. Yet, this morning's accomplishments suggested capacity for managing these complexities beyond what she had initially recognized within herself. When Mrs. Perkins appeared in the doorway to announce midday dinner preparations, she surveyed the transformed sunroom with evident approval. "Catherine would be pleased," she stated simply, the understated observation carrying significant emotional weight despite its brevity. She believed proper learning required proper environment. Physical order supporting mental development. This validation from someone who had known Catherine well provided meaningful affirmation of their morning's efforts. As they followed the housekeeper toward kitchen and dining room, Abigail felt Emma's small hand slip unexpectedly into hers. Brief physical connection quickly withdrawn, but representing emotional milestone in their developing relationship. "Thank you for not changing everything," the girl whispered, glancing up with solemn green eyes, holding mature understanding beyond her years. "Uncle Colton means well, but he sometimes forgets that keeping some things the same helps us remember her." The simple observation revealed depths of grief and adaptation these children navigated daily beneath surface behaviors, balancing appreciation for their uncle's care with continued mourning for parents whose absence remained painful reality despite passage of time. Understanding this complex emotional landscape would prove essential for effective teaching beyond academic content, education of hearts and spirits alongside developing minds. Balance seems appropriate approach, Abigail responded, with equal seriousness, respecting Emma's maturity without burdening her with adult responsibilities beyond her years. Honoring what came before while building what comes next. As they entered the dining room, where the day's routine would continue unfolding through established patterns and newly developing variations, Abigail recognized deeper significance in their morning's accomplishment. Beyond physical organization of educational materials, they had begun establishing essential foundation for emotional and intellectual development, order emerging from chaos, not through imposed authority, but through respectful collaboration, honoring both past influences and present needs. Uncle Colton's returning early, Michael announced, his sharp eyes catching movement beyond the windows before others noticed. That means good news about the fencing. He always rides faster when problems are solved quickly. The simple observation revealed both the boy's attentive understanding of his uncle's habits and the household's ongoing attunement to Hayes's movements and moods. Unconscious adjustment to central figure whose presence shaped daily experience for all within his domain. As they completed preparations for midday gathering that would bring morning's separate activities into shared experience, Abigail found herself curious about Hayes's assessment of their morning's accomplishments. Not seeking approval exactly, but rather wondering how classroom transformation might influence their developing working relationship. The front door opened with characteristic decisive movement, Hayes's distinctive tread in the entryway announcing his return more effectively than verbal greeting. Educational order had been established in one domain of Hayes Ranch. Now would come first test of how that order might integrate with broader household dynamics, shaped by different but equally valid priorities. As Hayes's tall figure appeared in the dining room doorway, his expression revealed nothing of his inner assessment, characteristic reserve maintained regardless of private thoughts or feelings. Yet something in his bearing suggested awareness of subtle shifts already occurring within his carefully ordered world. Changes not resisted, but rather observed, with characteristic attention to developments requiring thoughtful navigation rather than impulsive response. "Miss Montgomery," he acknowledged with brief nod, "I trust your morning proved productive?" The simple inquiry contained genuine question beneath formal phrasing, neither challenge nor indifference, but rather appropriate interest in developments affecting his household and charges. Abigail recognized opportunity to establish pattern of respectful communication, essential for their continuing collaboration. "Indeed, Mr. Hayes," she responded with equivalent professionalism warmed by genuine satisfaction. "The children have been remarkably helpful in establishing proper classroom environment. We've discovered valuable resources in your sister's educational materials and teaching records." His expression remained largely impassive, yet something flickered briefly in his gray eyes at mention of Catherine's continuing influence. Not pain exactly, but perhaps recognition of connections maintained rather than severed, foundations built upon rather than replaced. He glanced toward the children with subtle reassessment, noting their engagement and animation after morning's activities. Catherine believed strongly in education's transformative potential, he observed. The statement simple, yet carrying unmistakable respect for his sister's principles. "I'm gratified her materials proved useful for continuing what she began." This acknowledgement, delivered without particular emphasis, yet conveying genuine conviction, revealed dimensions of Hayes's character beyond pragmatic ranch management, recognition of values extending beyond immediate practical concerns, commitment to continuing educational legacy despite personal reservations he might harbor regarding certain aspects of formal instruction. As they moved toward midday meal that would bridge morning's separate activities into afternoon's continuing development, Abigail sensed subtle but significant shift in household dynamics. Not dramatic transformation, but rather initial alignment of previously disparate elements into more harmonious functioning. The children's education, Catherine's legacy, Hayes' authority, and Abigail's professional contribution beginning tentative integration rather than remaining potentially competing influences. Much remained uncertain in this complex arrangement, boundaries requiring ongoing negotiation, expectations needing continuous clarification, relationships developing through inevitable challenges alongside gradual understanding. Yet this morning's creation of classroom order from previous chaos suggested capacity for navigating these complexities with thoughtful intention rather than mere reactive accommodation. As Hayes took his place at the table's head, maintaining physical manifestation of his central authority while demonstrating unexpected receptivity to developments within his household, Abigail recognized both challenges and opportunities in the path ahead. The midday meal concluded with Hayes announcing that afternoon responsibilities would take him to the eastern pastures until supper. Before departing, he directed an unexpected instruction toward Abigail. "Josiah will show you the basic ranch operations this afternoon," he stated, his tone suggesting this orientation represented practical necessity rather than optional courtesy. The children's education includes ranch management alongside academic subjects. Understanding what they're learning in both domains seems sensible. Though framed as logical arrangement rather than personal consideration, the directive revealed thoughtful recognition of her need to comprehend the complete context of her pupils' lives. Abigail acknowledged this unexpected consideration with appropriate appreciation. "That seems most practical, Mr. Hayes. Effective teaching requires understanding students' complete environment." Something approximating approval flickered briefly across his features before he resumed his customary reserve. "Josiah has managed cattle operations for 20 years. His explanations may lack scholarly polish, but contain generations of practical wisdom worth considering." With that characteristic blend of directive and mild challenge, Hayes departed, leaving Abigail to contemplate this unexpected addition to her first day's agenda. The children's reaction suggested this development qualified as unusual privilege rather than ordinary routine. "Uncle Colton never let Miss Henderson see the ranch operations," Emma observed, referring to their previous governess. "Said she'd just get in the way with her city notions and fussy manners." Michael nodded, vigorous agreement. "She screamed when a mouse ran across the parlor and fainted dead away when Uncle Colton brought in a rattlesnake skin. Josiah said she wasn't built for Wyoming living." These candid assessments of her predecessor provided both warning and insight. Hayes apparently considered her potentially more adaptable than previous educational help, yet remained skeptical enough to frame the tour as practical orientation rather than personal accommodation. The implied challenge stirred something in Abigail's nature that Boston proprieties had never quite extinguished: determination to prove capabilities beyond others' limited expectations. "I look forward to learning from Josiah's expertise," she replied with genuine sincerity beneath her composed exterior. Practical knowledge often proves more valuable than theoretical understanding, particularly in frontier environments. When they adjourned to the ranch yard an hour later, Josiah awaited them with 3 horses: his own rangy buckskin, Emma's compact bay pony, and a gentle-eyed sorrel mare, whose placid demeanor clearly marked her as suitable for inexperienced riders. The foreman's weathered face creased with subtle amusement as he assessed Abigail's borrowed riding skirt and determined expression. "Mr. Hayes mentioned you might benefit from comprehensive orientation," he observed, handling the mare's reins with the unconscious ease of a man who had spent most of his life in the saddle. "Thought we'd start with basic operations near headquarters before the children show you their particular domains." His courteous approach, neither condescending nor overly solicitous, immediately established comfortable rapport. Abigail appreciated both the respect it conveyed and the implied assumption that she could manage this new experience without excessive accommodation. "I'd welcome your guidance, Mr. Walker," she responded, using his surname to indicate professional respect, despite his earlier invitation to informality. "My riding experience is limited to occasional outings on distinctly tame park horses, so I'll rely on your expertise in that domain as well." Josiah's eyes crinkled at her forthright acknowledgement of inexperience without accompanying apology or feminine distress. "Daisy here has more sense than most people I've met," he assured her, patting the mare's muscled shoulder. She'll mind her manners if you maintain clear communication. Horses appreciate straightforward expectations, same as most creatures. The simple observation contained wisdom applicable beyond immediate circumstances. Principle worth considering in her approach to both Hayes and his charges, who likely shared similar appreciation for direct communication rather than elaborate social niceties. Before she could reflect further on this insight, Michael intervened with characteristic impatience. "Can we show Miss Montgomery the new calves first?" he requested, already mounted on his sturdy pinto with the unconscious grace of a child raised in the saddle. "Billy Jenkins says the twins are taking milk from both mothers, which Josiah says isn't common behavior. Mounting first, then destinations," Josiah replied with the patient firmness of long experience managing youthful enthusiasm. He turned to Abigail with practical assessment. "Ladies generally use mounting blocks in eastern stables, but ranch riding requires more direct methods. May I assist you?" At her nod, he demonstrated the proper foot position in the stirrup, then boosted her upward with respectful efficiency that minimized awkwardness while ensuring proper placement in the saddle. The unaccustomed height and unfamiliar movement beneath her initially triggered momentary alarm that Abigail masked beneath composed determination. Daisy remained blessedly stationary, her ears flicking occasionally but otherwise demonstrating the steady temperament Josiah had promised. "Reins held thus," the foreman explained, adjusting her grip with matter-of-fact instruction rather than criticism. "Not too tight conversation rather than command. Pressure with your legs guides direction alongside rein communication. The animal responds to confidence more than technical precision." These simple instructions, delivered without excessive elaboration or condescension, provided essential foundation without overwhelming detail. Abigail concentrated on maintaining the posture and hand positions demonstrated, finding unexpected similarity to piano lessons from her Boston youth. Proper form, creating foundation for eventual fluency through practice rather than immediate perfection. With minimal outward mishap, they proceeded at walking pace from the ranch yard toward nearby pastures, where spring operations centered on newborn calves and their mothers. Josiah led at measured pace, occasionally glancing back to assess her progress without obvious concern, while the children ranged alongside with the casual confidence of experienced riders monitoring a novice's first outing. "You're doing well," Emma encouraged, guiding her pony alongside Daisy with careful attention to maintaining appropriate distance. "Much better than Miss Henderson. She clutched the saddle horn and squealed whenever her horse took a step without warning, which was every step," Michael added with boyish scorn, executing a small circle around them with unnecessary but impressive flourish. "Horses can't exactly ask permission before moving their feet." This unflattering portrait of her predecessor prompted Abigail to redouble her determination to demonstrate more frontier-appropriate composure, despite her own interior uncertainty. The unfamiliar motion beneath her required constant adjustment, muscles already protesting unaccustomed demands. Yet she maintained outward serenity that belied inner concentration. As they continued toward pastures beyond the immediate ranch headquarters, Josiah provided ongoing commentary that transformed mere travel into comprehensive orientation. He explained grazing rotation strategies, water management necessities, fence maintenance priorities, and countless other practical details that comprise successful ranch operation. His narrative lacked formal structure but contained generations of accumulated wisdom, presented without pretension, yet revealing intellectual depth beyond academic education. "Hayes land divides naturally into seasonal usage," he explained, indicating rolling terrain spreading toward distant foothills. "Spring calving happens near headquarters for easier monitoring. Summer moves herds to higher elevation for fresh grazing. Fall brings them lower as weather turns. Winter concentrates near protective ridgelines where snowdrifts form natural windbreaks." The children alternated between attentive listening and eager supplementation of Josiah's explanation, their knowledge revealing both genuine education in ranch operations and prideful ownership of their heritage. "Uncle Colton expanded the north section 3 years ago. Emma explained with serious attention to accuracy. 1,500 acres with year-round water access from Wolf Creek tributaries. The mortgage will be paid completely by next spring if cattle prices maintain current levels. I helped survey the boundary lines, Michael added, his natural boastfulness tempered by evident factual knowledge. Uncle Colton taught me to use the transit and calculate acreage based on measured lines. We rode the entire perimeter in 2 days. These casual demonstrations of practical knowledge beyond classroom subjects reinforced Hayes's earlier emphasis on integrated education, combining academic learning with ranch management skills. The children clearly absorbed both domains with equal seriousness, their understanding reflecting Catherine's comprehensive educational philosophy alongside Hayes's practical mentorship. As they approached a meadow where several cows grazed with newborn calves alongside, Josiah reined his horse to walking pace, signaling similar caution to the others. New mothers can be protective, he explained to Abigail, best to approach with respect for their natural instincts. From a cautious distance, they observed the newborn twins Michael had mentioned earlier, identical red-brown calves nursing from a single mother while another cow grazed nearby, with obvious connection to the small family group. Josiah explained the unusual arrangement with scientific accuracy, belying his lack of formal education. The second cow lost her calf during difficult birth, he noted, his matter-of-fact tone acknowledging natural realities without sentimentality. Sometimes bereaved mothers adopt orphans to satisfy maternal instinct, but accepting twins from another cow represents unusual behavior. Hayes' breeding stock tends toward strong maternal characteristics, selective trait Colton's father-in-law emphasized when establishing original herd. This ongoing commentary transformed mere sightseeing into comprehensive education in ranch management principles, breeding genetics, animal behavior, and economic considerations underlying seemingly simple agricultural operation. Abigail recognized Hayes's wisdom in arranging this orientation. Understanding the children's complete educational context required comprehending both classroom academics and ranch practicalities, shaping their daily experience and future responsibilities. As afternoon progressed, they visited various operational centers, the branding area, where spring calves would soon receive identifying marks, hay meadows being prepared for summer cutting, the creek-fed irrigation system watering vegetable gardens and fruit trees near the main house, even the remnants of original homestead cabin where the children's parents had established their first precarious foothold in Wyoming territory. And throughout this extensive tour, Abigail maintained outward composure despite increasing discomfort from unaccustomed riding. Her borrowed skirts, arranged modestly for side saddle position, nonetheless chafed against unfamiliar contact points, while muscles unused to equestrian demands registered growing protest with each additional mile. Yet determination to demonstrate frontier-appropriate resilience sustained her dignified facade despite these challenges. Their final destination brought them to a small rise overlooking headquarters, offering comprehensive view of buildings, corrals, gardens, and immediate grazing lands comprising the central operation. From this vantage, the ranch's careful design became apparent. Structures placed for maximum efficiency while accommodating natural features, the entire arrangement revealing generations of accumulated wisdom regarding frontier survival and prosperity. Grandfather Parker selected this valley deliberately, Emma explained with proprietary pride as they paused atop the rise. Natural protection from winter storms, reliable water source, defensible position during earlier Indian conflicts. Mother said he could envision completed ranch while standing amid empty wilderness. Vision combined with persistence, Josiah added with quiet respect. Took 3 generations to build what you see today. Hayes' family and Parker's before them weathered drought, blizzards, market collapses, and harder challenges to establish what continues growing under Colton's management. This historical perspective added dimension to Abigail's understanding of the legacy these children would eventually steward. Not merely profitable business enterprise, but rather multi-generational achievement representing accumulated sacrifice, wisdom, and determination persisting through decades of frontier challenges. Hayes's intense focus on practical education suddenly appeared less rigid pragmatism and more responsible preparation for preserving heritage entrusted to his guardianship, until Emma and Michael reached maturity. As they prepared to descend toward headquarters, Michael's characteristic impatience manifested in boyish demonstration, urging his Pinto to faster pace down the slope, with unnecessary but impressive display of riding skills, far exceeding Abigail's novice capability. Emma followed at more moderate speed, though still demonstrating casual confidence impossible for Eastern-raised beginning riders. Josiah glanced toward Abigail with assessing gaze that neither demanded nor expected matching performance. "Gentle slope allows slightly increased pace if you're comfortable," he observed. "Daisy knows the path well enough to manage without much guidance." The invitation contained no pressure, yet implied potential advancement beyond absolute beginner status. Something in Abigail, perhaps the same determined spirit that had carried her from Boston comfort to Wyoming wilderness, responded to this implicit challenge with cautious willingness to expand newly acquired skills. "I'll attempt moderate increase," she replied, gathering reins according to earlier instruction while maintaining outward composure despite internal uncertainty. Daisy responded to subtle signals with corresponding increase in pace, not dramatic gallop like Michael's showing off, but noticeable transition from walking to gentle trot that immediately introduced entirely new physical challenge. The rhythmic, jarring motion transmitted directly through saddle to rider required completely different balance and muscle coordination than walking pace had demanded. For several strides, Abigail maintained reasonable adjustment to this new gait, her determination temporarily compensating for technical inexperience. Then, combination of unfamiliar motion, fatigue from hours of unaccustomed activity, and slight depression in the trail created perfect conditions for mishap. Daisy's forefoot momentarily dipped, shifting weight forward at precisely the moment Abigail's balance was least secure. The resulting dismount lacked any semblance of dignity or control, a sideways slide followed by inelegant tumble that deposited her unceremoniously upon thankfully soft spring grass. The impact drove breath from her lungs in undignified gasps, while simultaneously liberating hairpins from their proper arrangement, sending carefully constructed coiffure into disarray that completed her mortification. Josiah dismounted with surprising agility for his years, reaching her side with genuine concern beneath controlled demeanor. "Any injury beyond dignity?" he inquired, his tone somehow managing to acknowledge mishap's embarrassment without minimizing potential physical harm. Abigail conducted swift internal inventory before responding, finding various muscles protesting, but no genuine damage beyond grass stains and dishevelment. "Merely bruised pride," she assured him, striving for composure despite her thoroughly undermined dignity, "though I suspect tomorrow will reveal muscle complaints I'm currently too embarrassed to notice." The honest acknowledgement of both physical and emotional impact seemed to satisfy Josiah's assessment. He offered hand to Sister rising, his weathered features maintaining respectful seriousness despite situation's inherent comedy. The children had circled back at her fall, Michael barely containing inappropriate amusement, while Emma displayed more sympathetic concern. "Everyone falls their first proper ride," the girl offered consolingly. "Mother said she fell 3 times learning to manage proper riding skirts after wearing divided skirts during her first years here." This revelation about Catherine's own adaptation from Eastern refinement to frontier practicality provided unexpected comfort beyond mere childish consolation. Abigail accepted Josiah's assistance to stand, brushing grass from her borrowed riding skirt while attempting to restore minimal order to escaped hair. "The question becomes whether one remounts or retreats," she observed, facing necessary decision with straightforward assessment rather than feminine distress that might have characterized her Boston self mere months earlier. Josiah's expression conveyed approval of this practical approach. "First falls determine much about writing futures," he agreed. "No judgment either way, but Daisy hasn't gone far and headquarters remains walkable distance if preferred." The gentle mare had, indeed, stopped nearby, reins dragging ground but otherwise maintaining position with placid patience, suggesting previous experience with dismounted riders. Decision crystallized in Abigail's mind with clarity, transcending momentary discomfort and embarrassment. Returning to headquarters on foot would establish precedent of retreat from difficulty that would undermine her authority in both children's estimation and her own self-respect. "I believe remounting represents proper response," she stated, straightening shoulders despite protesting muscles. "Though I'll accept assistance achieving that position with whatever remaining dignity circumstances permit." Josiah's eyes crinkled with unmistakable approval, despite his maintained composure. "Sensible decision," he affirmed, moving toward Daisy with calm efficiency. Most riding mishaps result from insufficient, rather than excessive, persistence. As he secured the mare for remounting, Abigail became aware of distant figure observing proceedings from ridge above headquarters. Hayes's distinctive silhouette unmistakable even at considerable distance. Whether his presence represented coincidental timing or deliberate observation remained unclear, yet knowledge of his witnessing both her inglorious fall and subsequent decision intensified determination to complete this inaugural riding lesson with whatever grace remained possible. With Josiah's assistance, she remounted with minimal additional awkwardness, settling once more into proper position despite various body parts registering emphatic protest against continued equestrian activity. As they resumed progress toward headquarters at appropriately reduced pace, she maintained outward composure that belied both physical discomfort and lingering embarrassment. When they reached the ranch yard, Hayes had disappeared from his observation point, though Abigail sensed his assessment would eventually be communicated in some fashion typical of his reserved approach. The children dismounted with casual ease that emphasized her own novice status, though their comments suggested genuine respect for her persistence rather than disdain for her limited skills. "You did much better than Miss Henderson," Michael offered with backhanded compliment typical of boyhood. "She wouldn't even try trotting, just clutched the saddle horn and squeaked like a frightened mouse whenever Daisy moved faster than molasses in January." "And you got back on after falling," Emma added with more direct approval. "Mother said that's the true measure of horsemanship, not avoiding falls but responding properly when they inevitably occur." These assessments, delivered with childish candor yet containing genuine acceptance, suggested successful navigation of potential setback despite physical mishap. As Josiah assisted her final dismount with courteous support that acknowledged both her discomfort and determination to complete the experience properly, Abigail recognized important milestones, achieved beyond mere introduction to ranch operations. The afternoon's activities had demonstrated willingness to engage frontier challenges beyond classroom comfort, practical evidence supporting theoretical claims about adaptability and resilience. Such tangible demonstration would likely carry more weight with Hayes than verbal assertions or formal credentials, establishing foundation for professional respect essential to their continuing working relationship. As they parted from Josiah with appropriate thanks for his comprehensive orientation, Abigail caught subtle nods conveying assessment more meaningful than verbal compliments might have provided. Acknowledgement of demonstrated character rather than mere performance of expected duties. The foreman's approval, earned rather than automatically granted, represented first genuine acceptance within Hayes Ranch hierarchy beyond her formal position as educator. Returning to the main house with dignity intact, despite physical discomfort and disheveled appearance, Abigail reflected on afternoon's multiple lessons extending far beyond basic ranch operations. Understanding the children's complete educational context certainly provided valuable professional insight, yet equally important dimensions involved her own continuing adaptation from Eastern gentility to frontier functionality, process requiring genuine transformation rather than mere superficial adjustment. As Emma led her toward a side entrance, offering most direct path to her quarters, where washing water and privacy awaited, Abigail glimpsed Hayes emerging from his study, his expression betraying nothing of his observations or assessment of afternoon activities. Yet something in his brief nod as they passed suggested recognition of effort beyond merely fulfilling minimum requirements, acknowledgement neither effusive nor dismissive, but rather characteristic of his measured evaluation of all within his domain. That simple gesture, combined with children's candid approval and Josiah's professional respect, confirmed afternoon's success despite undignified mishap and physical discomfort, that would undoubtedly intensify by morning. First steps toward establishing credibility within Hayes Ranch context had been taken not through artificial performance of frontier capabilities beyond her actual experience, but rather through honest engagement with new challenges approached with dignity, determination, and appropriate humility. Supper at Hayes Ranch differed substantially from midday meal's relatively quiet gathering. As Abigail entered the dining room, freshly washed and changed into her second-best dress, despite muscle protests making every movement uncomfortable, reminder of afternoon's riding lesson, she discovered the large table expanded to accommodate significantly increased company. Ranch hands who normally ate in separate bunkhouse quarters apparently joined household for evening meal once weekly, tradition according to Emma's whispered explanation as they entered together. Saturday supper includes everyone except whoever draws evening watch duty, the girl explained with unconscious pride in family tradition. Mother started it years ago, said breaking bread together regularly keeps ranch operating as family rather than mere business enterprise. The arrangement revealed another dimension of Catherine Hayes' influence persisting beyond her death: deliberate community building alongside practical operation, suggesting complexity beyond stereotypical frontier priorities. Hayes himself presided at table's head with characteristic reserved authority, yet Abigail noted subtle shift in his demeanor among these men who shared daily work and challenges, not dramatic transformation, but rather slight relaxation of habitual guardedness. Josiah occupied place directly to Hayes's right, position signifying both practical authority as foreman and personal connection transcending mere employee status. Other chairs filled with varied figures representing ranch hierarchy, middle-aged men with weather-seamed faces suggesting decades of outdoor labor, younger hands displaying eager energy beneath attempts at mature composure. Even gangly adolescent boy whose resemblance to Josiah marked him unmistakably as grandson mentioned during afternoon's tour. And Hayes acknowledged Abigail's entrance with brief nod, indicating chair placed significantly at table's foot, position traditionally occupied by household's female authority. The subtle designation carried implications beyond mere seating arrangement, suggesting role expectations extending beyond classroom responsibilities into broader household functioning. Whether intentional statement or merely practical arrangement remained unclear, yet symbolic significance registered nonetheless. As Mrs. Perkins and Sally Johnson, the part-time helper, served platters of fried chicken, bowls of mashed potatoes, and vegetables from winter storage supplemented with early spring greens, conversation flowed with surprising ease, given disparate personalities gathered around the substantial table. Talks centered primarily on ranch operations, fence repairs completed, cattle conditions observed, weather patterns suggesting early or delayed spring growth, yet interspersed with good-natured jesting and occasional personal references indicating relationships extending beyond mere work association. Billy Jenkins swears that New Hereford bull cleared 5-foot fence like circus performer, reported Sandy Hadehand, introduced as Peterson, passing massive potato bowl with unconscious manners belying rough exterior. Claims animal possesses unnatural jumping ability requiring special containment. Billy Jenkins possesses unnatural storytelling ability requiring special skepticism, countered older man called Davis, his leathery features creased with dry humor. Same fellow claimed seeing wolf big as yearling calf last winter, then admitted maybe 'twas oversized coyote after tracking proved otherwise. These exchanges, delivered without malice despite pointed observations, revealed community bound by shared experiences and mutual assessment based on demonstrated reliability rather than social pretensions. Hayes participated minimally yet attentively, occasional comment carrying disproportionate weight due to relative scarcity, while children clearly enjoyed inclusion in adult conversation, with appropriate expectations regarding behavior and contribution. And Ms. Montgomery completed her first proper riding lesson today, Josiah observed during momentary conversational lull, his matter-of-fact tone neither emphasizing nor minimizing this achievement. Demonstrated commendable persistence despite predictable initial challenges. This simple statement, apparently casual yet deliberately included, represented significant endorsement within ranch hierarchy, public acknowledgement of acceptable performance from authority figure whose assessment carried substantial weight among assembled company. Several hands nodded approval without excessive comment. Respect conveyed through restraint rather than effusive praise that might have embarrassed recipient or suggested condescension. Daisy provides reliable introduction, observed Davis with gruff approval, sensible creature with necessary patience for beginners while maintaining sufficient spirit for eventual advancement. News. Ms. Montgomery remounted properly after initial dismount. Josiah added, the understatement containing genuine commendation understood by all present. Suggests appropriate attitude toward frontier challenges. Hayes's contribution to this assessment consisted merely of brief nod, yet context rendered elaborate commentary unnecessary. His silent confirmation of Josiah's evaluation carried weight beyond verbose praise might have provided, establishing Abigail's preliminary acceptance within ranch hierarchy not through artificial pretense of frontier capabilities beyond her actual experience, but rather through demonstrated willingness to engage difficulties with appropriate combination of determination and humility. As supper progressed through generous portions reflecting both necessity of substantial nourishment for physical labor and genuine pride in providing quality fare, conversation shifted naturally toward ranch history, prompted by Michael's enthusiastic recounting of afternoon's tour. The boy's narrative meandered with characteristic energy between factual details and imaginative embellishment, yet underlying accuracy regarding operational development revealed genuine education in family legacy beyond childish boasting. Older hands contributed occasional corrections or supplementary details with obvious enjoyment of participatory storytelling rather than criticism of youthful exaggeration. Through this collaborative narrative emerged comprehensive history more revealing than formal documentation might have provided, struggles against harsh weather and economic downturns, innovations developing through necessity rather than theoretical planning, relationships formed and dissolved through decades of shared challenges and achievements. Original Parker homestead claim covered barely quarter current acreage, Josiah explained, his role as unofficial historian apparently well established. James Parker recognized Valley's potential beyond immediate boundaries, acquired neighboring sections through combination of purchase, partnership, and occasional fortunate circumstances when less determined settlers abandoned marginal properties during difficult seasons. Mother used to say Grandfather Parker could see prosperity where others noticed only hardship, Emma contributed with quiet pride, her comment revealing both inherited family trait and ongoing connection to maternal legacy despite physical absence. Said he possessed vision, transforming bare landscape into productive enterprise through persistence and strategic planning. Hayes himself added occasional factual correction or clarifying detail to this historical reconstruction. His rare contributions focused primarily on Catherine and James's development of the property following original establishment. These comments, though characteristically concise, contained unmistakable respect for their achievements alongside objective assessment of management decisions, suggesting balanced perspective rather than merely sentimental memorialization. James recognized opportunity in crossbreeding techniques before surrounding ranches adopted similar practices, he noted during discussion of herd development. Catherine's scientific research provided theoretical foundation for practical implementation. Their combined approach yielded bloodlines still producing superior characteristics 3 generations later. This matter-of-fact acknowledgement of his sister's intellectual contribution, alongside her husband's practical application, revealed deeper appreciation for educated perspective than Hayes typically demonstrated through casual conversation. The observation suggested complexity beneath his apparent privileging of practical knowledge over academic learning, recognition that optimal results emerged through integration rather than either domain's exclusive dominance. As Mrs. Perkins and Sally cleared dinner plates to make way for apple cobbler and coffee, concluding the meal, conversation continued with increasingly relaxed familiarity, suggesting weekly tradition well established despite Catherine's absence. Abigail observed interactions with professional interest beyond personal engagement, noting hierarchy maintained through subtle cues despite superficially egalitarian atmosphere. Hayes's authority undiminished, yet not oppressively displayed. Children's participation encouraged within appropriate boundaries. Respect accorded based on demonstrated capability rather than arbitrary status. The educational value for Emma and Michael within this environment became increasingly apparent. Practical demonstration of leadership principles, social dynamics, and community building, alongside factual information regarding ranch operations and family history. Hayes's insistence on their regular participation, despite occasional childish restlessness, indicated recognition of developmental significance beyond mere tradition. Preparation for eventual responsibilities requiring both technical knowledge and human management skills. This reflective assessment was interrupted by sudden change in atmospheric pressure, unrelated to weather conditions. Subtle but unmistakable tension entering room before actual cause became apparent. Hayes's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, shoulders squaring while expression settled into increased reserve, alerting Abigail to significant development before conscious recognition identified specific trigger. The front door opened without preliminary knock that might have announced expected visitor, followed by measured footsteps suggesting neither hesitation nor particular concern regarding potential intrusion. Hayes rose without haste, yet with unmistakable purpose, his movement prompting immediate response from assembled company, conversation suspended, attention focused toward doorway, with expressions ranging from neutral assessment to poorly concealed dislike. "Evening, everyone," announced masculine voice from hallway, tone suggesting confidence bordering on presumption. "Apologize for interrupting supper, but business matters couldn't wait until Monday's scheduled meeting." The man who appeared in dining room doorway projected immediate contrast with assembled company despite superficial attempts at frontier adaptation. His suit, though styled for Western conditions, displayed quality fabric and tailoring unavailable locally, while boots, showing minimal evidence of actual trail usage, gleamed with excessive polish more appropriate for urban boardwalks than ranch paths. Age approximately 40, with features conventionally handsome in somewhat calculated fashion, he carried himself with conscious authority, suggesting habitual expectation of deference. "Victor," Hayes acknowledged, without particular warmth or evident resentment, his tone maintaining neutral courtesy despite tension visible in unconsciously straightened spine and marginally tightened jaw. "Unexpected timing. Opportunity occasionally dictates scheduling adjustments," the visitor responded, with practiced smile revealing expensively maintained teeth. His gaze traveled around assembled company with swift assessment, lingering briefly on Abigail with evaluative interest before returning to Hayes. "Railroad surveyor arrived yesterday rather than next week. Information that couldn't wait given our ongoing discussions." This explanation, plausible yet somehow performative, seemed directed toward assembled company rather than Hayes specifically, as if establishing legitimate reason for interruption, requiring neither apology nor permission. Several ranch hands exchanged glances, suggesting previous experience with similar situations, while children displayed contrasting reactions, revealing complex dynamics beyond superficial interaction. Michael's expression shifted to undisguised hostility, poorly concealed behind half-hearted attempt at politeness, his naturally mobile features betraying emotions unlikely expressed verbally given adult company. Emma maintained better composure, yet her body language conveyed subtle withdrawal, slight physical distancing without obvious movement, emotional shuddering behind carefully neutral expression learned through observation of adult self-protection strategies. "Victor Holloway," Hayes stated, turning toward Abigail with minimal introduction suggesting obligation fulfilled rather than enthusiastic connection. "Bank president and business partner in several ventures. Ms. Montgomery recently engaged as teacher for Emma and Michael following Timber Creek School." Holloway's expression registered increased interest at this explanation, assessment shifting from casual male appreciation to more calculated evaluation. "Ah, the new schoolmistress mentioned in town." Boston background, I understand. Quite the adjustment from civilization to our primitive circumstances. The observation, though framed as sympathetic acknowledgement, carried subtle condescension toward both Abigail's presumed Eastern sensibilities and Wyoming conditions he apparently considered beneath his personal standards despite business involvement. Before she could formulate appropriately neutral response, Hayes intervened with characteristic efficiency. "We can discuss railroad matters in my study," he stated, the direction politely framed yet brooking no negotiation. Turning toward Josiah, he added, "Cobbler shouldn't wait on business conversation. Please continue without us. We'll join for coffee if timing permits." This simple instruction contained multiple messages simultaneously communicated: respect for household routine despite interruption, confirmation of Josiah's authority during his absence, subtle establishment of boundaries regarding Holloway's presence among ranch community rather than merely Hayes's individual interaction. As he guided his visitor from dining room with minimal further conversation, Abigail noted Holloway's brief but unmistakable flash of irritation at being directed rather than accommodated. Reaction quickly masked behind practiced affability, yet revealing nonetheless. Their departure produced immediate atmospheric shift, collective release of tension manifesting through resumed conversation and subtle relaxation of postures maintained during visitors' presence. Children particularly demonstrated visible relief, Michael's natural animation returning while Emma's guarded expression softened toward normal attentiveness. "Victor always appears at supper time," the boy observed with undisguised criticism once adult conversation provided sufficient cover for relatively private comment. Uncle Colton says, "Coincidence stretched beyond credibility suggests deliberate pattern rather than unfortunate timing." "Michael," Emma cautioned quietly, glancing toward nearby adults with awareness of propriety beyond her years, "we shouldn't discuss Uncle Colton's business relationships with others present." This exchange, brief yet revealing, suggested ongoing situation rather than isolated incident. Pattern established through repeated occurrences, generating consistent responses, including Hayes's apparent recognition of deliberate rather than accidental timing. Josiah's expression remained carefully neutral during this childish commentary, yet something in his weathered features suggested agreement with Michael's assessment, despite his own maintained silence. Conversation resumed with deliberate focus on neutral topics. Ranch hands discussing spring planting schedules and fencing priorities, with exaggerated attention suggesting conscious avoidance of business matters related to absent owner and his visitor. Children participated with diminished enthusiasm, their earlier animation noticeably reduced despite efforts toward normal engagement. The interrupted meal continued, with superficial harmony masking underlying tension, never completely dissipated, despite Holloway's physical removal to Hayes's study. As Mrs. Perkins served cobbler with generous portions, indicating both appreciation for hardworking appetites and desire to maintain normal routine despite interruption, Abigail found herself seated near enough to Emma for quiet conversation beneath general discussion around table. The girl's unusually subdued demeanor prompted gentle inquiry, framed to allow either response or polite deflection. "The cobbler appears most appealing," Abigail observed, establishing innocuous opening rather than direct questioning. "Though your enthusiasm seems somewhat diminished compared to earlier anticipation." Emma glanced toward her with characteristic thoughtfulness, assessing intent behind casual comment with perceptiveness beyond her years. After brief consideration, apparently confirming trustworthy intention, she responded with carefully measured candor. "Mr. Holloway affects household atmosphere regardless of physical presence," she explained, voice pitched for Abigail's ears alone. "Uncle Colton maintains proper courtesy despite private reservations concerning certain business practices and personal habits. His restraint represents appropriate example we attempt following despite occasional difficulty." This sophisticated analysis, delivered with vocabulary and insight surprising even given Emma's demonstrated maturity, revealed both careful observation of adult dynamics and considerable previous discussion regarding appropriate response to presumably problematic relationships. Before Abigail could acknowledge this unexpected confidence, Michael joined conversation with less restrained commentary. "Wanted to marry mother after father died," the boy whispered with intensity, suggesting long-held grievance rather than recently acquired information. "Uncle Colton says proper mourning period exists for reasons beyond mere social convention. Protects vulnerable individuals from opportunistic advances disguised as concern." Emma's expression registered momentary alarm at her brother's indiscretion, yet underlying confirmation rather than contradiction of factual content. "Michael, such matters remain private family business," she murmured, glancing toward nearby adults, ensuring conversation remained undetected amid general dinner noise. This unexpected revelation added significant dimension to observed tensions beyond obvious personality differences or ordinary business disagreements. Holloway's apparent romantic interest in Catherine following her husband's death, combined with Hayes's protective intervention based on principles rather than mere emotional reaction, suggested complexity beneath superficial partnership extending into territory where business and personal boundaries became fatally entangled. Before this revealing conversation could continue, Mrs. Perkins's announcement of coffee readiness provided natural transition toward meal's conclusion. Ranch hands began excusing themselves with courteous efficiency, reflecting Saturday evening status as primary recreational opportunity. Town visits or bunkhouse card games representing weekly relaxation after 6 days continuous labor. Children assisted clearing table with practiced routine, suggesting regular contribution to household functioning rather than occasional performance for visitors' benefit. As activity settled into after-dinner patterns, Abigail found herself momentarily alone in dining room, following brief visit to her quarters for shawl against evening chill. Returning toward main parlor, where children had been directed for usual Saturday reading time, she passed partially open study door, from which Hayes and Holloway's voices emerged with sufficient clarity for unintentional overhearing without deliberate eavesdropping. "Market projections suggest significant price decline following spring roundup," Holloway's voice carried clearly despite apparent attempt at discreet volume. "Eastern buyers have organized cooperative purchasing agreements, allowing coordinated price controls. Individual producers lacking alternative markets face acceptance of offered terms regardless of actual value. Speculation rather than established fact," Hayes responded, his tone maintaining measured assessment despite obvious skepticism. "Similar predictions last season proved exaggerated when Southwest buyers entered negotiations with competitive offers." "Different circumstances entirely," Holloway countered with impatience thinly veiled beneath persistent persuasion. "Railroad expansion creates unprecedented transportation options while simultaneously limiting traditional routes through strategic land acquisition. The financial implications for operations carrying substantial seasonal debt cannot be overstated." This exchange, clearly representing continuation of ongoing discussion rather than newly introduced topic, contained concerning undercurrents, despite superficially neutral financial terminology. Abigail paused briefly, conscious of impropriety in listening, yet recognizing potential significance, extending beyond mere business conversation into matters potentially affecting household security, including children under her charge. "The mortgage extension we discussed previously would provide necessary flexibility regardless of temporary market fluctuations," Holloway continued, his tone shifting toward practiced reassurance. "Additional 6 months carries minimal increased interest while preventing forced sales under disadvantageous conditions. Simple financial prudence rather than extraordinary accommodation." At 17% rather than original 12, Hayes observed, "characteristic brevity emphasizing significant detail within apparently generous proposal, compounded quarterly rather than annually." Brief silence followed this observation, suggesting Holloway's recalibration of approach following Hayes' demonstration of mathematical awareness beyond rural rancher stereotypes. When conversation resumed, the banker's tone combined professional regret with personal concern, potentially genuine despite contextual reasons for skepticism. "Current financial environment unfortunately limits available options," he explained with practiced regret. Eastern investment remains cautious following recent market corrections. Without personal involvement beyond strictly professional relationship, terms would necessarily reflect substantially higher risk assessment. Your concern appears admirably personalized despite business context, Hayes replied, restrained irony detectable beneath neutral acknowledgement. Though alternative approaches exist beyond immediate consideration of property disposition or additional encumbrance, this oblique reference apparently held significance beyond its surface meaning, prompting immediate shift in conversational temperature, discernible even without visual observation. Holloway's response emerged following momentary silence suggesting recalibration of diplomatic approach. The North Section proposal remains open for consideration, he stated with forced casualness, belying apparent significance. Fair market value, despite undeveloped condition, immediate liquidity rather than seasonal uncertainty, clean resolution allowing concentration on core operations without peripheral distractions. Catherine selected that property specifically for children's inheritance, Hayes responded. Uncharacteristic emotion briefly coloring particular landscape features holds significance beyond economic valuation, according to her explicit instructions regarding future disposition. Abigail recognized unmistakable pattern extending beyond ordinary business negotiation into territory where personal history and complex motivations created significance invisible to casual observation. The North Section mentioned during afternoon's tour clearly represented more than geographic location or financial asset within Hayes' family understanding. Symbolic value apparently connected to Catherine's wishes regarding children's legacy, rather than merely economic resource. Sentiment occasionally conflicts with practical necessity, Holloway observed, with philosophical tone suggesting reasonable perspective rather than dismissal of emotional considerations. Catherine's primary concern centered ultimately on children's welfare above specific property designations. Current economic challenges potentially threaten broader inheritance without strategic consolidation of assets. Hayes' response emerged following extended silence suggesting internal debate rather than conversational hesitation. Arrangements regarding spring cattle drive require immediate attention, he stated. Deliberate subject change indicating boundary established rather than temporarily postponed discussion. Railroad's revised schedule affects transportation coordination previously confirmed through existing agreements. This conversational redirection, accomplished with characteristic efficiency rather than social awkwardness, established clear refusal to continue property discussion without direct confrontation, potentially damaging ongoing business relationship. Holloway apparently recognized futility of immediate persistence. Of course, he agreed, with practiced cordiality masking evident frustration. Operational priorities naturally take precedence over longer-term considerations. Perhaps following spring sales, we might revisit financial projections with concrete figures rather than speculative forecasting. Footsteps approaching the door prompted Abigail's immediate withdrawal toward parlor entrance, professional ethics belatedly asserting themselves regarding unintentional eavesdropping, despite information's potential significance. She had reached appropriate distance, suggesting coincidental passing rather than deliberate listening, when study door opened fully, revealing Hayes and Holloway, apparently concluded with immediate business discussion. "Miss Montgomery," Holloway acknowledged with practiced charm, suggesting automatic response to feminine presence rather than genuine engagement. "I hope Wyoming's primitive conditions haven't proven excessively challenging following Boston refinement. Quite the cultural adjustment, I imagine." "Different circumstances offer different advantages," Abigail responded with diplomatic neutrality, avoiding both defense of Wyoming against implied criticism and false pretense regarding adjustment challenges. Educational principles remain consistent despite environmental variation. Something in Holloway's expression suggested reassessment beyond initial categorization as merely decorative feminine presence, recognition of intelligence and self-possession exceeding superficial expectations. His response adjusted accordingly, shifting from patronizing sympathy toward more evaluative engagement. "Fascinating perspective," he observed with apparently genuine interest beneath social performance. I maintain correspondence with several Eastern academic institutions regarding frontier educational developments. Perhaps future conversation might prove mutually informative when time permits more substantial discussion. Before Abigail could formulate appropriately non-committal response balancing professional courtesy against instinctive weariness, Hayes intervened with characteristic efficiency regarding social navigation. The children await evening reading in the parlor, he stated, direction masked as information, yet clearly intended to excuse her from continued conversation. Their Saturday routine includes your supervision according to established schedule. The instruction, though potentially appearing dismissive in other contexts, provided welcome escape from increasingly uncomfortable interaction while simultaneously establishing Hayes's awareness of educational responsibilities extending beyond classroom hours. Abigail acknowledged this tactical assistance with appropriate professional gratitude. Indeed, Mr. Hayes, the children mentioned looking forward to continuing Treasure Island this evening. Turning toward Holloway with polite conclusion rather than evident relief, she added, "Pleasant to make your acquaintance, Mr. Holloway. Educational perspectives always merit thoughtful exchange when circumstances permit." This balanced response acknowledged his conversational overture without encouraging immediate continuation, maintaining professional courtesy while establishing appropriate boundaries. Neither rudely dismissive nor naively receptive to attention potentially carrying complicated implications within existing household dynamics. As she moved toward parlor, where children indeed awaited with visible impatience, poorly disguised beneath attempted proper behavior, Abigail reflected on evening's revelations beyond obvious surface interactions. The overheard conversation, though fragmentary and lacking complete context, suggested financial complexities, potentially threatening Hayes Ranch stability despite its apparent prosperity. Holloway's interest in specific property connected somehow with Catherine's wishes for her children's inheritance added concerning dimension beyond ordinary business negotiation. More immediately significant, the children's unexpected disclosures regarding Holloway's previous interest in their mother following their father's death provided essential context for understanding underlying tensions beyond immediate business disagreements. Hayes's protective intervention during that vulnerable period had apparently established relationship dynamics continuing into present circumstances, despite superficial business partnership complicated history invisible to casual observation, yet fundamentally influencing current interaction. These revelations, combined with afternoon's educational exploration of ranch operations and history, created multi-layered understanding of Hayes' household, extending far beyond initial impressions or formal arrangements regarding teaching responsibility. The position she had accepted following Timber Creek's schoolhouse fire clearly involved far more complex situation than merely alternative educational setting during Reconstruction period, immersion in family dynamics shaped by loss, responsibility, and potential threats, requiring navigation beyond classroom management or academic instruction. As Emma and Michael arranged themselves for evening reading, with touching combination of childish enthusiasm and attempted maturity appropriate to Saturday ritual, apparently maintaining connection with their mother's established routine, Abigail recognized profound responsibility extending beyond formal teaching contract. These children required not merely academic instruction, but stable feminine presence during period potentially involving significant challenges to their security and inheritance, circumstances requiring thoughtful navigation of complex adult relationships, while maintaining appropriate boundaries between professional responsibility and personal involvement. Hayes appeared briefly in parlor doorway, observing established routine without interruption before returning to conclude business with Holloway, whose departure moments later produced almost tangible release of household tension, despite minimal outward acknowledgement. The banker's parting pleasantries, delivered with practiced charm yet carrying subtle undercurrents revealed through greater contextual understanding, confirmed Abigail's assessment regarding complicated dynamics beneath superficial business relationship. As evening concluded with children's reluctant but obedient retirement following story completion, and Hayes's brief appearance to confirm household security before withdrawing to his study for apparent continuation of work despite late hour, Abigail found herself contemplating days' comprehensive education extending far beyond formal orientation to ranch operations or classroom establishment. Hayes Ranch represented far more complex environment than initially apparent. Functioning business enterprise, multiple generation family legacy, educational setting, and potential battleground for competing interests regarding property and inheritance. Her position within this multifaceted context would require careful discernment beyond classroom management or academic instruction, navigation of adult relationships affecting children's welfare without overstepping appropriate boundaries between professional responsibility and personal involvement. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall chimed 10, its resonant tones punctuating conclusion to day filled with significant revelations and physical challenges alike. Muscles protesting afternoon's riding lesson provided physical reminder of frontier adjustments still requiring development, while mind processing complex household dynamics suggested equally demanding adaptation regarding interpersonal navigation beyond Boston's more transparent social structures. As Abigail prepared for well-earned rest following days' multiple exertions, she found unexpected determination replacing natural anxiety regarding challenges revealed through greater understanding of Hayes Ranch circumstances. The responsibility accepted following Timber Creek's fire had unexpectedly expanded beyond mere alternative teaching arrangement during Reconstruction period, opportunity for meaningful contribution during potentially significant period affecting children's future security and emotional development. Sleep eluded Abigail, despite her bone-deep weariness. The evening's revelations concerning Holloway and potential financial troubles weighed on her mind, while muscles unaccustomed to horseback riding protested with each shift against the sheets. After an hour of restless turning, she abandoned the effort, wrapping her shawl around her nightdress and stepping into slippers for a brief respite on the porch, where night air might clear her troubled thoughts. The house slumbered in midnight stillness, floorboards offering only occasional whispered protests beneath her careful steps. She eased the front door open, expecting solitude in the late hour, only to find a tall figure already occupying the porch swing, the ember of his cigarette glowing briefly as he drew upon it. "Mr. Hayes?" she acknowledged, momentarily uncertain whether to retreat or proceed. "I apologize for the intrusion. I couldn't sleep." Hayes straightened slightly, cigarette dropping to the porch boards where he extinguished it with precise movement of his boot heel. "Miss Montgomery, the riding lesson has left its mark, I expect." His voice carried neither invitation nor dismissal, merely acknowledgement of her presence. "Among other things," she admitted, deciding honesty served better than pretense under the circumstances. She moved to the porch railing, maintaining respectful distance while drawing the night air deep into her lungs. The scent of spring grass mingled with distant hints of pine from the foothills, a symphony of fragrances unlike anything Boston had offered. Silence settled between them, neither comfortable nor particularly strained, until Abigail found herself speaking thoughts better kept private. Mr. Holloway's visit seemed to bring concerning news regarding cattle prices. Hayes's posture shifted subtly, shoulders squaring as if preparing for confrontation. "Ranch business needn't concern you, beyond its effects on the children's education." "Perhaps not," she agreed, turning to face him directly, despite the dimness allowing only his silhouette against the star-scattered sky. Yet financial uncertainty affects household stability, which inevitably influences children's well-being beyond mere educational consideration. She expected immediate dismissal of her presumption. Instead, surprising herself as much as him, she continued. "My father's shipping company collapsed following a series of poor investments and market manipulations by former partners. I understand something of business difficulties and their effects beyond ledger entries." The swing's gentle creaking paused as Hayes absorbed this unexpected revelation. When he spoke, his tone carried less dismissal than earlier. "The cattle market faces coordinated pressure from Eastern buyers. using railroad expansion to control transportation options. Individual ranches have limited negotiating power without cooperative organization, which Wyoming producers have historically resisted. The explanation, though concise, represented significant departure from his typical reticence regarding business matters. Abigail recognized both the information's value and the trust its sharing implied, however reluctantly extended. Creating artificial scarcity through transportation limitation while simultaneously establishing price controls, she observed, translating his explanation into terms familiar from her father's similar experiences, forcing producers to accept unfavorable terms through elimination of alternatives. Hayes's silence carried unmistakable reassessment of her understanding. When he finally responded, his tone suggested genuine rather than perfunctory engagement. Precisely. Holloway's bank holds mortgages on several local operations, including portions of Hayes' property added during recent expansion. Falling prices, combined with high-interest loans, create vulnerability beyond normal seasonal fluctuations. And the north section he mentioned, that holds particular significance beyond mere acreage. The question pushed boundaries of appropriate inquiry, yet Abigail sensed its central importance to tensions witnessed earlier. Hayes's long exhalation suggested internal debate regarding appropriate response rather than offense at her presumption. Catherine selected that property personally, he finally explained, voice softening with rare emotion when mentioning his sister. Something about the valley configuration reminded her of illustrations from childhood books. She insisted Emma and Michael should inherit that particular section intact, regardless of financial considerations. Made me promise to maintain it specifically for them. This glimpse into Hayes's devotion to his sister's wishes illuminated his resistance to Holloway's apparently reasonable business proposal. Not mere stubbornness or impractical sentiment, but sacred obligation transcending economic rationality. Commitment to honoring promises beyond death's severance. Such promises carry weight beyond business considerations, Abigail offered quietly. My father maintained certain ethical boundaries despite mounting financial pressure. He lost material prosperity, but preserved something more valuable in the process. Your father's business failed despite such principles, Hayes observed without cruelty, merely stating apparent fact. The business failed, she acknowledged, but my father did not. There's significant distinction between those outcomes. Silence followed this observation, neither awkward nor empty, but rather contemplative. Shared understanding requiring no immediate verbal confirmation. The night breeze stirred tendrils of hair, escaped from Abigail's braid, carrying distant coyotes' song from hills beyond the ranch boundaries. The children spoke of you today, Hayes said finally. Topic shift suggesting conversation's significant matters had reached natural conclusion. Emma mentioned your understanding regarding her mother's teaching methods, while Michael reported your willingness to incorporate ranch operations into scientific curriculum. Though simply stated, Abigail recognized the comment as closest approximation to approval Hayes was likely to express directly. They're remarkable children with natural intelligence shaped by thoughtful previous guidance. I merely build upon foundations already established. Hayes nodded once, rising from the swing with characteristic economy of movement. It's late. Tomorrow brings Sunday responsibilities, regardless of tonight's conversations. As he moved toward the door, he paused briefly beside her. Your father taught you well, Miss Montgomery. Good night. A simple statement, delivered without dramatic emphasis, yet carrying genuine acknowledgement, represented significant milestone in their developing professional relationship. Not effortless understanding or complete alignment, but rather mutual recognition of shared concerns transcending obvious differences in background and perspective. Abigail remained on the porch briefly after Hayes's departure, the night air now bringing comfort rather than mere escape from sleeplessness. Common ground had been established, however limited its initial territory. Foundation for necessary cooperation in responsibilities they shared regarding two children whose welfare clearly mattered deeply to them both. Chapter 5. Hearts Slowly Thawing. April surrendered to May with the quiet grace of prairie seasons, each day flowing into the next until solitary moments blended into familiar patterns. 3 weeks had passed since Abigail's arrival at Hayes Ranch, transforming her from uncertain newcomer to steady participant in the household's daily rhythms. The proof of this change appeared in countless small ways, rather than grand declarations, visible to watchful eyes, though rarely mentioned aloud. In the schoolroom, tentative educational experiments had grown into reliable routine. Emma and Michael responded to consistent structure with newfound academic enthusiasm, their natural intelligence blooming within boundaries firm enough to provide security, yet flexible enough to honor their different learning styles. The foundation Catherine Hayes had built found new life under Abigail's guidance, respecting earlier traditions while bringing fresh approaches suited to each child's growing abilities. "Your mathematical calculations show remarkable improvement, Michael," Abigail noted one bright morning as they reviewed his work on practical problems involving cattle feed requirements. "Converting between different measurement systems would challenge students years older, yet you've grasped the underlying principles with impressive speed." The boy's expression brightened with genuine pride beneath his attempted nonchalance. "Uncle Colton says understanding feed-to-weight conversion prevents both waste and hungry stock. It's just practical necessity, requiring considerable intelligence to use properly." Abigail acknowledged, recognizing his need for achievement to appear useful rather than merely academic. "Your uncle mentioned your calculations save nearly $200 in hay purchases this winter compared to standard estimates." This revelation, that Hayes had specifically noted and valued Michael's contributions, brought unmistakable pleasure despite the boy's attempt at casual acceptance. "He actually said that? About my calculations?" "Indeed, just yesterday while reviewing the ledgers." Abigail kept her tone matter-of-fact, despite noting the importance of her disclosure. "He specifically mentioned how your attention to individual animal requirements rather than herd averages produced more accurate projections." Across the room, Emma looked up from her literature assignment with a quiet smile, suggesting both pleasure in her brother's recognition and understanding of Abigail's deliberate reinforcement of Hayes's approval, often felt but rarely expressed directly to the children. This unspoken acknowledgement of shared strategy regarding the children's emotional needs represented one of many subtle alignments developing between Abigail and the household members, unspoken understandings gradually replacing initial wariness. Beyond the schoolroom, similar changes had occurred throughout the household. The kitchen, once the picture of overwhelming disorder, now worked with renewed efficiency through methods jointly developed between Abigail and Mrs. Perkins. Rather than forcing outside organization, Abigail had suggested practical adjustments, building upon existing patterns while easing unnecessary complications. "Catherine always said proper systems create freedom rather than constraint," Mrs. Perkins observed one afternoon, as they completed weekly menu planning with unexpected efficiency. "Said mind relaxes when routine handles basics, leaving creativity for matters deserving genuine attention." "Precisely," Abigail agreed, appreciating this connection to Catherine's wisdom that provided context for current improvements. "Structure serves freedom rather than limiting it, when properly designed around real needs rather than rigid rules." This principle had guided her approach throughout the household, identifying underlying patterns already working despite surface disorder, then strengthening effective elements while gently adjusting counterproductive habits. The results emerged in countless small improvements: meals appearing with reliable timing and balanced nutrition, laundry completed without frantic rushes or constant backlog, household supplies inventoried and restocked through reliable systems rather than constant crisis management. Even Hayes himself had responded to this gradually emerging household harmony, though in his characteristically understated way. His increasing presence at meals marked a significant shift from his earlier pattern of brief appearance followed by swift departure. Now he regularly remained through entire breakfast, offering occasional observations about ranch operations or answering children's questions with unexpected patience. Dinner conversations similarly extended beyond mere necessity, occasionally including genuine exchanges about children's educational progress or household developments worth mentioning. Most surprisingly, he had begun appearing during afternoon lessons with increasing frequency, especially when practical subjects involving ranch applications created natural connection to his expertise. These visits, initially brief and seemingly focused on specific information, gradually extended into longer observations of teaching methods and educational content. Uncle Colton, Miss Montgomery is teaching us about mapping and surveying, Michael announced during one such afternoon visit, pride evident in his voice. She says we might practice actual measurements on the south pasture if weather permits tomorrow. Hayes nodded thoughtfully, glancing toward Abigail with what might have been approval beneath his characteristic reserve. Practical application reinforces book learning. Your mother always maintained both elements necessary for complete education. This simple observation, delivered without particular emphasis yet containing explicit connection between Abigail's methods and Catherine's educational philosophy, represented significant recognition rarely expressed through direct compliment. Such moments, brief yet meaningful acknowledgments of growing alignment between their approaches, punctuated the weeks with increasing frequency, establishing foundations for working partnership despite remaining boundaries maintained through mutual respect rather than emotional connection. As spring advanced toward summer, ranch operations intensified accordingly, creating opportunities for educational activities naturally woven with practical realities. Cattle drives to summer pastures, branding of new calves, repair of winter-damaged fencing, all provided chances for children's participation, combining academic learning with ranch management principles. Hayes considered essential preparation for eventual responsibility. Mathematics should never remain abstract when practical applications demonstrate principles with immediate relevance, Abigail observed during planning session with Hayes regarding upcoming lessons. The spring cattle count provides perfect opportunity for statistical concepts difficult to grasp through mere textbook presentation. Catherine maintained similar approach, he acknowledged, the growing ease of such references suggesting healing rather than lingering grief. She designed agricultural science curriculum using ranch operations as living classroom rather than theoretical exercise. This conversation, conducted with professional respect, addressing shared educational responsibilities, exemplified their developing working relationship. Neither personal friendship nor merely formal arrangement, but rather practical partnership centered on children's welfare and development. The household had found its rhythm, different from patterns established during Catherine's lifetime, yet honoring essential principles she had valued while incorporating necessary adaptations to current circumstances. Even ranch hands had gradually adjusted expectations and behaviors, accepting Abigail's presence as beneficial rather than intrusive to established routines. Josiah particularly had shifted from courteous skepticism to genuine respect, occasionally seeking her perspective regarding household matters affecting children's well-being or practical arrangements involving multiple people within the ranch community. Miss Montgomery understands proper balance between discipline and necessary freedom, he remarked to Hayes one evening, unaware of Abigail overhearing from adjacent hallway. Children respond to consistency without rigidity, structure serving growth rather than mere control. Catherine would approve her methods. This unsolicited assessment, delivered without expectation of being reported to its subject, carried particular significance through its genuine evaluation rather than mere polite acknowledgement. The Hayes Ranch community, initially wary of outside disruption to established patterns, however imperfect, had gradually recognized beneficial adjustments possible without threatening essential foundations valued by all concerned. One early May evening, as golden sunlight stretched long shadows across newly greened pastures, Abigail stood at her bedroom window watching ranch hands return from distant fence lines while children completed assigned reading on porch below. The scene, peaceful yet vibrant with purposeful activity, struck her with unexpected emotional force. 3 weeks earlier, she had observed these surroundings as complete outsider, assessing unfamiliar territory from perspective of temporary visitor. Now, without conscious intention or dramatic declaration, she had become participant rather than mere observer, contributor to household functioning rather than incidental presence, accommodated through necessity. A rider approached from eastern pastures, Hayes's distinctive silhouette recognizable despite considerable distance. As he neared the main house, the children abandoned their reading to race toward the corral, their natural enthusiasm suggesting genuine pleasure rather than mere dutiful greeting. Through the open window, their voices carried clearly. Michael's excited account of successful mathematics examination, Emma's more measured description of completed literature assignment. Though Hayes's responses remained indistinct at this distance, his dismounted posture conveyed attentive interest rather than merely tolerant acknowledgement. The tableau. Strong man bending slightly toward children, whose animation suggested comfortable security rather than anxious performance, revealed emotional foundations beneath practical arrangements, too often obscured by Hayes's reserved demeanor and pragmatic focus. Whatever his limitations in demonstrative affection or verbal encouragement, his fundamental commitment to these children's welfare remained unquestionable, expressed through consistent presence and genuine attention despite communication constraints shaped by masculine reserve and personal temperament. As if sensing her observation, Hayes glanced toward her window briefly before returning attention to children's continued conversation. The momentary connection, neither acknowledged directly nor deliberately avoided, symbolized developing household dynamic, mutual awareness without unnecessary elaboration, shared purpose without dramatic declaration, growing trust expressed through working together rather than explicit statements. When they entered the house together minutes later, children's voices echoing through previously silent hallways with comfortable belonging rather than tentative presence, Abigail recognized significant transition, accomplished through accumulation of daily interactions rather than dramatic incidents. The Hayes household had found its rhythm, different from patterns established during Catherine's lifetime, yet honoring essential principles while incorporating necessary adaptations to current circumstances. Not perfection, certainly. Underlying tensions regarding Holloway's financial manipulations remained unresolved. Hayes' fundamental reserve still created occasional communication challenges. Children's ongoing grief for parents manifested in unpredictable moments of withdrawal or excessive attachment. Yet, working harmony had emerged from initial uncertainty, creating foundation for continuing development through shared commitment to children's welfare, despite differing perspectives regarding specific approaches. As spring's renewal continued, transforming winter-dormant landscape into vibrant productivity, parallel renewal occurred within household dynamics, not erasing previous patterns, but rather incorporating valuable elements into fresh arrangements, addressing current needs rather than merely preserving fading memories or rigidly imposing outside structures. Rhythms established, foundations secured, mutual respect developing through daily demonstrations rather than verbal declarations. Art slowly thawing indeed, though none would have expressed such poetic assessment aloud. Behold still, Michael. Your caller refuses proper cooperation this morning, Abigail instructed, attempting final adjustments to the boy's Sunday attire while he squirmed with characteristic impatience. The Hayes household had awakened earlier than usual this particular morning, preparing for the monthly journey to Timber Creek for church services, occasion representing significant social connection beyond ranch boundary. I don't understand why church clothes must always scratch worse than everyday ones, Michael complained, tugging at his collar despite Abigail's efforts. God made people before clothing, so he probably prefers us comfortable rather than strangled by proper appearance. Emma, already dressed in her best calico with neatly braided hair tied with matching ribbon, offered a characteristic mixture of amusement and exasperation at her brother's familiar complaints. Mother said proper presentation shows respect for both occasion and community, she reminded him, straightening her own collar without prompting. Besides, you only endure the discomfort for 3 hours monthly, hardly sufficient hardship to justify such dramatic objections. The exchange, combining childish complaint with surprising maturity, reflected ongoing developmental complexity Abigail had observed throughout her weeks at Hayes Ranch. Both children demonstrated remarkable capability alongside age-appropriate behaviors. Michael's mathematical intelligence paired with boyhood restlessness. Emma's emotional maturity existing alongside occasional vulnerability, revealing her true youth beneath assumed responsibilities. There, Presentable, if not entirely comfortable, Abigail pronounced, releasing Michael from further adjustments. Perhaps mention your collar concerns to Mrs. Perkins. She might adjust the next shirt she sews with comfort alongside appearance in mind. This practical suggestion, acknowledging legitimate discomfort while maintaining appropriate expectations, represented approach Abigail had found most effective with both children, respecting their perspectives without abandoning necessary standards. Such balancing between flexibility and consistency had gradually earned their trust beyond mere compliance with adult authority. "Is Uncle Colton joining us today?" Emma inquired, careful neutrality in her tone suggesting deeper significance beneath casual question. "Mrs. Perkins prepared his Sunday clothes yesterday." Abigail maintained similarly casual response despite understanding the question's emotional importance. "I extended invitation as requested, though he indicated ranch responsibilities might prevent his attendance." This diplomatic phrasing, neither promising participation nor confirming refusal, aimed to minimize potential disappointment while maintaining possibility depending on Hayes' ultimate decision. The children exchanged glances, communicating shared understanding beyond verbal exchange, awareness of their uncle's continued avoidance of church attendance despite otherwise responsible guardianship. This pattern, established following their parents' deaths and continuing despite occasional pastoral visits to the ranch, represented one area where Hayes maintained firm boundary despite general community expectations. "Mother always said faith remains personal matter despite public expression," Emma observed quietly, offering explanation that sounded rehearsed yet sincerely believed. "Uncle Colton reads scripture regularly despite avoiding formal services." Michael nodded vigorous agreement. "He knows Bible stories better than Reverend Porter. Explains difficult parts without making them boring or confusing." These loyal defenses, offered without direct criticism, yet containing implicit acknowledgement of community judgment regarding Hayes' absence from services, revealed protective instinct extending from guardian to wards, rather than flowing solely in expected direction. The children understood Hayes faced social disapproval for choices they instinctively defended, regardless of personal disappointment regarding his continued absence from community gatherings they clearly enjoyed. Further conversation halted as Josiah's distinctive knock announced wagon readiness for departure. The foreman had volunteered driving duties for monthly church attendance since Catherine's passing, maintaining connection between ranch children and town community, despite Hayes' reluctance to participate directly. His weathered face revealed genuine pleasure at seeing them prepared punctually, approval evident beneath characteristic understatement. "Fine morning for worship," he observed, helping them board the wagon with courteous assistance that acknowledged Abigail's still healing muscles from riding lessons, while respecting her increasing capabilities. "Should reach town before bell finishes ringing if breakfast settling doesn't require unscheduled stops along trail." This gentle teasing, directed primarily toward Michael's notorious sensitivity to bouncing wagon rides following hearty breakfast, established comfortable atmosphere replacing potential disappointment regarding Hayes' expected absence. The boy responded with appropriately indignant denial while Emma arranged her skirts with dignity, suggesting maternal influence persisting through careful observation during earliest years. As they settled for departure, Hayes himself appeared unexpectedly from barn doorway, his expression revealing neither particular pleasure nor reluctance, but rather matter-of-fact acknowledgement of impending separation. "You have necessary funds should unexpected purchases arise," he stated, handing Josiah a small leather pouch with characteristic practicality, addressing material needs without emotional elaboration. "Weather suggests possibility of afternoon showers. Return directly should clouds gather significantly." Though phrased as practical instruction rather than emotional reassurance, the guidance revealed underlying concern beyond mere logistical planning. Before anyone could respond appropriately, he turned toward Abigail with brief nod, containing neither warmth nor coldness, but rather simple recognition of shared responsibility. The children's Bible lesson preparation appears thorough. Emma recited assigned verses flawlessly during yesterday's review. This acknowledgement, focused on educational preparation rather than religious significance, nonetheless recognized Abigail's influence beyond strictly academic subjects. Acceptance of her guidance regarding spiritual development alongside intellectual instruction. Without awaiting response, he turned back toward Barn with brief farewell gestures suggesting conversation concluded, despite potential elaboration others might have offered. As the wagon pulled away, children waved until distance rendered continuing gesture meaningless, their expressions revealing mixture of expected disappointment and resigned acceptance regarding their uncle's continued absence from community worship. Abigail maintained supportive presence without unnecessary commentary, recognizing their emotional sophistication regarding Hayes's complex relationship with formal religion, despite their years. The journey to Timber Creek passed pleasantly, despite Michael's occasional complaints regarding Sunday collar and wagon bench hardness. Spring transformation had advanced significantly since Abigail's departure 3 weeks previously, wildflowers carpeting prairie sections between cultivated fields, while trees displayed fully developed foliage, replacing earlier hesitant budding. Josiah provided ongoing commentary regarding seasonal developments, his practical observations containing genuine appreciation for natural beauty beneath matter-of-fact delivery. Wettest spring in 7 years means earlier flowering, but potentially troublesome mud during roundup, he noted, simultaneously acknowledging aesthetic pleasure and practical implications with characteristic balance between appreciation and pragmatic assessment. Heavy snowpack followed by gradual warming creates ideal conditions for both grazing and potential flooding, depending on continued rainfall pattern. This educational commentary, ostensibly directed toward general audience, yet particularly focused on children's developing understanding of environmental patterns affecting ranching operations, demonstrated ongoing teaching extending beyond formal classroom into daily observations connecting natural cycles with human activities. Abigail appreciated this supplementary instruction, reinforcing her own educational approaches while providing practical contexts often absent from standard textbooks. Upon reaching Timber Creek, they discovered significant changes despite relatively brief absence. Reconstruction efforts on the burned schoolhouse had progressed substantially, foundation completed and wall framing partially erected according to expanded dimensions, promising improved facilities upon completion. Several townspeople greeted them with genuine welcome, extending beyond mere politeness. Particular attention focused on children whose absence from daily community interaction clearly represented noticeable gap in town's social fabric. "Emma Hayes, growing taller every month," Mrs. Wilson exclaimed, embracing the girl with maternal enthusiasm despite no actual relation. "And Michael looking more like your father each time I see you. How fortunate having proper education, continuing despite our temporary schoolhouse circumstances." These greetings, repeated with variations as they progressed toward white-painted church at town's eastern edge, demonstrated genuine community concern extending beyond mere curiosity regarding ranch arrangements. The children responded with increasing animation, Michael's collar complaints forgotten amid excitement reconnecting with town friends, while Emma maintained greater composure despite evident pleasure at social interaction beyond ranch boundaries. Inside the church, Reverend Porter welcomed Abigail with particular appreciation regarding Bible lesson preparation she would lead during children's portion of service. "Your materials demonstrate remarkable thoroughness despite limited preparation time," he acknowledged. Examining lesson outlines she had developed integrating scriptural instruction with age-appropriate applications, "The children respond exceptionally well to your teaching approach, concrete examples illuminating abstract principles rather than mere recitation without understanding." This professional recognition, focused on educational effectiveness rather than mere religious conformity, affirmed approach Abigail had developed, combining Catherine's existing methods with her own educational philosophy. Before further discussion could develop, the church bell began final summons, prompting congregation to settle into well-worn pews for service commencement. As families arranged themselves according to established patterns, Abigail noted interesting social dynamics revealed through seating arrangements and interactions. alliances, and occasional tensions visible through proximity choices and conversational groupings. The Hayes children received particular attention, combining genuine affection with subtle curiosity regarding their life at ranch under new educational supervision. Questions carefully framed for childish understanding, while clearly seeking information adults would discuss more directly given appropriate opportunity. During children's lesson following initial worship portion, Abigail led discussion, implementing prepared materials with necessary adaptations, responding to specific group dynamics. The Timber Creek children welcomed Emma and Michael with established friendships requiring minimal reintegration, while several asked specific questions regarding Hayes Ranch activities with evident fascination regarding operations beyond town boundaries. "Does Miss Montgomery make you study all day without breaks like in regular school?" Billy Matthews inquired during activity transition, his expression suggesting both genuine curiosity and hopeful discovery of educational approach he might advocate to town teacher upon schoolhouse completion. "We have proper lessons every morning," Emma explained with characteristic precision, "but afternoons often include practical applications like surveying pasture boundaries or calculating cattle weight gain through mathematical formulas. And sometimes we observe wildlife for science journals," Michael added enthusiastically. "Yesterday we tracked coyote hunting patterns and recorded mathematical relationships between territory size and prey availability." These descriptions, combining academic content with engaging activities, prompted visible envy among town children whose educational experiences typically involved more limited classroom confinement. Abigail noted this reaction with professional interest, considering potential adaptations for future town school curriculum incorporating similar practical applications within more structured institutional requirements. When children rejoined adult congregation for service conclusion, Abigail found herself seated beside Mrs. Whitaker, whose maternal attention had provided significant support during fire crisis. The older woman's expression conveyed genuine pleasure regarding Abigail's apparently successful transition to ranch responsibilities. Her whispered comments during appropriate service pauses reflecting both curiosity and supportive interest. "You look well, despite challenges I imagine ranch life presents," she observed during final hymn preparation. "The children appear positively transformed." Michael's restlessness channeled productively, while Emma shows genuine animation beneath her characteristic composure. "They respond remarkably to consistent structure combined with appropriate freedom," Abigail acknowledged quietly. "Hayes Ranch provides exceptional educational opportunities when properly integrated with academic requirements." Mrs. Whitaker's expression suggested both approval and deeper understanding beyond surface assessment. As congregation rose for final hymn, she whispered final observation, containing both encouragement and gentle wisdom born from decades observing human relationships beneath social performances. "Not only children thaw under proper conditions," she noted with significant glance, combining genuine affection with subtle challenge. "Even the most stubborn ice eventually responds to persistent warmth, though change occurs beneath visible surface long before outward evidence appears." The simple observation, delivered without elaborate explanation yet carrying unmistakable implications regarding household dynamics beyond educational arrangements, accompanied swelling organ chords introducing final worship, expression, as voices joined in traditional benediction seeking divine guidance through coming weeks' challenges and opportunities. Abigail reflected on developments these 3 weeks had witnessed, establishing rhythms, creating foundation for continuing growth, hearts slowly thawing, indeed, beneath spring's gentle persistence. The wagon rolled over the final rise leading to Hayes Ranch, and Abigail felt an immediate sense that something was amiss. Rather than the orderly Sunday afternoon quiet she had expected, the ranch yard swarmed with activity. Men on horseback circled near the corral, while others hurried between outbuildings with determined urgency. Josiah straightened in his seat, his weathered face settling into lines of concern. "Something's wrong," he muttered, snapping the reins to quicken the horse's pace. As they drew closer, Abigail could make out Colton Hayes in the center of the commotion, issuing directives with the focused intensity of a military commander. His Sunday clothes had been exchanged for riding gear, and several men around him were securing rifles to their saddles. Emma clutched Abigail's hand. "What's happening?" Before she could formulate a response, the wagon pulled into the yard. Hayes strode toward them, his expression grim beneath the shadow of his hat brim. "Good timing, Josiah. I need every available man." His gaze shifted briefly to Abigail and the children, a flicker of something, perhaps regret, crossing his features before his practical nature reasserted itself. "Miss Montgomery, best get the children inside." Michael scrambled down from the wagon, excitement overriding caution. "What's wrong, Uncle Colton? Is it Indians? Outlaws?" "Michael," Hayes said sharply, then moderated his tone with visible effort. "No need for wild speculation. We've discovered cattle missing from the north pasture. About 30 head. Cut fence and clear tracks. Rustlers, not strays." The word hung in the air like gun smoke. Emma's grip on Abigail's hand tightened as Josiah helped them down from the wagon. "How many men do you need?" the foreman asked, already removing his Sunday coat. "All who can ride. Peterson's gathering supplies. We'll track through the night if necessary." Hayes turned back toward the barn, then hesitated, glancing at Abigail. "The situation requires immediate action. We can't afford to lose those cattle." The statement contained layers she immediately understood. Not merely property theft, but financial threat during already precarious circumstances. "Of course, Mr. Hayes. Don't concern yourself with matters here. The children and I will manage perfectly well." She kept her voice steady, conveying calm confidence despite the sudden disruption. He studied her briefly, as if measuring her capabilities against this unexpected challenge. "Mrs. Perkins has prepared cold supper. The men left behind have instructions to maintain regular patrols around the immediate property. There's no danger to the house itself." "Uncle Colton," Emma said softly, her composure remarkable despite evident anxiety. "Please be careful." Something in her young voice pierced Hayes's practical focus. He knelt briefly to meet her eyes directly, a rare gesture revealing the depth of connection beneath his reserved manner. "Always am, Emma girl. This isn't my first encounter with cattle thieves." His hand rested briefly on her shoulder. Then he turned to Michael, who stood straighter under his uncle's attention. "Mind Miss Montgomery and keep the household running properly until I return." "Yes, sir," the boy replied with unusual solemnity, temporarily setting aside his natural exuberance. Hayes straightened, addressing Abigail with the direct gaze that always seemed to see more than she intended to reveal. 30 head represents significant portion of spring profits. Every animal matters, with cattle prices dropping and Holloway circling like vulture over carrion. The blunt assessment, shared within children's hearing, demonstrated both the situation's severity and Hayes's assessment of their maturity. No sugar-coated reassurances, but rather honest acknowledgement of reality, however concerning. "We understand the urgency, Mr. Hayes," Abigail responded, her voice carrying calm conviction that belied her interior uncertainty. "Your responsibility lies with recovering your property. Ours remains maintaining proper household function during your absence." Something in her steady response seemed to satisfy him. He nodded once, acknowledging her competence without unnecessary elaboration. "Josiah, 10 minutes to change, then we ride." Sir Hayes strode away, issuing final instructions to the gathering men. Abigail guided the children toward the house, maintaining outward composure despite the sudden shift from peaceful Sunday worship to crisis management. Through the dining room window, she watched the men prepare with practiced efficiency, checking weapons, securing provisions, consulting briefly over a map Hayes spread across an upturned barrel. Emma stood beside her, silent yet observant, while Michael peppered Mrs. Perkins with questions as she gathered provisions for the tracking party. The housekeeper's responses remained calm but minimal, her worried glances toward the window betraying concerns her words concealed. "This has happened before?" Abigail asked quietly. "Once, 2 years back," Emma replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Uncle Colton returned with a bullet graze along his arm. Michael doesn't remember, he was too young, but I heard Josiah tell Mrs. Perkins that Uncle Colton had faced down 3 armed men without flinching. The account, delivered without dramatic emphasis yet containing unmistakable fear beneath factual recitation, revealed depths to the situation beyond property theft. These children, already carrying the burden of parental loss, now faced fear for their remaining guardian, the solid foundation upon which their security rested. Through the window, Abigail observed Hayes check his sidearm with practiced movements before securing it in his holster. Whatever personal reservations she might harbor about guns, she recognized their necessity in this wilderness where law existed more as distant concept than immediate protection. The man she watched preparing to defend his property and livelihood bore little resemblance to difficult yet fundamentally decent employer she had come to know over recent weeks. This Colton Hayes moved with the dangerous competence of a man familiar with violence yet not defined by it, capable of necessary action without evident pleasure in its application. As final preparations concluded, Hayes approached the house once more. His expression remained controlled as he briefly outlined expected timing and potential outcomes to Abigail on the porch, his voice pitched for her ears alone. Best scenario, we overtake them by nightfall, recover the cattle without confrontation. Worst case, they've planned this carefully with sufficient head start to reach border territory where recovery becomes problematic. He glanced toward the assembled riders, already mounted and waiting for his command. Either way, don't expect our return before midnight at earliest. We'll maintain regular routine as much as possible, Abigail assured him. The children will complete evening studies despite unusual circumstances. Hayes nodded, seemingly satisfied with this practical focus on normalcy amid disruption. As he turned to leave, she surprised herself by speaking once more. Mr. Hayes. He paused, glancing back with questioning expression. Please exercise appropriate caution. The children have experienced sufficient loss already. The observation, factual yet carrying obvious emotional implications, hung between them for a moment. Then Hayes nodded once, acknowledging both practical and unspoken dimensions of her concern. Experienced men don't take unnecessary risks, Ms. Montgomery. His voice carried no offense at her implicit warning, only recognition of legitimate concern. Then, with characteristic shift from personal to practical, he added, the household ledger contains sufficient funds should emergency requirements arise during our absence. With that distinctly Hayes-like transition from emotional consideration to material provision, he strode toward his waiting horse. Minutes later, the tracking party disappeared over the eastern ridge, dust settling behind them like fading punctuation to the afternoon's unexpected developments. Abigail drew a deep breath, squaring her shoulders before turning back toward the house, where two children awaited guidance through this unfamiliar territory of fear and uncertainty. However unexpected this test of her capabilities, she would meet it with the same determination that had carried her from Boston, security, to Wyoming challenge. Well then, she said briskly as she rejoined Emma and Michael in the kitchen, let's establish proper order for our evening despite these unusual circumstances. Regular patterns provide comfort during irregular situations. As the children responded to her calm direction, Abigail caught Mrs. Perkins watching her with approving nod. The older woman's expression conveyed silent acknowledgement of strength revealed through crises, rather than merely demonstrated during ordinary circumstances. Together, they would maintain household stability during this unexpected challenge, proving capabilities extending beyond classroom management into genuine leadership during Hayes's necessary absence. Whatever dangers he faced pursuing those who threatened his livelihood, Abigail was determined he would return to find domestic order maintained through steady guidance, rather than dissolved into chaos through insufficient management. The observation she had shared with him remained privately foremost in her thoughts as sunset painted the western sky in crimson streaks resembling blood across golden parchment. The children have experienced sufficient loss already. The unspoken addition lingered in her heart with surprising intensity. As have you, Mr. Hayes, as have you. Darkness settled over Hayes Ranch like a wool blanket, heavy, encompassing, and somehow both comforting and smothering at once. Abigail moved through the house, trimming lamps to proper levels, neither wastefully bright nor dangerously dim, while listening to the muffled sounds of Emma reading aloud to Michael in the parlor. The simplified routine they had established after supper. Lessons completed, minimal chores addressed, usual bedtime preparations followed despite unusual circumstances, had provided structure without rigidity, comfort without denial of genuine concerns. Now, with traditional bedtime approaching, yet Hayes and his men still absent, Abigail faced practical decision requiring both sensitivity and authority. The children clearly resisted separation while their uncle remained in potential danger, yet prolonged anxiety served no constructive purpose. She paused in the parlor doorway, observing them without immediate announcement of her presence. Emma sat properly upright despite evident fatigue, reading from one of Catherine's favorite volumes of poetry with remarkable composure for a girl her age. Michael sprawled less decorously across the settee, pretending attention while obviously straining to catch any sound suggesting riders approaching. His fingers worried a loose thread on his shirt cuff, the only visible evidence of interior distress his pride would not permit more direct expression. "Perhaps we might choose something more engaging than poetry for tonight's circumstances," Abigail suggested, entering with deliberate normalcy rather than excessive concern. Some stories particularly suit occasions requiring patience during uncertain waiting. Both children looked up, relief evident in their expressions, not merely at her arrival, but at her tacit acknowledgement that ordinary bedtime rules might flex without breaking during extraordinary situations. "Could we stay up until Uncle Colton returns?" Michael asked, hope transparent beneath attempted casualness. "I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, wondering if they caught the rustlers or if there was shooting or—" "Michael," Emma interrupted with sisterly exasperation masking similar concerns. "Miss Montgomery knows perfectly well we're worried. There's no need for dramatic elaboration." Abigail settled into the armchair near the fireplace, considering her response carefully. "Your concern is entirely natural, given circumstances. However, maintaining physical well-being through proper rest remains important, regardless of emotional disruption." She smiled gently, offering compromise rather than rigid enforcement or complete abandonment of necessary structure. "Perhaps we might gather in my sitting room rather than separate bedrooms. Proper night clothes, teeth brushing, and other essentials completed, but together rather than apart while awaiting news." The suggestion, acknowledging their need for company without completely discarding established routine, visibly relieved both children. As they hurried upstairs to prepare for this modified arrangement, Abigail caught Mrs. Perkins watching from the dining room doorway, approval evident in her expression. Catherine would have handled it similarly, the housekeeper observed quietly, recognizing needs beneath behaviors rather than merely enforcing rules without understanding purposes they serve. The simple statement, offered without elaborate praise yet containing significant acknowledgement, warmed Abigail more deeply than effusive compliments might have done. To be compared favorably with the children's mother, particularly by one who had known her well, represented meaningful validation beyond mere professional assessment. An hour later, Abigail's sitting room had transformed into impromptu gathering place, combining comfort with productive activity. Emma had arranged pillows and blankets near the small fireplace where low flames provided both warmth and gentle illumination, supplementing the single lamp on the writing desk. Michael had dragged in the globe from their classroom, currently tracking imaginary progress of Hayes's pursuit across territories he had carefully studied during geography lessons. "Uncle Colton says rustlers typically head for reservation borders, where different laws make recovery more difficult," he explained with surprising factual accuracy despite occasional boyish embellishment. "Or sometimes toward Colorado, if they have connections with butchers willing to ignore brands." "Speaking of your uncle," Abigail replied, recognizing opportunity to address fears through indirect approach rather than potentially frightening direct discussion. "His practical knowledge seems quite extensive beyond merely ranching skills." "Mother said he lived a rather adventurous life before settling into regular ranch work," Emma contributed. her careful phrasing suggesting adult conversations partially overheard rather than directly shared. PM worked as scout for cavalry during final Indian campaigns, then cattle drives to Kansas railheads, even sometime as deputy sheriff before mother's letters brought him here after father died. This glimpse into Hayes's background, information he had never directly shared despite their daily interactions, added dimension to the man beyond current circumstances. Not merely stubborn rancher, but experienced frontiersman whose reserved manner perhaps masked capabilities developed through challenges Abigail could scarcely imagine from her Eastern upbringing. The Bible contains many stories about brave individuals facing difficult situations with courage and wisdom, she observed, transitioning naturally toward instruction that might simultaneously address immediate concerns while providing deeper perspective. Perhaps examining such accounts might prove both educational and comforting while we await your uncle's return. The suggestion prompted immediate interest from both children, though for characteristically different reasons. Emma's scholarly appreciation for literature alongside spiritual content, Michael's fascination with adventurous elements such narratives often contained. Retrieving her Bible from the bedside table, Abigail settled more comfortably in her chair, considering which passages might best address their unspoken fears while avoiding inappropriate comparisons or false reassurances. David's confrontation with Goliath offers interesting perspective on courage against seemingly overwhelming odds, she began, finding the familiar passage with practiced ease. Not merely physical bravery, but faith, that principles matter more than temporary circumstances or apparent disadvantages. As she read the ancient words describing young shepherd facing giant warrior, Abigail watched understanding dawn in both children's expressions. Recognition that courage took many forms beyond mere physical strength or overwhelming force. The discussion that followed meandered naturally through other biblical accounts of bravery, perseverance, and ultimate justice, despite temporary setbacks or apparent defeat. So, even when situations seem frightening or unfair, maintaining faith in larger purpose matters more than immediate circumstances. Emma summarized thoughtfully her natural intelligence connecting spiritual teachings with personal application. Precisely. Abigail agreed, impressed with the girl's insightful understanding. Though faith doesn't eliminate natural concern or necessary action, it provides perspective beyond momentary difficulties. Michael, who had been uncharacteristically contemplative during this discussion, suddenly straightened with renewed alertness. "Horses," he exclaimed, rushing toward the window overlooking the ranch yard. "They're back." Abigail and Emma joined him at the window, where moonlight indeed revealed riders approaching. Exhausted men on weary horses, moving with the heavy rhythm of extended exertion rather than triumphant return. Even from this distance, the tension in their postures suggested complicated outcome rather than simple resolution. "Wait here," Abigail instructed, already moving toward the door. "Let me assess the situation before you rush into potentially difficult circumstances." Her tone gentle yet firm, prioritizing their well-being while acknowledging legitimate concerns. Achieved reluctant compliance where arbitrary authority might have failed. Wrapping her shawl around her shoulders against the night chill, Abigail hurried downstairs and onto the porch, where the riders were now dismounting amid subdued conversation suggesting neither complete failure nor unqualified success. Hayes spotted her immediately, breaking from conversation with Josiah to approach the porch with characteristic directness. Even in moonlight, she could discern fatigue etched in his features, dust coating his clothing, and subtle tension in his movements suggesting hours of difficult riding. "The children?" he asked, without preamble, practical concerns superseding social niceties. "Awake but well. Waiting in my sitting room rather than separated in their bedrooms." Her response matched his directness while conveying essential information without unnecessary elaboration. "They've managed admirably, despite natural concern." He nodded once, accepting this assessment without questioning its accuracy. "We recovered most cattle and identified the rustlers, though they escaped immediate capture." His gaze shifted briefly toward the barn, where several men were supporting another whose awkward movement suggested injury. Peterson took bullet through shoulder, clean wound but requires proper attention. Abigail followed his glance, immediately understanding both the immediate need and his unstated request. I have some experience with wound treatment from volunteer work at Boston Mercy Hospital. If you'll have him brought to the kitchen, I'll prepare necessary supplies. Hayes studied her briefly, as if reassessing capabilities beyond classroom management or household supervision. Then he nodded once, turning to issue directions that sent two men supporting Peterson toward the house, while others continued caring for exhausted horses and securing equipment. The next hour passed in focused activity. Kitchen transformed for impromptu surgery, water boiled for sterile compresses, whiskey located for both disinfectant and patient fortification. Peterson, a sandy-haired man perhaps 30 years old, maintained stoic composure despite evident pain, his only concession to discomfort, occasional sharp intake of breath when necessary. Movement triggered fresh agony. "Entry clean, exit cleaner," Abigail observed, examining the wound with professional detachment that belied her interior concern. "Appears to have missed bone, though muscle damage will require significant healing time." "Told you. Wasn't bad." Peterson managed through gritted teeth, attempting humor despite circumstances. "Just inconvenient placement for cattle driving." Hayes stood nearby, observing Abigail's methods with careful attention, while occasionally supplying additional materials as needed. His presence provided both practical assistance and moral support to his injured man, though his expression revealed nothing of his interior thoughts regarding the situation or her unexpected medical skills. As she finished securing clean bandages around Peterson's shoulder, Abigail caught Hayes watching her with an expression she couldn't immediately interpret. Assessment, certainly, but something beyond mere evaluation of nursing capabilities. When their eyes met briefly across the wounded man between them, she glimpsed emotion, quickly masked behind his habitual reserve. Perhaps respect, perhaps gratitude, perhaps something deeper she dared not name even in private thoughts. "You've done this before," he observed quietly as they stepped aside while Josiah and another hand helped Peterson toward bunkhouse accommodations more comfortable than kitchen chair. Boston Mercy Hospital allowed properly supervised young ladies to assist with basic wound care and patient comfort, she explained, washing blood from her hands in the basin with practical efficiency. "Nothing extraordinary, but useful skills apparently transfer beyond their original context." "Apparently," he agreed, something almost resembling smile briefly softening his features. "The children should see you before retiring. They've demonstrated remarkable patience given circumstances." The observation, acknowledging both her management of their concern and their cooperation during difficult waiting, represented significant recognition of effective partnership regarding their welfare. As Hayes climbed the stairs beside her toward her sitting room where young voices could be heard in subdued conversation, Abigail realized how naturally they had settled into complementary roles during this crisis. His leadership regarding external threat, her management of household stability, neither diminishing nor competing with the other's domain. Emma and Michael looked up as they entered, relief washing across their features at Hayes's appearance. Dusty, weary, but fundamentally unharmed. Their restraint, despite obvious impulse toward emotional greeting, demonstrated both maturity beyond their years and understanding of his reserved nature regarding demonstrative affection. "The cattle?" Emma asked, practical concern reflecting her developing awareness of ranch economics alongside emotional relief. "Recovered. -4 will likely not see again," Hayes replied, his honest assessment acknowledging her right to accurate information rather than childish reassurance. "Peterson took bullet meant for more valuable target, but Ms. Montgomery's nursing skills have addressed immediate concerns." This simple acknowledgement, crediting her contribution without elaborate praise, meant more than effusive compliments might have done, particularly spoken before the children whose respect ultimately determined her effectiveness in their education and development. "You should properly thank Miss Montgomery for maintaining household order during this disruption," Hayes continued, his tone suggesting genuine appreciation rather than mere social instruction. Her management of legitimate concerns while maintaining necessary routine demonstrates capabilities beyond ordinary teaching responsibilities. The children responded with genuine expressions of gratitude. Michael's enthusiastic recounting of biblical courage lessons, interrupted only by Emma's gentler acknowledgement of comfort provided through balanced structure, rather than either rigid enforcement or complete abandonment of necessary boundaries. As proper bedtime routines resumed, now in appropriate locations rather than temporary gathering, Hayes remained in the hallway as Abigail supervised final preparation. His posture betrayed exhaustion beneath stalwart bearing, yet he maintained attentive presence until both children were properly settled, despite his own evident need for rest following extended exertion. "The rustlers?" Abigail asked quietly as they descended stairs together following goodnight rituals, professional concern justifying personal inquiry that might otherwise seem intrusive. Hayes's expression darkened, though his voice remained measured, rather than revealing anger, she suspected, burned beneath controlled surface. Professionals rather than opportunists, targeted specific cattle, new property boundaries, had prepared escape route. Not random incident, but deliberate operation, suggesting planning and local knowledge. The assessment contained disturbing implications beyond immediate property loss, not merely theft, but strategic targeting suggesting broader threats with potential connections to financial pressures Hayes had previously mentioned regarding Holloway's manipulations. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response, acknowledging these concerns without overstepping professional boundaries, Hayes continued with characteristic shift toward practical matters. "Thank you for maintaining proper household function during this disruption. The children's welfare represents primary concern, regardless of external challenges." The simple statement, delivered without elaborate emotional expression, yet carrying genuine acknowledgement of her contribution, warmed Abigail more deeply than effusive praise might have done. As Hayes turned toward his study, clearly intending to address pressing business matters despite exhaustion following a difficult day, she recognized fundamental decency beneath his reserved exterior that increasingly commanded both professional respect and personal regard. She dared not examine too closely. "Good night, Mr. Hayes," she said quietly, maintaining appropriate formality despite growing awareness of connection transcending mere employer-employee relationship. "I trust tomorrow will bring clearer perspective regarding today's concerning developments." He paused, glancing back with expression suggesting recognition of both spoken hope and unspoken understanding regarding complications extending beyond simple property theft. "Good night, Miss Montgomery. Your steady presence during this crisis." He hesitated, seemingly searching for appropriate professional acknowledgement of personal qualities he had observed. "It hasn't gone unnoticed or unappreciated." With that uncharacteristically direct expression of regard, he continued toward his study, straight shoulders betraying none of the fatigue she knew he must feel after hours of difficult riding and confrontation with armed adversaries. Watching him disappear into the room that represented command center for his various responsibilities, Abigail found herself offering silent prayer for wisdom and protection surrounding this complex man whose burdens extended far beyond visible evidence, yet who carried them with quiet dignity, rarely acknowledging their weight. Sleep eluded Abigail despite physical and emotional exhaustion following the day's unexpected developments. Her mind refused proper rest, circling through concerns regarding Rustler's implications, Hayes' evident financial pressures, and the children's security should threats intensify beyond today's troubling incident. After an hour of restless turning beneath quilts that seemed alternately too heavy and insufficiently warming, she abandoned the attempt, wrapping her dressing gown around her nightdress and lighting a small lamp for company in the darkness. The house slumbered around her, occasional settling creaks providing counterpoint to distant coyote conversations beyond ranch boundaries. Yet as she moved toward her sitting room, hoping to find distraction in reading material less stimulating than her circling thoughts, a thin line of light beneath the study door suggested Hayes similarly found rest elusive despite evident need following extended exertion. For several moments, she hesitated in the hallway, professional boundaries warring with genuine concern regarding his welfare. Appropriate behavior would clearly involve returning to her quarters without intrusion into his private domain, particularly at such unconventional hour. And yet something beyond mere curiosity prompted alternative consideration. Perhaps simple human kindness, offering momentary companionship during difficult circumstances, requiring both practical assessment and emotional fortitude. The coffee would provide reasonable excuse for interruption, she decided, making her way toward kitchen with quiet movements, avoiding unnecessary disturbance to sleeping household. Mrs. Perkins maintained constant supply, properly stored in clearly marked canister, while necessary equipment remained readily accessible on dedicated shelf. Within minutes, fragrant steam rose from proper serving pot, accompanied by 2 cups arranged on small tray, suggesting ordinary refreshment rather than special attention that might appear presumptuous. Her light tap against study door produced immediate response, suggesting Hayes remained fully alert despite hours' inappropriateness for continued work. When the door opened, his expression registered momentary surprise, followed by question without accompanying censure. "I noticed your light," Abigail explained, indicating tray with practical matter-of-factness, avoiding potentially awkward implications. "Coffee seemed potentially useful if sleep proves elusive despite evident need." Something in his face softened briefly, not quite smile yet, unmistakable relaxation of habitual guardedness. "Thoughtful provision. Please come in if you're similarly finding rest difficult." The invitation, offered with genuine rather than merely polite inclusion, suggested appropriate recognition of shared concern rather than improper familiarity despite unconventional timing. As Abigail entered his domain for the first time since arriving at Hayes Ranch, she noted both practical organization and telling details previously invisible from hallway glimpses or occasional doorway conversations. A substantial desk dominated the room's center, its surface currently covered with ledgers open to pages, filled with neat columns of figures and notations in Hayes's distinctive handwriting. Bookshelves lined walls not occupied by windows or fireplace, their contents revealing surprising breadth beyond practical ranching references. History volumes, scientific treatises, even several poetry collections suggesting intellectual interests rarely displayed through ordinary conversation. A portrait hung above the mantel. Catherine and James, with infant Emma and toddler Michael arranged in formal family grouping, whose happiness nonetheless radiated beyond photographic constraints. Hayes cleared space for the tray with efficient movements, closing one ledger while leaving another open before gesturing toward comfortable chair positioned across desk from his own. As Abigail poured coffee into cups with practiced ease, she noted tension in his posture despite attempted casualness. Not discomfort with her presence precisely, but rather preoccupation with concerning matters the ledgers apparently contained. "I hope the interruption doesn't disrupt important calculations," she remarked, handing him steaming cup with appropriate recognition of potential intrusion despite his courteous welcome. Company provides welcome distraction from figures that remain stubbornly unchanged despite repeated examination. He accepted coffee with brief nod, combining appreciation with acknowledgement of limited practical options, regardless of mathematical persistence. Cattle prices continued declining, while operating expenses maintained steady increase. Unfortunate combination, even without rustlers reducing inventory. The simple explanation, offered without elaborate justification yet containing frank admission of difficulties, represented significant trust extending beyond mere professional courtesy. Abigail recognized this openness as both opportunity and responsibility, chance to offer genuine assistance rather than mere sympathy, yet requiring careful navigation, avoiding overstepping appropriate boundaries. "My father's shipping company faced similar challenges during economic contraction following '69 panic," she observed, establishing relevant experience rather than merely theoretical understanding. Decreasing revenue against fixed operational costs creates particular management difficulties, regardless of business type. Hayes studied her with new assessment, clearly not anticipating practical financial knowledge beyond basic household accounting typically expected from properly educated young women. Your father discussed business matters with you, initially as educational exercise, developing practical mathematics applications, she explained, understanding his surprise without taking offense at its implications. Later, as genuine consultation when declining health affected his concentration while increasing complexities demanded additional perspective, something in Hayes's expression shifted from mild skepticism toward thoughtful consideration. He hesitated briefly, then turned the open ledger toward her with deliberate decision, suggesting trust beyond mere politeness. Perhaps you might provide similar perspective regarding these figures. The calculations themselves remain accurate, yet underlying implications regarding short-term management versus long-term sustainability present conflicting priorities difficult to reconcile during current market conditions. The invitation, offering genuine collaboration rather than merely humoring feminine interest, represented significant milestone in their developing professional relationship. Abigail approached the ledger with appropriate seriousness, examining entries with focused attention, recognizing both practical importance and personal significance of being granted access to information Hayes typically managed in solitary concentration. The spring drive proceeds provide temporary funds addressing immediate obligations, she observed, after studying several pages with careful attention to recurring patterns and notable anomalies. Yet, accelerating interest accumulation on borrowed operating capital creates concerning trend regardless of ordinary seasonal fluctuation. Hayes nodded once, neither surprised by her accurate assessment nor offended by its potentially concerning implications. Holloway's loans carried reasonable terms initially, 12% annually, standard for territory given limited banking options. Recent adjustments citing increased risk factors have effectively doubled effective rates when properly calculated, including various fees and compounding methods, creating debt spiral difficult to escape through ordinary operational profits regardless of management efficiency, Abigail concluded, recognizing familiar pattern from similar situations her father had faced during final business difficulties. The arrangement appears deliberately structured toward property acquisition rather than mutual prosperity through sustained partnership. The observation pasted, direct yet not accusatory toward Hayes's previous decisions, prompted unexpected openness regarding circumstances leading to current situation. Setting his coffee aside, he leaned back slightly in his chair, gaze focused on middle distance, as if seeing past events rather than present surroundings. Catherine's illness required specialized treatments available only through Eastern physicians, brought at considerable expense. James liquidated available cash reserves, believing recovery would justify temporary financial strain. His voice remained steady despite obvious emotional weight beneath factual recitation. When influenza took them both, despite every effort and expense, the ranch carried substantial debt without corresponding operational improvements justifying its acquisition. Abigail remained silent, recognizing the account represented significant trust rather than mere historical explanation. After a brief pause suggesting internal debate regarding appropriate disclosure, Hayes continued with characteristic directness, despite subject's personal nature. Holloway offered immediate financial intervention, preventing forced sale during period when property values had temporarily collapsed following 71 banking adjustments. His terms appeared reasonable given circumstances, providing necessary capital while accepting delayed return during rebuilding period following Catherine and James's deaths. The simple explanation contained volumes of unspoken context, grieving brother, assuming responsibility for orphan children, while simultaneously managing unfamiliar ranch operation, carrying substantial debt incurred through desperate attempts saving his sister's life. Not financial mismanagement, but rather tragic circumstances, creating vulnerability later exploited through apparently reasonable assistance, carried hidden consequences. Now, the terms have altered, while conditions preventing alternative arrangements conveniently persist, Abigail observed, connecting current situation with fragmentary information gleaned through previous observations and overheard conversations. creating manufactured crisis, potentially forcing property liquidation regardless of operational viability. Hayes's expression registered momentary surprise at her accurate assessment, followed by something approaching genuine smile despite serious circumstances, appreciation for understanding requiring neither elaborate explanation nor unnecessary simplification. Precisely. Each payment reduces principal by increasingly minimal percentage while interest compounds at accelerating rate. Mathematical certainty of eventual default without external intervention or significant market improvement increasingly unlikely given current economic trends. The frank admission, acknowledging potential failure despite determined efforts, represented trust beyond ordinary professional relationship. Not merely financial information, but vulnerability rarely displayed beneath Hayes's characteristically confident exterior. These children represent Catherine's legacy beyond mere property or bloodline, he continued after a brief silence, gaze shifting toward portrait where his sister's face smiled from simpler time, before tragedy altered everything. Her dying request focused not on material inheritance, but rather their upbringing, according to principles and values she considered essential. "Promise me they'll know both security and possibility," she said. "Not merely survival, but opportunity to choose their paths, rather than having circumstances dictate limited options." His glimpse into private grief and sacred obligation provided context for Hayes's determined management, despite increasingly challenging circumstances. Not merely financial responsibility, but profound commitment, transcending ordinary guardianship. Before conscious consideration could prevent potentially inappropriate gesture, Abigail found her hand covering his where it rested beside the ledger. Simple human connection, acknowledging both vulnerability and strength, his account revealed. "Such promises carry weight beyond ordinary obligations," she said softly, understanding flowing from her own experience with parental expectations and family responsibilities. "Your dedication honors both commitment and children's welfare regardless of financial complications." For several heartbeats, Hayes remained motionless beneath her touch, neither withdrawing nor acknowledging the unexpected connection. Then, with almost imperceptible shift, his hand turned beneath hers, fingers briefly returning pressure before deliberately separating as he straightened papers with renewed attention to practical matters rather than emotional undercurrents momentarily surfacing between them. Holloway's original investment provided essential stability during critical period following Catherine and James's deaths, he continued, voice resuming professional tone despite lingering warmth beneath factual recitation. The drought years would have broken less established operations without additional capital maintaining minimal functionality until conditions improved. His assistance wasn't merely opportunistic despite current complications. The balanced assessment acknowledging both legitimate assistance and concerning developments without reducing situation to simplistic villainy demonstrated characteristic fairness despite personal implications. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response, acknowledging this complexity without dismissing genuine concerns, Hayes closed the ledger with definitive movement, suggesting conversation's personal dimension had reached appropriate conclusion. "Your perspective regarding these matters proves surprisingly valuable," he observed. "Professional acknowledgement replacing momentary personal connection with appropriate boundaries restored through deliberate transition. Perhaps occasional consultation might provide useful perspective beyond my necessarily limited viewpoint. The invitation, framed as practical arrangement rather than emotional connection, nonetheless represented significant trust extending beyond ordinary professional relationship. Abigail recognized both opportunity and responsibility such arrangement presented, requiring careful balance between genuine assistance and appropriate limitation. "I'm happy to provide whatever perspective might prove useful," she replied, maintaining similar professional tone despite lingering awareness of momentary connection now deliberately set aside. "My father always maintained multiple viewpoints regarding complex problems, typically produced better solutions than solitary concentration," regardless of individual capability. Hayes nodded once, accepting both offered assistance and tacit agreement regarding boundaries necessary for proper functioning within their complex relationship, balancing professional responsibilities with personal regard. Neither could acknowledge directly without complicating already demanding circumstances. "It's late," he observed, glancing toward a clock displaying hour inappropriate for continued conversation, regardless of its practical value or personal significance. "Tomorrow brings necessary responsibilities requiring proper rest despite tonight's useful discussion." The statement, delivered without particular emphasis, yet carrying unmistakable return to established formality, provided appropriate conclusion to unexpected midnight confidences neither had anticipated yet both recognized as significant departure from previous interactions. As Abigail gathered empty cups onto tray with practiced efficiency, she maintained corresponding professionalism despite awareness of subtle yet profound shift in their relationship, transcending ordinary employer-employee dynamics. "Good night, Mr. Hayes," she said quietly, moving toward door with appropriate recognition of conversation's necessary conclusion. "Perhaps tomorrow's perspective will reveal options not immediately apparent during tonight's concerns." Perhaps, he acknowledged, neither false optimism nor complete dismissal, but rather realistic assessment, acknowledging both continuing challenges and potential solutions not yet identified. "Good night, Miss Montgomery. Your understanding regarding these matters represents unexpected yet valuable resource during difficult circumstances." The simple statement, delivered without elaborate emotional expression yet containing genuine acknowledgement beyond mere politeness, followed Abigail into the darkened hallway as she returned toward her quarters. Whatever momentary connection their hands had shared, brief touch conveying compassion beyond words, remained unacknowledged by conscious discussion, yet undeniably present in both memory and lingering awareness. As she settled once more beneath quilts, now seeming neither too heavy nor insufficiently warming, Abigail found her circling thoughts focused less on financial concerns than on the man behind them. Complex, reserved Colton Hayes, whose dedication to family obligations transcended mere duty into territory of profound commitment, regardless of personal cost. The glimpse beneath his carefully maintained practical exterior revealed depths she had suspected yet never directly observed until tonight's unexpected confidences. Sleep eventually claimed her, dreams blending financial calculations with remembered warmth of momentary connection across ledgers, documenting both economic challenges and underlying human concerns too profound for numerical representation. Tomorrow would require renewed professional boundaries, appropriate distance, maintaining proper functioning within complex household dynamics. Yet something had shifted between them, understanding beyond mere acquaintance, connection transcending ordinary employer-employee relationship. Whatever challenges awaited Hayes Ranch amid continuing financial pressures and external threats, they would face them not as separate individuals with merely parallel concerns, but as partners whose shared commitment to the children's welfare created foundation for working together despite their evident differences. This unexpected midnight confidence had established trust beyond professional courtesy, human connection neither could acknowledge directly, yet both recognized as significant development within their evolving relationship. The ledgers might not have revealed immediate solution to financial challenges, but perhaps they had facilitated more valuable revelation. Neither Colton Hayes nor Abigail Montgomery need face their respective responsibilities in complete isolation. Sometimes understanding itself represented progress, even when specific solutions remained temporarily obscured by circumstances beyond immediate control. With this comforting thought accompanying her toward genuine rest, Abigail surrendered to sleep's embrace, tomorrow's responsibilities temporarily set aside in favor of necessary renewal. Whatever challenges awaited with morning's light, tonight had established foundation for facing them with shared understanding rather than solitary determination. Progress immeasurable by ledger entries, yet perhaps more valuable than any numerical calculation could properly document. Chapter 6. Secrets Uncovered. The morning air carried the scent of warming earth and new growth as ranch hands moved with purposeful energy throughout the Hayes property. Spring roundup preparations dominated every aspect of daily operations. Horses being reshod, chuck wagon supplies inventoried, and riding gear mended with meticulous attention. The atmosphere hummed with anticipation of the season's most demanding work. Yet today contained special significance beyond ranch operations. Ms. Montgomery? Emma's voice, tinged with unusual excitement, drew Abigail's attention from the arithmetic lesson she was preparing. The girl stood in the schoolroom doorway, her composure momentarily set aside in favor of youthful anticipation. "Mrs. Perkins says she needs your assistance with something." The slight hesitation and poorly concealed smile revealed volumes to Abigail, who had grown adept at reading the child's typically guarded expressions during her months at Hayes Ranch. Today marked Emma's 11th birthday, and despite attempts at maintaining secrecy, preparations for modest celebration had proven difficult to hide completely. "Of course," Abigail replied, carefully arranging her papers with deliberate movements that betrayed nothing of her own anticipation. "Michael, please continue practicing those multiplication tables while I address whatever urgent matter requires Mrs. Perkins's attention." The boy nodded without his customary argument against independent study, another telling sign that birthday conspiracies had momentarily overshadowed his natural resistance to structured academics. His eyes darted briefly toward his sister before returning to his slate with exaggerated focus that fooled no one. As Abigail followed Emma through the main house toward the kitchen, she noticed subtle changes marking spring's deepening presence throughout the ranch. Windows opened to fresh breezes, winter's heavy curtains replaced with lighter fabrics, vases of wild prairie flowers gracing tables previously bare during colder months. Something within her responded to this renewal with unexpected contentment, as if her own life had somehow aligned with the season's natural resurrection. Mrs. Perkins looked up from her work as they entered the kitchen, flour dusting her forearms and a rare smile softening her usually stern features. "There you are. I've nearly finished, but wanted your opinion before proceeding further." She gestured toward an impressive cake cooling on the sideboard, its layers assembled but not yet frosted. "It's magnificent," Abigail observed with genuine appreciation for the effort represented. Sugar and butter carefully rationed for weeks to ensure sufficient quantities for this special treat. "Emma, your favorite wild berry preserves will complement it perfectly." The girl nodded, her excitement now barely contained despite her attempts at mature composure. "Uncle Colton said I might choose 3 friends from neighboring ranches to join us this afternoon. Billy Jenkins is bringing his sister, and the Peterson children will arrive after their morning chores." This detail, not previously shared in planning discussions, revealed Hayes's unexpected thoughtfulness regarding his niece's social needs beyond immediate household. Such consideration, never announced yet implemented with practical efficiency, typified the man's approach to guardianship, addressing emotional requirements through tangible provisions rather than verbal expressions or demonstrative affection. "A wonderful addition to the celebration," Abigail agreed, exchanging knowing glances with Mrs. Perkins. "Now, perhaps you might help your brother complete those multiplication tables while Mrs. Perkins and I discuss final arrangements." When Emma had departed, barely containing her skipping steps in deference to 11-year-old dignity, Mrs. Perkins lowered her voice conspiratorially. "It's ready, then? The special gift?" "Completed last night after the children retired," Abigail confirmed, moving toward the pantry where she had hidden her contribution to Emma's celebration. From behind flour sacks, she withdrew a carefully wrapped package, bringing it into kitchen light for final inspection. Unfolding protective cloth revealed a dress crafted from fabric discovered weeks earlier in storage trunks containing Catherine Hayes's belongings. With Colton's quiet permission, granted through brief nod rather than elaborate approval, Abigail had transformed the lovely floral painted calico into a garment befitting a young lady's transition from childhood toward approaching womanhood. "She'll treasure it beyond telling," Mrs. Perkins observed, touching the fabric with reverent appreciation of both materials and craftsmanship. Not merely for its beauty, but for the connection to her mother. Catherine wore this pattern the summer before her passing, one of her favorites. This confirmation of unconscious connection between Emma's mother provided unexpected depth to what had begun as practical solution to growing girls' need for new clothing. Before she could respond appropriately, boots on the porch announced Hayes's return from morning inspection of cattle herds destined for upcoming roundup. He entered the kitchen with characteristic economy of movement, removing his hat as he crossed the threshold in deference to indoor propriety, despite persistent resistance to what he termed unnecessary Eastern formalities. His gaze immediately registered the dress displayed across the table, expression shifting subtly from habitual reserve toward something resembling approval. "That fabric," he observed, voice containing unusual softness, rarely displayed regarding material possessions. Acarin commissioned it special from catalog, said proper calico shouldn't merely be practical but carry something of beauty across prairie distances. The simple statement, delivered without sentimentality yet revealing profound remembrance, created momentary connection among the three adults, shared appreciation for women whose influence remained palpable throughout household despite physical absence. Hayes cleared his throat, returning to practical matters with characteristic pivot away from emotional territory. The Peterson children arrived early. Michael's entertaining them near the corral with exaggerated tales of his riding exploits. His mouth quirked briefly at his nephew's predictable behavior before continuing, with slight hesitation, unusual for his typically decisive manner. "Emma's gift from me requires final preparation. If you ladies might ensure celebration arrangements proceed without participants crossing paths inappropriately." This oblique request for distraction while he completed his own preparations revealed rare glimpse into Hayes' private considerations. Evidence of personal effort beyond merely sanctioning festivities or providing necessary resources. Abigail nodded understanding, appreciating both the request itself and fact he had voiced it rather than simply expecting accommodation of his unstated needs. "Perhaps we might gather the children for refreshments in the shade garden," she suggested, already wrapping the dress for proper presentation later. "That should provide necessary separation while maintaining appropriate entertainment." Hayes nodded once, more grateful than his expression revealed, before departing toward the small workshop attached to the barn where occasional sounds of his woodworking had emerged during recent evenings after children's bedtimes. Another dimension of the complex man revealed through actions rather than declaration. The afternoon unfolded with surprising harmony, despite excitement's natural tendency toward chaos when involving children. Emma maintained remarkable composure throughout games organized in the garden, her occasional glances toward the main house betraying anticipation despite practiced patience. Michael and his friends demonstrated less restraint, their energy contained only through structured activities requiring physical exertion balanced with strategic planning. Abigail's educational principles applied to recreational contexts. When Hayes finally signaled readiness for formal celebration by appearing on the back porch, Emma straightened her shoulders with unconscious mimicry of her uncle's characteristic posture, a physical manifestation of their connection transcending blood relationship toward genuine kinship of spirit and character. The modest party gathered in the dining room where Mrs. Perkins had transformed ordinary space into celebration venue through simple yet effective touches. Fresh wildflowers arranged in Catherine's crystal vases, table linens reserved for special occasions, carefully positioned gifts awaiting their recipients' attention. The children settled with varying degrees of composure, while Hayes took his customary position at table's head, his expression revealing nothing of inner thoughts beyond appropriate acknowledgement of occasion's significance. 11 years marks important transition, he observed when initial refreshments had been served and consumed with enthusiasm, if not perfect manners. No longer merely child, yet not quite young woman territory requiring both backward glances and forward vision. The simple observation, offered without elaborate ceremony, yet carrying genuine recognition of developmental milestone, brought unexpected moisture to Emma's eyes, despite her determined composure. Before emotion could overwhelm carefully maintained dignity, Hayes nodded toward Abigail, silently designating her gift as appropriate beginning for present distribution. Something practical, yet perhaps containing elements beyond mere utility, Abigail explained. placing carefully wrapped package before increasingly pink-cheeked birthday girl, necessity transformed through intention toward something approaching beauty. Emma unwrapped the gift with careful movements, preserving paper for future use, frontier pragmatism unconsciously applied even during celebration. When fabric finally emerged from protective wrapping, her intake of breath conveyed emotional impact, transcending garment's material value. "Mother's favorite pattern," she whispered, fingers tracing floral design with reverent recognition. "She wore it the summer we picnicked by Wolf Creek Falls." The specific memory, shared without self-consciousness before assembled company, created momentary connection between present celebration and past happiness. Continuity despite loss, remembrance without paralyzing grief. Hayes' expression briefly revealed approval of this balanced perspective he had carefully cultivated in his charges, despite his own private struggles with similar reconciliation. "It's beautiful, Miss Montgomery," Emma continued, composure momentarily forgotten as she impulsively embraced Abigail with uncharacteristic demonstrativeness. "I shall treasure it always." Before emotions could overwhelm established propriety, Michael intervened with boyhood's natural impatience regarding sentimental moments. "Uncle Colton's gift next," he insisted, protective enthusiasm for his sister momentarily superseding typical sibling rivalry. "He's been working on it forever." Hayes' expression betrayed brief discomfort with such direct attention before practical nature reasserted itself through action rather than discussion. From beneath the sideboard, he retrieved object wrapped in soft flannel, its shape suggesting something beyond ordinary birthday token. "Not elaborate craftsmanship," he disclaimed as Emma accepted his offering with obvious reverence, despite unopened state, merely functional representation, with perhaps some elements of decoration where appropriate. This characteristic understatement, minimizing personal effort while focusing on practical aspects, revealed volumes about the man behind the gift even before its actual appearance. When Emma carefully unwrapped the flannel, collective gasps from assembled children provided eloquent testimony to actual achievement transcending Hayes' modest description. A wooden horse emerged from protective covering, not toy, suitable for younger child, but artistic representation, capturing equine spirit through skilled craftsmanship typically devoted to practical ranch implements. Its proportions displayed anatomical accuracy, demonstrating careful observation, while details, including individually carved mane strands and expressive eyes, revealed artistic sensibility. Entirely unexpected from man, who typically expressed himself through concrete action rather than creative representation. "Uncle Colton," Emma whispered, genuine awe temporarily displacing practiced maturity. "It's magnificent." Hayes shrugged, visibly uncomfortable with direct praise, yet undeniably pleased by her reaction. "Your mother appreciated horses beyond mere utility, said they carried both practical benefit and natural beauty, equally deserving recognition." He cleared his throat before adding with characteristic pivot toward practical matters. "The stand allows proper display in your room without risk of damage during dusting." The additional detail, reflecting both protection of his creation and consideration of Emma's desire for attractive bedroom arrangements, revealed depth of thought extending beyond mere technical execution. Before appropriate response could form among assembled company, the unmistakable sound of approaching buggy interrupted celebration atmosphere with unexpected intrusion. Hayes' expression immediately shifted from rare relaxation toward habitual reserve, tension visible in suddenly straightened shoulders and slight narrowing of his eyes. Michael darted toward the window, childish curiosity momentarily overriding formal celebration decorum. "It's Mr. Holloway," he announced with undisguised dismay, turning toward his uncle with accusatory expression suggesting deliberate sabotage of sister's special day. "You didn't invite him, did you, Michael?" Hayes responded, voice carrying warning beneath outward calm. Proper manners apply regardless of personal preferences or unexpected circumstances. The mild rebuke, delivered without elaborate explanation, yet clearly establishing expectations, achieved immediate, if reluctant, compliance. as children exchanged knowing glances conveying shared disapproval despite required courtesy. Abigail noted Hayes's expression transforming toward carefully neutral mask that revealed nothing of inner thoughts beyond appropriate hosting responsibility. Victor Holloway entered without waiting for formal invitation, his expensive suit and polished boots creating immediate contrast with casual ranch attire worn by other guests. His smile displayed perfect teeth beneath meticulously groomed mustache, while his arms carried elaborately wrapped package, suggesting considerable expense beyond ordinary birthday token. "Emma, my dear girl," he exclaimed with enthusiasm disproportionate to actual relationship. "Surely you didn't think I'd forget such an important occasion, 11 years old, practically a young lady deserving proper acknowledgement." Hayes rose, extending minimum courtesy through brief handshake while maintaining subtle positioning between visitor and assembled children. Victor. Unexpected appearance considering spring business demands. The simple observation, neither outright challenge nor genuine welcome, establish boundaries while maintaining necessary civility before young audience. Holloway's smile remained fixed despite momentarily narrowed eyes suggesting recognition of deliberate exclusion from celebration planning. "Business occasionally allows pleasant diversions," he responded with practiced affability masking evident calculation, "particularly when involving such charming company." His gaze encompassed not merely Emma but Abigail as well, assessment containing elements beyond mere social acknowledgement. Before Hayes could respond appropriately, Holloway presented his package with flourish, suggesting performance for assembled audience rather than genuine gift-giving pleasure. "Something befitting emerging young lady with promising future," he announced, placing elaborately wrapped package before increasingly uncomfortable birthday girl. European craftsmanship rather than frontier limitations. The deliberate comparison, elevating his gift through implied criticism of local offerings, created uncomfortable tension Hayes clearly recognized, yet refused to acknowledge through overt reaction. Instead, he maintained composed expression while placing supportive hand briefly on Emma's shoulder, silent permission regarding appropriate response to unexpected situation. When elaborate wrapping finally surrendered its contents, even Abigail couldn't prevent momentary intake of breath despite recognizing manipulative intention behind extravagant presentation. A bisque-headed doll emerged from protective packaging, its porcelain features painted with lifelike precision while silk clothing displayed craftsmanship unavailable within territorial boundaries. The creation represented not merely plaything, but status symbol, whose value likely exceeded monthly salary for average ranch hand. "Genuine French workmanship," Holloway explained with evident satisfaction at collective reaction. Selected personally during recent banking conference in Denver, limited importation makes such items quite exclusive, even in established Eastern markets. Emma's expression reflected complex emotional response, natural childish appreciation for beautiful object warring with instinctive recognition of manipulation underlying its presentation. Her glance toward Hayes sought guidance regarding appropriate reaction balancing necessary, courtesy with loyalty toward previous gifts whose value transcended mere material worth. "Thank you, Mr. Holloway," she responded finally, politeness perfect despite evident discomfort. "It's very fine craftsmanship." The deliberate understatement echoing her uncle's characteristic expressions regarding material possessions revealed volumes about values Hayes had successfully transmitted despite his reserved nature and limited demonstrative. Before celebration atmosphere could recover from deliberate disruption, Holloway established further dominance through casual movement toward refreshment table. "I trust there's sufficient celebration fare for unexpected though certainly welcomed additional guest." His question, framed as gentle teasing yet carrying unmistakable entitlement, placed Mrs. Perkins in uncomfortable position between proper hospitality and recognition of deliberate imposition. "Always plenty for proper guests," the housekeeper responded with careful emphasis, capable of multiple interpretations, though ordinary ranch fare might disappoint those accustomed to Denver luxuries. This mild resistance, couched with an appropriate response yet containing unmistakable boundaries, earned brief approval from Hayes before he intervened with practical solution redirecting uncomfortable situations. Children, perhaps you might enjoy your refreshments on the back porch while showing Emma's friends her gifts. The afternoon remains pleasant despite advancing hour. The suggestion, framed as privilege rather than dismissal, provided graceful exit from increasingly tense atmosphere while maintaining celebration's integrity. As young people departed with evident relief despite required polite acknowledgments toward Holloway, Abigail recognized Hayes's tactical wisdom regarding protection extending beyond physical safety toward emotional well-being. Wendy Oblings. Victor, my study seems appropriate for whatever urgent business brings you 40 miles despite spring responsibilities. Hayes' direction, delivered without particular emphasis yet brooking no disagreement, established clear boundaries regarding appropriate contexts for different relationships. Merely social call regarding important milestone, Holloway protested with unconvincing casualness. Though perhaps brief business discussion might prove mutually beneficial while I'm here, Abigail began gathering discarded wrapping papers with deliberate focus, providing excuse to remain temporarily unnoticed while men departed toward Hayes's study. Mrs. Perkins caught her eye with knowing expression, suggesting shared assessment regarding Holloway's disruptive presence during special occasion. That man would interrupt funeral service if financial advantage presented itself, the housekeeper muttered, once certain of privacy beyond potential overhearing. Using child's birthday for business manipulation shows character no proper banking credentials can disguise. Before Abigail could respond appropriately to this uncharacteristically direct criticism, raised voices from partially open study door drew her attention. Though maintaining appropriate distance from deliberate eavesdropping, unavoidable words reached her position. Hayes's controlled anger, contrasting with Holloway's smooth persuasion regarding property matters, clearly extending beyond ordinary banking discussion. Timing suggesting deliberate manipulation rather than practical necessity. Hayes's voice carried clearly, despite evident effort toward restraint. Using child celebration for business leverage demonstrates questionable priorities beyond professional relationship. Business opportunities rarely align conveniently with social calendars, Holloway responded, false reasonableness thinly masking underlying determination. The Railroad Survey confirms previous projections regarding property valuations. Your continued resistance regarding North Section defies rational assessment despite emotional attachments. My sister's wishes regarding children's inheritance transcend convenient business arrangements. Hayes countered, rare emotion coloring typically controlled tone. Financial pressures created through interest manipulation don't justify abandoning explicit promises regarding specific property disposition. This fragment, revealing both external pressure and Hayes's principled resistance despite apparent vulnerability, added significant dimension to previous observations regarding tensions between the men. Before Abigail could process implications fully, conversation shifted toward lower tones, precluding further overhearing without deliberate intrusion, inappropriate even considering concerning content. With careful movements suggesting ordinary household duties rather than strategic positioning, she retreated toward back porch, where children's celebration continued. With evident relief following Holloway's removal from immediate company, Emma sat surrounded by friends admiring both dress pattern and wooden horse with equal appreciation, while Michael demonstrated proper arrangement of doll on available surface with surprising care considering his typical boyhood disinterest regarding female playthings. Watching these children navigate complex social dynamics with remarkable adaptability despite their years, Abigail recognized strength flowing from Hayes's consistent guidance, despite his limited demonstrative expression. Whatever financial pressures currently challenged their security, his unwavering commitment to their welfare, both material and emotional, provided foundation enabling their resilience despite circumstances beyond their control or understanding. When Holloway finally departed an hour later, his elaborate farewells contrasting sharply with stiff courtesy from assembled household members, Hayes remained on front porch until Buggy disappeared beyond property boundaries. His expression revealed nothing of conversation's content beyond appropriate hosting conclusion, yet tension in his shoulders suggested unresolved concerns transcending ordinary business discussions. The celebration resumed with genuine pleasure once disruption had properly departed, though Abigail noted Hayes's continued preoccupation despite evident efforts toward appropriate participation in remaining festivities. Whatever secrets lay behind carefully maintained facade, they clearly involved stakes transcending ordinary business matters toward territory where family welfare faced genuine threat, requiring resources beyond mere financial management. That evening, after children had retired with birthday treasures properly arranged in Emma's room according to her careful design, Abigail encountered Hayes on the back porch, where spring evening's gentle breeze carried scent of distant wildflowers across darkening landscape. His expression suggested internal debate regarding matters beyond immediate ranch operations, while document partially visible in his hand appeared official rather than personal correspondence. The children enjoyed their celebration despite unexpected interruption, she observed, offering neutral opening, providing opportunity for either ordinary response or deeper discussion according to his preference. Hayes nodded once, acknowledging her assessment without elaboration before surprising her with an unexpected request. The ranch office requires organization beyond my limited attention during roundup preparations. Your assistance with correspondence filing and account documentation would prove valuable if teaching responsibilities permit occasional additional duty. The request, practical on surface, yet potentially revealing beneath ordinary ranch management, suggested opportunity understanding concerning dynamics only partially visible through fragmented observations. Without hesitation, potentially signaling inappropriate curiosity, Abigail nodded acceptance, with appropriate professional response masking deeper interest regarding potential revelations such arrangement might provide. Of course, Mr. Hayes, proper documentation, organization, benefits overall ranch management regardless of specific circumstances. His expression briefly revealed approval of her balanced response. Neither excessive enthusiasm, suggesting improper interest, nor reluctance, indicating insufficient commitment toward ranch welfare beyond classroom responsibilities. With characteristic economy of both movement and conversation, he departed toward barn, where evening activities continued despite advancing hour. Watching his tall figure disappear into gathering darkness, Abigail contemplated implications extending beyond simple organizational assistance. Whatever secrets Hayes's documentation contained, circumstances suggested importance transcending ordinary ranch management, toward territory where external threats potentially endangered not merely business prosperity but family security, dependent upon its continued stability. Tomorrow would bring opportunity understanding previously hidden dimensions regarding Hayes Ranch operations, and potential vulnerabilities affecting those she had grown to care for beyond mere professional responsibility. Whatever discoveries awaited within property accounts and business correspondence, she would approach them with both attentive assessment and appropriate discretion, balancing legitimate concern against respectful boundaries regarding matters not directly involving her official position. The wooden horse watched from Emma's windowsill as spring stars emerged across darkening prairie sky, its carved features catching last light with unexpected grace, belying its creator's modest disclaimers regarding artistic capability. Like its maker, the creation contained hidden dimensions revealed only through careful observation beyond surface appearances. Unexpected beauty beneath practical exterior, concealed talent behind reserved presentation. What other secrets might Hayes Ranch contain beyond those already glimpsed through fragmentary observations and overheard conversations? Tomorrow's office organization would potentially reveal answers extending beyond mere financial documentation toward territory where personal promises and family legacies face challenges requiring resources beyond ordinary ranch management or banking arrangements. Morning light slanted through study windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in golden beams across Hayes's substantial desk. Abigail surveyed the room with fresh perspective, now that proper organization represented official responsibility rather than casual observation. The substantial furniture projected solid practicality rather than fashionable appearance. Sturdy oak desk bearing scars from years of use. Shelving constructed for functional access rather than decorative display. Simple chair cushions providing minimal comfort during extended work sessions. Days had departed before dawn, with ranch hands beginning preliminary cattle gathering, leaving brief written instructions regarding documentation organization alongside study key entrusted to her safekeeping. The simple act, providing access to private domain typically closed to household members beyond himself, represented significant trust beyond ordinary professional courtesy. The ledgers require chronological arrangement for proper reference during tax preparation. His note explained in characteristically precise handwriting. Correspondence should maintain alphabetical order, with railroad communications requiring separate categorization given their increasing volume and potential significance. This final instruction, containing casual reference to railroad matters previously unmentioned during ordinary conversations, provided first indication regarding territory containing potential revelations beyond typical ranch management. With methodical movements reflecting both professional competence and appropriate respect for private documentation, Abigail began systematic arrangement reflecting both Hayes's specific directions and general organizational principles. The morning passed with steady progress, transforming previous functional disorder into proper system, allowing efficient access regardless of specific searchers' familiarity with original placement. Bank statements arranged by date revealed consistent pattern regarding seasonal cash flow. Spring cattle sales providing annual revenue subsequently distributed across operating expenses with predictable regularity until recent quarters showed concerning irregularities, suggesting external disruption beyond ordinary market fluctuations. "Ms. Montgomery?" Mrs. Perkins appeared in doorway carrying tray containing coffee and light refreshments. "Thought you might appreciate sustenance given approaching midday without proper breakfast." The thoughtful provision, delivered without elaborate announcement yet containing genuine consideration, typified the housekeeper's practical nurturing, often concealed beneath efficient exterior. As she arranged simple meal on small side table normally supporting reference materials, her gaze traveled across partially organized documentation with evident curiosity regarding unusual assignment. "Mr. Hayes values proper system despite limited opportunity implementing formal organization," Abigail explained, accepting coffee with genuine appreciation for both refreshment and momentary companionship during solitary work. Roundup preparations provided opportunity, addressing documentation arrangement typically postponed during ordinary operations. Mrs. Perkins nodded understanding, though her expression suggested recognition of potential additional motivations beyond mere organizational efficiency. Victor Holloway's increasing pressure regarding property matters creates documentation requirements extending beyond typical ranch management. This direct acknowledgement, revealing household awareness regarding tensions only partially visible through Abigail's limited observations, invited corresponding openness, potentially providing context for concerning patterns emerging through morning's discoveries. After brief consideration, balancing discretion against legitimate household welfare potentially affected by external threats, Abigail responded with careful candor, avoiding inappropriate speculation. "The banking documentation suggests concerning trends regarding interest calculations and payment applications," she observed, indicating ledger pages revealing patterns invisible through casual examination. "Mathematical irregularities appear consistently disadvantageous toward ranch interests, despite original agreement terms suggesting balanced arrangements." Mrs. Perkins' expression darkened, though no surprise registered regarding this confirmation of apparently suspected manipulations. Catherine never trusted that man, despite James's business relationship established during drought years. Said his attention toward her following her husband's illness contained calculation rather than genuine concern. This simple statement, revealing personal history beyond previous fragmented glimpses, provided significant context regarding tensions witnessed during Holloway's interactions with Hayes beyond mere business disagreements. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response, balancing professional distance against genuine concern, Mrs. Perkins continued with uncharacteristic forthrightness, suggesting long-held opinions finally finding appropriate expression. When influenza took both Catherine and James within weeks, Victor appeared with financial solutions addressing immediate crisis, while establishing long-term obligations containing concerning implications only gradually becoming apparent through subsequent implementation. The housekeeper's hands twisted her apron with unconscious agitation, betraying emotional investment beyond ordinary employee concerns. Hayes Ranch represents more than merely profitable operation. Catherine and James built legacy intended supporting children beyond immediate security, toward future opportunities combining both practical prosperity and educational advantages, typically unavailable within territorial boundary. This explanation, providing context extending beyond visible ranch operations toward territory where family legacy faced genuine threat, created framework illuminating Hayes' determined resistance despite apparent financial vulnerability. Before conversation could continue, potentially revealing additional dimensions, distant horsemen's approach signaled noon meal preparations requiring Mrs. Perkins's attention despite evident desire, continuing significant discussion. The children returned from morning lessons with Josiah at pasture fence lines, she observed, gathering empty coffee cup with typical efficiency regardless of unusual conversational openness. Perhaps continued organization might reveal additional insights supporting proper understanding regarding current circumstances, with this oblique encouragement suggesting both permission and expectation regarding investigative documentation review. The housekeeper departed toward kitchen responsibilities with characteristic, purposeful movements, belying momentary conversational interruption. Once certain of privacy, allowing focused examination without immediate observation, Abigail returned, attention toward remaining documents with fresh perspective regarding potential significance beyond mere organizational requirements. Behind desk drawer containing ordinary correspondence, partially concealed folder revealed contents immediately distinguishing themselves from typical ranch documentation. Unlike carefully maintained financial records or standard business communications, these papers showed evidence of frequent handling, worn edges, occasional smudges suggesting consultation beyond ordinary reference frequency, even small notations in Hayes's distinctive handwriting indicating specific sections requiring particular attention. The first document, a contract terms regarding original loan arrangement following Catherine and James's deaths, contained standard banking terminology establishing reasonable partnership during extraordinary circumstances. Yet, subsequent amendments, added through separate attachments requiring mere initialing rather than complete review, contained subtle modifications, transforming straightforward agreement into increasingly complicated arrangement, whose mathematics inevitably disadvantaged borrower, regardless of operational success or market conditions. Compounding quarterly rather than annually, Abigail murmured, professional training recognizing manipulation, invisible, without specific financial education, typically unnecessary for ranching operations, application toward interest before principal, despite contradicting original terms specifically establishing alternative arrangement. Each modification, seemingly minor when viewed individually, created cumulative effect, whose trajectory inevitably resulted in substantial portions of Hayes Ranch gradually transferring ownership toward lender regardless of borrower's operational competence or market success. The pattern revealed deliberate strategy rather than merely aggressive business practice, calculated acquisition plan disguised within apparently reasonable banking arrangement. Behind these concerning loan documents, divisional papers revealed even more troubling dimension beyond financial manipulation. Several maps, carefully folded and showing evidence of frequent consultation, depicted Hayes Ranch property with unusual markings concentrating particular attention toward the northern section. Hayes had specifically mentioned during Emma's birthday confrontation regarding inheritance promises made to his sister. Unlike typical ranch mapping, focusing on grazing potential or water access, these documents contained surveying notations referencing elevation gradients and passage accessibility. Small penciled notations in unfamiliar handwritings suggested calculations regarding transportation efficiency rather than cattle management, while several sections contained highlighting specifically identifying natural formations, creating potential pathway through otherwise challenging mountain terrain. With growing concern regarding implications extending beyond mere financial pressure, Abigail unfolded final document, whose official letterhead immediately distinguished it from ordinary correspondence. The Railroad Commission of Wyoming Territory typically conducted business through public announcements regarding established routes and construction schedules. Yet this communication, addressed specifically to interested property stakeholders, rather than general public, contained preliminary surveying information regarding potential connecting routes between existing eastern lines and proposed western extensions. One passage, underlined with Holloway's distinctive penmanship, provided devastating context illuminating previously puzzling financial manipulations. Preliminary assessment identifies Hayes Ranch northern section as uniquely suitable passage connecting eastern division with proposed western extension, potentially reducing construction costs approximately 30% compared with alternative southern routing requiring extensive grade modifications and multiple bridge constructions. The simple explanation, revealing railroad route potentially crossing Hayes property specifically concentrated within section Catherine had designated for children's inheritance, illuminated Holloway's persistent pressure beyond mere banking arrangements, not ordinary creditor seeking reasonable return on investment, but calculating speculator recognizing potential windfall through property acquisition preceding public announcement regarding railroad routing, whose eventual revelation would multiply land values beyond ordinary regional appreciation. The North Section, Abigail whispered, connecting fragmented observations into coherent pattern, explaining Hayes's determined resistance, despite increasing financial pressure, not merely arbitrary property portion, but critical passage, whose strategic location creates extraordinary value invisible without specific railroad planning information, unavailable through public channels. In this revelation, explaining both Holloway's persistent focus on specific property section and Hayes's unwavering resistance despite apparent financial vulnerability, created framework illuminating previously puzzling behaviors from both men beyond ordinary business disagreements. Holloway's extravagant doll suddenly represented something beyond mere inappropriate gift, deliberate demonstration regarding resources available potentially benefiting children through cooperation, while simultaneously establishing painful comparison against Hayes's limited means despite genuine effort and personal sacrifice, with careful movements reflecting both respect for private documentation and recognition regarding discovery's significance. Abigail returned papers to their original positions while maintaining newly established organizational system, hiding investigative examination beneath ordinary administrative arrangement. Whatever Hayes intended regarding these discoveries through her organizational assistance, proper response required both accurate information regarding concerning patterns and appropriate discretion, avoiding premature conclusions, potentially complicating already volatile situation. As children's voices approached from ranch yard, Michael's enthusiastic recounting of morning activities nearly drowning Emma's more measured observations, Abigail completed final arrangements with composed efficiency, masking internal agitation regarding troubling implications. The ranch's financial situation clearly involved complications extending beyond ordinary cattle market fluctuations or typical banking arrangements, toward territory where powerful interests manipulated legitimate business mechanisms for purposes contradicting both legal protections and ethical consideration. Yet Hayes's resistance, despite increasing pressure, revealed determination transcending mere stubborn pride or impractical sentimentality. His commitment protecting specific property against manipulative acquisition represented sacred obligation, honoring sisters' dying wishes regarding children's inheritance. Promise maintained regardless of personal cost or practical difficulty during challenging circumstances, designed maximizing vulnerability through deliberate financial engineering. When Hayes returned that evening, dust covered from days' physical exertion, yet immediately attending documentation organization despite evident fatigue, Abigail maintained professional demeanor while internally reconciling newly discovered dimensions regarding the complex man before her. Not merely stubborn rancher resisting necessary financial adjustment, but principled guardian, honoring promises despite institutional pressures and personal sacrifices invisible without contextual understanding revealed through paper trails typically hidden beneath ordinary ranch operations. The organization appears both comprehensive and accessible, he observed, examining her systematic arrangement with genuine appreciation despite typical restraint regarding direct compliments. Efficient reference during coming months will prove valuable regardless of specific circumstances requiring documentation consultation. The simple acknowledgement, neither directly confirming investigative discoveries nor pretending mere organizational efficiency motivated his unusual request, established tacit understanding regarding shared awareness without requiring explicit discussion, potentially creating uncomfortable territory for either participant. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response balancing professional distance against genuine concern, Hayes surprised her with uncharacteristically direct question, revealing unexpected comfort regarding matters typically managed through solitary concentration. Your father's shipping company faced similar challenges regarding external pressures transcending ordinary market fluctuations, he stated, reference framed as observation rather than interrogation, yet clearly inviting corresponding openness. Perhaps specific experiences might provide perspective regarding situations where institutional advantages create imbalanced negotiating positions, despite legitimate contractual protections. This invitation, seeking genuine counsel rather than merely acknowledging organizational assistance, represented significant development within their relationship, transcending ordinary employer-employee dynamics toward territory where mutual respect created foundation for meaningful collaboration during challenging circumstances affecting entire household welfare. Certain situations require comprehensive documentation, establishing pattern recognition rather than isolated incidents, Abigail responded carefully, balancing professional distance against genuine concern while providing legitimate perspective without inappropriate presumption. When multiple incidents establish clear trajectory, despite individual explanations suggesting ordinary business practices, collective evidence occasionally requires external review through appropriate legal channels. Hayes nodded once, accepting this measured response without requiring elaborate explanation regarding specific discoveries beyond mutually acknowledged awareness. His expression revealed little beyond appropriate consideration, yet slight relaxation across his shoulders suggested relief, finding unexpected alliance. Within household previously navigated through solitary determination, regardless of mounting external pressures, the children benefit from stable environment despite challenging circumstances, occasionally requiring resources beyond single individuals' capabilities, he observed. Apparent subject change containing meaningful acknowledgement regarding shared concern, transcending mere professional responsibilities. Perhaps continued consultation regarding specific documentation might prove mutually beneficial during coming weeks when roundup activities limit personal attention toward administrative matters requiring consistent monitoring. This simple invitation, establishing ongoing collaboration, addressing concerning patterns discovered through initial organization, created framework allowing legitimate involvement without inappropriate boundary crossing or excessive familiarity, potentially complicating already complex household dynamics. Abigail acknowledged both practical arrangement and underlying significance through equally measured response, maintaining appropriate professional parameters while accepting legitimate responsibility toward household welfare beyond classroom management. Systematic monitoring often reveals patterns invisible through isolated observation, she agreed, neither oversimplifying concerning situation nor dramatizing potential implications beyond available evidence. Regular consultation provides perspective potentially valuable during challenging circumstances regardless of specific resolution timeline. As Hayes returned attention towards specific documentation requiring immediate review despite late hour and physical exhaustion following days demanding activities, Abigail recognized profound responsibility accompanying discovered information, Whatever dangers currently threatened Hayes Ranch's continued stability clearly transcended ordinary business challenges toward territory where powerful interests manipulated legitimate systems, advancing purposes contradicting both legal protections and ethical considerations regarding vulnerable individuals dependent upon principled resistance against institutional advantages. Yet Hayes's unexpected openness regarding these challenges, sharing concerns previously managed through solitary determination, suggested developing trust, potentially creating foundation for meaningful assistance beyond mere sympathy or well-intended support, lacking practical application. The paper trails revealing concerning patterns had simultaneously uncovered unexpected alliance possibilities previously invisible beneath reserved exteriors and professional boundaries, characterizing their initial relationship. The documentation would require careful monitoring during coming weeks as roundup activities dominated Hayes's attention, while railroad interests potentially advanced manipulative strategies exploiting operational demands, limiting administrative vigilance. Whatever challenges awaited Hayes Ranch amid these troubling circumstances, Abigail's unexpected discoveries had established foundation for informed assistance, potentially supporting principled resistance against powerful interests, whose advantages typically overwhelmed individual efforts, regardless of legitimate contractual protections or ethical considerations. Secrets once hidden beneath ordinary ranch operations now revealed themselves through paper trails whose significance transcended mere financial documentation toward territory where family legacies and sacred promises faced calculated threats disguised within seemingly legitimate business arrangements. Whether these discoveries would ultimately protect Hayes Ranch against powerful interests remained uncertain, yet knowledge itself represented essential foundation for whatever resistance might prove necessary during coming confrontations. As Abigail departed the study, leaving Hayes to his solitary review of troubling documents, she paused briefly in the hallway, where family portraits hung in quiet testimony to generations whose efforts had built this legacy, now facing unexpected threat. Catherine Hayes's serene smile seemed to offer silent gratitude for attention toward matters she could no longer address personally, while the children's younger images reminded Abigail that current struggles transcended mere property disputes toward territory where futures and opportunities hung in delicate balance. Tomorrow would bring renewed responsibilities, educational duties alongside newly established documentation monitoring requiring both professional competence and appropriate discretion. Yet tonight's discoveries had established purpose, extending beyond mere employment toward genuine commitment regarding household welfare, facing challenges requiring resources beyond single individuals' capabilities, regardless of determination or principled resistance. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall chimed 9, its resonant tones echoing through corridors where secrets and promises intertwined amid ordinary ranch operations. Whatever challenges awaited during coming weeks, as roundup activities dominated daily functions, while external pressures advanced strategic agendas, paper trails had revealed both concerning threats and unexpected alliance possibilities, previously invisible beneath reserved exteriors and professional boundaries. With quiet determination matching Hayes's principled resistance against powerful interests threatening family legacy, Abigail returned to her quarters, where lesson plans awaited final review before tomorrow's educational duties. The prairie wind whispered across darkened landscape beyond her window, carrying both distant coyote conversations and closer ranch sounds, creating counterpoint against human concerns, regardless of their immediate significance or long-term implications. Some secrets, once uncovered, created responsibilities transcending ordinary professional boundaries, toward territory where genuine commitment replaced mere employment, regardless of formal arrangements or established parameters. The paper trails revealing Victor Holloway's calculated manipulations had simultaneously uncovered Abigail's own unexpected dedication toward Hayes' household welfare beyond classroom management or domestic organization, Commitment born through growing appreciation regarding principles and promises maintained despite mounting pressures and personal sacrifices. Tomorrow would reveal whether this newfound understanding might ultimately protect Hayes Ranch against powerful interests whose advantages typically overwhelmed individual resistance, regardless of legitimate contractual protections or ethical considerations. Yet tonight's discoveries had established essential foundation for whatever efforts might prove necessary during coming confrontations, where family legacies and sacred promises faced calculated threats disguised within seemingly legitimate business arrangements. With quiet resolve matching the determined guardian whose principled resistance she had only begun truly understanding, through paper trails revealing both vulnerability and strength typically hidden beneath reserved exterior, Abigail prepared for challenges whose resolution remained uncertain, yet whose significance transcended mere property disputes. Toward territory where futures and opportunities awaited protection against powerful interests advancing purposes, contradicting both legal protections and ethical considerations regarding vulnerable individuals dependent upon continued stability amid mounting external pressures. Morning sunlight streamed through the schoolroom windows, casting golden rectangles across the polished floor where Michael struggled with his geography lesson. The boy's frustration was evident in the creases of his brow and the way his pencil tapped against the desktop in an irregular rhythm that had begun to fray Abigail's nerves. Emma, by contrast, worked with quiet diligence at translating her Latin passage, her auburn head bent over her slate in perfect concentration. Abigail barely noticed their contrasting study habits this morning. Her mind kept returning to the documents she'd discovered the previous day. The manipulated loan agreements, the hidden railroad maps, the evidence of Victor Holloway's calculating deception. Sleep had proven elusive, her thoughts circling like restless hawks around the question of how best to approach Hayes with such sensitive information. The classroom door opened, and Abigail's heart leapt to her throat before settling as she recognized Mrs. Perkins rather than the master of the house. "Ms. Montgomery, Mr. Hayes has returned from the north pasture and asks if you might spare a moment in his study when convenient." The housekeeper's expression revealed nothing beyond proper delivery of the message, though her eyes held a question Abigail couldn't quite interpret. "Of course. Emma, please help Michael with the river systems while I attend to this matter. I'll return shortly." Abigail kept her voice steady despite the quickening of her pulse. The moment of decision had arrived without allowing her further preparation. Hayes stood at his desk when she entered the study, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the window. He turned at her entrance, his expression unreadable in the shadow and light. "You requested to see me, Mr. Hayes?" She clasped her hands before her to still their trembling. "Yes." He gestured toward the documents spread across his desk, the very papers she had reorganized the day before. "Your organizational skills prove more valuable than anticipated. These loan documents reveal patterns I'd suspected but hadn't properly identified." Relief washed through her. He had discovered the discrepancies himself, sparing her the awkwardness of appearing to overstep her position. "The compounding interest calculations contain irregularities that consistently disadvantage the ranch's position," she offered, moving closer to the desk. Hayes studied her with new intensity. "You recognize the mathematical manipulations?" It wasn't quite a question, but Abigail answered nonetheless. "My father believed a woman should understand financial matters regardless of society's expectations. The patterns here reminded me of certain predatory practices he warned against." Something flickered in Hayes's gray eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or reassessment? "And the maps?" Abigail drew a steadying breath. "The railroad survey markings appear deliberately focused on the north section. The land you mentioned was specifically designated for Emma and Michael by their mother." Hayes nodded once, a sharp movement devoid of surprise yet carrying grim confirmation. "Victor's recent pressure regarding that specific property suddenly acquires logical foundation beyond his claims of conventional development potential. The railroad would pay handsomely for such a strategic passage," Abigail observed, moving to stand beside him at the desk. "Far beyond typical land valuations in the territory. creating extraordinary profit for whoever holds title when roots become public knowledge. Hayes's jaw tightened beneath his neatly trimmed beard. Victor's loan manipulations aren't merely aggressive banking, but calculated strategy ensuring eventual default regardless of ranch productivity. The baldness of this statement, acknowledging vulnerability typically concealed behind his stoic facade, revealed both trust and respect Abigail hadn't fully anticipated. You've suspected his motives for some time. Suspicion differs from confirmation. Hayes turned more fully toward her, their proximity allowing her to see the fine lines etched at the corners of his eyes by sun and worry. Victor cultivated James's friendship during difficult years when drought threatened the ranch's survival. His assistance seemed genuine, despite occasional concerning business practices I couldn't properly evaluate from Denver distance. This glimpse into history provided context for the complex relationship Abigail had observed between the men. Yet, you're bound by the contracts, despite recognizing manipulation. Legal entanglements require careful navigation. Fighting one battle often requires yielding ground in another. Hayes rubbed his palm across his jaw, the gesture revealing fatigue generally concealed behind stoic reserve. Tonight, we'll review all documentation together after the children retire. Your experience with financial matters, combined with my knowledge of territorial banking regulations, might identify defensive position previously overlooked. This straightforward inclusion, treating her as intellectual equal rather than mere household employee, warmed Abigail more deeply than any conventional compliment might have done. Before she could respond appropriately, hoofbeats in the yard announced an unexpected visitor. Hayes moved swiftly to the window, his expression darkening as he recognized the approaching rider. Victor, unannounced again. His voice carried controlled anger rather than mere annoyance. This pattern of appearance during sensitive discussions suggests information source within the household. The implication that someone might be reporting their activities to Holloway added disturbing dimension to an already concerning situation. Hayes turned toward her with sudden urgency. The documents must appear under casual review rather than strategic examination. Perhaps discussion regarding routine ranch expenses would provide convincing explanation. Understanding immediately, Abigail shifted several ledgers to prominent positions while returning railroad maps to partial concealment beneath ordinary correspondence. As boots sounded on the porch, she seated herself across from Hayes's desk with pencil and paper as if calculating simple sums. The study door opened without preliminary knock, confirming Hayes's assessment regarding Holloway's presumption. "Colton, Miss Montgomery," Victor's voice carried manufactured surprise, barely masking calculation. "Working on classroom budgets, I presume. How conscientious of you both." Hayes rose with minimal courtesy, his expression revealing nothing of their interrupted conversation. Victor. Unannounced visits becoming regular habit despite ranch operations requiring scheduled appointments, Holloway remained unperturbed by this mild rebuke, his keen gaze sweeping across the desk where documents lay in seemingly casual arrangement. Business opportunities occasionally present themselves without convenient scheduling. The Railroad Commission representatives arrived in Timber Creek yesterday, rather than next week as originally planned. Abigail felt Hayes tense beside her, despite his outwardly composed demeanor. This information, delivered with casual confidence yet carrying significant implications, confirmed their suspicions regarding Holloway's railroad connections extending beyond public knowledge. Convenient timing regarding our discussion of North Section boundary lines. Hayes's voice carried deliberate neutrality, despite evident suspicion. Your repeated interest in that specific property segment acquires logical foundation beyond conventional development potential. Something shifted in Holloway's expression, momentary calculation quickly masked behind practiced affability. Merely coincidental overlap of separate business matters, though property opportunities occasionally align with infrastructural development in mutually beneficial arrangement, this oblique acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying railroad connections, created momentary tension. Hayes broke through characteristic pivot toward practical matters. Miss Montgomery and I were reviewing ranch accounts requiring attention before roundup activities consume administrative time. Perhaps your business might wait until the study door burst open, revealing a dust-covered ranch hand, whose agitated expression announced emergency without requiring verbal explanation. "Mr. Hayes!" The South herd broke through boundary fencing, heading straight for Chambers' alfalfa fields. The situation's urgency required no elaboration. Cattle destroying neighboring crops represented both financial liability and potential neighborly conflict requiring immediate attention. Hayes's expression revealed momentary calculation regarding priorities before practicality overcame suspicion. "Saddle Thunder and gather 4 experienced hands," he instructed, was already moving toward the door. He paused briefly, turning toward Abigail with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Miss Montgomery, perhaps you might— I'll happily show Mr. Holloway to the parlor while completing these calculations," she offered, recognizing his concern despite necessary departure. "Mrs. Perkins can provide refreshments until your return." Hayes nodded once, his gaze communicating both gratitude and warning, before he followed the ranch hand toward immediate crisis requiring his attention. As his footsteps receded down the hallway, Abigail became acutely aware of Holloway's calculating scrutiny across suddenly empty space between them. "Such dedication to ranch welfare," he observed, moving toward the desk with deliberate casualness belied by predatory attention. "Becoming quite indispensable beyond mere educational responsibilities, aren't you, Miss Montgomery?" His tone carried insinuation, making her skin crawl, despite outwardly composed response. Proper household management requires flexible assistance during demanding seasons. Ranch operations benefit from administrative continuity during operational emergencies. Indeed, Holloway's gaze dropped to the document still spread across Hayes's desk, lingering on partially concealed maps visible despite hasty rearrangement, though some matters extend beyond conventional ranch management toward territory requiring specialized expertise. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response, maintaining casual appearance despite growing apprehension, Holloway moved with surprising swiftness. His hand shot out, pulling the railroad survey from beneath correspondence with calculated precision, suggesting prior knowledge regarding its concealment. "Interesting reading material for ordinary ranch accounting," he observed, voice hardening despite maintained smile. "Perhaps your educational background extends toward territorial surveying alongside mathematical calculation?" Recognizing futility in continued pretense, Abigail straightened her shoulders despite thundering heart. "Mr. Holloway, those documents are private property requiring proper authorization before— Before what, Miss Montgomery? Before their implications become fully apparent to naive provincial minds." His mask of gentility slipped further, revealing calculating intelligence typically concealed behind practiced charm. "Your interference in matters beyond educational responsibility creates unfortunate complications requiring immediate resolution." The threat, though indirect, carried unmistakable menace, making Abigail's throat tighten with genuine fear. "The children require my attention for afternoon lessons," she stated, moving toward the door with forced confidence despite trembling knees. "Mrs. Perkins can— The children are currently occupied with ranch activities under Josiah's supervision," Holloway countered with disturbing knowledge regarding household schedules. "While Mrs. Perkins delivers supplies to bunkhouse, leaving convenient opportunity for private conversation regarding your recent discoveries." This detailed awareness of household movements confirmed Hayes's suspicion regarding information source within ranch boundaries. Before Abigail could devise appropriate response or escape strategy, Holloway continued with calm deliberation, more frightening than violent outburst. "My buggy awaits outside. Perhaps inspection of property boundaries would provide educational opportunity, extending your understanding beyond dangerous misinterpretations." His hand closed around her upper arm with painful pressure disguised as courteous assistance. "Particularly North Section features, creating significant territorial importance beyond ordinary ranching operations." "I have no interest in property boundaries, Mr. Holloway," Abigail protested, trying unsuccessfully to pull away from his grip. Mr. Hayes would certainly object to such unscheduled departure without his knowledge or permission. Hayes's current preoccupation provides perfect opportunity addressing misunderstandings before they create permanent damage to essential business relationships. Holloway's smile never reached his eyes as he guided her forcefully toward the door. A brief educational excursion requiring single hours investment, potentially preventing years of unfortunate conflict. Understanding with sickening clarity that resistance might provoke violence the household's emptiness would conceal, Abigail allowed herself to be led from the study toward waiting buggy. Her mind raced through limited options. Screaming might summon distant ranch hands if wind direction cooperated. Physical resistance against man twice her size promised failure. Alongside potential injury, compliance while seeking escape opportunity represented dangerous gamble yet offered slim possibility where alternatives presented none. As Holloway helped her into his buggy with forced courtesy masking threatening control, Abigail caught sight of distant ridge where thunderheads gathered despite morning's clear skies. Spring storms approached with characteristic Wyoming swiftness, their darkness mirroring her growing fear as the buggy pulled away from ranch headquarters toward isolated northern boundaries, where help would prove impossibly distant should Holloway's true intentions match the calculation evident beneath his practiced smile. The line check appeared like a mirage through shimmering heat rising from prairie grasses, a small, weathered structure squatting against the horizon where Hayes' property met territorial land still unclaimed by settlement. Holloway guided the buggy with expert precision despite increasingly rutted trail, his conversation maintaining bizarre pretense of ordinary social excursion, despite circumstances belying such characterization. Catherine commissioned these outbuildings during ranch expansion, he explained with proprietary familiarity, suggesting inappropriate intimacy with Hayes' family history. Practical woman, despite Eastern education and genteel upbringing, recognized ranch operations required strategic outposts during seasonal activities. Abigail maintained watchful silence, dividing attention between calculating potential escape routes and monitoring approaching storm, whose thunderheads now towered above distant mountains. The wind had strengthened during their journey, carrying scent of rain alongside electrical tension preceding serious weather. If she could delay whatever confrontation Holloway planned until storm's arrival, perhaps resulting confusion might create opportunity currently lacking under clear skies and open terrain, offering no concealment. "You're remarkably composed for a young woman facing uncertain circumstances," Holloway observed, misinterpreting her strategic silence as fear-induced withdrawal. "Intelligence frequently presents disadvantage when unaccompanied by practical understanding regarding power disparities and necessary compromises." The buggy halted before the line shack, whose weathered exterior suggested minimal use since Catherine's passing. Holloway descended with casual confidence before extending a hand toward Abigail with expectation of compliance she briefly considered rejecting despite potential consequences. "The approaching storm suggests expedited conversation rather than prolonged standoff," he observed with irritating perception regarding her internal calculations. "The structure offers protection against elements while providing privacy for necessary discussions regarding your unfortunate discoveries." Recognizing futility in continued resistance, given isolated location and approaching weather, Abigail allowed herself to be assisted from the buggy, with outward compliance masking continued assessment regarding potential advantages within confined quarters versus open terrain. The line shack's interior, revealed as Holloway pushed open creaking door, presented single room containing crude furnishings. Rough table with two mismatched chairs, narrow cot against far wall, small stove beside meager wood piles suggesting minimal preparation for extended stays. "Please, make yourself comfortable, Miss Montgomery." Holloway gestured toward one chair with mockery of proper etiquette despite surrounding circumstances. "Your conversation needn't extend beyond civilized exchange, despite unfortunate necessity regarding its content." Abigail seated herself with careful movements, hiding continued calculation regarding potential weapons or escape routes within confined space. The single window's dusty glass revealed approaching storm's increasing proximity, while distant thunder provided nature's counterpoint against Holloway's voice as he outlined his position with disturbing clarity. Hayes Ranch faces inevitable foreclosure regardless of operational efficiency or market conditions. he began without preamble once seated across from her. The loan structure ensures mathematical certainty regarding eventual default through compound interest application and strategic payment allocation toward interest rather than principal reduction. This direct acknowledgement, confirming deliberate manipulation rather than conventional banking practices, revealed confidence regarding both schemes' success and Abigail's powerlessness affecting its outcome. Rather than denying his duplicity, Holloway seemed almost proud of its calculated precision. Such manipulative practices violate territorial banking regulations regarding fair lending practices, Abigail countered. Education providing knowledge despite limited practical application. Legal remedies exist protecting borrowers against predatory arrangements disguised within legitimate contracts. Holloway's smile contained genuine amusement rather than mere condescension. Legal remedies require financial resources, accessing adequate representation alongside time-consuming procedures, typically extending beyond immediate foreclosure proceedings. Hayes's current liquidity limitations preclude effective resistance, regardless of theoretical protections. Lightning flashed closer now, illuminating the shack's interior with momentary brilliance, revealing Holloway's expression. Not merely confident, but triumphant, as if already celebrating victory despite incomplete acquisition. Thunder followed almost immediately, indicating Storm's rapid approach alongside diminishing opportunity, implementing whatever plan Holloway had orchestrated through this isolated confrontation. The Railroad Commission's interest in Northern Passage provides extraordinary opportunity, transcending ordinary territorial development, he continued, leaning forward with intensity suggesting genuine passion beneath calculating exterior. Land currently valued at $3 per acre will command 50 times that amount once route announcements become public knowledge. Another lightning flash, another thunderclap. Closer now, with first heavy raindrops striking the shack's roof like scattered gunfire. Abigail maintained composed expression, despite increasing understanding regarding both Holloway's scheme and her own precarious position as unwanted witness. Mr. Hayes seems unlikely to surrender family property, regardless of financial pressure, she observed, seeking additional information while delaying whatever confrontation approached with Storm's increasing intensity. His commitment to his sister's wishes regarding the children's inheritance appears unwavering despite mounting challenges. Sentiment occasionally yields before mathematical certainty, Holloway countered, though momentary tightening around his mouth suggested Hayes's resistance had proven more formidable than anticipated. I've offered a reasonable compromise. Purchasing northern section at premium exceeding current market valuation while restructuring remaining loan toward favorable terms, allowing continued operations within reduced boundaries. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof with increasing violence while wind whistled through poorly sealed windows. Abigail noted small stream already forming beneath door where rainwater found entrance through warped wooden slats. Minor detail, yet potentially significant, given shack's position relative to surrounding terrain. Such generous offer appears inconsistent with previous manipulations, ensuring inevitable foreclosure, she observed, watching water's steady progression across uneven floorboards. His strategy suggests comprehensive acquisition rather than partial purchase, despite public characterization as business partnership. Holloway studied her with new assessment, as if recalculating previously established opinion regarding her understanding. Young women typically focus on domestic concerns rather than financial strategies. Your perspective suggests education extending beyond conventional finishing school curriculum. My father believed women deserved comprehensive understanding regarding both opportunity and exploitation, Abigail replied, noting water's depth increasing with concerning rapidity, despite brief duration since rainfall began. His experiences demonstrated powerful interests frequently disguised predatory intentions behind legitimate business frameworks. Fascinating perspective from man whose business ultimately failed despite such enlightened philosophy, Holloway's cruel observation carried calculated precision, targeting vulnerability typically concealed behind Abigail's composed exterior. Perhaps practical success provides more valuable education than moral principles preventing necessary adaptation within competitive environments. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response balancing justified defense against strategic restraint, lightning struck terrifyingly close, crack and flash occurring simultaneously alongside deafening thunder that shook the shack's entire structure. Through momentarily blinded vision, she registered significant water now covering most floorboards, with depth suggesting drainage problems extending beyond minor seepage. This location appears increasingly unsafe given storm's intensity, she observed, rising from her chair as water reached her boot tops. Perhaps continuing conversation within buggy would provide safer environment while maintaining necessary privacy. Holloway glanced down, registering flooding with momentary surprise, suggesting unfamiliarity with shack's structural vulnerabilities. His expression quickly recalculated, opportunity emerging within developing crisis. Our conversation's conclusion requires certain understandings regarding your future actions, he stated, rising while water continued rising with concerning speed around their ankles. Hayes's emotional attachment to lost sister's wishes creates unfortunate resistance against practical solutions benefiting all concerned, including children whose futures require financial security. Catherine's sentimentality potentially threatens through impractical property designations. Lightning struck again, impossibly close, followed by cracking sound, suggesting structural damage rather than merely atmospheric violence. Abigail's fear shifted from Holloway's intentions toward immediate survival as water reached mid-calf, with continued acceleration suggesting flash flood conditions developing around shack's vulnerable position. Your assistance persuading Hayes toward reasonable compromise would ensure comfortable arrangements for all concerned, Holloway continued, seemingly oblivious to escalating danger despite water now approaching his knees. Your influence within household creates unique opportunity, redirecting stubborn resistance toward practical solution, preventing complete foreclosure, while securing children's futures through financial stability rather than sentimental land attachment. Another thunderclap. Another surge of water, now waist-high and rising with terrifying speed. Abigail fought rising panic as calculations shifted from escape toward immediate survival within rapidly deteriorating shelter. Mr. Holloway, this building appears directly within flash flood path. We must depart immediately before finalizing our understanding regarding your cooperation, he interrupted, grabbing her arm with bruising force despite water's continued rise. Your signature witnessing Hayes's free acceptance of Northern Section's sale would facilitate expedited processing without unnecessary delays through formal foreclosure procedures. The absurdity of discussing business documentation while standing in chest-high water during potentially lethal flooding struck Abigail with near hysterical clarity. This building is collapsing around us. Any agreement would prove meaningless if we don't survive immediate danger. As if confirming her assessment, tremendous cracking sound preceded partial roof collapse, sending torrents of additional water cascading into already flooded interior. Holloway's expression finally registered appropriate alarm, calculation giving way to survival instinct as water reached dangerous depths. The buggy, he muttered, releasing her arm while moving toward door, now completely submerged beneath churning water. With surprising strength, born of desperation, he forced the warped wood open against water pressure, creating sudden current nearly sweeping Abigail off her feet as contents of shack's interior met flash flood waters surrounding entire structure. Through driving rain and near-deckedness despite afternoon hour, Abigail glimpsed Holloway's buggy, no longer parked where they had left it, but floating sideways approximately 50 yards downstream, horses barely maintaining footing against powerful current, while conveyance itself rolled precariously with each water surge. "Impossible!" Holloway gasped, genuine fear replacing calculating confidence as survival replaced schemes within priority hierarchy. Without further acknowledgement regarding Abigail's presence or welfare, he plunged into churning waters, powerful swimming strokes carrying him toward rapidly disappearing transportation while leaving her stranded within partially collapsed structure. Lightning illuminated her predicament with brutal clarity. walls beginning to separate from minimal foundation, furniture floating haphazardly within remaining space, water depth requiring swimming rather than wading, while structural integrity deteriorated with each passing minute. If she remained within collapsing building, death by drowning seemed inevitable conclusion. If she followed Holloway's example attempting to reach higher ground, flash flood currents might prove equally fatal, given her limited swimming experience in calm waters versus raging torrents. As remaining walls groaned ominously around her, Abigail offered swift prayer before making desperate calculation regarding survival odds. With deep breath providing temporary buoyancy, she pushed through submerged doorway into open flood waters, immediately caught within current stronger than any human swimmer might successfully resist. Her last conscious thought before water closed over her head focused not on personal survival, but rather children whose future security now faced threats from both Holloway's schemes and Hayes's potential grief, should her gamble prove fatal, rather than merely desperate. Consciousness returned gradually, accompanied by pain so comprehensive it defied specific location. Abigail's first coherent awareness focused on rough fabric beneath her cheek, followed by crackling fire sounds accompanying smoky scent partially masked beneath wet wool and leather aromas. Her body ached with intensity, suggesting significant battering during events she couldn't immediately recall, through fragmented memory containing water, darkness, and desperate struggle against overwhelming force. "Don't try moving yet," rumbled familiar voice from somewhere beyond her immediate vision. "That current tossed you against rocks with considerable force before I reached you." Hayes! The recognition brought rushing return of memory. Holloway's forced excursion. The line shack. Flooding waters. Desperate swim toward survival with limited hope regarding successful outcome. She forced her eyes open despite pounding headache, finding herself wrapped in rough blankets beside small fire within stone enclosure, whose ceiling disappeared into shadows above flickering flames. "A cave," she managed, through cracked lips and raw throat. "How?" Hayes moved into her field of vision, kneeling beside her with water dripping from his clothes despite proximity to warming flames. His expression combined relief with lingering worry as he assessed her returning consciousness with careful attention. "Natural limestone formation beneath Northern Ridge," he explained, supporting her shoulders with gentle strength as he helped her drink from battered tin cup. "Used by local tribes before settlement, now occasional shelter during unexpected weather while working distance sections. The water, clean despite metallic taste from cup," revived Abigail sufficiently for fuller awareness regarding both circumstances and physical condition. Her clothes had been partially dried by fire heat, yet remained uncomfortably damp against skin scraped raw in numerous locations. Her hair hung in tangled mass around her shoulders, hairpins lost during watery ordeal, leaving proper arrangement impossible without appropriate implements. "Victor!" she gasped, memory providing sudden urgency transcending physical discomfort. "He knows about the railroad plans," admitted manipulating the loans. "Wanted me to help convince you to sell the north section." "Easy," Hayes soothed, his large hand surprisingly gentle against her shoulder. "Holloway's schemes can wait until you've properly recovered. The storm still rages outside, providing necessary confinement, allowing complete discussion regarding his duplicity, and our response once immediate survival concerns have been addressed." This practical prioritization, addressing physical welfare before strategic planning despite urgent circumstances, typified Hayes's approach toward challenges requiring both immediate action and long-term strategy. As Abigail's vision cleared further, she noticed details previously overlooked through pain-induced mental fog. Hayes's shirt torn across one shoulder, revealing bloodied scratches beneath. His boots placed near fire for drying, while stockinged feet revealed blisters suggesting difficult journey. His face bearing exhaustion lines alongside relieved concern regarding her improving condition. "How did you find me?" she asked, proper gratitude requiring understanding regarding rescue circumstances beyond miraculous outcome. Young Jenkins mentioned seeing Holloway's buggy heading north while delivering message to neighboring ranch, Hayes explained, settling beside her with movements suggesting bone-deep weariness beneath controlled exterior. Your absence alongside Holloway's unexpected departure created concerning pattern requiring immediate investigation despite cattle emergency requiring simultaneous attention. The simple explanation concealed significant decision prioritizing her welfare above substantial ranch crisis. Choice revealing values transcending mere business considerations despite practical exterior, typically disguising such priorities. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate acknowledgement reflecting both gratitude and recognition regarding sacrifice such choice represented, Hayes continued with characteristic focus toward practical concerns. The storm's intensity suggests overnight shelter requirement before attempting return journey, he observed, glancing toward cave entrance where occasional lightning illuminated the continuing downpour beyond sheltered enclosure. Provisions remain limited, yet sufficient maintaining necessary strength until weather permits safer travel across flooded terrain. His gaze returned to her face, expression revealing concern transcending mere responsibility regarding employee welfare. I feared, he began before stopping abruptly, uncharacteristic emotional disclosure quickly masked behind practical assessment. Your injuries appear painful, yet hopefully temporary rather than permanent. The current's strength would have overcome stronger swimmers despite significant experience. This acknowledgement, recognizing her survival, represented remarkable outcome despite desperate circumstances, created a momentary connection transcending their typical reserved interactions. Without conscious decision, Abigail reached toward him, her fingers finding his with tentative touch, conveying gratitude beyond verbal expression. You risked your life, she whispered, emotion overwhelming proper restraint typically maintained between them. The cattle, the ranch, your responsibilities, yet you came searching without certainty regarding my location or circumstances. Hayes's fingers tightened around hers, momentary acceptance regarding emotional connection typically avoided through conscious distance. Some obligations transcend practical considerations or business responsibilities, he responded, voice carrying roughness beyond mere physical exhaustion. Your absence created unacceptable circumstances regardless of competing priorities or personal risk. The simple declaration, acknowledging importance transcending mere household function or educational contribution, created profound stillness between them, despite Storm's continued violence beyond Cave Sanctuary. For eternal moment neither spoke, connection flowing between clasped hands, requiring no verbal elaboration, despite typical communication carefully limited through mutual professional boundaries. Lightning flashed again, illuminating Hayes's expression with unexpected clarity, revealing emotions typically concealed behind reserved exterior. Concern, certainly, relief, undoubtedly, yet something deeper, making Abigail's breath catch despite logical recognition regarding inappropriate timing and circumstances surrounding such revelation. Victor admitted everything, she said finally, practicality providing safer territory than emotional landscape momentarily visible between them, the loan manipulations ensuring eventual foreclosure regardless of ranch profitability. The railroad's interest in the north section explaining his focused pressure regarding that specific property, his willingness sacrificing children's inheritance, securing personal profit through inside information regarding route planning unavailable through public channels. Hayes nodded, momentary vulnerability replaced by familiar determination as conversation shifted toward external threats rather than internal recognitions. Holloway's persistence regarding Catherine's property designations always suggested motivation extending beyond ordinary business interest, he acknowledged. The railroad connection provides logical explanation previously lacking despite concerning pattern emerging through repeated pressure focused on specific section rather than overall property. Abigail shifted carefully, wincing as movement revealed new pain sources previously masked by generalized discomfort. With Hayes's supportive assistance, she managed a more upright position, allowing both warmer proximity to flames and more appropriate conversational arrangement, despite highly irregular circumstances surrounding their discussion. He mentioned offering purchase arrangement regarding north section at premium exceeding current market value. She continued, recalling Holloway's statements with surprising clarity despite traumatic events following their conversation. Though actual foreclosure remains ultimate strategy ensuring complete acquisition should partial purchase prove insufficient, securing railroad passage rights. Hayes's expression darkened, though anger appeared directed toward Holloway's duplicity rather than her infiltration regarding private business matters. Catherine specifically designated that land for the children, he explained, voice carrying rare emotional weight, typically concealed behind practical exterior. Not merely arbitrary property selection, but deliberate choice, reflecting both sentimental connection and strategic vision regarding future development possibilities. The fire crackled between them, shadows dancing across stone walls, while rain continued falling beyond cave entrance, with slowly diminishing violence, suggesting storm's gradual passage despite continued intensity. Hayes stared into flames with expression suggesting internal debate regarding appropriate disclosure before continuing with uncharacteristic openness regarding private history, typically kept firmly separated from current circumstances. Victor courted Catherine before her marriage to James, he revealed, surprising Abigail with intimate detail regarding family relationships previously unmentioned, despite months within household. Their tension appeared genuine, despite occasional concerning behaviors Catherine dismissed as mere personality quirks rather than significant character flaws. This revelation, explaining deeper animosity between men beyond mere business disagreements, provided essential context regarding Holloway's persistent focus on Hayes' property, despite other potential investments within expanding territories. Hayes continued after a brief pause, allowing proper consideration regarding significant disclosure. When she chose James despite Victor's supposedly superior financial prospects and Eastern connections, his response revealed concerning personality aspects Catherine had previously overlooked despite my warnings. Hayes's expression combined ancient grief with current determination, protecting legacy from man whose motivation transcended mere business opportunity toward territory involving personal vendetta disguised within legitimate financial arrangements. Entitlement sees taking the children's inheritance as delayed justice, Abigail whispered, understanding dawning regarding vengeful pattern extending beyond ordinary business competition. Possession of Catherine's special property providing both financial windfall and emotional retribution against perceived rejection decades earlier. Hayes nodded, grateful understanding requiring no additional explanation despite complicated history. Catherine suspected his true nature before her death, he added, offering a final piece-completing complex puzzle. Her last letter specifically warned against Victor's offers regardless of apparent generosity or practical benefits. Some prices carry invisible costs beyond immediate calculation, she wrote. Victor's assistance always demands repayment exceeding original agreement, through terms discovered only after acceptance prevents proper escape. Lightning flashed again, distant now as storm gradually moved beyond their sheltered location. In momentary illumination, Abigail studied Hayes's expression. Determination, certainly, yet vulnerability rarely displayed during ordinary interactions. Without conscious decision, she reached toward him, fingers touching his cheek with gentle recognition regarding both physical exhaustion and emotional burden carried silently during months she had known him, without properly understanding depth beneath reserved exterior. We'll find solution protecting both ranch operations and children's inheritance, she promised, conviction transcending practical uncertainty regarding methods achieving such outcome. Victor's manipulations depend upon secrecy and isolation, preventing proper alliance against common adversary. Hayes remained motionless beneath her touch, neither pulling away nor acknowledging connection through reciprocal gesture. Then, with movement suggesting inevitability rather than conscious decision, he turned his face slightly, lips brushing her palm with whisper-like contact, sending warmth transcending mere physical sensation despite surrounding dampness and discomfort. The moment stretched between them, possibility hovering like tangible presence within fire-lit shadows surrounding their huddled forms. Then Hayes's hand rose, covering hers against his cheek with gentle pressure before slowly guiding their joined hands downward to rest upon a blanket between them. Neither rejection nor acceptance, but rather acknowledgement regarding inappropriate timing, despite genuine recognition. Holloway's defeat requires strategic planning beyond emotional response, he stated, voice carrying roughness beyond mere practical assessment. The loan documentation, combined with your testimony regarding his explicit admissions, provides foundation, potentially supporting legal proceedings once properly prepared through appropriate channels. This deliberate pivot, returning conversation toward practical planning rather than emotional territory, momentarily acknowledged between them, represented neither rejection nor denial, but rather necessary prioritization given current circumstances and continuing external threat. Abigail accepted this transition with matching practicality, recognizing both wisdom regarding immediate focus and unspoken promise regarding eventual exploration once current dangers had been properly addressed. The Territorial Banking Commissioner maintains office in Cheyenne, she suggested, matching his strategic focus despite lingering awareness regarding momentary connection neither could acknowledge further within current circumstances. The regulatory authority regarding predatory lending practices provides potential avenue addressing manipulated interest calculations regardless of legally binding contract language. Hayes nodded, grateful partnership requiring no explanatory transition between personal acknowledgement and practical planning. Sheriff Johnson graduated law school before assuming current position, he added, building upon her suggestion with complementary information. His testimony regarding documented evidence would carry significant weight within territorial courts alongside formal banking investigation. Together, they constructed preliminary strategy addressing Holloway's manipulations through legitimate channels rather than desperate measures, potentially creating greater vulnerability despite momentary satisfaction. The fire burned lower as hours passed, storm gradually diminishing beyond cave entrance, while partnership strengthened through shared purpose, transcending mere emotional connection toward genuine alliance against common adversary threatening family security and personal integrity alike. When dawn finally brightened cave entrance with golden light replacing stormy darkness, Hayes rose with characteristic economy despite evident stiffness following night spent in difficult conditions. His expression had returned to familiar, composed determination. Yet something remained changed between them despite unspoken agreement regarding appropriate boundaries until external threats had been properly addressed. The journey back requires careful navigation given flood damage across usual trails, he observed, helping Abigail rise with supportive strength, recognizing her injuries without excessive attention, potentially creating embarrassment. Though Holloway's defeat provides sufficient motivation, overcoming mere physical discomfort during necessary travel. As they prepared for challenging return journey across storm-ravaged landscape, Abigail recognized profound transformation transcending mere physical ordeal or temporary emotional acknowledgement. Partnership had formed within Firelit Cave Alliance, combining her educational background with his practical experience, creating formidable combination against adversary whose previous advantage depended upon isolation, preventing effective resistance against calculated manipulation. Whatever challenges awaited during coming confrontation against powerful interests, typically overwhelming individual resistance regardless of legitimate grievances, they would face them together rather than separately, strength flowing from complementary capabilities rather than mere emotional connection. Both recognized, yet neither could properly acknowledge until external threats had been successfully neutralized and internal obligations had been appropriately addressed. The morning sun transformed raindrops clinging to surviving vegetation into countless diamonds scattered across renewed landscape, beauty emerging from destructive storm, with resilience reflecting their own determination regarding ranches' continued prosperity, despite powerful opposition and manipulative schemes temporarily threatening its security. Hayes offered supporting arm as they began careful descent from sheltering cave toward distant ranch headquarters, where concerned household undoubtedly awaited their return. Abigail accepted his assistance with unspoken understanding regarding both immediate practicality and deeper connection. Neither could properly acknowledge until appropriate timing would eventually permit exploration beyond current circumstances. When we return, Hayes said, pausing at a ridge overlooking the flood-transformed landscape, we'll need to move quickly. Victor will either believe you perished in the flood or realize you survived with knowledge dangerous to his schemes. Neither possibility suggests patient response once he recovers from his own ordeal. Do you think he survived? Abigail asked, the question carrying no vindictiveness despite her recent suffering at his hands. Hayes surveyed the valley with experienced assessment. Holloway possesses surprising resilience despite his citified appearance. I expect he'll return to town muddied but breathing, with carefully constructed explanation regarding your disappearance should your survival prove inconvenient to his plans. The practical evaluation, neither wishful thinking nor vengeful hope, typified Hayes's approach toward adversaries, understanding strengths rather than dismissing them, recognizing motivations beyond mere villainy, and anticipating responses based on character assessment rather than desired outcomes. We'll gather the documents immediately, Abigail suggested, matching his practical focus. Perhaps Josiah could deliver them to Sheriff Johnson while we secure additional copies with the bank in case Victor attempts destroying evidence. Hayes nodded, appreciation evident in his glance. The children shouldn't know the full circumstances until matters are resolved. Emma perceives too much, while Michael's protective instincts occasionally override good judgment. This consideration, protecting the children's emotional welfare while addressing threats to their inheritance, revealed priorities extending beyond property preservation toward family security in its fullest sense. Abigail recognized both wisdom and tenderness beneath the practical directive. I can maintain normal lessons while preparations proceed, she agreed. Their routine needn't be disrupted despite our concerns, they continued downward, each step requiring careful attention given treacherous footing left by receding floodwaters. Hayes maintained supporting contact, his hand beneath her elbow providing stability while respecting appropriate boundaries despite their recent connection. The complex balance. Acknowledging developing feelings while maintaining necessary propriety characterized everything about the man guiding her across difficult terrain toward home and safety. When they crested the final rise, revealing Hayes Ranch buildings in the distance, Abigail paused, sudden emotion constricting her throat. The structure stood intact, despite surrounding evidence of storm's violence, smoke rising from kitchen chimney, creating welcome beacon amidst devastation. Figures moved in the yard, ranch hands clearing debris, Mrs. Perkins hanging laundry despite muddy surroundings, children helping with smaller tasks while clearly watching for returning searchers. They're safe, she whispered, relief making her voice unsteady despite efforts toward composure. Hayes's hand tightened briefly around hers, momentary acknowledgement regarding shared priorities transcending personal concerns. Family remains standing regardless of storm's fury, he observed quietly. Property might suffer damage, structures require repair, even boundaries shift with water's force. Yet what matters most continues despite nature's temporary violence or man's calculated destruction. The simple philosophy, revealing values typically concealed beneath practical exterior, created moment of connection, deepening recent physical touch into something more profound. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response, honoring such disclosure while maintaining necessary restraint, Emma spotted their approach from the yard below. Miss Montgomery! The girl's cry carried clearly across remaining distance, her usual composure abandoned in relief, transforming typically reserved child into momentarily uninhibited expression. She raced toward them with Michael close behind, their faces reflecting emotions adults typically concealed behind careful masks. Hayes straightened his shoulders, preparing for reunion requiring strength beyond physical endurance demonstrated during rescue and return journey. His expression settled into familiar, composed determination. Yet something remained, changed beneath surface appearance, deeper awareness, perhaps, or commitment transcending mere duty toward territory involving heart, typically protected through careful distance and reserved interaction. "Remember," he said quietly, as children approached with rapid pace belying mud-slicked path, "our plan requires discretion until properly implemented. Victor's defeat depends upon careful strategy rather than premature confrontation." Abigail nodded, understanding both practical wisdom and underlying concern for family security beyond mere victory against manipulative adversary. As children reached them with questions tumbling over explanations, she maintained calm reassurance despite exhaustion and injury, her composed exterior masking both physical discomfort and emotional awareness regarding man standing beside her with similar restraint, despite profound experiences shared during Storm's isolation. Their eyes met briefly over children's excited heads, silent communication requiring no verbal elaboration despite complex emotions neither could properly express within current circumstances. Whatever challenges awaited during coming confrontation against Holloway's schemes, they would face them together. Partnership forged through shared danger and mutual respect, creating foundations stronger than mere emotional connection, yet containing elements transcending ordinary alliance toward territory neither had anticipated entering when their paths first crossed following Timber Creek fire. The connection remained unacknowledged through spoken words, yet undeniably present as they walked final distance toward home, children chattering between them while adults maintained supportive presence, balancing immediate comfort against deeper awareness regarding both external threats requiring immediate attention and internal recognitions awaiting proper timing beyond current crisis. Sometimes foundations built during storms proved strongest despite temporary discomfort attending their construction, truth applying equally to rain-soaked ground beneath their cautious steps, and emotion-layered understanding developing between two individuals whose separate strengths combined, creating resilience neither might have achieved alone despite individual capability or determined resistance. Hayes Ranch stood waiting before them, buildings intact despite surrounding evidence of storms passing. Whatever Holloway's schemes involved regarding property acquisition or personal revenge, they would address them together. Strategic alliance creating formidable opposition against adversary whose previous advantage depended upon isolation, preventing effective resistance against calculated manipulation. The morning sun continued transforming lingering raindrops into countless diamonds scattered across renewed landscape, beauty emerging from destructive storm with resilience reflecting their own determination. As they crossed final distance toward waiting household, Abigail recognized profound certainty transcending mere practical alliance or temporary emotional acknowledgement. Partnership, whose strength would eventually defeat Holloway's carefully constructed plans while potentially creating foundation for relationship extending beyond current crisis toward future neither had anticipated finding amid Wyoming territory's challenging landscape and unexpected connections. Chapter 7. Faith Tested, Love Proven. Dawn had barely broken over the eastern hills when Abigail and Hayes crested the final ridge overlooking the ranch. Golden light spilled across the valley, transforming mud-slicked terrain into a glittering landscape where every puddle reflected the morning sky. Despite the beauty, evidence of the storm's fury remained everywhere. Uprooted trees, debris scattered across usually tidy pastures, and swollen creek waters still churning beyond their normal boundaries. Hayes paused, his hand instinctively steadying Abigail as they surveyed the scene below. His touch, now familiar after their harrowing journey, conveyed silent concern for her evident exhaustion. Though neither spoke of it, the night in the cave had changed something fundamental between them. Boundaries crossed could not be reestablished with quite the same certainty as before. "The main house appears undamaged," he observed, his professional assessment masking deeper relief. "Barn roof held as well. We were fortunate." Abigail nodded, too weary for unnecessary words. Every muscle in her body protested the long trek from the cave, while her sodden skirts, now mud-caked and torn, dragged heavily with each step. Yet, beneath the physical discomfort lay a curious sense of peace, as if weathering the storm alongside this stoic man had washed away pretenses neither could maintain after sharing such raw vulnerability. They had barely begun their descent when a shout rang out from the ranch yard below. "They're back! Uncle Colton and Miss Montgomery are back!" Michael's voice, high and clear with excitement, carried easily on the morning air. The yard erupted with activity as children and hands alike abandoned morning chores to gather at the property boundary. Emma raced beside her brother, her customary decorum forgotten in the relief of the moment. Behind them came Mrs. Perkins, wiping flour-covered hands on her apron, and Josiah, his weathered face breaking into an uncharacteristic grin beneath his gray-streaked beard. He straightened his shoulders, a subtle movement that Abigail had come to recognize as his preparation for returning to responsibilities momentarily set aside. The intimate connection of their shared ordeal would soon be concealed behind necessary propriety. "Remember," he said quietly, "nothing of Victor's scheme or our discussion until we've secured proper evidence. The children mustn't." "Of course," she agreed, understanding far more than his words explicitly stated. Their shared moment in the cave, that brief, electric touch of his lips against hers, would remain unacknowledged until more pressing matters had been resolved. Michael reached them first, flinging himself against Hayes with boyish abandon. "We thought the storm might have caught you. Josiah said not to worry, that you knew every cave and hollow in the county, but Emma cried anyway, though she tried to hide it, and Mrs. Perkins burned the biscuits this morning, which she never does, except when she's worried sick." Hayes's hand rested briefly on the boy's head, the gesture conveying affection he rarely expressed in words. "Steady, Michael. As you can see, we managed well enough, despite some difficulties." Emma approached more slowly, her eyes taking in Abigail's bedraggled appearance and her uncle's protective stance. Though only 11, she perceived nuances most adults missed entirely. "You're hurt," she said simply, reaching for Abigail's hand with gentle concern. "Nothing serious," Abigail assured her, summoning a smile despite exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm her now that safety had been reached. "Some scratches and bruises only. Your uncle found shelter before the worst of the storm." Mrs. Perkins bustled forward, practical concern overriding any questions about circumstances. "Into the house, both of you. Hot baths and dry clothes before either of you collapses from exposure. The good Lord may have spared your lives, but pneumonia won't care about miracles if you don't get warm and dry." As the housekeeper ushered Abigail toward the main house, Hayes turned to Josiah, their conversation pitched low for privacy, yet still audible to Abigail's attentive ears. "Any sign of Holloway since yesterday?" "None," the foreman replied. "Jenkins rode into town at first light to check. Word is he hasn't returned to his rooms at the hotel. Folk figured he might be waiting out the storm at some neighboring property." Hayes nodded, his expression revealing nothing of his suspicions regarding Victor's whereabouts or condition. "Have Peterson and Davis ready to ride at noon. I'll need a message delivered to Timber Creek with absolute discretion." "Sheriff Johnson?" Josiah inquired, understanding immediately. "Yes, but nothing spoken aloud. I'll provide written instructions only." The household settled into a flurry of recovery activities, baths prepared, fresh clothing located, broth heated for restoration of strength depleted by ordeal. Throughout these practical ministrations, Abigail noted Hayes's occasional glance in her direction, brief moments of shared understanding, amid the bustle of concerned attention from others who couldn't comprehend what had transpired between them. By mid-morning, she had been bathed, dressed in a borrowed nightgown and wrapper, and settled in the parlor despite Mrs. Perkins's insistence that proper recuperation required bed rest. Abigail had gently but firmly refused. The children needed reassurance of her well-being, and practical matters required attention regardless of physical discomfort or emotional exhaustion. Hayes appeared in the doorway as Mrs. Perkins departed with an empty teacup and half-eaten toast, evidence of Abigail's limited appetite despite everyone's encouragement. He had similarly refreshed himself, clean-shaven now, dressed in fresh clothing, though a darkening bruise along his jaw remained testament to their difficult journey. "The children?" Abigail asked as he entered, closing the door partially behind him. Not completely, propriety still observed, yet affording a moment of relative privacy amid household activity. With Josiah, examining storm damage to the south pasture fence, educational opportunity regarding proper repair techniques, according to Emma. His mouth quirked slightly, a rare hint of humor despite circumstances. Her practical young lady already planning how lessons might incorporate recent experiences. Silence settled between them, not uncomfortable precisely, yet weighted with awareness of matters requiring discussion beyond eavesdropping potential. Hayes moved to the window, his back straight as always, though Abigail noted tension in his shoulders that hadn't been present during their shelter in the cave, when necessity had stripped away habitual reserve. "I've written to Sheriff Johnson," he said finally, gaze fixed on the distant landscape rather than her face. "Davis carries a message that will bring him here discreetly tomorrow morning. Victor believes you may have perished in the flood, according to information Jenkins gathered in town. His absence suggests injury or temporary retreat while constructing an appropriate explanation regarding your disappearance, as in giving us necessary time to prepare a proper reception when he inevitably reappears," Abigail observed, following his strategic thinking despite the physical weariness clouding her usual mental clarity. Hayes turned from the window, his expression softening slightly as he took in her exhausted countenance. With uncharacteristic impulsiveness, he crossed the room, kneeling beside her chair so their faces stood level, rather than maintaining his typical position of height advantage during conversation. "You should be resting properly," he said, voice lowered despite relative privacy. "Yesterday's ordeal would challenge the strongest constitution, regardless of frontier adaptation or determined spirit." The concern in his eyes, so rarely displayed yet unmistakably genuine, touched Abigail more deeply than elaborate declarations might have done. Without conscious thought, her hand rose, fingers gently touching the bruise along his jaw that he had acquired during her rescue. "As should you," she countered softly. "Yet here we both remain, addressing necessary matters despite physical discomfort or emotional exhaustion." His hand captured hers, calloused fingers enveloping her smaller ones with gentle pressure, communicating affection beyond verbal expression. For a precious moment, the pretense of merely employer and employee dissolved completely, revealing a man and woman whose shared ordeal had crystallized feelings developing throughout months of daily interaction and growing mutual respect. "When Victor has been properly addressed," Hayes said quietly, "we must discuss other matters requiring attention beyond immediate crisis. The simple acknowledgement, recognizing developing feelings without inappropriate elaboration amid continuing household responsibilities, represented a significant departure from his typically reserved approach toward personal matters." Abigail recognized both the courage such admission required and wisdom regarding its timing amid ongoing challenges requiring immediate attention. "Yes," she agreed simply, neither encouraging premature declarations nor pretending ignorance regarding his meaning. "When justice has been properly served regarding Victor's schemes, certain conversations would indeed prove appropriate despite conventional expectations or established boundaries." Hayes's eyes held hers for a moment, containing both promise and restraint. Acknowledgement regarding possibilities alongside recognition of responsibilities, preventing immediate exploration. Then, with characteristic return to practical matters requiring attention regardless of personal inclinations, he released her hand while maintaining emotional connection through continued proximity rather than physical contact. "Tomorrow morning, Victor will receive a message regarding supposedly recovered documents I've secured from floodwaters," he explained, strategic planning replacing personal considerations with necessary focus toward immediate threat. "Sheriff Johnson will position himself within the study through an adjoining room, recording conversation without revealing his presence until sufficient evidence has been secured through Victor's own admission." "Clever approach," Abigail acknowledged. Professional assessment matching his deliberate transition toward practical planning. "Self-incrimination proves more compelling than secondhand testimony, regardless of witness credibility or documented evidence." "Precisely." Hayes rose, proper distance restored through physical movement despite lingering emotional connection, requiring no additional reinforcement through continued proximity. "Rest today, building necessary strength for tomorrow's confrontation. The children will require normalcy despite household tension, while preparations must proceed without revealing strategic planning through observable patterns, potentially alerting Victor should he have informants monitoring ranch activities." With that practical instruction Caring disguised within operational direction, he moved toward door, duty reclaiming priority despite personal inclinations, momentarily revealed through uncharacteristic display. Yet before departing, he paused, glancing back with an expression containing both determination and tenderness, typically concealed behind his reserved exterior. Your courage yesterday, he hesitated, searching for appropriate words expressing sentiment without excessive elaboration, potentially creating discomfort through unaccustomed emotional disclosure. Few would have maintained such composure during circumstances challenging the strongest constitution, regardless of frontier adaptation or determined spirit. The simple acknowledgement, recognizing qualities beyond physical appearance or social accomplishment, warmed Abigail more deeply than elaborate compliments might have achieved. Before she could formulate an appropriate response balancing gratitude against excessive sentiment, Hayes continued with characteristic pivot toward practical matters disguising deeper emotion beneath surface communication. Breath. Tomorrow requires strength beyond physical recovery, while Victor's defeat depends upon clear thinking alongside documented evidence. With that parting instruction, concern masked within tactical assessment, he departed, footsteps receding down hallway toward responsibilities temporarily set aside during necessary conversation, yet requiring immediate attention regardless of personal inclinations or developing connections. The study seemed unusually bright as morning sunlight streamed through freshly cleaned windows, Mrs. Perkins having directed thorough household attention toward appropriate setting for important confrontation, despite limited information regarding its specific purpose. Hayes stood behind his desk, documents arranged with deliberate casualness suggesting recent recovery rather than strategic planning, while Abigail sat nearby with slate and pencil, as if engaged in ordinary accounting rather than participating in a calculated trap requiring precise execution. Sheriff Johnson had arrived before dawn, entering through rear entrance, avoiding observation from road potentially monitored by Holloway's informants. Now he waited in adjoining storeroom, door partially open, allowing clear hearing, without visible presence potentially alerting visitor regarding official involvement before sufficient self-incrimination had been properly secured. "He'll come," Hayes observed, glancing toward window where distant trail remained empty despite messenger's delivery reporting Holloway's imminent departure from town following receipt of carefully worded invitation. Pride alone would demand appearance regardless of suspicion, while greed ensures participation given supposed documents, potentially securing North Section acquisition through legal manipulation rather than outright theft. Abigail nodded, maintaining calm demeanor despite interior nervousness regarding impending confrontation. Her hands remained steady against slate surface, though beneath the table her foot tapped quiet rhythm, revealing tension otherwise concealed behind composed exterior. "Your presence creates necessary complication," Hayes continued, expression revealing concern beneath tactical assessment. "Victor believes you perished during flood, according to information gathered in town yesterday. Your survival potentially alters his approach regarding supposed documents, while revealing your testimony immediately undermines strategic advantage before sufficient self-incrimination has been recorded. Hence my position partially concealed behind bookcase alcove," she countered, practical solution addressing legitimate concern. "Visible once entry has been secured, yet not immediately apparent upon arrival, allowing necessary conversation establishing incriminating statements before revelation, potentially altering approach." Hayes nodded approval regarding logical planning, though concern remained evident beneath tactical acknowledgement. Before further discussion could develop, hoofbeats sounded from yard below, their measured rhythm announcing visitor approaching main house with deliberate pace, suggesting confidence rather than hesitation. "Remember," Hayes said quietly, moving toward proper position behind desk as footsteps sounded on porch below. "Allow initial conversation developing. False confidence before your presence alters strategic dynamic." Sheriff Johnson requires clear confession regarding loan manipulation and railroad connection before official intervention provides maximum legal consequence. Abigail moved toward alcove position, partially concealed behind bookcase, yet maintaining clear view regarding desk, where confrontation would unfold according to carefully constructed plan. Her heart hammered despite outward composure, while hands clasped together, preventing visible trembling, potentially undermining necessary appearance regarding complete control. Despite emotional significance attending confrontation with man whose schemes had nearly cost her life, alongside Hayes Ranch security, the door opened without preliminary knock, confirming Holloway's continued presumption regarding privileged access, despite previous confrontations or questionable behaviors. He entered with confident stride, belying recent ordeal, suggested by scratched cheek and muddied boots that expensive clothing and careful grooming couldn't completely disguise, despite evident efforts toward proper appearance. Colton, he greeted with practiced cordiality masking calculation. Your message suggested recovered documents requiring immediate attention regarding North Section arrangements. Fortunate timing, given recent territorial developments, accelerating necessary timeline, regardless of personal preferences or sentimental attachments. Hayes maintained impassive expression, despite obvious provocation, gesturing toward chair positioned for optimal recording from adjoining room without revealing concealed witness. Victor, your appearance suggests successful navigation of yesterday's unprecedented weather despite challenging conditions affecting entire county. Holloway settled into offered chair with casual confidence, suggesting complete control despite environment beyond his direct influence. His gaze swept across a desk where documents lay in careful arrangement, suggesting recent recovery rather than strategic placement, while fingers straightened already precise cuffs in habitual gesture revealing nervous energy beneath composed exterior. Mere inconvenience despite dramatic presentation, he responded, dismissing life-threatening flood through casual characterization, demonstrating genuine disconnect from reality beyond privileged perspective. Though others were less fortunate navigating unexpected challenges despite adequate warning regarding approaching weather conditions. The oblique reference, acknowledging Abigail's supposed death without direct statement potentially creating legal liability, revealed calculating mind beneath polished appearance. Hayes's expression betrayed nothing beyond appropriate host attention, despite obvious provocation, while conversation proceeded according to carefully constructed plan rather than emotional reaction potentially undermining strategic objective. The storm revealed unexpected information beyond mere weather consequences, Hayes observed, sliding a folder toward Holloway with deliberate movement suggesting ordinary business discussion rather than calculated trap. These documents washed against cave entrance during peak flooding, apparently carried from Line Shack, where storage typically maintains separation from main house records, despite related content. Holloway accepted folder with barely concealed eagerness, despite attempted nonchalance, fingers opening cover revealing contents with predictable interest regarding potentially valuable information. His expression shifted subtly as railroads maps appeared beneath loan documentation, connection promising substantial profit regardless of ethical considerations or legal restrictions applying to ordinary business arrangements. Interesting collection, surviving unprecedented conditions, he observed, careful phrasing avoiding direct acknowledgement despite obvious recognition. Though connection between routine loan agreements and territorial development surveys appears coincidental rather than strategically significant, despite superficial appearance suggesting otherwise. Coincidental, Hayes repeated, allowing subtle emphasis suggesting skepticism without direct challenge, potentially creating defensive response. Much like interest calculation adjustments consistently disadvantaging borrower despite original terms, establishing different parameters through contractual agreements, normally considered legally binding regardless of subsequent modifications. Always expression hardened momentarily before practice smile resumed, professional mask concealing genuine reaction beneath social performance. Banking arrangements occasionally require adjustment, addressing changing market conditions or increased risk factors beyond original assessment, he countered smoothly. Standard practice throughout territorial financial institutions rather than specific targeting regarding individual client, despite unfortunate personal impact potentially creating emotional response rather than business perspective. Emotional response seems natural regarding systematic manipulation, ensuring inevitable foreclosure, regardless of operational success or market conditions, Hayes observed, maintaining calm delivery despite subjects' personal significance. Particularly with North Section targeting aligns precisely with railroad planning unavailable through public channels despite regulatory requirements regarding route disclosure before property acquisition securing passage rights. This direct connection, linking loan manipulation with railroad planning through explicit statement rather than mere implication, created momentary silence as Holloway recalculated approach addressing unexpected directness potentially threatening carefully constructed scheme. His recovery appeared smooth despite brief hesitation, practiced response suggesting prepared explanation, regardless of specific challenge. Business occasionally creates parallel interests without inappropriate connection or unethical coordination, he explained, confident delivery masking growing wariness regarding conversation's direction. Financial institutions naturally maintain awareness regarding territorial development, potentially affecting investment security, while railroad planning proceeds independently despite coincidental alignment with existing property arrangements or banking relationships. Hayes leaned forward slightly, expression suggesting mere curiosity despite questions' critical importance regarding strategic objective. When precisely did you acquire advanced knowledge regarding northern route planning? Before or after Catherine's death created loan opportunity, potentially securing property control despite legal inheritance designation specifically protecting children's interests against external acquisition. The direct question, targeting timeline, connecting separate elements within larger scheme, struck precisely as intended, creating momentary unguarded response before practiced caution could prevent revealing admission. The preliminary survey occurred during drought year while James still lived, Holloway replied, information flowing naturally before internal censorship recognized dangerous disclosure regarding advanced knowledge preceding public announcement. Though route finalization remained theoretical until recent commission approval confirming original assessment, despite alternative options presenting comparable advantages through different territorial sections. Hayes's expression revealed nothing, despite significant admission regarding timeline establishing premeditation rather than opportunistic development. Convenient timing regarding loan structure, ensuring mathematical certainty toward eventual foreclosure, regardless of ranch productivity or market conditions, he observed casually, almost as if financial arrangements specifically targeted property acquisition aligned with railroad planning rather than ordinary banking relationship supporting client success through mutual benefit. Holloway's expression hardened, calculation replacing practiced affability as conversation shifted from comfortable deception toward dangerous territory requiring direct confrontation rather than continued pretense. Business requires strategic planning beyond sentimental attachment or emotional consideration, he stated flatly. Abandonment of social niceties revealing genuine personality beneath polished performance. The North Section represents extraordinary opportunity transcending ordinary ranching operation through infrastructure development potentially benefiting territorial economy beyond individual interests or family preferences. 50 times current market value once railroad announcement becomes public knowledge, Hayes suggested. Number revealing specific awareness regarding profit potential beyond ordinary property appreciation. Considerable return, justifying loan manipulation, ensuring acquisition regardless of ethical considerations or legal restrictions, normally preventing such targeted arrangements. Rather than denial, Holloway's expression displayed momentary pride regarding scheme's calculated precision, despite potentially negative characterization. Business vision occasionally requires methods transcending ordinary arrangements accessible to common understanding, he stated, superiority evident despite continued caution regarding explicit admission. Financial success rarely results from conventional approach or limited perspective, regardless of moral objections, potentially restricting extraordinary opportunity available through strategic planning and specialized knowledge. Strategic planning, including deliberate manipulation regarding interest calculations, ensuring borrower default regardless of operational success, Hayes pressed. Specific focus, creating clear record regarding fraudulent practices rather than mere opportunistic advantage. Specialized knowledge, including railroad routing, unavailable through public channels despite regulatory requirements regarding disclosure before property acquisition, securing passage rights. Holloway rose, patience evidently exhausted, regarding indirect conversation potentially creating legal vulnerability despite careful wording avoiding explicit confession. This discussion serves no productive purpose beyond emotional satisfaction, delaying inevitable outcome regardless of personal objection or principal resistance, he declared, preparing departure preventing further incrimination despite incomplete objective regarding document acquisition. The north section will be acquired through foreclosure procedures, regardless of your resistance or sentimental attachment toward property Catherine foolishly designated for children, despite impractical restrictions preventing necessary development, benefiting wider territorial interests. Foreclosure, requiring court approval potentially influenced by evidence regarding deliberate manipulation and advanced knowledge constituting insider trading under territorial statutes. Came new voice from doorway, where Abigail now stood, fully visible despite previous concealment within bookcase alcove. Testimony from witness surviving your abandonment during life-threatening flood might similarly influence judicial perspective regarding character assessment or credibility determination during legal proceedings. Holloway froze, shock momentarily overwhelming practiced composure. A supposedly dead witness appeared with clear evidence contradicting carefully constructed narrative regarding her disappearance. Ms. Montgomery, he managed finally, voice constricted despite attempted recovery, projecting casual surprise rather than genuine alarm. Your survival represents unexpected blessing despite concerning circumstances surrounding your unauthorized presence during private business discussion between long-standing associates requiring confidential communication without external participation. My presence seems particularly appropriate given recent experience regarding abandoned line shack during unprecedented flooding. Abigail countered calmly, composed delivery masking lingering anxiety regarding direct confrontation with man whose actions had nearly caused her death, especially considering explicit statements regarding loan manipulation, ensuring foreclosure regardless of ranch productivity, alongside admission concerning advanced railroad knowledge preceding public announcement despite regulatory requirements protecting ordinary citizens against insider exploitation. Before Holloway could formulate effective response addressing unexpected complication, second door opened, revealing Sheriff Johnson's imposing figure within study entrance. His expression conveyed professional neutrality rather than personal judgment, though eyes revealed satisfaction regarding successful operation despite emotionally charged circumstances. Victor Holloway, he stated formally, official tone replacing ordinary conversational delivery despite long acquaintance with all parties involved. You're under arrest for attempted murder, fraud, violation of territorial banking regulations, and insider trading regarding railroad securities. Please surrender any weapons before accompanying me to town for proper documentation regarding charges requiring immediate judicial attention. Holloway's expression shifted through rapid sequence: shock, calculation, momentary consideration regarding potential resistance, then reluctant recognition regarding inevitable compliance given circumstances preventing effective evasion despite personal inclination. His shoulders straightened with dignity, contrasting sharply against revealed character, while voice maintained controlled delivery despite evident anger beneath composed exterior. These absurd accusations represent unfortunate misunderstanding regarding standard business practices and unfortunate weather circumstances beyond human control, he stated, a dressing room generally rather than specific individual, despite sheriff's official position requiring primary acknowledgement. Proper legal representation will quickly resolve this embarrassing situation through rational explanation, replacing emotional interpretation, clearly influencing current perspective despite objective evidence supporting legitimate business activities mischaracterized through provincial understanding regarding sophisticated financial arrangements. Sheriff Johnson remained unimpressed by practice delivery or implied superiority, professional demeanor reflecting decades enforcing law across diverse situations, transcending ordinary social hierarchies or financial distinctions. Your explanation will receive appropriate consideration through judicial process, ensuring fair hearing despite considerable evidence suggesting multiple violations regarding territorial statutes and common law prohibitions, he responded evenly. Meanwhile, surrender any weapons before peaceful departure, preventing unnecessary complications, potentially affecting judicial perspective regarding character assessment or cooperative spirit during subsequent proceedings. As Holloway reluctantly complied with official instruction, tension gradually diminished within study atmosphere, despite continued gravity regarding situation's serious nature. Hayes moved beside Abigail, physical proximity offering silent support despite maintained professional distance appropriate for witnessed interaction, regardless of private understanding established during shared ordeal. Justice occasionally requires patience, despite natural inclination toward immediate resolution or emotional satisfaction, he observed quietly, statement addressing multiple audiences despite apparent focus toward Abigail alone. Proper evidence collection creates foundations supporting legal proceedings beyond mere accusation or personal grievance, regardless of justified emotional response or legitimate moral outrage. Abigail nodded understanding regarding deeper message beneath surface communication, vindication through legitimate process rather than personal revenge despite justified anger or righteous indignation. Her hand briefly touched his arm, momentary contact conveying appreciation regarding principled approach transcending mere victory toward genuine justice supporting democratic institutions beyond individual satisfaction or personal retribution. Satisfaction through proper channels reinforces community standards rather than individual power, she agreed softly. Philosophical alignment revealing shared values beyond immediate circumstances or specific confrontation. Though patience occasionally challenges human nature, despite intellectual recognition regarding appropriate response or ethical consideration. 1 week passed since Victor's arrest, each day marked by the steady progression of spring across the Wyoming landscape. Wild primrose dotted the hillsides with splashes of pink and white, while meadowlarks trilled from fence posts as if celebrating justice served. Yet within the Hayes household, a chill had settled that no amount of spring sunshine seemed able to penetrate. Abigail stood at the schoolroom window, watching Emma and Michael bent over their lessons with unusual solemnity. Their education continued despite the emotional undercurrents flowing through the household since Mayor Wilson's announcement that the new schoolhouse would be ready for occupancy by month's end. What should have been joyful news had instead cast a pall over the ranch, with the children working in uncharacteristic silence that morning. The irony wasn't lost on Abigail. For weeks after her arrival, she had longed for the boisterous Michael to apply himself with such dedication. Now, she would have welcomed one of his disruptions, if only to break the heavy silence that had fallen between them. "Ms. Montgomery?" Emma looked up from her slate, her green eyes serious beyond her years. "When exactly are you required to return to town? Perhaps if Uncle Colton spoke with Mayor Wilson, arrangements could be made allowing your continued presence here until term's end." The careful phrasing, so adult in its construction, betrayed the child's desperate attempts to control circumstances slipping beyond her grasp. Michael's head snapped up at his sister's question, hope flaring briefly across his expressive features before he schooled them into careful neutrality that mimicked his uncle's habitual reserve. "The school committee meets next Wednesday to finalize arrangements," Abigail answered, keeping her voice steady despite the ache building in her throat. "Though the building may be ready sooner, formal instruction won't begin until proper preparations have been completed. But That's only 5 days away, Michael protested, abandoning pretense of disinterest. You can't possibly pack everything and be ready to leave by then. Your books alone would take a week to sort properly. Abigail's heart constricted at the transparent attempt to manufacture delays. I arrived with very little, Michael. What came with me will return without requiring extensive preparation. Emma's pencil scratched against her slate with unnecessary force. But you belong here now, she murmured, eyes fixed downward. With us. The simple declaration hung in the air between them, its truth undeniable despite circumstances suggesting otherwise. Before Abigail could formulate a response that neither offered false hope nor deepened their pain, the sound of Hayes's spurs in the hallway sent both children's attention back to their lessons with almost comical haste. He paused in the doorway, hat in hand. A courtesy he maintained despite practical familiarity developed over months of shared residence. His eyes held Abigail's briefly before sliding away, a habit that had emerged since Victor's arrest and subsequent conversation with Mayor Wilson. Where once his gaze had lingered, studying her with quiet intensity that warmed her despite its reserve, now he seemed unable to maintain visual connection for more than moments at a time. The Territorial Banking Commission has formally invalidated Victor's loan arrangements, he announced, addressing the general space between them rather than making direct eye contact with any occupant. Sheriff Johnson sent word this morning the ranch property lines remain intact pending formal renegotiation with legitimate bankers from Cheyenne. That's wonderful news, Uncle Colton, Emma exclaimed, genuine pleasure breaking through her earlier melancholy. Does that mean we get to keep Mother's special valley? Michael added, abandoning all pretense of studying as he swiveled toward his uncle. The north section remains precisely where your mother intended it, in your future inheritance, secure against outside schemes or manipulations. The children's joy should have been infectious, yet Abigail noted the careful way Hayes continued avoiding her gaze, despite delivering news that should have created a moment of shared triumph after their joint efforts exposing Victor's duplicity. His body remained angled toward the hallway, rather than fully entering the schoolroom, physical positioning mirroring emotional distance growing with each passing day. This calls for celebration, Abigail suggested, hoping to bridge the widening gap between them. Perhaps we might plan special dinner acknowledging both victory against Victor's schemes and the children's educational progress throughout these challenging circumstances. An excellent suggestion, Hayes replied with formal politeness that made her heart ache far more than outright rudeness might have done. Everyone should certainly be familiar with Tracy Cook. Though ranch operations require my presence throughout evening hours this week, spring brings demanding schedule regardless of other circumstances or social obligations. The excuse, plausible yet transparent in its convenience, represented pattern established since Victor's arrest and Mayor Wilson's announcement regarding schoolhouse completion. Each day brought Hayes home later, each meal saw him departing earlier, while conversations once flowing naturally between them had become stilted exchanges focused entirely on practical matters requiring immediate attention rather than deeper issues lingering unaddressed since their shared ordeal during the storm. Of course, Abigail acknowledged, maintaining composure despite disappointment threatening to reveal itself through expression or tone. The children's achievements deserve recognition, regardless of scheduling complications or competing obligations. Something flickered briefly in Hayes's eyes. Regret, perhaps, or pain, carefully masked behind practiced control. Before she could interpret it fully, he nodded briskly and turned away, spurs jingling softly as he retreated down the hallway toward waiting responsibilities that somehow always provided convenient escape from her presence. When lessons concluded that afternoon, the children departed with unusual reluctance, lingering over book gathering and desk straightening with transparent attempts delaying inevitable separation. Only after Abigail promised special story reading before bedtime did they finally relent, allowing her precious solitude needed for composing herself after a day filled with emotional undercurrents and carefully maintained facade. The kitchen provided unlikely sanctuary as she sought momentary escape from schoolroom memories increasingly shadowed by impending departure. Mrs. Perkins stood at the massive cast iron range, her capable hands shaping dough with practiced efficiency, while savory aromas from simmering stew filled the warm air with comforting familiarity, soon to be left behind. "Those children are taking your departure mighty hard," the housekeeper observed without preamble as Abigail settled at the work table, "though they're not the only ones struggling with the change, if I might speak plainly." Abigail's hands busied themselves with the bowl of peas awaiting shelling, practical activity providing focus while emotions threatened overwhelming her carefully maintained composure. "Change often proves challenging regardless of circumstances or practical necessity," she replied, non-committal response masking deeper feelings beneath social pleasantry. Mrs. Perkins snorted, the inelegant sound startling from woman normally maintaining proper decorum despite frontier conditions. "That man would try the patience of biblical Job himself with his stubborn foolishness," she declared, punching dough with unnecessary force, betraying frustration beneath practical movements. "Mooning about like lovesick calf whenever you're not looking, then turning tail like spooked Mustang moment you enter the room." The blunt assessment, so different from careful neutrality Abigail maintained regarding Hayes's behavior, broke through her composed exterior, releasing laugh containing more pain than humor, despite genuine appreciation for the housekeeper's forthright characterization. "I hardly think mooning accurately describes Mr. Hayes's demeanor, regardless of circumstances," she demurred, though warmth spreading across her cheeks betrayed emotional response despite attempted dignity. "Perhaps not in Eastern parlors, where folks wrap simple truths in fancy language till meaning gets lost entirely," Mrs. Perkins conceded, dusting flour from capable hands, leaving white streaks across her apron. "But out here, we recognize man fighting himself plain as branded steer in summer pasture." She settled beside Abigail, gnarled fingers joining younger ones among green pods, providing practical activity during sensitive conversation. "He believes he's doing right by you, child, setting you free toward proper future rather than keeping you trapped on isolated ranch, where prospects match Wyoming winters, beautiful but hard, with occasional brightness barely offsetting lengthy darkness." The insight, revealing perspective Abigail hadn't fully considered despite increasing evidence supporting such conclusion, created momentary silence, broken only by soft clicking of peas dropping into waiting bowl. When she finally spoke, her voice emerged barely above whisper despite conviction underlying careful words. "What if I don't wish to be set free toward supposedly proper future? What if isolation seems small price for connection finding root despite unpromising circumstances?" Mrs. Perkins's weathered face softened with maternal understanding transcending blood relation or formal position. "Then perhaps someone needs speaking truth plainly, instead of dancing around matters like nervous filly facing first saddle." Her eyes held Abigail's with direct honesty. Few would dare risk with employer's household, regardless of personal feelings or private assessments. "This man believes himself unworthy of educated woman with your capabilities, thinks himself doing noble deed releasing you toward better opportunities, despite personal feelings suggesting otherwise." Before Abigail could respond to this remarkable candor, kitchen door swung open, admitting Josiah with trail dust still clinging to his weathered features. His expression contained unusual animation for a man typically maintaining reserved demeanor, matching his employer's habitual control. "Town messenger just delivered this," he announced, extending envelope bearing official-looking seal and formal script addressing Hayes' household rather than specific individual. "A special invitation requiring immediate attention according to delivery instructions." Mrs. Perkins accepted the envelope, turning it over with speculative assessment before passing it toward Abigail, with unspoken designation regarding appropriate opening, despite lack of specific addressee. "Probably schoolhouse dedication ceremony invitation," she observed, as Abigail carefully broke seal, preserving formal notice despite frontier delivery. Mayor Wilson mentioned grand plans during Sunday services, though details remained unconfirmed pending final The housekeeper's supposition proved accurate as Abigail unfolded thick paper revealing elegant script inviting Hayes household attending formal dedication ceremony celebrating Timber Creek's educational advancement through community perseverance despite challenging circumstances. The deliberate phrasing, acknowledging both achievement and difficulties requiring collective response, carried Mayor Wilson's diplomatic touch beneath official language and formal presentation. "Saturday evening," Abigail confirmed, conflicting emotions rising as calendar calculation revealed ceremony falling evening before committee meeting, determining her official return toward teaching position. Formal dedication, followed by community celebration honoring both construction completion and educational commitment despite territorial limitations or frontier challenges. Josiah nodded. Practical assessment addressing logistical considerations rather than emotional complications such timing presented. Fine weather predicted through weekend, according to Peterson's knee, which generally proves more reliable than Eastern almanacs despite scientific pretensions claiming superior accuracy against practical experience. This mild frontier skepticism regarding formal knowledge, normally triggering gentle debate between Abigail's educational background and ranch hand's practical wisdom, passed unremarked as kitchen door opened once more, revealing Hayes's tall figure silhouetted against afternoon light. His expression registered momentary hesitation upon discovering unexpected gathering, though practical necessity apparently overcame reluctance as he entered despite evident discomfort interrupting private conversation. Invitation arrived from town, Mrs. Perkins explained. Unnecessary clarification revealing unusual nervousness from woman normally maintaining composed efficiency regardless of circumstances. Schoolhouse dedication ceremony Saturday evening requiring household response regarding attendance arrangements or regretful decline should competing obligations prevent proper participation. Hayes accepted the proffered paper, eyes scanning contents with unreadable expression masking whatever emotions such announcement might trigger beyond practical consideration regarding social obligation or community expectation. The household should be represented given community support during construction process, he stated, formal phrasing creating distance between personal feelings and practical decision regarding appropriate response. Though ranch responsibilities may prevent my attendance depending on roundup preparations and cattle conditions requiring immediate attention, regardless of social obligations or community expectations, that transparent excuse, plausible yet unnecessary given ceremony timing, revealed emotional avoidance rather than legitimate conflict despite practical framing suggesting otherwise. Before Abigail could formulate response balancing understanding against disappointment, Mrs. Perkins intervened with characteristic directness transcending propriety when patience reached natural limits, despite respect normally governing household interactions. Roundup remains fortnight distant according to schedule posted in bunkhouse this very morning, she observed, mild tone belying implications regarding unnecessary fabrication or deliberate avoidance. While cattle conditions seem remarkably stable, given Peterson's report, delivered alongside invitation suggesting uneventful afternoon despite morning concerns regarding possible complications requiring personal attention, Hayes's jaw tightened, the only visible indication regarding internal response to this unexpected challenge from normally deferential housekeeper. His eyes briefly met Abigail's before sliding away, characteristic pattern established since Victor's arrest and subsequent conversation regarding schoolhouse completion. Preliminary preparations often require unexpected adjustments when operational responsibilities encounter unforeseen complications, he stated. General principle rather than specific explanation, creating further distance despite physical proximity within kitchen confines. Ms. Montgomery certainly understands demands occasionally superseding social opportunities regardless of personal inclination or community expectation. The indirect reference, acknowledging her presence without directly addressing her, deepened pain already threatening composure despite practiced control normally governing emotional display regardless of internal turmoil. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response balancing dignity against genuine feeling, another interruption arrived bearing additional complications regarding already challenging situation. Miss Montgomery! Emma appeared within doorway, excitement temporarily overriding melancholy regarding impending departure that had shadowed her throughout recent days. The Ladies' Aid Society messenger just delivered this while riding past toward Wilson property with similar notice regarding Saturday gathering. She thrust smaller envelope toward Abigail, with unmistakable pride regarding special delivery addressing teachers specifically rather than household generally. The paper was published entitled Less Formal Than Official Invitation, yet containing similar information regarding weekend ceremony. included personal note from Martha Wilson requesting Abigail's participation within program through brief address regarding educational philosophy governing future instruction within new facilities. They wish me to speak during dedication, Abigail explained, mixed emotions coloring tone despite attempted neutrality masking complicated feelings regarding such request. Brief remarks concerning educational principles guiding future instruction within new facilities, despite territorial limitations or frontier challenges. Emma's expression brightened further, genuine pleasure temporarily eclipsing sadness regarding impending separation that had marked recent interaction. "You'll speak beautifully," she declared, with touching faith, reflecting months observing Abigail's classroom presentations despite limited public speaking experience beyond educational setting. "Everyone should hear your thoughts regarding education's importance beyond mere practical skills or territorial limitation." This innocent endorsement, revealing admiration, developed throughout shared months despite original wariness characterizing early relationship, created momentary silence as adults recognized emotional significance beneath simple encouragement. Hayes cleared his throat. Physical movement breaking temporary stillness descended upon kitchen gathering despite continued activity beyond doorway, where ranch operations proceeded regardless of emotional complications or personal developments. "Your participation seems particularly appropriate given circumstances," he observed, formal acknowledgement masking whatever personal feelings might exist beneath carefully neutral expression. "The town anticipates your return with understandable enthusiasm considering educational background and demonstrated capabilities during challenging period following original schoolhouse destruction." It's his statement. Factually accurate yet emotionally distant. Confirmed persistent pattern established since Mayor Wilson's announcement regarding completion timeline and committee meeting determining official return toward teaching position. Whatever connection had developed during shared ordeal exposing Victor's schemes had disappeared behind careful withdrawal, increasing with each passing day despite momentary vulnerability revealed during Storm's forced proximity or crisis-induced cooperation. "I'll respond appropriately to both invitations," Abigail acknowledged, matching his formal tone despite aching heart belying composed exterior. "Proper representation seems particularly important given circumstances, regardless of personal feelings or private reservations, potentially complicating public obligations." Something flickered briefly across Hayes's expression. Pain, perhaps, or regret, carefully masked behind practiced control governing emotional display, regardless of internal turmoil. Before proper interpretation could develop, he nodded briskly and turned away, characteristic retreat established since unwelcome news arrived, disrupting household stability despite successful resolution regarding Victor's schemes or railroad threats previously endangering ranch security. Ranch operations require immediate attention. Despite household discussions or social planning, he stated, practical focus replacing emotional engagement with familiar pattern established throughout recent days. Josiah, the north pasture fence requires inspection before evening rounds, despite afternoon scheduling originally designating tomorrow morning for such assessment. With that transparent excuse, creating immediate departure opportunity despite questionable necessity, he exited kitchen without backward glance or proper conclusion regarding conversation still developing among remaining participants. Emma watched his retreating figure with troubled expression, suggesting awareness beyond her years, despite limited experience interpreting adult behavior or emotional complications. "Uncle Colton works much harder since the sheriff took Mr. Holloway away," she observed quietly, innocent assessment containing profound insight despite simplified expression characteristic of childish perception. "And he doesn't smile at all anymore, not even when Michael tells his funny stories about Billy Jenkins falling into the pig trough during Sunday school picnic." The observation revealing child's awareness regarding emotional changes despite adult attempts concealing internal struggles behind practical activities or operational responsibilities, created momentary silence as remaining adults exchanged glances conveying shared understanding beyond verbal communication. Mrs. Perkins patted Emma's shoulder with maternal affection, transcending biological connection or formal position within household structure. Grown folks sometimes get all twisted up inside without proper explanation visible from outside viewing, she offered. Simplified wisdom, appropriate for young listener despite complex situation, creating such behavior patterns. Like tangled fishing line, requiring patience, untangling knots despite frustration, tempting hasty cutting, sacrificing useful cordage, despite immediate relief such action might provide. This frontier metaphor, practical illustration, conveying emotional truth despite simplified presentation, drew reluctant smile from Emma despite continued concern shadowing her young features. She turned toward Abigail with expression combining childish hope with premature wisdom developed through early loss-creating perspective beyond chronological years. "Maybe you could help untangle Uncle Colton," she suggested, with touching faith regarding teachers' capabilities extending beyond educational expertise toward emotional healing or personal connection. "You fixed Michael's arithmetic confusion when nobody else could make him understand carrying numbers across columns despite repeated explanations using different approaches." The innocent comparison, equating mathematical instruction with emotional healing despite obvious differences regarding complexity or appropriate intervention, nearly broke Abigail's careful composure, despite practiced control normally governing public expression, regardless of private feelings. Before she could formulate a response balancing honesty against age-appropriate explanation, salvation arrived through kitchen door opening, once more revealing Michael's energetic presence, providing welcome interruption during increasingly difficult conversation. "Josiah says I can help with evening feeding if I finish geography homework before supper," he announced, characteristic enthusiasm temporarily overshadowing melancholy regarding impending separation that had marked recent interactions. "I've already memorized all state capitals plus territorial designations, including recent additions requiring congressional approval despite boundary disputes or native tribal claims creating jurisdictional complications." This impressive educational achievement, delivered with unconscious pride, revealing genuine progress despite earlier resistance regarding academic subjects, extending beyond practical applications, created natural transition away from emotionally charged conversation towards safer territory involving routine household activities or daily responsibilities. Perkins seized opportunity with characteristic efficiency, born through decades managing domestic operations despite emotional undercurrents potentially disrupting necessary functions. Then, best complete your assignment immediately, allowing proper participation without rushed completion, potentially creating errors despite genuine understanding, she suggested. Practical direction, providing structure children required despite emotional complications adults experienced beyond younger comprehension, while Ms. Montgomery assists preparing formal responses regarding Saturday invitations requiring immediate attention despite household activities or competing obligations potentially complicating timely delivery. This reasonable suggestion, creating appropriate separation, allowing necessary privacy despite continued proximity within household confines, achieved intended purpose as children departed toward respective responsibilities, with reluctant acceptance, despite obvious desire maintaining teachers' company regardless of practical necessity suggesting otherwise. When younger household members had finally disappeared beyond hearing range, Mrs. Perkins turned toward Abigail with expression suggesting conversation temporarily interrupted rather than permanently concluded, despite practical activities requiring immediate attention. Sometimes tangled fishing lines need direct approach, despite conventional wisdom suggesting patient unraveling or gentle manipulation, she observed quietly. Blunt assessment revealing perspective developed through decades observing human behavior despite limited formal education or social refinement, particularly when stubborn knots created through misguided nobility rather than genuine confusion regarding proper resolution or desired outcome. With that pointed observation, revealing frank assessment regarding Hayes's withdrawal despite conventional discretion normally governing household interactions, She returned toward dinner preparations with characteristic efficiency, addressing practical responsibilities regardless of emotional complications or personal feelings, potentially interfering with necessary functions. Hired, quotes, ABA remained momentarily motionless. Unexpected counsel requiring consideration beyond immediate response, despite genuine appreciation regarding forthright perspective transcending polite evasion or social pretense. As afternoon sunlight slanted through kitchen windows, creating golden patterns across worn floorboards, bearing silent witness regarding countless domestic activities throughout changing seasons, invitation papers rested beside abandoned pea bowl, with mute testimony regarding choices awaiting decisive action, despite emotional complications. Morning sunlight spilled through Abigail's bedroom window, illuminating her open trunk with unforgiving brightness that seemed to mock her heavy heart. The worn leather case, vet-in of her journey from Boston to Timber Creek, then onward to Hayes Ranch, lay waiting to receive the meager possessions accumulated during her stay. She had delayed packing until absolute necessity forced the task upon her. Each folded garment and carefully real, the schoolhouse dedication ceremony had passed 2 days earlier in blur of congratulatory speeches and community celebration. Abigail had delivered her remarks with composed dignity, despite the hollow ache beneath her ribs that intensified whenever her gaze found Hayes standing at the gathering's edge, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hat brim. True to his word, he had made brief appearance representing ranch interests, then departed before festivities properly began, citing pressing responsibilities requiring immediate attention despite social obligation or community expectation. Now, Wednesday morning arrived with merciless promptness. Committee meetings scheduled for afternoon requiring her presence, with settled arrangements regarding teaching position and living quarters assignment. Mrs. Wilson had kindly offered temporary residence within spare bedroom until proper accommodations could be arranged through boarding house construction planned during summer months. All practical matters had been addressed with characteristic frontier efficiency. Yet emotional complications remained unresolved, despite rapidly diminishing opportunity addressing personal feelings or private connections developed throughout shared months. A soft knock interrupted her melancholy reflections. She hastily wiped dampness from her cheeks before calling permission to enter, expecting Mrs. Perkins with fresh linens or a practical inquiry regarding departure arrangements. Instead, Emma stood hesitantly in the doorway, her slight figure momentarily silhouetted against hallway light. "May I help you pack, Ms. Montgomery?" she asked, formal phrasing barely masking emotional fragility beneath composed exterior. Mother always said proper folding prevents unnecessary wrinkles during travel, regardless of distance or conveyance type. The simple request, revealing both desire extending final moments together and practical knowledge passed from mother to daughter despite early separation, created fresh ache within Abigail's already tender heart. She managed a smile despite threatening tears, gesturing toward empty space beside trunk, where clothing awaited proper arrangement. "I would welcome your assistance," she acknowledged, genuine appreciation masking deeper emotions, threatening composure despite practiced control. "Your mother's wisdom regarding practical matters seems consistently valuable despite changing circumstances or unexpected situations." Emma settled beside the trunk with careful movements, suggesting deliberate control matching emotional restraint beyond her years. Her small hands worked efficiently among fabric, despite occasional trembling betraying feelings carefully contained beneath composed exterior. For several minutes, they worked in companionable silence, routine activity providing structure amid emotional upheaval, threatening both participants despite different perspectives regarding impending separation. "Uncle Colton believes he's doing the right thing," Emma said suddenly, continuing methodical folding despite conversation's serious nature. "Though sometimes right things feel terribly wrong despite supposedly good intentions or logical reasoning supporting such decisions, the observation, revealing insight beyond chronological years despite simplified expression characteristic of childish perception," caught Abigail momentarily speechless despite general composure maintained throughout difficult mourning. Before appropriate response could form, addressing complex statement without inappropriate disclosure regarding adult feelings or personal complications. Emma continued, with surprising directness, transcending normal reticence regarding emotional matters. Mulani looks at you when you aren't watching, she stated, simple declaration containing profound revelation despite straightforward delivery, lacking adult subterfuge or social pretense. Like father used to look at mother when she played piano during evening gatherings before they both got sick and went to heaven, despite Dr. Stevens trying everything possible preventing such outcome. This unexpected comparison, linking Hayes's concealed attention toward Abigail with remembered parental affection preceding traumatic loss, created momentary stillness as folding ceased despite practical necessity continuing regardless of emotional interruption. Abigail's hands stilled against half-arranged shirtwaist, while mine sought appropriate response, balancing honesty against age-appropriate explanation, despite complicated feelings regarding described observation. Sometimes adults develop certain attachments despite practical complications or social expectations, creating difficult situations requiring careful consideration beyond immediate feelings or personal preferences, she finally offered. Generalized explanation, avoiding direct confirmation despite implied acknowledgement regarding accurate observation, particularly when responsibilities toward others potentially conflict with individual desires or private inclinations despite genuine connection or mutual appreciation. Emma studied her face with penetrating gaze, suggesting assessment beyond childish understanding despite limited experience interpreting adult behavior or emotional complications. You don't want to leave, she stated with quiet certainty, transcending question despite interrogative structure. Despite new schoolhouse or teaching position waiting in town where proper civilization offers advantages, beyond isolated ranch despite limited society or cultural opportunities. The insightful assessment, revealing perspective developed through careful observation despite young age or limited worldly experience, deserved honesty despite conventional wisdom, suggesting protective evasion or simplified explanation, addressing childish inquiry. Abigail met Emma's gaze directly, momentary transparency replacing careful guardedness, typically governing interactions, regarding deeply personal matters or private feelings. No, she acknowledged simply, truth emerging without qualification despite potential complications such admission might create. I don't want to leave. Emma nodded, confirmation rather than surprise, suggesting prior understanding despite recent verbal clarification. Her small hands resumed folding with renewed purpose, despite conversation's emotional weight potentially disrupting practical activity or necessary preparation. Then you should tell him, she stated, with childish conviction regarding straightforward solution despite adult perception concerning situational complexity or practical complication. Before the wagon takes you away and it becomes too late, fixing mistakes despite good intentions or logical reasoning supporting such decisions. This simplified wisdom, cutting through emotional entanglement toward essential truth despite complex circumstances or personal reservations, created painful recognition regarding opportunities rapidly diminishing despite lingering connection or mutual feelings remaining unaddressed despite impending separation. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response balancing acknowledgement against realistic assessment, loud crash from yard below provided unexpected interruption during increasingly difficult conversation. Emma moved toward window with natural curiosity despite conversation's serious nature, momentary distraction revealing childish aspect despite premature wisdom, occasionally emerging through insightful observation or unexpected perception. Her expression shifted from initial interest toward sudden concern, as whatever scene presented itself below apparently contained troubling elements, despite ordinary ranch activities normally proceeding without particular notice or special attention. Uncle Colton's shouting at Peterson, she reported with evident surprise regarding uncharacteristic behavior from man, typically maintaining controlled demeanor regardless of provocative circumstances or frustrating situations, Something about improper loading or careless handling despite clear instructions regarding proper technique or appropriate methodology. This unusual development, revealing emotional display typically suppressed beneath practiced control despite operational challenges or management complications, suggested internal turmoil finding expression through displaced anger rather than appropriate communication addressing actual source, creating such intense reaction. Before Abigail could formulate reasonable interpretation regarding described behavior despite limited information, Hayes's voice carried clearly through open window with uncharacteristic volume belying normal restraint. Completely unacceptable handling despite explicit instructions regarding proper technique, his words rang across the yard with intensity rarely displayed beyond emergency situations requiring immediate response, preventing serious damage or potential injury. These supplies represent essential provisions requiring careful treatment regardless of apparent sturdiness or supposed durability. Emma turned from window with troubled expression, suggesting concern transcending momentary interest regarding unusual occurrence or unexpected development. Uncle Colton never shouts like that, she stated quietly, assessment confirming abnormal behavior despite limited context or incomplete information regarding specific circumstances. Even when Michael accidentally released prize stallion from breeding pen during important buyer visit, potentially costing significant sale, despite eventual recapture, preventing permanent loss. This simple comparison, measuring current emotional display against remembered restraint despite genuinely problematic situation, provided unwelcome confirmation regarding internal struggle, finding inappropriate expression through displaced anger rather than proper communication, addressing actual feelings or genuine concerns. Before either could speculate further regarding troubling behavior despite limited perspective, another interruption arrived, bearing additional complications regarding already challenging morning. Michael burst through doorway without preliminary knock despite repeatedly established expectations regarding proper etiquette or appropriate behavior, his expression containing unusual agitation transcending normal boyish enthusiasm or characteristic energy. "Uncle Colton's acting crazy," he declared without preamble, dramatic assessment revealing childish perspective despite genuine concern regarding unusual behavior from typically restrained guardian. Yelling at Peterson about wagon loading despite nothing actually broken or genuinely damaged beyond minor scratches, hardly visible without careful examination or specific attention, this additional information. Confirming disproportionate reaction despite limited practical justification, strengthened earlier assessment regarding displaced emotion rather than legitimate operational concern, despite plausible context, potentially explaining such behavior through practical framework rather than emotional understanding. Before Abigail could formulate appropriate response balancing acknowledgement against unnecessarily critical assessment regarding Hayes' actions, Michael continued with characteristic directness, lacking adult subterfuge or social pretense. "It's because you're leaving," he stated flatly, straightforward conclusion revealing surprising insight despite simplified expression characteristic of childish perception. "He's been getting worse every day since the schoolhouse dedication, working from sunrise until midnight despite normal seasonal schedule, requiring regular hours despite occasional emergency situations requiring extended activity." Emma gestured urgently toward her brother, silent warning attempting, preventing potentially inappropriate disclosure despite genuine concern regarding guardian's unusual behavior or troubling emotional state. Michael ignored subtle communication despite normally respecting sister's guidance regarding social matters or proper conduct, determination apparently overriding customary deference despite established pattern regarding interactions. interactions. "I heard him pacing last night," he continued relentlessly, information spilling forth despite Emma's increasingly obvious signals suggesting immediate silence or subject change, walking back and forth in his study until nearly morning despite early responsibilities or operational duties requiring proper rest, ensuring clear thinking or sound judgment during important decisions or necessary management. This revelation, describing private behavior presumably unobserved through normal household interaction, created momentary silence as both Abigail and Emma registered significance regarding described actions, despite different personal perspectives or individual interpretations. Before a response could develop, addressing troubling information despite questionable reporting method or inappropriate observation, Michael delivered final assessment, with characteristic bluntness transcending social niceties or emotional cushioning. He's miserable because you're leaving, but too stubborn saying anything despite obvious feelings or mutual attachment everyone sees, except supposedly intelligent adults, claiming rational thinking despite emotional blindness or prideful resistance. Michael, Emma finally managed, breaking momentary paralysis, created through brother's unexpected candor despite ongoing efforts, preventing such direct confrontation or explicit verbalization. That's quite enough regarding private matters or personal feelings, despite genuine concern or legitimate observations potentially supporting such conclusions. The siblings faced each other with matching determination, despite opposing perspectives regarding appropriate disclosure or proper discussion addressing sensitive matters beyond childish domain or youthful understanding. Before their disagreement could develop further, potential creating additional complications regarding already difficult situation, Abigail intervened with quiet authority, transcending momentary shock regarding blunt assessment despite general awareness concerning described circumstances. "Thank you both for your concern," she stated carefully, adult composure replacing momentary vulnerability despite genuine impact regarding shared observations or reported behaviors. Though certain matters remain between Mr. Hayes and myself, despite household awareness or personal observations potentially suggesting particular interpretations or specific explanations. This gentle rebuke, establishing appropriate boundaries despite acknowledged accuracy regarding general assessment, created momentary silence as children recognized adult limitation regarding further discussion, despite obvious emotional investment or genuine personal impact. Michael shuffled feet against worn floorboards with unusual restraint, suggesting recognition regarding social boundary, despite continued conviction concerning expressed opinion. "It should say, 'You make me needs you,'" he stated finally. Simplified conclusion containing emotional truth despite complex circumstances or practical complications, rendering straightforward resolution unlikely, despite mutual feelings or genuine connection. "And you need him, despite new schoolhouse or teaching position, waiting in town where supposedly proper civilization exists, despite limited heart or genuine belonging compared with ranch life, despite occasional isolation or social limitation." This innocent summary, cutting through adult pretense toward essential reality despite sophisticated rationalization or practical justification, potentially obscuring fundamental truth, created profound stillness as children's direct perspective illuminated situation more clearly than careful adult analysis or methodical reasoning addressing complex circumstances through intellectual framework rather than emotional understanding. Before anyone could respond, addressing powerful observation despite complicated reality potentially preventing simple resolution or straightforward solution, Mrs. Perkins appeared within doorway with expression suggesting operational announcement rather than continuing emotional discussion despite household awareness regarding difficult circumstances or sensitive situation. "Dinner's ready," she stated, practical communication providing necessary transition away from increasingly difficult conversation despite unresolved feelings or continuing concerns regarding imminent departure scheduled. Following afternoon committee meeting determining final arrangements regarding teaching position and living quarters assignment. Best eat properly before a journey, regardless of emotional appetite or diminished hunger, sometimes accompanying difficult transitions or challenging separations. This sensible suggestion, addressing physical needs despite emotional complications potentially affecting normal functions or regular patterns, provided welcome structure during increasingly difficult mourning despite unresolved feelings, or continuing concerns regarding impending separation. The children departed with reluctant obedience despite obvious desire, continuing significant conversation, potentially addressing troubling situation through direct communication or explicit verbalization, despite adult limitation regarding such approach. When younger household members had disappeared beyond hearing range, Mrs. Perkins remained briefly within doorway, assessing half-packed trunk and Abigail's composed expression with knowing gaze, suggesting understanding extending beyond verbalized communication or explicit explanation. Some men would rather suffer lifetime regret than risk momentary rejection, she observed quietly, practical wisdom gained through decades observing human behavior despite limited formal education or social refinement. Particularly proud men, believing themselves protecting others through personal sacrifice, despite mutual unhappiness, potentially resulting from such misguided nobility or stubborn self-denial. With that pointed observation, revealing frank assessment regarding Hayes's behavior despite conventional discretion normally governing household interactions, she departed toward dining room where family meal awaited despite emotional complications potentially affecting normal appetite or regular enjoyment despite nourishment's practical necessity, regardless of personal feelings or private turmoil. Of AVA movement and momentarily motionless, unexpected insight requiring consideration beyond immediate response, despite genuine appreciation regarding forthright perspective, transcending polite evasion or social pretense. The partly packed trunk stood waiting with silent testimony regarding choices rapidly narrowing, despite lingering connection or mutual feelings remaining unaddressed, despite impending separation scheduled, following afternoon meeting determining final arrangements regarding teaching position and living quarters assignment. What right had she claiming personal connection beyond professional relationship, originally established through temporary arrangement? Yet what wisdom existed accepting artificial separation, despite genuine attachment or mutual feelings clearly visible even through childish observation or household perception, despite adult pretense maintaining professional distance or appropriate boundaries? The dinner bell rang from downstairs with brassy insistence demanding immediate attention despite emotional uncertainty or personal confusion potentially delaying appropriate response. With resigned determination masking inner turmoil, Abigail straightened her shoulders and moved toward the door. Whatever the evening might bring, certain obligations remained, despite heartache shadowing routine activities. The dining room held unusual silence as Abigail entered, the typically animated conversation conspicuously absent. Michael sat hunched over his plate, pushing potatoes into careful rows rather than consuming them. Emma maintained better posture, though her eyes remained downcast, her fork moving mechanically between plate and mouth with little evidence of actual appetite. Mrs. Perkins bustled between kitchen and table with uncharacteristic nervous energy, her usual efficient movements replaced by a fluttering attention that betrayed her own emotional discomfort. Hayes stood at the head of the table, not yet seated, his tall frame rigid with tension that seemed to radiate outward like heat from a stove. His eyes met Abigail's briefly as she entered, then slid away, that now familiar pattern of avoidance that had characterized their interactions since the schoolhouse announcement. "You've begun packing, I see," he observed, the casual remark belied by the tightness in his voice. "Yes," Abigail replied simply, taking her customary place. "The committee meets at 3. Michael's fork clattered against his plate. "Why can't you just say no? Tell them you want to stay here instead." "Michael," Hayes cautioned, though his reprimand lacked its usual firmness. "It's a valid question," Emma said quietly, her composure remarkable despite the emotion clearly bubbling beneath the surface. "Miss Montgomery's teaching could continue here. The neighboring children already join our lessons when weather permits. The siblings' united front, so rarely formed given their typically contrasting personalities, created momentary silence as adults registered the significance of their joint appeal." Hayes cleared his throat, finally taking his seat with careful movements suggesting physical discomfort, though Abigail recognized it as emotional constraint tightly maintained. "Miss Montgomery is a trained educator," he said carefully, addressing his plate rather than meeting any of their gazes. "Her talents deserve proper utilization within an established institution, providing appropriate context for professional capabilities beyond limited ranch setting or informal arrangement lacking official structure." The formal phrasing, so at odds with the intimate family setting, revealed his determined distance despite the children's emotional plea. Abigail felt their eyes turn toward her, silently begging for contradiction or resistance against this seemingly inevitable separation. "The committee has worked very hard restoring educational opportunities following the fire," she said gently. "Certain obligations exist, despite personal preferences or private attachments developed during temporary arrangements." The words tasted like ashes in her mouth. Proper and reasonable, yet utterly false in their implied acceptance. What she wouldn't say in this setting, was that her heart was breaking with each packed item, each hour bringing departure closer, while the one person who might prevent it retreated further behind walls of propriety and obligation. Dinner proceeded with minimal conversation, each participant lost in private thoughts despite physical proximity around the shared table. When Mrs. Perkins brought apple pie, Abigail's favorite, clearly prepared as farewell gesture, Hayes pushed back his chair with sudden movement, startling everyone. "Ranch accounts require immediate attention," he announced, napkin placed precisely beside his barely touched plate. "Final calculations regarding spring expenses must be completed before tomorrow's supply order, despite evening hour or usual mealtime tradition." The transparent excuse, creating immediate escape from increasingly uncomfortable gathering, hung in the air as he nodded stiffly toward the table in general, rather than acknowledging individual participants. "Good evening to you all. Miss Montgomery, I wish you well in your return to town and resumption of your proper profession." The formal farewell, delivered with careful neutrality despite evident strain beneath composed exterior, struck Abigail with physical force despite mere words containing no actual power beyond emotional significance attached through shared history or personal connection. Before she could formulate appropriate response, balancing dignity against genuine feeling, Hayes departed with characteristic efficiency, his footsteps receding down the hallway with measured cadence, betraying neither haste nor hesitation despite obvious retreat from painful situation. Michael watched his uncle's departure with unusual stillness, boyish features set in lines too old for his years. "He's being a coward," he stated flatly when Hayes' study door closed with distant finality. "Mother would be ashamed of him running away instead of fighting for what matters despite difficult circumstances or complicated feelings." "Michael!" Mrs. Perkins exclaimed, shock momentarily overriding sympathy despite evident agreement lurking beneath professional propriety. "It's true," Emma said quietly, surprising everyone with her support of her brother's outburst rather than her usual moderation. "Mother always said courage meant facing painful truths rather than hiding behind convenient excuses despite temporary comfort such avoidance might provide. This unexpected alliance, siblings united through shared assessment regarding guardians' behavior despite typically contrasting perspectives or differing approaches, created momentary silence as adults registered significance regarding children's perception transcending expected reaction or anticipated response. Mrs. Perkins sighed deeply, maternal concern overrating professional boundaries despite household position, requiring certain limitations regarding personal expression. "Your uncle believes himself protecting Miss Montgomery's future prospects despite personal feelings potentially suggesting alternate arrangements or different decisions," she explained gently. Simplified truth, addressing childish understanding despite complex situation creating such behavior. Sometimes people make mistakes believing themselves doing right by others, despite evidence suggesting otherwise, or outcomes creating mutual unhappiness despite supposedly noble intention. This frank assessment, revealing household awareness regarding situations' emotional complications despite maintained pretense suggesting practical arrangements or professional considerations, created uncomfortable exposure despite genuine sympathy or concerned understanding, prompting such disclosure. Abigail pushed her plate away, appetite entirely vanished despite Mrs. Perkins' special efforts or thoughtful preparation marking final evening before departure. "I think I should finish packing," she murmured, dignity barely maintained despite threatening tears or emotional display potentially undermining composed facade, carefully preserved throughout difficult conversation. Tomorrow comes early, regardless of evening complications or difficult conversations, potentially extending beyond appropriate hour. The children watched her rise, with matching expressions of desperate hope gradually fading toward resigned acceptance despite continued resistance against seemingly inevitable outcome. Emma reached out, suddenly, small hand grasping Abigail's with surprising strength, despite delicate appearance or physical limitation. "Please don't give up," she whispered, voice barely audible despite intense conviction, carrying clearly despite minimal volume. "Not yet. Not when tomorrow still remains despite today's disappointments or evening's failures." Addressing important matters requiring direct communication rather than avoidance or retreat despite emotional complications. The simple plea to containing wisdom beyond childish understanding despite youthful expression or simplified phrasing touched Abigail deeply despite carefully maintained composure, masking emotional response, potentially revealing private feelings despite professional demeanor or appropriate boundaries. She squeezed Emma's hand gently before releasing physical connection, despite maintained emotional attachment, transcending impending separation or scheduled departure. Sometimes acceptance represents greater courage than continued struggle despite genuine feelings or mutual attachment, she offered quietly, incomplete wisdom, acknowledging limitations despite hopeful possibility remaining until physical departure actually occurred. The morning occasionally brings clarity where evening created confusion, despite identical circumstances or unchanged situation, awaiting fresh perspective or renewed courage, addressing difficult matters requiring direct communication. This cryptic response, neither promise nor denial, despite implied possibilities remaining within uncertain future, provided momentary comfort despite looming separation, scheduled following afternoon committee meeting, determining final arrangements regarding teaching position and living quarters assignment. The children exchanged glances, conveying private communication transcending verbal expression, despite limited experience interpreting complex adult behavior or emotional complications typically concealed beneath social pretense or polite convention. 3 soft knocks against wooden panel. Tentative sounds despite determined purpose, potentially creating immediate response despite late hour or unexpected interruption. During private reflection or solitary activity, silence followed despite light continuing spill beneath door, suggesting occupant's presence despite missing verbal acknowledgement or physical response, addressing unexpected visitor, despite unusual timing or inappropriate hour regarding social convention or household routine. Had he heard her gentle knocking despite seemingly insufficient volume potentially failing, overcoming internal thoughts, or private contemplation occupying attention despite external interruption? Should she knock again with increased force, ensuring proper notification despite potentially unwelcome intrusion? Despite necessary conversation, addressing important matters requiring resolution before impending separation, preventing future opportunity despite recognized importance or significant impact, potentially affecting multiple lives beyond immediate participants, before decision could manifest through secondary action confirming initial approach despite momentary uncertainty or hesitant execution, door opened inward revealing Hayes's tall figure silhouetted against lamplight beyond initial threshold. His expression registered momentary shock, quickly masked beneath careful neutrality despite evident surprise regarding unexpected visitor, despite late hour or household quiet suggesting inappropriate timing regarding social convention or proper etiquette. Miss Montgomery, he acknowledged with forced composure, belied by tension visible throughout rigid posture despite attempted casualness, potentially disguising genuine response regarding unanticipated appearance outside private domain despite household's retiring hours or normal evening conclusion. Is something wrong with your accommodations requiring immediate attention despite evening hour or household retirement? The formal inquiry, creating distance through professional concern rather than personal connection despite private setting or intimate hour transcending normal interactions or typical conversations occurring during daylight hours within public spaces, revealed continued pattern established since Victor's arrest and subsequent conversation regarding schoolhouse completion. Words failed momentarily, despite practiced eloquence typically providing appropriate response regardless of challenging circumstance or unexpected development, while heart hammered painfully against ribs despite outward composure masking internal turmoil, potentially revealing vulnerability despite determined courage, directing necessary confrontation, addressing unspoken feelings or mutual attachment. "May I speak with you?" she finally managed. Simple request belying significant implications potentially following positive response despite superficial inquiry, suggesting mere conversation rather than emotional confrontation, potentially altering multiple lives beyond immediate exchange. It's rather important despite late hour or inappropriate timing regarding normal household routine. A's. Hayes hesitated visibly, internal conflict playing across features, typically maintaining careful neutrality despite emotional circumstances or personal impact potentially affecting composed exterior, despite practice control or habitual restraint. After a moment seeming eternally extended despite mere seconds actually passing between request and response, he stepped aside with wordless invitation permitting entry. Despite evident reluctance or visible uncertainty regarding appropriate action, despite unexpected situation, despite maintained dignity or characteristic composure, typically governing social interactions regardless of private concerns or personal feelings. The study appeared exactly as memory suggested from previous visits during practical occasions requiring business consultation or household management. Masculine domain reflecting occupant's character through orderly arrangement despite utilitarian furnishings or practical organization, displaying minimal ornament despite quality materials or substantial construction. Ledgers lay open across massive desk whose scarred surface testified regarding years of similar use throughout changing seasons, despite consistent purpose or maintained function regardless of external circumstances or emotional complications potentially affecting surrounding environment, despite unchanging physical features or permanent physical attributes. Hayes closed door with careful movement, suggesting consideration regarding household quiet despite potential conversation requiring privacy beyond mere physical separation, ensuring proper confidentiality despite sensitive topics or personal matters potentially emerging during unexpected exchange, despite late hour or inappropriate timing regarding normal routine. His posture remained rigidly formal, despite private setting or intimate hour transcending normal interactions typically occurring during daylight hours within public spaces, while expression revealed nothing beyond polite attention, despite obvious curiosity regarding unusual visitation, despite predictable wondering potentially occupying internal thoughts, despite masked exterior or composed features. "How may I assist you?" he inquired with careful neutrality, masking genuine response despite unusual circumstances or unexpected development, potentially creating emotional reaction beneath practiced control or habitual restraint. Though hour grows late despite remaining matters requiring attention before morning responsibilities or scheduled activities requiring proper rest, ensuring adequate performance despite inevitable fatigue, accompanying insufficient sleep or interrupted repose. The formal response, maintaining distance through professional demeanor despite private setting or intimate hour. Momentarily silence prepared speech despite mental rehearsal throughout hallway journey, between bedroom doorway and current position, within masculine sanctuary, previously visited solely during practical occasions requiring business consultation or household management rather than personal matters or private feelings, creating current visitation despite inappropriate timing or unusual hour regarding normal routine. Truth emerged unbidden despite planned eloquence or prepared statement carefully constructed, ensuring proper presentation despite emotional context or personal significance, potentially affecting coherent delivery, despite practiced composure or habitual dignity typically governing social interactions, regardless of private concerns or individual feelings. "I don't want to leave," she stated simply. Direct declaration cutting through artificial pretense despite potential consequences or possible rejection, potentially, following honest disclosure despite uncertain reception or unknown response, potentially creating painful outcome despite necessary risk accompanying courageous intervention when fear suggests safer retreat despite heart's clearer wisdom. Hayes remained motionless despite unexpected statement directly addressing situation previously discussed through practical framework rather than emotional context, despite obvious personal impact or a significant consequence, potentially affecting multiple lives beyond immediate participants. His expression revealed momentary shock, quickly masked beneath attempted neutrality despite visible struggle, maintaining composed exterior despite genuine reaction potentially emerging through involuntary response or unplanned movement, betraying inner turmoil regardless of practiced control or habitual restraint. The town requires proper teacher within new schoolhouse, despite temporary satisfaction established through ranch arrangement following original structure's destruction. He responded finally, formal assessment retreating toward practical territory despite emotional disclosure, potentially requiring equivalent honesty or reciprocal vulnerability, despite understandable resistance or natural hesitation preceding such exposure, despite genuine feelings or mutual attachment. I'm not speaking about professional obligations or community expectations, Abigail countered gently, genuine understanding tempering frustrated response despite deliberate avoidance, potentially creating defensive reaction through aggressive approach or accusatory tone, potentially undermining necessary communication despite justified impatience or reasonable exacerbation regarding continued evasion despite direct statement, addressing emotional reality rather than practical consideration. Though important matters certainly deserving proper attention despite personal feelings or private attachments, potentially suggesting alternate arrangements or different decisions, her honesty, offering direct acknowledgement regarding legitimate responsibilities, despite continued focus addressing emotional context rather than practical framework, created prolonged silence despite expected response typically following straightforward statement or direct inquiry during normal conversation, despite unusual circumstances or personal significance, creating current exchange despite inappropriate timing or intimate hour regarding normal household routine. Hayes moved toward window without speaking, broad shoulders rigidly squared beneath white linen despite evening hour typically permitting casual attire, or relaxed appearance within private domain despite public presentation requiring formal garments or proper clothing during daylight hours or social interactions. His expression remained unreadable from Abigail's position, despite lamplight illuminating strong profile, normally conveying confidence regardless of challenging circumstance or unexpected development, despite current uncertainty, potentially creating visible hesitation or evident struggle, typically absent during operational decisions or ranch management, despite significant consequences potentially following important determinations or critical choices. What precisely are you asking? He inquired finally, measured words revealing careful consideration despite simple inquiry, potentially suggesting genuine confusion rather than deliberate avoidance. Despite previous pattern indicating established withdrawal, despite emotional connection or mutual attachment clearly evident throughout shared ordeals, or private moments transcending professional relationship or household arrangement. Courage momentarily faltered, despite determined resolve directing necessary confrontation, addressing unspoken feelings, despite maintained distance or apparent withdrawal, creating current situation despite household perception, indicating reciprocal emotions despite careful concealment or deliberate avoidance, preventing direct acknowledgement despite imminent separation, potentially creating permanent disconnection without proper resolution or honest communication. I'm asking why you've withdrawn despite our connection during the storm, she replied. Measured response, avoiding explicit declaration despite implied feelings contained within careful reference regarding shared experience, creating emotional intimacy despite physical propriety maintained throughout difficult circumstances, despite momentary vulnerability revealed during forced proximity or crisis-induced cooperation. While you've avoided direct conversation regarding personal matters despite professional interaction continuing despite emotional complications or private feelings, potentially creating uncomfortable situations despite necessary communication addressing important developments, despite challenging content or difficult topics. The direct question requiring explicit response despite potential avoidance or possible deflection, typically emerging during emotional confrontation despite logical inquiry demanding straightforward answer, created visible reaction despite Hayes's habitual control, typically concealing genuine response. Despite significant impact or personal consequence, potentially affecting composed exterior, despite practiced restraint or maintained dignity, regardless of private feelings or individual reaction. Because your future deserves better prospects than isolated ranch existence provides, despite comfortable arrangements or pleasant surroundings, potentially creating temporary satisfaction despite limited opportunities or restricted society, ultimately creating regret, despite initial contentment or momentary happiness, he stated finally. Honest assessment emerging, despite painful acknowledgement, potentially creating vulnerable exposure, despite maintained strength or continued composure, masking emotional cost, despite truthful disclosure or genuine explanation, addressing direct inquiry, despite difficult content or challenging topic, truth revealed. Despite costly exposure or painful acknowledgement created momentary silence, Abigail absorbed implicit admission regarding personal feelings, despite formal phrasing or practical framework potentially disguising emotional content beneath rational explanation or logical assessment, addressing factual determination rather than private reaction or individual response regarding significant attachment or personal connection. Shouldn't that decision remain mine despite well-intentioned concern or genuine consideration regarding supposed advantages or presumed benefits, potentially influencing personal choice? Despite individual preference or private inclination potentially differing from external assessment or outside determination, regardless of sincere motivation or honest intention directing such evaluation? She countered gently. Philosophical inquiry addressing fundamental question regarding personal autonomy despite legitimate concern or genuine care, potentially justifying intervention despite independent determination or individual choice, typically governing private matters, despite practical considerations or logical assessments, potentially suggesting alternate conclusions or different decisions. Hayes turned from window with unusual abruptness, betraying emotional response despite habitual restraint or practiced control, typically governing physical movement despite genuine feelings or private thoughts, potentially creating sudden reactions or unexpected gestures despite composed exterior or maintained dignity, normally characterizing public presentation or social interaction, regardless of personal circumstances or individual situation. What precisely are you suggesting? He demanded, direct inquiry betraying frustrated confusion despite generally controlled demeanor, typically masking emotional response, despite challenging circumstances or unexpected developments, potentially creating visible reaction despite practiced composure or habitual restraint. Educated woman from cultured background should sacrifice proper future within civilized surroundings despite professional advancement or social opportunity available through established community, despite limited offerings compared with Eastern cities or urban environments. The passionate response, revealing genuine concern beneath formal phrasing, despite controlled delivery, masking emotional investment, despite significant attachment, potentially suggesting alternate interpretation regarding motivational framework or intentional structure directing apparent withdrawal. Despite obvious connection or mutual attraction, clearly evident throughout shared experiences or private moments transcending professional relationship or household arrangement, created opening, permitting direct address, despite previous barriers potentially preventing honest communication, despite necessary conversation, addressing important matters requiring resolution before impending separation, prevented future opportunity despite recognized importance or significant impact. I'm suggesting happiness sometimes exists where least expected, despite conventional wisdom suggesting alternate location or different circumstances potentially providing greater satisfaction despite external appearance or superficial evaluation, Abigail replied. measured response balancing emotional honesty against rational assessment. Despite challenging dialogue, potentially creating defensive reaction through aggressive approach or confrontational tone. The connection between compatible spirits creates fulfillment transcending physical environment or social context, despite practical limitations or material restrictions, potentially suggesting inadequate situation, despite genuine contentment or authentic happiness emerging through meaningful relationship, despite unconventional circumstances or unexpected development, creating such attachment despite original intentions or initial expectations, establishing temporary arrangement rather than permanent association. This philosophical framework, addressing fundamental question regarding happiness, definition despite abstract presentation, potentially masking personal application, despite obvious relevance regarding current situation or immediate circumstance, created momentary stillness as Hayes absorbed potential implications, despite careful phrasing, avoiding explicit declaration, despite implied feelings contained within generalized statement regarding compatible spirits or meaningful relationships transcending physical environment or material considerations. You deserve better than frontier existence provides despite genuine affection or sincere attachment, potentially suggesting adequate compensation despite material limitations or social restrictions, he stated finally. Painful honesty emerging despite vulnerable exposure, potentially creating emotional cost. Despite maintained strength or continued composure, cultured woman with refined sensibilities requires suitable environment. Despite temporary adaptation, demonstrating remarkable flexibility despite challenging circumstances or unexpected developments, creating impressive adjustment despite original background or previous experience suggesting potential dissatisfaction, eventually emerging. Despite initial contentment or momentary happiness, the declaration. Revealing protective concern beneath formal phrasing, despite controlled delivery masking emotional investment. Contained, striking admission, despite indirect acknowledgement regarding genuine affection or sincere attachment potentially existing. Despite maintained distance or apparent withdrawal, creating current situation, despite approaching separation, potentially establishing permanent disconnection without proper resolution, despite mutual feelings apparently extending beyond professional relationship or household arrangement, despite original intentions or initial expectations, establishing temporary association rather than permanent connection. Perhaps this cultured woman with refined sensibilities should determine personal requirements regarding suitable environment despite external assessment or outside determination, potentially misunderstanding individual preference or private inclination, Abigail suggested. Gently, third-person reference maintaining parallel structure despite increasingly personal discussion. Addressing intimate matters typically requiring direct address despite emotional context. Potentially creating vulnerable exposure, despite necessary honesty, ensuring proper communication despite difficult content or challenging topic. She moved closer, despite the maintained distance previously separating conversational participants despite private setting or intimate hour. Physical proximity, creating emotional intensity despite modest approach, preventing inappropriate closeness despite significant attachment potentially, suggesting alternate behavior despite social convention or proper etiquette, typically governing interactions between unmarried individuals. Despite private location or isolated circumstance, potentially permitting expanded boundaries, despite formal restrictions or conventional limitations normally applied during public encounters or observed relationships. Perhaps this cultured woman has discovered genuine happiness within unexpected location despite original assumptions or initial expectations, suggesting alternate environment, potentially providing greater satisfaction despite conventional wisdom or traditional understanding regarding suitable conditions or appropriate circumstances. She continued, careful phrasing gradually shifting toward increased directness despite maintained delicacy, addressing sensitive matters despite necessary clarity, ensuring proper communication, despite emotional context potentially affecting coherent delivery, despite practiced composure or habitual dignity, typically governing significant conversations, despite private concerns or personal feelings. Hayes remained motionless, despite decreasing physical separation, potentially creating emotional response despite controlled exterior or composed features, while eyes revealed internal conflict despite attempted neutrality, masking genuine reaction despite significant impact or personal consequence. Potentially affecting maintained restraint despite practiced discipline or habitual control regarding visible display, potentially betraying private thoughts or individual feelings despite social convention or proper etiquette typically governing such revelation, despite intimate circumstances or personal significance. Colton, Abigail said softly, direct address representing significant transition despite previous formal reference, maintaining emotional distance despite personal discussion addressing intimate matters, despite approaching separation, potentially establishing permanent disconnection without proper resolution, despite mutual feelings apparently extending beyond professional relationship or household arrangement. I'm trying to tell you that I would rather remain here with you and the children than return to town. Despite new schoolhouse or teaching position awaiting my presence, despite committee meeting tomorrow determining final arrangements regarding professional future or living situation. The straightforward declaration, abandoning philosophical framework despite potential vulnerability, potentially following honest disclosure despite uncertain reception or possible rejection, created profound stillness despite expected response, typically following direct statement or explicit communication. During normal conversation, despite inappropriate timing or intimate hour regarding normal household routine. You can't possibly mean that, Heath whispered finally, disbelief coloring tone despite visible evidence suggesting genuine sincerity despite unexpected declaration, potentially creating skeptical response. Despite reasonable concern regarding hasty decision or impulsive statement, potentially reflecting emotional reaction rather than considered determination. Despite significant consequences potentially following such choice, despite practical implications or professional impact, potentially affecting future prospects or career advancement, despite personal satisfaction or individual contentment potentially emerging through alternate arrangement or different situation. Yet I do, Abigail confirmed simply, quiet certainty replacing elaborate explanation despite justified expectation, potentially requiring extensive justification despite unconventional decision or unexpected choice, potentially creating confused reaction despite reasonable questioning regarding rational thinking or logical assessment, typically directing important determinations or significant decisions. Despite emotional context potentially affecting evaluative process, despite practiced reasoning or habitual analysis regarding critical matters requiring careful consideration despite personal feelings or private attachments. Hayes studied her face with intense scrutiny, suggesting internal debate regarding credibility assessment or sincerity evaluation. Despite professional respect or personal regard, typically assuming honest communication despite challenging content or difficult topic, while emotional response remained carefully controlled despite significant impact, potentially affecting composed exterior despite practiced restraint, or maintain dignity, typically governing visible reactions despite private thoughts or individual feelings, potentially creating emotional display despite conventional expectations or social norms regarding appropriate behavior, despite intimate circumstances or personal significance. I cannot offer cultured environment or refined society despite comfortable home or prosperous ranch, he stated finally. Painful honesty emerging despite vulnerable exposure, potentially creating emotional cost despite maintained strength or continued composure. Children requiring maternal guidance despite housekeepers' capable assistance or guardians' genuine effort, potentially creating demanding responsibility despite joyful opportunity or meaningful relationship, potentially developing through parental role despite challenging duty or difficult obligation, occasionally emerging through childcare requirements or developmental need. The statement. Neither acceptance nor rejection, despite implicit acknowledgement regarding potential relationship extending beyond professional arrangement or household position, revealed continued concern regarding adequacy assessment despite obvious attachment or genuine feelings potentially suggesting positive response, despite protective hesitation or cautious approach addressing significant decision, despite emotional context potentially affecting rational evaluation, despite legitimate consideration or reasonable focus regarding practical matters, requiring appropriate attention despite personal feelings or private inclinations. I'm not asking for cultured environment or refined society, despite appreciated consideration regarding supposed requirements or presumed necessities. Abigail responded gently, direct address maintaining emotional connection despite challenging dialogue, potentially creating misunderstanding through indirect communication or imprecise language, despite sensitive topics requiring careful expression, despite necessary clarity ensuring proper interpretation, despite complex feelings or nuanced emotions, potentially creating confused response despite straightforward statement or explicit declaration, with determined courage, despite continued uncertainty regarding appropriate boundaries or acceptable approach, despite emotional circumstances potentially justifying expanded limits, despite conventional restraint or traditional expectations typically governing interactions between unmarried individuals, despite private location or intimate hour. Abigail moved closer despite minimal remaining distance separating conversational participants, despite modest proximity preventing inappropriate closeness, despite significant attachment potentially suggesting alternate behavior, despite social convention or proper etiquette. I'm asking for home where genuine connection exists despite unconventional beginning or unexpected development, creating meaningful relationship despite original intentions or initial expectations, establishing temporary arrangement rather than permanent association, she explained quietly, emotional honesty replacing philosophical framework despite vulnerable exposure, potentially following direct disclosure despite uncertain reception or possible rejection, for opportunity-building family, alongside man whose character and heart have earned deepest respect despite reserved exterior or controlled demeanor, potentially suggesting emotional unavailability despite genuine feeling or sincere attachment, clearly evident throughout shared experiences or private moments, despite maintained distance or apparent withdrawal. The explicit declaration revealing genuine feelings despite potential vulnerability, potentially following honest disclosure despite uncertain reception, created profound stillness, despite expected response, typically following direct statement or straightforward communication during normal conversation, despite unusual circumstances or personal significance, creating current exchange despite inappropriate timing or intimate hour regarding normal household routine. For eternal moment Hayes remained absolutely motionless, not even breath-disturbing, perfect stillness, despite significant revelation, potentially creating visible reaction despite practiced control or habitual restraint, typically governing emotional display, despite private thoughts or individual feelings, potentially creating expressive response, despite conventional expectations or social norms regarding appropriate behavior, despite intimate circumstances or personal significance. Then, with movement suggesting inevitability rather than conscious decision, natural consequence following unavoidable conclusion despite rational deliberation or logical assessment, typically directing intentional action despite emotional context potentially affecting decision process, he closed remaining distance between them, hands gently framing her face with reverent touch, despite calloused palms suggesting strength, despite tender approach or gentle contact, despite powerful emotion potentially creating forceful gesture, despite careful restraint ensuring appropriate expression, despite passionate feeling potentially suggesting alternate behavior, despite conventional limitations or traditional boundaries. "You certain?" he whispered, searching her eyes with desperate intensity, suggesting vital importance despite simple inquiry, potentially suggesting casual confirmation rather than critical determination regarding life-altering decision, despite significant consequences potentially following positive response, despite momentary happiness, potentially creating lasting satisfaction, despite challenging circumstances or difficult situations, occasionally emerging through shared existence despite genuine connection or sincere attachment, potentially creating meaningful relationship despite unconventional beginning or unexpected development. Completely. Abigail confirmed without hesitation, conviction-filling simple response despite complex emotions, potentially creating elaborate declaration despite straightforward question, requiring uncomplicated answer, despite significant implications potentially following affirmative response, despite momentous consequences potentially emerging through positive confirmation, despite life-altering decision potentially creating permanent arrangement, despite temporary intention or provisional expectation, originally establishing current situation despite approaching separation, potentially threatening meaningful connection, despite genuine feelings or sincere attachment, existing despite maintained distance or apparent withdrawal. Chapter 8. Promises Fulfilled. The midday sun cast long shadows across the Hayes ranch as Colton guided the wagon into the yard, his knuckles white against the reins. Abigail sat beside him, her body still weak from the fever, her heart racing with worry for the children. 3 days of searching had worn them both ragged, their faces weathered by fear and sleepless nights. "Look there!" Abigail gasped, clutching Colton's arm. Emma and Michael burst from the front door, their small boots kicking up dust as they raced toward the wagon. Behind them stood Mrs. Perkins, her normally stern face awash with relief, and beside her, a stooped, elderly man wrapped in a quilt. Colton barely managed to halt the horses before leaping down. In 2 strides, he gathered both children in his arms, lifting them clear off the ground. His shoulders shook, and Abigail saw what few had ever witnessed, tears streaming freely down Colton Hayes' weathered face. "Uncle Colton, we're sorry," Emma sobbed, her arms locked around his neck. "We didn't mean to frighten everyone." Michael nodded vigorously. But Mr. Jenkins needed help, something awful. Colton set them down, kneeling to look them square in the eye. His voice emerged rough as gravel. "You 2 could have been killed out there. The storm, the river crossing." "We never got near the cattle drive," Michael explained, shuffling his feet. "We saw Mr. Jenkins on the East Trail. His wagon wheel broke, and then he took sick. He was trying to get to town for his heart medicine." Emma lifted her chin. "We couldn't just leave him there, Uncle Colton. You always said Hayes folk help their neighbors." Colton's face worked through a storm of emotions, lingering fear, fading anger, and finally, unmistakable pride. He glanced at the elderly rancher who offered a weak wave from the porch. "They saved my life, Hayes," the old man called. "Found me when I couldn't go another step. Smart young'uns. The boy fixed my wagon wheel good enough to limp home, and the girl knew exactly which way to your ranch." Abigail attempted to climb down from the wagon, but her limbs felt like water. Colton was beside her in an instant, his strong arms lifting her as though she weighed nothing more than a Sunday bonnet. "You're burning up again," he murmured, his breath warm against her temple. "I'm fine," she insisted, though the world tilted alarmingly. "The children are safe," he finished. "Thanks to God's mercy, not our searching." The children pressed against them, forming a circle that felt like something Abigail had sought her entire life. Emma's small hand slipped into hers, while Michael leaned against Colton's side. For one perfect moment, they stood together, a tableau of everything she'd never dared hope for in Boston. "We prayed every night you'd find us," Emma whispered. "Or that we'd find you." "God heard," Abigail managed, her voice thin with emotion and fever. "He always does." "Mrs. Perkins made chicken soup," Michael announced, practical as always. "And we've been keeping your bed ready, Miss Montgomery." "About that," Colton said, his voice taking on a tone of authority that brooked no argument. "The stage to town won't be seeing you this week or the next." Her protest died on her lips as another wave of dizziness washed over her. The schoolhouse would have to wait. Right now, the only place that mattered was here, in the circle of these arms with these children pressed close. Home, she whispered, not realizing she'd spoken aloud until Colton's arms tightened around her. Yes, he replied, his voice thick with something that made her heart quicken despite her weakness. Home. The fever broke on the third night, leaving Abigail weak but clear-headed as dawn painted her bedroom walls with soft gold light. She pushed herself to sitting, surprised to find Colton asleep in the chair beside her bed, a book open on his lap. His normally stern face was relaxed in slumber, years falling away from his features. Stubble darkened his jaw, and his hair fell across his forehead in a way that made her fingers itch to brush it back. As though sensing her gaze, his eyes opened, instantly alert. "You're awake," he said, straightening. "How do you feel?" "Like myself again." She smoothed the quilt across her lap. "Have you been here all night?" A flush crept up his neck. "Mrs. Perkins and I have been taking turns. The children, too, though I sent them to their beds after supper." The book slipped from his lap, and he bent to retrieve it. Abigail recognized the worn leather cover, her own copy of Ivanhoe. "You've been reading to me?" "You were restless when the fever was high," he explained, his fingers tracing the book's spine. "It seemed to soothe you." The thought of Colton Hayes, taciturn rancher, reading adventure tales by her bedside made her throat tighten with emotion. "What chapter are we on?" she asked. A rare smile transformed his face. "The one where the Black Knight rescues Ivanhoe. The children were especially fond of that part." "Will you continue today?" The question came out more vulnerable than she'd intended. "I've got ranch work," he began, then stopped himself. "Yes, I'll read more this afternoon." True to his word, Colton returned after the midday meal, Emma and Michael trailing behind him like eager puppies. Emma carried a tray with tea and fresh biscuits, her face a mask of concentration as she avoided spilling. "We helped Mrs. Perkins bake these," she announced proudly, setting the tray on the bedside table. Michael scrambled onto the foot of the bed, bouncing slightly. "And I brushed Thunder all by myself, so Uncle Colton could come read instead. Did you now?" Abigail accepted the tea Emma offered. "What excellent helpers you've become." "Miss Montgomery needs her strength," Colton reminded them, settling into the chair with Ivanhoe. "So let's have a bit of quiet for our reading." Over the days that followed, these afternoon readings became a cherished ritual. As Abigail's strength returned, she began contributing stories of her own, tales of Boston's cobblestone streets and the grand libraries where she'd spent countless hours as a girl. The children were particularly fascinated by her descriptions of sailing ships entering the harbor, their masts reaching toward the sky like forests of pine. "Did you ever sail on one?" Michael asked, eyes wide. "Only the harbor ferries," she admitted. "My father promised a proper sailing trip each summer, but his business always seemed to need him more than I did." She hadn't meant to let the hurt slip into her voice, but Colton's gaze sharpened, catching it instantly. Later, after the children had gone to help with evening chores, he lingered. "Your father," he said carefully. "You don't speak of him often?" Abigail smoothed the quilt. "There's little to say. He loved his business ventures more than family, not unlike your Mr. Holloway, always chasing the next opportunity." Colton nodded slowly. "Is that why you came west? To escape?" "To prove something, perhaps," she admitted. "That I could make my own way? That I didn't need the security he always dangled in front of us but never quite provided." Silence stretched between them, comfortable rather than awkward. Outside, the soft lowing of cattle and the rhythmic creaking of the windmill marked the approaching evening. The next afternoon brought rain, drumming against the windows as Colton arrived, not with Ivanhoe, but with a different book. A Bible bound in faded blue leather, its corners worn smooth. "This was Sarah's," he said, placing it gently on the bed. "My sister's." Abigail touched it reverently. "I'm honored you'd share it with me." He sat heavily in the chair, eyes fixed on the book. "I haven't opened it since she passed. Couldn't bear to see her notes in the margins, her favorite passages marked. The children mentioned you stopped attending church after she died." He nodded, a muscle working in his jaw. "I was angry. At God, at the doctor who couldn't save her, at myself for not bringing her west sooner where the air might have helped her lungs. His hands clenched. Mostly at God. Abigail waited, giving him space to continue. She never lost faith, even at the end. His voice dropped to a whisper. Made me promise to raise Emma and Michael in the church, to keep reading scripture with them. I've kept half that promise, at best. Without thinking, Abigail reached for his hand. His fingers were calloused from years of ranch work, but they closed around hers with surprising gentleness. Faith isn't something you can force, she said softly. But it's also never truly lost. Just waiting. She opened the Bible to where a pressed flower marked a page in Psalms. Sarah's handwriting filled the margins, delicate, slanting script that somehow reminded Abigail of Emma's determined faith. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted, Abigail read, and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Colton's hand tightened on hers. Sarah marked that after her husband died. She found comfort here. I couldn't. The admission seemed torn from him. Not then. And now? Abigail asked gently. He was silent for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. When you were lost in fever, I prayed. First time in years. He met her eyes. It felt like coming home after being away too long. Familiar, but I'd forgotten how to be there. The rain pattered against the window, wrapping them in a cocoon of gray light and intimacy. Would you read more? He asked, nodding toward the Bible. Sarah always said scripture sounded different in a woman's voice, gentler. Abigail turned the pages, finding another marked passage. Outside, the rain continued its steady rhythm as she read words of comfort and promise. Colton's head bowed, but his hand remained firmly clasped in hers, a bridge between past grief and future hope. When Emma and Michael burst in later with wildflowers gathered between rain showers, they found Abigail teaching Colton the hymn she'd sung to calm her own fears during the storm. The children joined in without prompting, their clear voices twining with the adults' deeper tones. In that moment, as late afternoon sunlight broke through the clouds and streamed through the window, Abigail felt the pieces of her heart, so carefully guarded since leaving Boston, finally fall into place. Timber Creek bustled with activity as wagons and riders converged on the newly constructed schoolhouse. Sunlight glinted off the freshly painted white clapboard, the simple structure standing proud against the Wyoming sky. Abigail surveyed the building from the Hayes wagon, her heart swelling with pride and a curious sense of loss. What once had been her singular purpose now competed with deeper attachments. It's a fine building, Colton remarked, setting the brake as he halted the team. His Sunday suit transformed him, the dark wool emphasizing the breadth of his shoulders and the blue of his eyes. Sturdier than the last, too. Emma bounced on the seat, her blue ribbons dancing. Is this where you'll teach now, Miss Montgomery? The innocent question hung in the air. Colton's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but he lifted the girl down without comment. That's what we're here to decide, Abigail answered carefully, accepting Colton's hand as she stepped down. The touch lingered a moment longer than necessary, his calloused fingers warm against her gloved ones. The town square overflowed with Timber Creek's citizens, many of whom Abigail hadn't seen since departing for Hayes Ranch months earlier. Mrs. Whitaker waved enthusiastically from beside a table laden with refreshments, while Pastor Thomas directed children placing bunting along the schoolhouse porch. Miss Montgomery, Mayor Wilson called, pushing through the crowd. His round face beamed with satisfaction. Our guest of honor arrives at last. Michael pressed against Abigail's skirts, suddenly shy amid the crowd. There's an awful lot of people, he whispered. Old friends, she assured him, resting her hand on his shoulder. The mayor pumped Colton's hand vigorously. Fine day, Hayes, fine day indeed. Didn't expect to see you and your whole outfit in town. Wouldn't miss it, Colton replied, his voice neutral. The children have been counting the days. Something in his tone made Abigail glance up, but his expression revealed nothing. The dedication ceremony commenced with Pastor Thomas's blessing. Abigail stood with the Hayes Ranch contingent, Colton straight-backed beside her, the children flanking them, and ranch hands like loyal Josiah forming a protective semicircle behind. For a fleeting moment, she imagined this was how it might feel to have a family of one's own. "And we give particular thanks," the pastor was saying, "for those whose dedication made this dream possible, for the generous lumber donations from Hayes Ranch." Heads turned toward Colton, who nodded once, uncomfortable with the attention. "And especially for our own Miss Abigail Montgomery, whose unwavering commitment to education brought her west and whose quick thinking saved so many precious books and records from the fire." Applause rippled through the crowd. Emma slipped her hand into Abigail's, squeezing tight with pride. "Miss Montgomery," Mayor Wilson called, gesturing her forward, "would you do us the honor of cutting the ribbon?" The large ceremonial scissors felt unwieldy in her hands as she approached the red ribbon stretched across the schoolhouse entrance. Faces blurred before her. Mrs. Whitaker's encouraging smile, the children's wide eyes, townspeople whose names she'd carefully memorized during her first weeks in Timber Creek. "Before our teacher opens this door officially," the mayor continued, "I'd like to announce that the town council has voted unanimously to offer Miss Montgomery a permanent position with a substantial increase in salary and accommodations in the new rooms above the schoolhouse." Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd. Someone called, "About time." Another voice added, "Best teacher we've ever had." Abigail's cheeks warmed at the praise, but her eyes instinctively sought Colton. He stood rigid, hands clasped behind his back, his expression carefully composed, yet somehow distant. The children looked between them, confusion evident on their small faces. "I'm deeply honored," she managed, her voice steadier than she felt. "This community has become dear to me in ways I never expected when I left Boston." The scissors closed with a satisfying snick, the ribbon fluttering to the ground as cheers erupted. Mayor Wilson swung the door wide, revealing the pristine classroom within. New desks arranged in tidy rows, a polished teacher's desk positioned at the front, bookshelves lining one wall. Everything a dedicated teacher could wish for. The celebration spilled into the schoolyard, where tables groaned under platters of fried chicken, cornbread, and Mrs. Whitaker's famous apple pies. As guest of honor, Abigail found herself continuously engaged, pulled from one conversation to another, pressed to share stories of life at Hayes Ranch and her plans for the school term. Through it all, she remained acutely aware of Colton's whereabouts. He conversed politely with ranchers about cattle prices, accepted congratulations on Victor Holloway's impending trial, and kept watchful eyes on Emma and Michael as they played with town children. Yet he carefully avoided any group discussing Abigail's future in Timber Creek. As afternoon shadows lengthened, Mrs. Whitaker cornered Abigail by the lemonade. "That Hayes fellow hasn't taken his eyes off you all day," she observed, her voice pitched low, though he's trying mighty hard to pretend otherwise. "His protection of the children," Abigail deflected, adjusting her bonnet against the late-day sun. Mrs. Whitaker snorted softly. "Is that what they're calling it these days?" She patted Abigail's arm. "Some men need a little push to recognize what's right in front of them. Others just need time." Her knowing gaze shifted meaningly toward Colton, who stood apart from the crowd, watching as Mayor Wilson approached Abigail with determined strides. "Ms. Montgomery, we simply must discuss your housing arrangements," the mayor began, extracting a small notebook from his waistcoat. "Mrs. Wilson has ideas about curtains for your quarters, and if you'll excuse us, Mayor," Colton's deep voice interrupted as he materialized beside them, "I believe it's time we started back to the ranch. Long ride ahead." The mayor blinked in surprise. "But surely you'll stay for the evening concert. The children's choir has prepared specially—" "Another time," Colton said firmly. His hand came to rest at the small of Abigail's back, a touch both protective and possessive. "Miss Montgomery is still recovering from her recent illness." Abigail opened her mouth to protest. She felt perfectly well, but something in Colton's expression stopped her. A vulnerability flickered beneath his composed exterior, there and gone so quickly she might have imagined it. "Of course," she found herself saying, "the children have had such excitement today, and the ride is indeed long." As they gathered Emma and Michael and bid farewells, Abigail couldn't help noticing the speculative glances from townspeople or the way Mrs. Whitaker nodded with satisfaction as she watched them depart. The schoolhouse dwindled behind them, its new bell tower gleaming in the golden hour light. Abigail twisted once to look back, torn between the life she'd expected and the one unfolding before her. Beside her on the wagon seat, Colton's profile remained stoic, his eyes fixed on the trail ahead, his thoughts hidden behind a wall she'd thought long breached. Dusk painted the prairie in watercolor hues as they approached Hayes Ranch, the first stars pricking the darkening eastern sky. The wagon wheels creaked a rhythmic counterpoint to the horses' steady hoofbeats, while in the back, Emma and Michael had fallen asleep, their heads pillowed on hay, exhausted from the day's festivities. Neither Abigail nor Colton had spoken much during the journey home. The word echoed in Abigail's mind. Home. When had she begun thinking of the ranch that way? The realization unsettled her, especially with the town council's offer hanging between them, unacknowledged, but impossible to ignore. As they pulled into the yard, Josiah emerged from the bunkhouse to help with the team. "Young'uns tuckered out?" he asked, peering into the wagon bed with a gentle smile. "Slept the last hour," Colton confirmed, jumping down. "I'll carry them in." "I can help," Abigail began, but Colton shook his head. "Mrs. Perkins prepared something special for your return. Would you check on it while I settle these two?" His formality stung after the closeness they'd shared during her convalescence. It was as though the new schoolhouse had rebuilt the walls between them as surely as it had raised new ones in town. The kitchen welcomed her with warmth and familiar scents. Mrs. Perkins looked up from the stove, a knowing gleam in her eye. "There you are. How was the celebration?" "Lovely," Abigail replied, unwrapping her shawl. "The schoolhouse is beautiful." The housekeeper nodded, removing a pie from the oven. "And I suppose they're all eager for you to return and fill it with learning?" Abigail busied herself with hanging her bonnet, avoiding the question. "Colton mentioned something special prepared?" "Indeed he did," Mrs. Perkins said, her expression softening. "He asked for your favorite, blackberry cobbler with sweet cream." "Been planning it since yesterday." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Even sent Josiah 10 miles to the Watson place for fresh berries." Something tightened in Abigail's chest. "He did?" Mrs. Perkins wiped her hands on her apron. "That man may not say much, but his actions speak volumes." She gestured toward the back door. "Now, be a dear and tell him it's ready. I'll wake those children for a bite before bed." Abigail stepped onto the back porch, the night air cool against her flushed cheeks. Colton stood at the railing, his suit coat discarded, shirt sleeves rolled to reveal forearms tanned by countless days in the saddle. He stared out at the darkened pastures, his posture rigid with some internal struggle. "Mrs. Perkins says, 'Dessert is ready,'" she said softly. He turned, moonlight catching the planes of his face. "The children?" "She's waking them for a bite before bed." He nodded, making no move to go inside. After a moment's hesitation, Abigail joined him at the railing, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from him, yet separated by a distance that seemed both physical and intangible. "It's a fine schoolhouse," he said finally, his voice low. "You deserve such a place to teach." "Yes," she agreed carefully. "The town has been generous." Silence stretched between them, punctuated by night sounds, an owl's distant call, the soft nickering of horses in the stable, wind rustling through cottonwoods by the creek. "Will you accept?" The question emerged rougher than his usual controlled tone. Abigail's fingers tightened on the railing. "The town council's offer?" "The permanent position. The accommodations." He kept his gaze fixed on the distant hills. "Everything you came west for." "I don't know," she admitted. It was the truth, though not the whole truth. She'd come west for independence, for purpose. She hadn't expected to find a family. Colton inhaled deeply as though gathering courage. "I've been a coward, Abigail." The use of her given name, so rare from his lips, made her turn to face him fully. "When I brought you here after the fire?" "It was for the children's education." His voice grew softer. I never expected everything that followed. Inside, they could hear Mrs. Perkins coaxing the sleepy children to the table, her motherly tones and their drowsy responses creating a tableau of domestic tranquility just beyond the door. When you fell ill, he continued, I thought I might lose you before I'd found the words to ask you to stay. His hands, always so steady on reins or rope, trembled slightly as he turned to face her. Then today, watching the mayor, the townspeople, all planning your future away from here, Colton, no, let me finish. He took her hands in his, calloused palms warm against her skin. When Sarah died, I swore I'd never risk my heart again. Loving means losing, eventually. I told myself that was wisdom. A rueful smile crossed his face. It was fear, plain and simple. Abigail's heart thundered in her chest. And now? Now I know that losing you without ever having spoken would be the greater tragedy. His eyes held hers, vulnerability and determination warring in their depths. I pulled away today because I couldn't bear to hear you accept their offer, to choose the life you came west seeking over. He hesitated. Over? She prompted gently. Over this? He gestured toward the house, the ranch stretching around them. Over us. The children, the home we might build together. Inside, Emma's tired laugh drifted through the open window, followed by Michael's sleepy rejoinder. I came west seeking purpose, Abigail said carefully, her voice scarcely above a whisper. A place to belong after my father's failures left us adrift. And did you find it? In Timber Creek? In teaching? I found pieces of it there, she admitted, but not the whole. Hope kindled in his eyes. And here? The question hung between them, weighted with possibility. Teaching has always been my calling, she said slowly, but perhaps the schoolhouse isn't the only place that calling can be fulfilled. Her gaze drifted toward the window where the children's silhouettes moved in the lamplight. Emma and Michael need education, as do the children from neighboring ranches. If you stayed, he interrupted, his voice gaining certainty with each word. We could build a proper schoolroom right here. Invite neighboring families to send their children. Create something that honors your gifts without taking you away from. He stopped abruptly. From, she echoed his earlier hesitation. His hand rose to cup her cheek, the gesture achingly tender. From the people who have come to love you, the children, the ranch hands, his voice dropped. Me. The confession hung in the air between them, honest and unadorned. Life here wouldn't be easy, he continued, not like town, with conveniences and society. The winters are harsh, the work never ending. I'm not afraid of hard work, she replied, her voice steadier than her heart. Or harsh winters. What are you afraid of, Abigail Montgomery? The question struck to her core. Of making another mistake, of misreading signs. She took a shaky breath. Of wanting something so desperately that I imagine it where it doesn't exist. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Your father's broken promises. She nodded. I learned young not to trust in futures offered. Then don't trust in promises, he said simply. Trust in what you've already seen, in how the children flourish under your care, and how this ranch has come alive since you arrived. His voice softened. And how I've changed since that day you stepped off the train in those ridiculous Eastern boots. A laugh escaped her, half sob and wholly genuine. They were perfectly sensible Boston boots. They were terrible for Wyoming, he countered, smiling, but they brought you here, so I can't fault them entirely. The teasing faded into something more profound as his hands found hers again. I'm asking you to consider a different future than the one you imagined. Not town life, but ranch life. Not a classroom of town children, but a smaller group here who need you just as much. His voice grew husky. Not independence, but partnership. Before she could respond, Emma's voice called from inside. Uncle Colton, Miss Montgomery, Mrs. Perkins says the cobbler's getting cold." Their eyes held for a moment longer, the question asked, but not yet answered. "We should go in," Abigail whispered. "We should," he agreed, making no move to release her hands. "But first, your answer. Will you at least consider it?" In the distance, coyotes called to one another across the darkened prairie, wild and free, yet always seeking their own kind. The sound crystallized something within her. "Yes," she said simply, "I'll consider it." Then, with newfound boldness, she added, "But I may need more persuading on the particulars." Something sparked in his eyes. Relief, joy, and a hint of challenge. "I believe I can arrange that, Miss Montgomery." As they turned toward the warm light spilling from the kitchen door, Colton's hand found the small of her back, guiding her home. Lanterns swayed in the gentle evening breeze, casting golden light across the Hayes Ranch yard. Wildflowers and ribbons adorned every fence post and hitching rail, transforming the working ranch into a vision that rivaled any grand Boston ballroom Abigail had ever seen. Her wedding dress, simple white cotton with lace her mother had sent, rustled softly as she moved among their guests, Colton's hand warm and steady against the small of her back. "Mrs. Hayes," he murmured, the name still new and wondrous on his lips. "I believe they're waiting for us." The fiddler struck up a lively tune, and their guests formed a circle around the packed earth dancing area that Josiah and the ranch hands had spent days preparing. Pastor Thomas beamed at them from across the circle, his wife dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "I'm not much for dancing," Colton admitted, his voice low enough that only Abigail could hear. He squeezed his hand. "Neither am I. But tonight, I don't believe it matters." He led her to the center, and as his arm encircled her waist, the world narrowed to just the two of them. The stars wheeled overhead, brilliant in the Wyoming night sky, as they moved together to the music. Colton's usual reserve melted away with each step. A flush crept up his neck. Josiah may have offered some instruction, said no bride should have to worry about her toes on her wedding day. Laughter bubbled up from her heart, light and free as the mountain air. Other couples joined them, Mayor Wilson and his wife, ranch hands with town girls, even Mrs. Perkins allowing herself to be led by a shy widower from the neighboring ranch. As the dance ended, Emma and Michael darted forward, their Sunday best slightly rumpled from play, but their faces shining with excitement. "It's time for the present," Emma announced, bouncing on her toes. Michael nodded vigorously. "We've been waiting forever." Colton raised an eyebrow at Abigail, who shrugged, equally mystified. "Lead on, then," he told the children. They pulled their aunt and new uncle toward the barn, where several children from town and neighboring ranches stood guard around something large covered with a quilt. The crowd followed, murmuring curiously. "Ready?" Emma asked, gripping one corner of the quilt. Michael grabbed another. 1, 2, 3. They pulled the fabric away to reveal a hand-painted wooden sign, the letters carefully formed in blue against white. Hayes Ranch School, S.E.T., 1878. Abigail's hand flew to her mouth, tears springing to her eyes. Beneath the main lettering, smaller words declared, "Where faith, knowledge, and family grow together." "Mrs. Whitaker helped us with the words," Emma explained proudly, "and Mr. Carpenter let us use his special paints," Michael added. "And all the children helped," piped up Sally Jenkins from the crowd, her brothers nodding beside her. Colton knelt to the children's level, his voice rough with emotion. "This is a mighty fine gift, finest I've ever received." "Do you like the words?" Emma asked Abigail anxiously. "Pastor Thomas said they fit just right." "They're perfect," Abigail managed through her tears, gathering both children in her arms. Over their heads, she met Colton's gaze, seeing in his eyes the same wonder that filled her heart. This family they'd created, unexpected and precious beyond measure. "Speech," someone called from the crowd. Others took up the cry, "Speech! Speech!" Colton rose, clearing his throat uncomfortably, but his hand found Abigail's with natural ease. I'm not one for many words, he began, his deep voice carrying across the suddenly quiet gathering. Those who know me can attest to that. Gentle laughter rippled through the crowd. But some things need saying, and this is one such time. He drew Abigail closer to his side. When Miss Montgomery arrived in Timber Creek, I saw just another Easterner who wouldn't last a Wyoming winter. His eyes softened as they met hers. I've never been so grateful to be proven wrong. He turned to address their guests. This school will be open to all children in the area. We aim to break ground next week on a proper building, but until then, lessons will be held in the East Room of the main house. Mayor Wilson stepped forward. The town council has voted to provide books and supplies, same as they would for the town school. And I'll be sending my young'uns up 3 days a week, called Mr. Jenkins, the neighboring rancher. Mrs. Whitaker made her way to the front, a knowing smile playing on her lips. When you first arrived in Timber Creek, I told you God has a way of leading us where we're meant to be, even when the path seems different than we planned. She patted Abigail's cheek. Some seeds need the prairie winds to find where they'll best take root. As the evening progressed, Abigail found herself drawn into conversation after conversation. Mrs. Wilson wanted to discuss joining their sewing circles. Ranchers' wives offered to take turns helping with noon meals for the school children. Josiah shyly presented a hand-carved desk bell. Through it all, she remained aware of Colton moving through the crowd, more at ease than she'd ever seen him, stopping often to check on her with a glance or light touch. No longer the solitary figure she'd first encountered, but a man surrounded by community, family, and love. As the last dance ended and guests began to depart, lantern light caught the gleam of her mother's cameo at her throat, a piece of the past now woven into her future. Emma and Michael had fallen asleep on a quilt beneath a cottonwood, their hands still clutching pieces of wedding cake. I'd say that's a successful celebration, Colton murmured, coming to stand beside her. Abigail leaned into his side, relishing the solid strength of him. A perfect one. His arm circled her waist as they gazed at the sleeping children. Our family, he said, the wonder in his voice matching the fullness in her heart. Yes, she whispered. Ours. Above them, the endless Wyoming sky stretched diamond bright with stars, each one a promise fulfilled. Epilogue. 1 year later, golden autumn light bathed the Hayes Ranch, turning the new schoolhouse roof to burnished copper. Through the open windows, the recitation of multiplication tables drifted on the breeze, punctuated by Abigail's encouraging voice. Nearby, fresh paint gleamed on the fence surrounding the kitchen garden, where late-season tomatoes ripened alongside pumpkins swelling orange among their vines. Colton leaned against the corral fence, watching as Josiah worked with a spirited colt. The ranch had doubled its breeding stock over the past year, their reputation for quality horseflesh spreading as far as Cheyenne. The Ledgers, once a source of anxiety, now showed steady profit. Enough to build the dedicated schoolhouse and begin planning an expansion of the main house. That bay has promise, remarked Simmons, the horse buyer from the army who'd arrived that morning. Never seen stock improve so quickly as yours has this past year, Hayes. Colton nodded his acknowledgement. Good management makes the difference. His gaze drifted toward the schoolhouse. In more ways than one. The door swung open, releasing a flood of children into the yard for their midday break. 12 students now attended regularly. Emma and Michael, 5 children from neighboring ranches, and even a few town children whose parents preferred Abigail's teaching methods to the new schoolmaster's more rigid approach. Emma spotted him and waved enthusiastically before organizing a game of tag. At 11, she'd grown taller, her confidence blossoming under Abigail's guidance. Michael raced after her, his reading skills now matching his natural aptitude with numbers and horses. Colton excused himself from the buyer and crossed to the schoolhouse, where Abigail stood in the doorway watching the children play, one hand resting lightly on her rounded belly. How are my students today? He asked, placing a gentle hand over hers. Restless with the fine weather, she replied, smiling up at him. But they've mastered their fractions admirably. Even Sally Jenkins, who was so certain she'd never understand them. Pride warmed his voice. They have a fine teacher. As do you. Her eyes held a teasing light. Mrs. Perkins reports your Bible reading yesterday had everyone spellbound. Even Mr. Jenkins stayed awake through the entire passage. The Sunday gatherings had begun small, just family and a few hands who couldn't make the trip to town. Now they regularly filled the main house parlor, with Pastor Thomas riding out once a month to lead a proper service. Speaking of Mrs. Perkins, Colton said, she's beside herself preparing for your mother's arrival. I believe she's aired out the guest room linens 3 times already. Abigail laughed, the sound still a daily wonder to him. Mother's letter said the doctor has declared her fully recovered. She can hardly wait to meet the children. Her expression softened. And to be here when the baby comes? The dinner bell rang from the main house, calling the children to their noon meal. As they gathered their things, Michael approached with an envelope. Mr. Simmons brought the mail. This one's from Boston. Abigail opened it as they walked toward the house, her face brightening as she scanned the contents. The last of Father's debts has been settled. The lawyers say there's even a small sum remaining from the estate sale. Good news indeed, Colton replied, his arm encircling her shoulders. Not that we need it, she added, tucking the letter away. But it feels right closing that chapter properly. They reached the porch where Mr. Peterson waited with his camera and tripod. The photographer from Cheyenne had arrived the previous day, commissioned to capture the growing Hayes family for posterity. Perfect timing, he called. The light is just right. If you'll all gather on the steps, children in front, adults behind. Emma and Michael rushed to position themselves, their faces scrubbed clean, hair neatly combed for the occasion. Mrs. Perkins emerged from the house, fussing over a loose ribbon in Emma's hair. Leave some space for Mrs. Montgomery when she arrives next week, Abigail instructed as the children settled. We'll take another photograph then. Once everyone was arranged to Mr. Peterson's satisfaction, he disappeared beneath the black cloth. Hold very still now. 1, 2, 3. The flash powder ignited with a puff of smoke and light. Mr. Peterson emerged, smiling. Fine family portrait, just fine. After the midday meal and Mr. Simmons's departure with a contract for 8 horses, Abigail shooed the children back to lessons. Colton found her later on the west porch, her teaching duties complete for the day, watching the sun begin its descent toward the distant mountains. A penny for your thoughts, Mrs. Hayes, he said, joining her on the bench. I was thinking about promises, she replied, leaning into his side as his arm slipped around her waist. The ones we make, and the ones life makes to us without our knowing. His free hand found hers, their fingers entwining with practiced ease. And what promises did the Prairie make you, I wonder? That hard work would yield harvest, that faith could weather storms. She turned her face to his. That love could find me, even when I wasn't looking for it. The setting sun painted the landscape in hues of amber and gold, casting long shadows across the land that had become their shared legacy. In the distance, the schoolhouse stood as testament to dreams realized, while closer to the house, Emma's voice called Michael to help with evening chores, the sounds of a family, their family. When I first came west, I thought I was leaving everything behind, Abigail mused. Never imagined I was actually traveling toward everything I needed. Colton's fingers brushed a strand of hair from her face, his touch reverent after a year of marriage. The Lord works in mysterious ways, as Mrs. Whitaker would say. Not always so mysterious, Abigail countered with a smile. Sometimes his blessings are right before our eyes, just waiting to be recognized. As twilight deepened across the prairie, they remained on the porch, her hand in his arm around her waist, watching their world settle into evening peace. Behind them, the lamp in Emma's window glowed warm as she completed her lessons. From the bunkhouse came the strains of Josiah's harmonica, a hymn of gratitude floating on the night air. The promise of the prairie stretched before them. In the fertile land, in the children's laughter, in the new life growing beneath Abigail's heart, a promise fulfilled in love, faith, and family, more abundant than either could have dreamed when their paths first crossed on a dusty Timber Creek street, what seemed now like a lifetime ago. I love you, Abigail Hayes, Colton murmured against her hair, words once so difficult now flowing easily from his heart. She turned in his embrace, her eyes reflecting the first evening stars. And I love you, Colton Hayes. Yesterday, today, and all our tomorrows. In the gathering darkness, their silhouettes merged into one, a testament to God's grace and the enduring promise of love that had found its home at last on the Wyoming frontier.